Book 2, Chapter 16 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 2, Chapter 16. How Beltenebros went to Miraflores, and abode there with his Lady Oriana, after the conquest of the sword and garland, and how he went from thence to the battle which had been appointed with King Cildadan, and of what there befell. 3 days Beltenebros remained at Miraflores. On the 4th he departed alone at midnight. He had told Enil to meet him at the castle of an old knight called Abradan, which was by the place of battle, and there on the next day he found him. The old knight received him well, for he always hospitably welcomed all errant knights. Presently 2 squires arrived, the nephews of the host, and said that King Cildadan was landed, and had pitched his tents upon the seashore, and his knights with him, and they were landing their horses and arms. Grumedan and Giontes had been to them on the part of King Lisuarte, and made truce till the day of battle, and also concluded that neither party should bring out more than the 100 knights appointed. Nephews, said the host, what think you of those enemies whom God confound? Good uncle, said they, we must not speak of them. They are so strong and terrible, that unless God miraculously assist our king, he and his power will be nothing against them. Herewithal the tears fell from the old man's eyes, who cried, O Lord, do not forsake the best and justest king in the world. Good mine host, quoth Beltenebros, be not dismayed for their fierceness, for worth and modesty often overcome proud valor. I pray you, go to the king for me, and tell him that there is in your house a knight called Beltenebros, who requests to know the day of battle, that he may be there. How, sir, cried old Abradan, are you he who sent Don Quadragante to the king my master, and who slew Famongomadan and his son? Now am I overpaid for all the services that ever I have rendered to errant knights. So taking his nephews to guide him, he went to King Lisuarte, who was arrived within half a league of his enemies. Greatly was the king rejoiced with what he said, and he told him the battle should be on the next day, and said there lacked him but 1 knight of the 100. Don Grumedan replied, you are rather above the number, for Beltenebros should be counted for 5. When the old man returned with these tidings, Enil took his master aside, and kneeling down said, albeit, sir, my services have not merited it, yet your great goodness emboldens me to ask a boon, and I beseech you for God's sake to grant it me. Beltenebros raised him and said, ask anything that I can do. Enil would have kissed his hand. Sir, I ask you to make me a knight, and to entreat the king that I may be one of the 100, since one is wanting. Friend Enil, replied Beltenebros, let it not enter your heart to begin so perilously. I do not say this because I will not make thee a knight, but to advise thee to undertake lighter adventures first. My good master, quoth Enil, where can I adventure so well? If I come from the field alive, it will always be to my praise and honour, and if I die, it will be dying well, and my memory will be joined with all those good knights who must perish there. But then an affectionate pity was felt at the heart of Beltenebros, and he said within himself, thou dost well show thyself to be of the lineage of Gandales, my excellent and true fosterer. Be it so, said he, and he asked the host to give the squire arms, and Enil watched them that night, and after dawn they heard mass, and Beltenebros knighted him, and they departed, their host and his nephews carrying their arms. They found Lisuarte putting his battle in order to go against the enemies, who were ready in the plain. The king and his knights rejoiced to see Beltenebros. Sir, quoth he, I come to perform my promise, and I bring with me this knight to supply the one lacking. The king joyfully welcomed him, and placed his knight to make up the complement. Then they moved on in one battalion. The king was in the middle of the rank. Before him Beltenebros and his companion were placed, and Galaor, Florestan, and Agrayes. Gandalac, the giant who had fostered Galaor, and his two sons, Bramandil and Gavus, whom Galaor had knighted, Nicaron of the Perilous Bridge, Dragonis and Palomir, and Pinarante, Giontes, nephew to the king, the renowned Don Brunio of Bonamar, and his brother Branfil, and Don Guilan the Pensive. All these were together, and before them went that honourable and good old knight Don Grumedan, Brisena's fosterer, with the banner of the king. King Cildadan on his side placed the giants in the front of the battle, and 20 knights of his lineage of great valour. He stationed Madanfabul, the giant of the Isle of the Vermilion Tower, upon a little rising ground, and with him 10 of the best knights, and directed them not to move till they saw that all were weary, and that then they should make way fiercely towards King Lisuarte, to kill him or carry him prisoner to the ships. In this array the two parties approached with deliberate pace till they came near, and then they met with such a shock that many a man fell, and many a horse ran over the field without a rider. That was a hard and dolorous day for all who were there present, for striking and struggling they continued thus without rest or intermission a third part of the day, with such toil and effort, being in the mid-heat of summer, that they and their horses were so wearied, and the wounded bled so fast, that in many life could endure no longer, and there they fell dead, especially those whom the giants had wounded with their great force. In that hour Beltenebros did wonders in arms with that good sword, striking and slaying all before him, though the care with which he kept watch over the king most employed him. For Lisuarte, knowing that the great shame or great glory of the day would be his, thrust himself into the hottest press of the battle. Galaor and Florestan and Agrayes kept by him, being emulous to equal Beltenebros that day, and Don Brunio watched to assist Galaor, who, like a lion, made among the giants, to equal him whom he thought the rival of Amadis, regardless of their great strength, and those whom he saw fall under their blows. In this heat he came before Cartadac, the giant of the defended mountain, who with a heavy battle-axe, notwithstanding Florestan had given him a deep wound in the shoulder, had already killed 6 knights at his feet. Galaor made at him, and with his sword struck him upon the helmet. It cut away all it touched, and lopped off his ear, and passing downward cut the battle-axe held from his hand. When the giant saw his enemy so near, and that he had no weapon to wound him, he laid hold on him with his hands, and plucked him so forcibly that the saddle girth broke, and he fell, but still the giant held him, and Galaor thought he never could escape from that mighty grasp, and that all his bones were broken. Yet before his senses were gone, he recovered his sword that hung from his wrist by the chain, and thrust it through the visor of Cartadac's helmet. The giant's grip relaxed, and he fell dead. Galaor arose then, but so weak and exhausted that he could not pluck his sword from the giant's head. The knights on both sides pressed towards him, some to kill him at this disadvantage, his own friends to his help. The battle became fiercer there than it had yet been. King Cildadan came up, and on the other part Beltenebros, Beltenebros twice smote Cildadan on the head such stunning blows that the king fell from his horse at the feet of Galaor. Galaor caught up the sword of Cildadan, and laid about him till his strength and senses were gone, and he fell upon the body of King Cildadan. At this time the giants Gandalac and Albadanzor were engaged. They smote each other so furiously with their clubs that they and their horses both fell. Albadanzor's arm was broken, and Gandalac's leg, howbeit he and his sons slew their enemy. The day was now half over, and on the two sides 120 knights had been slain. Madanfabul, the giant of the Vermilion Tower, was looking on from the hill. He saw how the field was thinned, that they who remained were weary with their toil, their armor broken, and their horses stiff and exhausted. He thought that he and his companions could now have discomfited all that were left on both sides, and descended into the field, crying out, "Leave not a man of them alive! I will kill or take King Lisuarte." Beltenebros had just mounted a fresh horse, which one of old Abradan's nephews gave him. He saw the giant and his troop come on, and placed himself before the king, and called on Florestan and Agrayes, who were near. With these Don Bruneo of Bonamar joined, and Branfil, and Guilan the Pensive, and Enil, who had done much in that battle, and was therefore always held in high esteem. All these, albeit they were grievously wounded, and their horses also, placed themselves before the king. Before Madanfabul came a knight called Sarmadan the Lion, the uncle of King Cildadan, and for strength and prowess the best of his lineage. Beltenebros stood foremost to meet him. Sarmadan drove his lance at him. It broke, yet pierced the shield and wounded him, though with no deep wound. Then Beltenebros hit him a thwart blow with his sword across the beaver, straight over both eyes, and through both, that he fell dead. But Madanfabul and his other comrades came on so fiercely that the most of those who were of King Lisuarte's part were beaten down before them, and he made right for the king, with such fresh strength that the knights about the king, bravely as they adventured, could not protect him. He seized Lisuarte round the neck, and grasped him so strongly that he lost all power of resistance, plucked him from the saddle, and carried him towards the ships. When Beltenebros beheld that, he exclaimed, "O Lord God, let not Oriana have this affliction." He struck the spurs into his horse, and galloped after him, sword in hand, and reaching him, smote at him with his whole force. The sword fell on the right arm with which he held the king, and cut it clean through by the elbow. The weapon stayed not there, but passing on, cut through the king's breastplate, and wounded him so that the blood streamed down. Lisuarte was left upon the ground, and the giant fled like a lost man, bleeding to death. When Beltenebros saw that with one blow he had slain the mighty giant, and rescued King Lisuarte from so great a danger, he shouted out, "Gaul, Gaul, for I am Amadis." This he cried as he laid on among his enemies, felling them or slaying them, and in good season did he exert this prowess, for great havoc had been made among the knights of his party, so many slain, others wounded, and fighting on foot, and the enemies had come fresh against them with great strength, and an eager desire to kill all they could. For this cause Amadis put forth his strength, so that it might well be said his great prowess was the safety and support of his party that day. But what most kindled him was, that he had seen his brother Galaor, afoot and sore wearied, and looking again, saw him no longer, so that surely he thought him dead, and with this grief and anger he encountered no knight whom he did not slay. When they of King Cildadan's party saw the great feats that he achieved, they took for their leader a knight of the race of the giants, whose name was Gadancuriel, and who had made such slaughter that day that he was noted by all. They expected, being led by him, to win the day, and at this time Amadis had thrust in so far among the enemy that he was beset by them and in great peril. King Lisuarte had mounted again, and with him were Don Bruneo of Bonamar, and Florestan, and Guilan the Pensive, and Ladasin, and Galvanes Lackland, and Olivas, and old Grumedan, from whose hand the banner had been cut. The king, seeing Amadis in such danger, made up to succour him like a worthy king, although he had many wounds, and all rejoicing that Beltenebros was Amadis, forced their way up to him, and released him from the press. He then turned whither he would, and chance guided him to where his cousin Agrayes and Palomir and Dragonis were on foot, and many knights upon them striving to slay them, but they, standing together, and still defending themselves manfully. He, seeing them thus, called upon his brother Florestan and Guilan the Pensive to their succour. There came against him a knight of great renown, called Vadamigar, whose helmet had been struck off. He wounded the horse of Amadis in the neck, but Amadis reached him and cleft him down to the ears, and as he fell, cried out, "Cousin Agrayes, take this horse." And Florestan struck down a good knight called Daniel, and gave his horse to Palomir, and Palomir then won one for Dragonis, and Guilan wounded Landin sorely, and unhorsed him, and gave his horse to Branfil. Thus they were all helped, and then they followed in the path of Amadis, who went on cutting his way manfully, and shouting, "Gaul, Gaul, Amadis," that the enemy might know he was in the field. Such courage did he then display, and so well did Florestan and Agrayes and those other knights second him, and King Lisuarte also played his part so well that they won the battle, the enemies who survived flying to their ships, and Amadis still among them raging for the death of Galaor. But Gadancuriel still made head with those whom he could turn from flight, and he turned upon the king. Florestan, who had seen his feats that day, thrust himself before Lisuarte to save him, though he had only a broken sword. Gadancuriel cut through the helmet and wounded him in the head. He with his broken sword smote him on the helmet so that it fell off, and then Lisuarte cleft his head. There was none other left to maintain the field. They who fled perished before they could reach the water, or in the water before they could reach their ships. Then Amadis cried to Florestan and Agrayes, weeping as he spake, "Good kinsmen, I fear we have lost Don Galaor. Let us seek for him." They went to the spot where Amadis had smitten down King Cildadan, and seen his brother last on foot. But so many were the dead who lay there that they saw him not, till as they moved away the bodies, Florestan knew him by the sleeve of his surcoat, which was of azure worked with silver flowers, and then they made a great moan over him. But when Amadis saw him thus, with exceeding grief, he threw himself from his horse, and his wounds over which the blood had clotted burst open with the fall, and bled abundantly, and he, laying aside his shield and helm, that were all hacked and bruised, went to Galaor, and took off his helmet, and took his head upon his knees. Galaor, at the fresh air, began to move a little, and they all gathered round him, weeping to see him thus. While they were thus standing, 12 damsels, richly apparelled, came up, and some squires with them, who brought a bed covered with rich drapery. The damsels knelt before Amadis, and said, Sir, we are come hither for Don Galaor. If you would have him live, give him to us. If not, all the masters in Great Britain cannot help him. Amadis knew not the damsels, and he saw the great danger of Galaor, and could not tell what to do. But those knights advised him to trust his brother to this fortune rather than see him die without any possibility of saving him. Good damsels, said Amadis, may I know whither you would carry him? They answered, Not as yet, but if you desire his life, give him to us, else we must go our way. Then Amadis besought that they would take him also. This they refused, but at his request they suffered Ardian the dwarf and his squire to follow them. Then they laid him in the bed, armed as he was, all except his helmet and gauntlets, and half dead, and Amadis and the knights followed them, weeping, to the shore. A ship was ready there, in which the damsels placed him, and then returned, and went to King Lisuarte, and besought him that he would be pleased to give them King Cildadan also, who lay among the dead, bidding him remember that he was a good king, and had suffered this evil in doing what he was bound to do. And they prayed the king to have pity upon him, that he might look for pity himself in his need. Lisuarte readily assented. They took up Cildadan more dead than alive, and carried him in the same bed on board, then made sail, and were speedily out of sight. Meanwhile Lisuarte had secured the enemy's fleet, that nothing might escape, taking prisoners all who were not slain in battle. He now came up to Amadis, and the knights that were weeping with him, and when he heard their lamentation was for the loss of Galaor, he was grieved at heart, for Galaor had faithfully and affectionately served him from the hour wherein he became his knight. Then he dismounted, his armour being all stained with blood, and embraced Amadis, and bade him take comfort, for God would not suffer such a man as his brother to perish. They all then went to the tent of King Cildadan, and there took food, and he ordered that all the knights who had fallen on his side should be buried in a monastery that was at the foot of a near mountain, and he ordered the due service for their souls, and assigned rents for masses for them. Moreover, he ordered a stately chapel to be built there, and rich monuments therein for them, and that their names should all be engraved upon their tombs. Messengers were sent to inform Queen Brisena of his good fortune, and he and his knights then went to Ganota, a town 4 leagues off, and there they remained till their wounds were healed. While this battle was expected, Queen Briolania went to visit Oriana at Miraflores. Oriana had her apartments hung with rich hangings to receive a guest whom she so greatly desired to see. When they met, both were somewhat abashed, for neither the proof of the enchanted arch nor of the green sword could keep Oriana's heart so calm, but that it beat fast with fear, thinking that no affection, how true soever, could resist such beauty as she saw before her. And Briolania, who had seen the tears and thoughtfulness of Amadis, and knew what proof of love he had given at the Firm Island, presently concluded it could be only for this princess, before whom she felt her own beauty even as nothing. So as they were freely communing together, Briolania related at length all that Amadis had done for her, and said how in her heart she loved him. Oriana then, willing to learn farther, asked her why, as they were of equal rank, and she at her own disposal, she did not make him master of herself and her own dominions. Friend and lady, replied Briolania, much as you have seen him, I think you know him not. Do you not believe I should think myself the happiest woman in the world if this could be? But you shall know all, and keep it, I pray you, secret, as one like you should do. I ventured upon this proposal, and it shames me whenever I remember it. But he replied that he could neither bear affection to me nor to any other, the which I then believed, for unlike all other knights, I never heard him speak of woman. You tell me wonders, quoth Oriana, glad at heart of what she heard. But unless Amadis loved someone, he could not have passed under the arch of true lovers, which yet showed him more honour than ever any other had received. He may love, replied Briolania, but in his love he is the most secret that ever yet knight was. Briolania remained 10 days with Oriana, and then they both went to join Queen Brisena at Venusa, a town where she was waiting for Lisuarte. Greatly rejoiced was she to see her daughter so recovered. There the tidings came of the victory, for joy whereat Brisena gave great alms to the churches and convents, and to those who were in want. But who can tell what joy there was to hear that Beltenebros was Amadis? What think you now of Amadis? Quoth Briolania to Oriana, who affected the same surprise as the rest. I was in doubt whether he or Beltenebros most deserved my love. Queen and lady, replied Oriana, we will ask him when he comes, wherefore he changed his name, and who the damsel is that won the garland of flowers. End of chapter 16. Book 2, chapters 17 and 18 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 2, chapter 17. How King Cildadan and Don Galaor were carried away to be cured, and how they were placed, the one in a strong tower surrounded by the sea, the other in a garden with high walls and iron railings, where each thought he was in prison, not knowing by whom he had been brought there, and of what befell them. Now you shall know what became of King Cildadan and Galaor. The damsels who removed them dressed their wounds, and on the 3rd day they recovered their senses. Galaor found himself in a rich room, which stood upon 4 marble pillars, and had an iron grating on all sides, through which he saw that he was in a garden, surrounded with a high wall, in which was only one little door covered with plates of iron. Astonished to find himself in such a place, he thought he was in prison, and felt such pain from his wounds that he expected nothing but death, and he remembered the battle, but knew not who had carried him from it, nor how he had been removed there. King Cildadan also, when he came to himself, saw that he was lying in a rich bed in a vaulted chamber of a large tower. He looked round and saw no one, neither door nor any entrance into the chamber, but over the arch he heard voices. There was a window near his bed from whence he looked out and saw the sea, and it seemed that the tower he was in was a high tower upon a rock, and that the sea washed it on 3 sides. He too remembered the battle, but nothing more, but he well knew that if he was thus a prisoner, his friends could not be in better plight, and seeing no remedy, lay down again in bed, groaning and in great pain with his wounds. Don Galaor, as he was lying in the open chamber, saw the little door of the garden wall open, and raised his head with great difficulty. There came in a damsel very fair and richly apparelled, and with her a man so feeble and old that it was a wonder how he could walk. They came up to the iron grating, and said to him, Don Galaor, look to your soul, for we cannot warrant you. The damsel then produced 2 little boxes, one of iron, the other of silver, and showing them to Galaor, said, She who brought you here wills not that you should die till she knows whether you will perform her will. If so, your wounds shall be healed, and you shall have food. Good damsel, replied he, if what she desire be anything that I ought not to do, it will be worse than death. Do as you please, quoth she, we care little for your answer. It is at your own choice to live or die. The old man then opened the door of the grating, and they both went in, and she took the box of iron, and told the old man to withdraw. And then she said to Galaor, Sir, I have such compassion on you, that I will venture my own life to save yours. I have been ordered to fill this box with poison, and the other with an ointment to make you sleep. The poison being then rubbed into your wounds will act more instantly, and you would presently die. But instead of this I have put here a remedy, the which, if you take it daily for 7 days, will so heal you, that by that time you shall be wholly recovered, and able to ride on horseback as before. She then applied the ointment to his wounds, and the pain was instantly assuaged. Good damsel, quoth he, you do so greatly bind me to your service, that if by your will I may escape from hence, never was damsel so well guerdoned by knight as you shall be. But if you have not means for this, and yet wish to serve me, contrive that Urganda the unknown may know in what perilous prison I am laid, for in her I have great hope. The damsel then began to laugh. What hope can you have in Urganda, who cares little for your weal or woe? So much, replied Galaor, that, as she knows the wishes of all, she knows how greatly it is my wish to serve her. The damsel then answered, Look for no other Urganda than me, Don Galaor, and take you good hope, for it is the part of courage, not only to encounter danger, but to endure its after chances. For the danger in which I place myself to heal you, and deliver you from hence, I ask one boon, which shall be neither to your dishonour nor hurt. I grant, quoth he, all that might rightly be performed. Now then, said she, it is time to depart. Lie you down, and feign to sleep soundly. He did accordingly. She called the old man and said, Look how he sleeps. Now the poison will work. So it ought, quoth the old man, that he who brought him here may be avenged. Since you have obeyed so well, you may come alone for the future, and see that you keep him 15 days, that he die not, but live in great agony, and by that time they will be here who shall make him atone for the wrongs he hath done them. When Galaor heard this, he found that the old man was his mortal enemy, howbeit he took hope for what she had said to him. The old man and the damsel then went out of the garden. Presently she returned and brought with her 2 little girls, fair girls and well apparelled, who took food for Galaor, and she let them into the chamber to keep him company, and gave them books of history to read to him, that he might not sleep by day, and then she fastened the door and left them. King Cildadan in the tower saw also a door open in the wall, a stone door so neatly fitted that it looked like the wall itself, and a dame of middle age entered with 2 armed knights, and approached the bed without saluting him. He on his part spake to them with courteous salutation, but they answered not. The dame took off the bedclothes, and applied salves to his wounds, then gave him food, and they went out again and fastened the stone door, not having spoken a word. The king thought that verily he was in prison, and where his life was not secure, howbeit having no remedy, he took as good comfort as he could. When it was time, the damsel returned to Galaor, and asked him how he fared. So well, quoth he, that if it proceed so I shall be in good plight by the time you promised. Doubt not, said she, that what I have said shall be accomplished. But you must promise me the boon as a loyal knight, for only by my help can you escape. The attempt would be to your mortal danger and hurt, and you could not effect it at last. That Galaor promised, and he besought her to tell him her name. What, quoth she, Don Galaor, know you not my name? I am deceived in you. Time was that I did you a service, which it seems you little remember. They call me the wise among the wisest. With that she departed, and he remained thinking who she might be, and remembering the good sword which Urganda had given him when he was knighted by Amadis. He thought it should be her, but Urganda was old, and this was a damsel. He looked for the two little girls, and they were gone, but in their stead he saw his squire Gasavel, and Ardian the dwarf of Amadis, both sleeping. He joyfully called them. They awoke, and when they saw who was there, ran weeping for joy to kiss his hand, and exclaimed, O good sir, blessed be God who has brought us here to serve you. He asked them how they came there. They replied they knew not, only that Amadis and Agrayes and Florestan had sent them with him. Amadis, quoth he, was he found at such a time? Sir, said they, know that Beltenebros is your own brother Amadis, and that by his prowess the battle was won. Thou tellest me great things, cried Galaor, and great pleasure have I therein, though he has not given me cause for pleasure in keeping himself so long concealed from me. Thus abode King Cildadan and Don Galaor, the one in that great tower, the other in the garden chamber, where they were both healed of their hurts. Then Urganda made herself known to them, for they were in her power in her undiscovered island, and she told them that the fear wherein she had put them was to effect their cure more speedily, for in their perilous state it so behooved. And she sent 2 damsels to attend them and complete their recovery. They were her nieces, and fair damsels, being the daughters of King Falangris, who was brother to Lisuarte by Gramota, Urganda's sister, by him begotten when he was a young bachelor. The one was called Julianda, the other Salisa. And it so chanced that the one bore a son named Talanque to Don Galaor, and the other a son to King Cildadan, who was called Maneli the Discreet, who were both valiant and strong knights, and in this state of great pleasure these 2 knights remained till it pleased Urganda to set them at liberty, as you shall hear hereafter. When Lisuarte and Amadis and the other knights were all whole of their wounds, he went to Fenusa, where the queen then sojourned, and there was he received with such joy by her, and by Briolania and Oriana, and the other dames and damsels, as never welcomed man before. But the joyful greeting which Queen Briolania gave to Amadis, that can in no way be written. She taking him by the hand made him sit between her and Oriana, and she said to him, My lord, the grief and sorrow which I felt when they told me you were lost, I cannot relate to you. I came hither with 100 knights immediately, that your brothers might order them whither they would in your search, and because this battle delayed their departure, I resolved to remain here till it was decided. Now then direct me what I shall do, and it shall be done. Good lady mine, quoth Amadis, if you felt sorrow for my mishap, great reason had you, for there is no man in the world who hath a better will to obey you. But since you desire me to direct you, I would have you abide here 10 days, and dispatch your business with the king. In that time we may know something of my brother Don Galaor, and there will be a battle which has been appointed between Don Florestan and Landin, After that I will conduct you to your kingdom, and from thence I must go to the Firm Island, where I have much to do. So let it be, replied Briolania, and I beseech you tell us the wonders which you have found in that island. He would have excused himself, but Oriana took his hand and said, You shall not leave us till you have told us something of them. Good ladies, quoth Amadis, trust me, labour however I should, I could never relate all, but this I say, that that forbidden chamber is the most rich and beautifulest thing in the world, and if by one of you it is not achieved, I believe none else will ever win it. Briolania, after a while of silence, answered, I do not esteem myself such a one as can accomplish that adventure, yet such as I am, if you will not impute it to folly, I will prove it. Lady, quoth Amadis, I hold it no folly to attempt that wherein all have failed for want of beauty, especially in you, whom God hath gifted so bountifully therewith. Rather I hold it honourable to desire to win a fame which may endure through long ages. At this was Oriana greatly displeased, and her countenance fell, so that Amadis, whose eyes never left her, understood her feelings, and repented himself of what he had said, albeit that all his design had been to her greater praise. For having seen the likeness of Grimanesa, he knew that Briolania, fair as she was, did not equal her beauty, and of his own lady's success he nothing doubted. But Oriana feared that whatever was to be won by beauty, Briolania could win, and having requested her if she succeeded to let her know all the wonders of the chamber, she withdrew and went to Mabilia and told her what had passed. This always is the case with your cousin, said she. My poor heart thinks only of pleasing him, neither regarding God nor the anger of my parents, and he knowing his full power holds me at little price. And then the tears came and coursed down her fair cheeks. Mabilia answered, I marvel, lady, what manner of heart is yours. You are no sooner out of one trouble than you seek another. What great wrong is this that my cousin hath committed? If Apolidon left this chamber to be proved by all, shall he forbid the proof to Briolania? Certes, I believe that neither her beauty nor yours will avail to accomplish that which none in 100 years for lack of beauty could effect. But this is his overruling destiny that hath made him forsake all his lineage for your service, and thus it is you reward him. You do not desire his life, and will therefore drive him to death. This will be his reward, and mine, for all the friendship I have borne you will be to see the flower of all my family, him who so dearly loves me, perish before my eyes. This will I never remain to see, for my brother Agrayas and Galvanes my uncle shall take me home to my own country. And with that she wept and exclaimed, God grant that this cruelty towards Amadis may be well requited to you, and this wrong you do his friends, but their loss, great though it be, will be less than yours, destroying him whom for your sake has deserted them, to give himself wholly to you. When Mabilia spake thus, Oriana's heart was so overcharged that she could not speak, till at last the tears came, and she cried, Wretch that I am above all others! I came to you for relief, and you increase my sorrow, suspecting that which was never in my heart. Let God never help me if ever I had a thought. But what distresses me is, lest another woman should accomplish that proof which would be to me worse than death. And this fear has made me think wrongly of him who perhaps had but good in his intention. But come, forgive me, and for the love you bear your cousin, advise me. And then with a sweet smile she embraced Mabilia. True friend and dearest, I promise you I will never speak of this to your cousin, nor let him know that I have had such a thought, but say you to him what you think best. Mabilia answered, I will forgive you on one condition, that whatever anger you conceive against him, you never discover it to him till you have first consulted me, that no evil like the past may happen again. With this were they well reconciled, between whom there could never be a want of love. But Mabilia sharply reprehended Amadis, and warned him to be wary in his conduct to Briolania, remembering what he had suffered on her account, and how difficult it is to root out jealousy from a woman's heart. Amadis replied, Lady and good cousin, my thoughts were very different. Briolania is held by all for one of the most beautiful women in the world, so they make no doubt she can enter the forbidden chamber. But I, who have seen the likeness of Grimanesa, know that it will not be so. That honour which any one hitherto has won, that certainly will Briolania win. But Oriana has only to try, and to succeed. But if Oriana achieves the adventure before Briolania has essayed it, all will say that the other would have won had she been first. On the contrary, when she will have failed, as sure I am she must fail, my lady will have her full glory. Well was Oriana satisfied at hearing this, and greatly repented her of her fault, to atone for which they appointed that Amadis should come to her apartment through an old waterway that issued into a garden. Presently Oriana and Briolania called Amadis, and requested him to answer them truly what they should ask, the which he promised. Tell us then, said Oriana, who the damsel was who won the garland when you gained the sword. Then was Amadis grieved at the question, because he was bound to answer it truly. As God shall help me, lady, said he, I know no more of her name than you do, though I was 7 days in her company, but this I can say, that she had beautiful locks, and as far as I could see was right fair. Thus was Oriana sporting with him, when there came a damsel to summon him on the king's part, saying that Don Quadragante and his nephew Landin were come to acquit themselves of their promises. Being all assembled, Quadragante rose and said, I come to discharge a promise made to Amadis of Gaul. And he then related how they had done battle together, and added that both by the event of that battle, and by reason he was bound to forgive him the death of King Abies, who had been slain in fair combat, and to receive him for a friend even in what degree it pleased him. Then Amadis embraced him and thanked him, and notwithstanding this friendship appeared a thing constrained, yet did it long and faithfully continue. And because Florestan and Landin were to fight upon the same quarrel, it was judged that since Quadragante, who was principal in the cause, had forgiven it, their dispute should cease, the which pleased Landin not a little, for he had witnessed the prowess of Florestan in the great battle. King Lisuarte now called to mind the cruel prison of King Arban of North Wales, and Angriote of Estravius, and determined to pass over to the island of Mongaza to deliver them. This resolution he imparted to his knights. Then Amadis answered, Sir, you know what loss to your service is the absence of Don Galaor. If it please you, I and my brother and my cousins will go in search of him, and if it please God return with him by the time that you make this voyage. The king replied, God knows with what good will I myself would seek him, if so many things did not prevent me. Since I cannot, do what you say. Then more than 100 knights arose, all good men in arms, and said that they would enter upon that quest, for in no worthier adventure could they be employed. Thereat was King Lisuarte well pleased, and he besought Amadis not to depart, for he would speak with him. Chapter 18. How the king beheld a strange sight of fires upon the sea, and of what happened. After supper, it being almost the hour of sleep, as the king was in the gallery looking toward the sea, he saw 2 fires coming on through the water, whereat all were greatly astonished, marvelling how the fire and water could exist together. As they drew nearer, a galley was seen between the two fires, and on its mast there were great torches burning, so that the whole vessel seemed to blaze. The uproar was great, for all the people ran to the walls to see this wonder, expecting that if the water could not quench this fire, nothing else could, and the city would surely be consumed. So they were greatly terrified. The queen with all her ladies went in their fear to the chapel, and the king mounted, and with his guard of 50 knights rode down to the shore, and found there the most part of his knights, and in the front of all Amadis, and Guilan the pensive, and Enil, so near the fires that he wondered how they could endure them. Then, spurring his horse, whom the tumult had frightened, he rode up to them. Presently he saw come from under a cloth that covered the deck, a dame clad in white, holding a golden casket in her hands, the which she opened and took out a lighted candle and threw it into the sea, where it was extinguished. At once the two great fires were quenched, so that no trace of them remained. Only the torches upon the mast remained burning, and cast a light along the shore. Then was the cloth which covered the galley withdrawn, and they saw how it was all hung with green boughs, and strewed with roses and flowers, and they heard instruments within sounding very sweetly. And when the instruments ceased, 10 damsels came forth, all richly garmented, with garlands on their heads, and wands of gold in their hands, and before them was the lady who had quenched the candle in the sea. And they coming to the galley's edge opposite to the king, made obeisance to him, and he on his part returned the greeting. Then said Lisuarte, Dame, you have put us in great fear with your fires. If it please you, tell me who you are, though I believe with little difficulty we can divine. Sir, quoth she, in vain should he labour who strove to strike fear into your great heart, and into these knights in whom no fear is. These fires I bring to protect me and my damsels, and if you think I am Urganda the unknown, you think aright. I come to you as the best king in the world, and to behold the queen, who for virtue and goodness hath no peer. Then said she to Amadis, Sir, draw nearer, and I will tell you of your brother Galaor, to save you and your friends the labour of searching him, for though all in the world were to seek him it would be but labour lost. He is healed of his wounds, and leads a life of such pleasure as he never till now enjoyed. Lady, quoth Amadis, I always thought that next to God, the safety of Don Galaor was in your hands. Else would I rather have died than suffer him to be carried from me as he was. You shall soon see him, quoth she. The king then said, It is time that you should leave the galley and come to my palace. Many thanks, she answered, but this night I will remain here. Tomorrow I will be at your command. Then let Amadis and Agrayes, and Don Bruneo of Bonamar, and Don Guilan the pensive come for me, for they are all lovers and of high heart, even as I am myself. Use your own pleasure, replied Lisuarte, in this and everything. Then, ordering all the people to return into the town, he took his leave, and appointed 20 crossbowmen to keep guard, that none should go down to the shore. In the morning the queen sent 12 palfreys richly accoutred for Urganda and her damsels. Amadis and the other knights whom she had named, being clothed in costly garments, went with them. They found Urganda and her company in a tent which she had pitched upon the sand, and they placed them on their palfreys, and went towards the town, the 4 knights surrounding Urganda. Now, said she, is my heart glad, because I see those around me who are like myself, and this she said because of the love she bore to that fair knight who was her friend. When they arrived at the palace the king welcomed her right courteously, and she kissed his hand, and looking round and beholding the knights on every side, how many they were, she said, Sir, you are well accompanied, and this I say, not so much for the valour of these knights as for the love they bear you. For when princes are loved by their people, then are their kingdoms safe. Therefore preserve their love, and beware of evil counsellors. Now, if it please you, I will see the queen. So she and the 4 knights went to Brisena, by whom, and by Oriana, and Briolania, and all the dames and damsels, she was lovingly received. Much did she admire the beauty of Briolania, and saw that it fell far short of Oriana's perfection. Lady, quoth she, I came to this court to see the greatness of the king and you, the height of prowess and the flower of beauty, and the perfection of true love, for as valour was proved in the conquest of the Firm Island, and in the death of the giants, and in that dolorous battle with King Cildadan, so was true love in the proofs of the burning sword and of the garland. When Oriana heard her say this, her colour changed, and she greatly feared, as did Mabilia and the damsel of Denmark, fearing that Urganda should tell all. And Oriana looked at Amadis, but he, seeing her apprehension, drew near to her and said, Fear nothing, she will not say what you imagine. And then he went to the queen and said, Lady, ask Urganda who she was who won the garland. And the queen replied, If it please you, friend, tell us what Amadis desires to know. She smiled and answered, He better ought to know than I, for he was in her company, and with great toil delivered her from Archelaus and Lindorac. I, quoth Amadis, it cannot be that I should know either her or myself better than you know us, for from you nothing is concealed. Then, said she, I will tell you what you know of her. And raising her voice, that all might hear her, she pursued, Though Amadis brought her here as a damsel, she is certainly no damsel, and because she loves so truly, she won the garland. She is a native of this kingdom, and in this kingdom she dwells, and hath here her heirship, but her mother is not of this land, and if she lacks anything, it is only because she cannot have him whom she loveth. He who would discover her must seek her in this kingdom, and he will lose his labour. She said no more, and Oriana's heart was then at rest. Then went they to their meal. Urganda besought the queen that she might be lodged with Oriana and Queen Briolania. That shall you, replied Brisena, but I believe their follies will disquiet you. Their beauty, quoth Urganda, will more disquiet the knights, whose valour cannot protect them against that danger. They may easily, replied the queen, be pardoned the deaths of all they have yet slain. So taking her leave, Urganda went to Oriana's apartment, where there were 4 beds, one for Briolania, and one for Mabilia, and for Urganda and herself. When Urganda saw that they were all asleep except Oriana, she said to her, Lady and friend, if you do not sleep, reason it is that he should keep you waking, who has no rest but in your sight. Oriana was abashed at her words, but she added, Fear nothing, I will not divulge your secrets. Speak low, cried Oriana, that they may not hear you. I will relieve you of that fear, quoth Urganda. Therewithal she took forth a book, which was so little that a hand might have shut over it, and began to read. Now, said she, do what you will, they shall not awake, and if any one should enter the room, she would fall down asleep. Oriana rose and went to waken Briolania, but she could not, and she laughed and took her by the head and hands and pulled her out of bed, and did the same to Mabilia, but they neither of them awakened. And then she called the damsel of Denmark, who was just without the door, and she, as soon as she entered, fell upon the floor in a deep sleep. Then Oriana joyfully went into Urganda's bed and said, I beseech you, since you know what is to come, tell me what will happen to me. Urganda looked at her and smiled. Dear daughter, said she, do you think to escape it, if it be evil, by knowing it aforehand? Believe not so, for that which is permitted and ordained by the Most High, none can alter, whether it be good or ill, unless he remedies it. But since you so greatly wish me to say something, I will speak. Look now, if when you have the knowledge you can profit by it. At that time when great sorrow shall be present with you, and many shall because of you be greatly afflicted, the strong lion with his beast shall come forth, and with his loud roaring shall in such sort astonish those who have you in their keeping, that you shall be left in his strong talons. And the famous lion shall throw from your head the lofty crown which shall no longer be yours, and the hungry lion, having your body in his power, shall bear it into his den, that his extreme famine may be slacked. Now, daughter dear, look how you act, for this must come to pass. Lady, quoth Oriana, I should have been better content if I had not inquired, for you have made me in great terror of this strange and cruel end. Lady and daughter fair, replied Urganda, seek not to know that which neither your prudence nor strength can avert. Of these dark things men often dread that for which they ought to be joyful. Meantime be you happy, for God has made you daughter of the best king and queen in the world, and has gifted you with such beauty that it is ever spoken of as a wonder, and has made that knight love you who shines above all others in prowess, even as day above darkness. Now it is time to awaken these ladies. She then opened her book again and read, and they recovered. After some days Urganda besought the king to summon all his knights, and the queen to assemble her dames and damsels, that she might speak to them before her departure. Accordingly they met together in a spacious hall that was richly furnished, and Urganda placed herself where all might hear her. Then she said to the king, Sir, since you have kept the letters which I sent to you and Don Galaor just after Beltenebros had won the sword, I beseech you let them be produced, that all here may know that I knew what was to come to pass. The letters were then read, and it was seen how all had been accomplished, whereat the knights marvelled, and still more admired the courage of the king, who notwithstanding that fearful forewarning had dared enter the battle. In like sort was it certainly known that by 3 strokes from Beltenebros the battle was won. The first when he felled King Cildadan at Galaor's feet, the second when he slew Sarmadan the lion, the third when, succouring the king, he lopped off the arm of Madanfabul, the fierce giant of the Vermilion Tower. That also was fulfilled which had been written of Don Galaor, that his head should be in the power of him who should strike the 3 strokes, for so it was when Amadis held it in his lap as dead. Now, said Urganda, I will tell what shall come to pass in process of time. Contention shall arise between the great serpent and the strong lion, in which many fierce beasts shall take part. Anger and fury shall come upon them, so that many shall suffer cruel death. The great Roman fox shall be wounded by the claw of the strong lion, and his skin cruelly torn, whereby a part of the great serpent shall be in great affliction. In that time the gentle sheep covered with black wool shall come between them, who by his humble and loving blandishments shall assuage the fury of their hearts. But presently the wolves shall come down from the mountains against the great serpent, who being with all his animals by them conquered, shall be blocked up in one of his dens, and the tender unicorn, putting his mouth to the ear of the strong lion, shall rouse him from his sleep, and make him hasten to the succour of the great serpent, whom he shall find so wounded and bitten that the blood shall flow over his scales, and he shall deliver him from the mouths of the wolves, and they shall all be destroyed. Then the great serpent, having his life restored, and casting all his poison from his entrails, shall consent that the white doe shall be placed in the cruel talons of the lion. Now, good king, let all this be written, for so it must be. The king said it should be done, albeit he understood it not. Time will come, she answered, when it shall be manifest to all. Then looking at Amadis, who was musing, she said, Amadis, you muse upon that which cannot avail you. Let that be, and think of a bargain you have to make. At that time you shall be brought near to death for another's life, and for another's blood shall expend your own, and of that bargain the martyrdom will be yours, and another will have the gain, and the guerdon which you shall have will be wrath, and the long delay of your will. Then shall that keen and beautiful sword so pierce thy flesh and bones that you shall be poor of blood, and in such plight that if half the world were yours you would give it, so that that sword were broken or thrown into some lake from whence it could never be recovered. Look to it, for so it must be. Amadis saw that all eyes were upon him, and he answered cheerfully as he felt, Lady, by what you have said of the past we may believe this also, but I, knowing that I am mortal, and that my life cannot be prolonged 1 minute longer than it pleaseth God, am desirous to end it justly in some great and honourable enterprise. It were as easy, quoth Urganda, to rob your heart of its courage as to drain the sea dry. Then said she to the king, Sir, I must depart. Remember what I have said, as one who desires your honour and would serve you. Shut your ears to those whose works you know to be evil. With that she departed, suffering none but the 4 knights whom she had chosen to conduct her to the shore. Then she embarked, and the ship put forth to sea, and was presently covered with a great darkness. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 2, Chapter 19. How when King Lisuarte was talking with his knights, how he would go against the island of the Boiling Lake, to deliver King Arban of North Wales and Angriote of Estravaus, there came a damsel of the race of the giants from the sea, and demanded before the court that Amadis should do battle with Ardan Canileo, and if he conquered, the prisoners should be released, and the island surrendered to the king. But if Ardan Canileo won the battle, he desired nothing more than to carry the head of Amadis to Madasima. Some few days after, as King Lisuarte was consulting with his knights about the passage which he would make to the Isle of Mongaza, to deliver King Arban of North Wales and Angriote of Estravaus, they saw a ship making toward the port, and went thither to see whom it brought. When they came near, a damsel and 2 squires were in the boat, and when they landed, the damsel asked if King Lisuarte were there. They answered yes, but they were all astonished at her greatness, for there was not a knight in the court who equalled her by a full palm in stature, and her features and limbs were in proportion. She was fair enough and richly attired. Sir, said she to Lisuarte, I bring you a message which, if it please you, I would deliver before the queen. Be it so, said the king, and he returned to the palace, and the damsel with him. Then being in presence of the queen and of all the knights and ladies of the court, she asked if Amadis of Gaul were there, he who had called himself Beltenebros. He answered, Good damsel, I am he. She looked at him with an evil eye and said, You may well be he, but now it will be seen if you are as good as you are famous. Then she produced 2 letters with seals of gold. The one she gave the king, the other to the queen. They were letters of credence, and the king bade her say her bidding. Sir, quoth the damsel, Gromadaza, the giantess of the Boiling Lake, and the fair Madasima, and Ardan Canileo the Dreadful, who is with them for their defender, know that you design to come against their country. and as that cannot be attempted without great loss, they are willing to put it upon trial of a battle in this guise, that Ardan Canileo shall combat Amadis of Gaul. If he conquer or slay him, the land shall be free, and he shall be allowed to carry his head to the boiling lake. If he be conquered or slain himself, the land shall be yours, and King Ardan of North Wales and Angriote of Estravaus shall be delivered. They shall be brought hither, and if Amadis loves them, as they believe, and will fulfill the hope they have in him, he will accept the battle to deliver to such friends. If he be conquered, Ardan Canileo will still hold them prisoners, and if he will not accept the defiance, he shall presently see their heads cut off before him. Good damsel, quoth Amadis, if I accept the battle, how shall the king be certain that the terms will be accomplished? She answered, the fair Madasima, with 12 damsels of great birth, will put themselves as prisoners in the queen's power, in security that the terms shall be observed. Otherwise they are content to lose their heads, and they demand no other assurance than that she may carry away your head if you be overcome. And moreover, the old giant Andanguel and his 2 sons will enter the king's prisons, and 9 knights beside, who have the towns and castles of the island in their keeping. Said Amadis, if this be done, the security is sufficient, but from me you shall have no answer unless you and your squires come and eat with me. Why do you invite us? Quoth she. This is no wisdom, your trouble will all be lost, for I hate you to death. Good damsel, said Amadis, I am sorry therefore, for I love you, and will show you all the honour that I can. If you desire to be answered, you must grant this. I grant it, quoth she, more to get my answer than for any good will. Then said Amadis, good damsel, to venture myself for 2 such friends, and to increase the dominions of the king is a just thing, and therefore I undertake the battle in the name of God. Let therefore those whom you have named come as hostages. Truly you have answered to my will, replied the damsel, but let the king promise that if you fail to perform your word, he will never protect you against the kindred of Famongomadan. That promise, quoth Amadis, may be excused. The king would have no one in his company who lacked truth. Now let us go eat, for it is time. I will go, and more joyfully than I expected. Tomorrow Madasima and her damsels will be here, and the knights will put themselves in the king's hands, for Ardan Canileo would have the battle without delay. But you must give him a safe conduct from all but Amadis, whose head he will take from hence. Don Bruneo of Bonamar answered, Lady damsel, sometimes it happens that he who thinks to take away another's head loses his own, and so it may fall out to Ardan Canileo. Amadis besought him to be silent, but the damsel replied to Bruneo, Who are you who speak for Amadis? A knight, quoth he, who would willingly bear a part in the battle if Ardan Canileo will bring a companion. She answered, You may be excused from that battle, but if you are desirous of combat, after that is finished I will produce a brother of mine to answer you, as much the mortal enemy of Amadis as you are his friend, and one who will prevent you from taking up the quarrel again. Good damsel, quoth Don Bruneo, your brother had need be, as you boast, to perform all that you have promised. See, here is my gage that I defy him. And he stretched out the end of his cloak towards the king. The damsel took a silver net from her head. Here, sir, you see mine that I will make good my words. The king took the pledges, though against his will, for he thought the combat of Amadis against Ardan Canileo enough to trouble him, for that enemy was so dreadful that for 4 years he had found no knight hardy enough to do battle against him. This being settled, Amadis took the damsel to his lodgings, which he ought not to have done, for the best castle in his father's lands, and to do her more honour he lodged her in the chamber where Gandalin kept his arms and accoutrements. She, looking round, saw the sword of Amadis, and seeing how strange a one it was, she told her 2 squires, and the others who were present, to leave her alone for a little while. When they were gone she drew the sword, and leaving the sheath and belt so that the theft might not be discovered, she wrapped it under her mantle. Then opening the door, she gave it secretly to one of her squires under his cloak, and bade him carry it to the vessel. This she spake softly, then spake aloud, Go bring me my cup. And all present thought that the squire was sent for that. Then Amadis and Branfil entered, and they made the damsel be seated on the estrado. And Amadis asked at what hour of the morrow Madasima would arrive. Before breakfast. But why ask you? Because we would go out to receive her, and show her every honour, that if she have received any displeasure from me, I may make her such amends as she shall demand. If you keep your promise, quoth she, and Ardan Canelio be what he hath been in arms, you will give her your head for amends. Any other amends will be good for little. That, said Amadis, I shall keep if I can, but if it could be, I should gladly obtain her pardon. With that he went out, leaving Enil and others to attend her, but she was so desirous to be gone, that the number of dishes provoked her, and as soon as the cloths were removed she rose and said to Enil, Knight, tell Amadis that I am gone, and that all the pains he has taken to please me are lost. God save me, quoth Enil, as I believe it, and whoever should strive to please such a one as you would lose his pains. She answered, You please me little, and he still less. Enil replied, Neither he nor I, nor any one else, can like so insolent a damsel. With these words they parted. The damsel entered the ship, glad for the sword which she had stolen, and she told Ardan Canelio and Madasima how she had sped. Ardan thanked her for what she had done, and he said to Madasima, My lady, account me not for a knight if I do not bring you back with honour. And if I give you not the head of Amadis in less time than a man can go half a league, how swift soever he be, never grant me your love. She answered him not, for albeit she greatly desired vengeance for the death of her father and her brother, yet for nothing in the world would she have seen herself married to Ardan Canelio, for she was fair and noble, and he foul and deformed and hideous, that there was none like him, and this agreement was made at her mother's will, not at her own, who had promised, if he would defend and revenge her, to give him Madasima, and leave him all her lands. Now, whereas this Ardan Canelio was a knight famous in the world, and of great prowess, the history shall tell you of what land he was native, and the fashion of his body and face, and what else to him appertaineth. Know then that he was born in the province called Canelio, of the blood of the giants, who abound there more than in other parts. He was not unreasonably great of body, albeit exceeding in stature any man who was not a giant. His limbs were large, and his breast broad, and his shoulders square, and his hands and legs proportioned. His face was large and flat, and like a dog, wherefore he was called Canelio, and his nose was flat and spreading, and his colour purple, freckled with black spots, which were all over his face and neck and hands. His look was fierce like a lion, and his lips were thick and curling out, and his hair so woolly that it could scarcely be combed, and the beard like it. He was now 35 years old, and for 10 years past neither knight nor giant had been able to withstand him, and so bony was he that there was scarcely a horse could carry his weight. When the insolent damsel heard him promise the head of Amadis to Madasima, she said to him, We may well hope so, sir, since fortune already shows herself adverse to your enemy. Here is his good sword which I bring you, which could not have been gained for you without great mystery of his ill fate, and your good fortune. Then she gave it him, and related how she had stolen it. He took it and replied, I thank thee for the gift, more for the good manner in which you took it, than for any fear I have of a battle against a single knight. Then he ordered tents to be taken from the ship, and pitched in a plain near the town, and there they all went with their horses and palfreys, and the arms of Ardan Canileo, expecting the next day to appear before King Lisuarte. Right joyful was Ardan that the combat was thus appointed, and for two reasons. The one, because he made no doubt that he should carry off the head of Amadis, who being so famous, all his glory would remain upon him, and the other because he should win the fair Madasima, whom he loved so well. Meantime Amadis was with his friends, who greatly feared this combat, so dangerous did they esteem it. Presently Agrayes and Don Florestan and Galvanes Lackland and Don Guilan the Pensive came in, knowing nothing of what had passed, for they had been hunting in the forest. But when they heard how the combat had been appointed, they complained that it had not been fixed for a greater number of knights, that they might have entered it. And he who most passionately lamented this was Don Guilan, who had heard how Ardan Canileo was the strongest of any knight in arms, and the most powerful, and it grieved him to death, for he thought that Amadis would never escape with life from him, fighting him man to man in lists, and he greatly wished to share his fortune if Ardan had brought a companion. Don Florestan too exclaimed in great anger, As God shall save me, brother, you think me of no account as a knight, for you do not love me, since you did not remember me on such an occasion. You make me perceive that it is bootless to accompany you longer, for you always withhold me from such perils. Agrayes also, and Don Galvanes, complained in the like manner. Sirs, quoth Amadis, you blame me with little cause. The combat was demanded of me alone, so that without showing cowardice I could not otherwise have answered. Else, if I might have had assistance, whom else should I have looked to but you, whose great valour might have aided mine in danger? Thus having excused himself, he said, It will be well that we ride forward tomorrow before the king goes forth, to meet Madasima, who is greatly esteemed by all who know her. In the morning they apparelled themselves richly, and having heard mass, mounted on palfreys, and rode to receive Madasima. Don Bruneo of Bonamar went with them, and his brother Branfil and Enil, who was a goodly knight and of great worth, and of cheerful heart, so that he was beloved and esteemed by all. So they were 8 companions, and as they drew nigh the tents they saw Madasima coming, and Ardan Canileo and their company. Madasima was arrayed in black, mourning for her father and brother, but her beauty was so lively and excellent that it was a marvel, and her damsels went near her all dressed in the same cloth. Ardan Canileo led her bridle, and there came the old giant and his sons, and the 9 knights who were to be hostages. As they drew near to each other, the knights made their obeisance, and she in like manner bowed to them with good semblance. Then Amadis approached her and said, Lady, if you are praised it is with great reason I see, and happy ought he to be esteemed who is allowed to honour and serve you. That would I willingly do, in what it might please you to command me. Ardan Canileo, who looked at him and saw how handsome he was, so that he had seen none like him, was nothing pleased at this. Knight, quoth he, give back, and dare not speak to one whom you know not. It is that we may know her and serve her, replied Amadis, that we are come. And who are you? cried Ardan scornfully. Let me know if you are worthy to serve her. Such as I am, quoth Amadis, I have the will to serve her, and shall not cease to have that will, however unworthy I may be. And since you ask who I am, tell me who you are. I am Ardan Canileo, who can better serve her in a day than you can in your whole life, though you were of twice your worth. That may well be, but your great service would not proceed from so good a heart as my trifling one. This is plain from your pride and evil mind. Know that I am Amadis of Gaul, of whom you have demanded battle. if I have offended and grieved that lady by doing that which without great shame I could not have left undone, right willingly would I atone for it by some good service. Ardan Canelio answered, if you dare perform your promise, certainly she shall receive atonement with your head, which I will give her. That amends, quoth Amadis, she shall not have with my good pleasure, but she shall receive a greater, for I will break off your marriage. No man can so lack judgment as to hold it good that your beauty and hers should be united. At this Madasima, being nothing displeased, laughed a little, and her damsels likewise, but Ardan became so wrath that his whole body shook, and his face became so exceeding terrible, that many thought Amadis was nothing in comparison with him, and that this would without doubt be his last battle, and the last day of his life. Thus they proceeded till they came before the king, to whom Ardan Canelio said, you see here the knights ready to become your hostages, if Amadis dare keep his word. Then Amadis came forth and answered, you see me here, let the battle be without delay, and I tell you that though I had not promised it, I would undertake it now solely to save Madasima from so monstrous a marriage. But let King Arban of North Wales and Angriote of Estravaus be brought here, that they may be delivered if I conquer. They shall come, replied Ardan, but let Madasima be where she may see the combat and the vengeance which I shall take for her. So the old giant and his sons and the 9 knights put themselves in the king's power, and Madasima and the damsels went to the queen, and so meekly and decorously did Madasima demean herself, that albeit by her means Amadis was brought into this great danger, yet were they greatly pleased with her, and did her all honour. But Oriana and Mabilia, seeing the fierceness of Ardan Canelio, were greatly affrighted, and retired in great fear and weeping to their chamber, for they thought the strength of Amadis was not enough to resist that devil, yet did they remember his good fortune, how often it had brought him off with honour, and Mabilia comforted her friend the best she could. The following day was appointed for the battle. King Lisuarte ordered his huntsmen and bowyers to surround the lists with chains and stakes, that neither knights might lose honour by the fault of his horse. The lists were before the palace, and when Oriana saw them preparing them from her window, the thought of how great a danger was there designed for her Amadis so overpowered her that she fell almost senseless in Mabilia's arms. Lisuarte went to the lodgings of Amadis, where many knights were with him, and said to him, that as the queen and his daughter and Queen Briolania and the other dames and damsels would pass that night in the chapel, beseeching God to preserve their knight, he would have him return in his company to the palace, and with him Florestan and Agrayes and Don Galvanes and Guilan and Enil, and that there they should regale themselves, and he desired Amadis to send his armour to the chapel, that he might arm himself tomorrow before the Virgin Mary, so that she and her glorious son might be his protectors. They went therefore with the king, and Amadis ordered Gandalin to carry his arms thither as Lisuarte had advised, but he, taking them in obedience, missed the sword from the scabbard, whereat so amazed was he, and exceeding sorrowful, that he wished himself dead, not only because the loss fell out at a time of such danger, but because he held it as a sign that his master's death was nigh at hand. He sought for it everywhere, and inquired of all who might know anything, but when he could learn no tidings he was on the point of throwing himself from a window, if the thought had not come upon him that in that case he should destroy his soul. Forthwith in trouble of heart he went to the palace, and calling Amadis apart said to him, Cut off my head, sir, for I am a traitor to you, and if you do not kill me I must slay myself. How now, quoth Amadis, are you mad? or what mishap is this? Better, sir, he said, that I were mad or dead, than that such a mishap should have befallen. I have lost your sword. It has been stolen from the scabbard. Is it for this you are so distressed? Replied Amadis. I thought something worse had chanced. Trouble yourself no more. There will be no want of another, wherewith God will assist me, if it be his good pleasure. But though he spake thus to comfort Gandalin, yet was he grieved at heart for the loss of that sword, as well for the lack of it now in such need, being one of the best in the world, as because he had won it by the force of his true love, and it was a comfort to him to look at it, and remember that when he was absent from his lady. Howbeit he bade Gandalin say nothing thereof to any person, but bring him the scabbard, and he bade him learn of the queen if he could have the sword which Don Guilan had brought there together with his own arms, and if he could see Oriana, he made him request her in his name that she would be somewhere where he might see her when he was in the lists, for the sight of her would make him become conqueror in that or in a worse danger. Gandalin went to perform his bidding, and the queen commanded the sword should be given him, but Briolania and Olinda said to him, Ah, Gandalin, what think you can your master do against that devil? He answered smiling, and with a cheerful countenance, Ladies, this is not the first perilous enterprise which he hath undertaken, and as God has hitherto preserved him, so he will now. God grant it, cried they. Then went he to Mabilia and told her what his master requested of Oriana, and then returned to Amadis, and said that all things were done as he desired, whereat he had great pleasure and took more courage, knowing that his lady would be where he might see her from the lists. Amadis then took the king aside and said to him, Sir, I have lost my sword, and knew it not till now. They have stolen it and left the sheath. The king was grieved thereat, and answered him, Although I had determined and promised never to give my sword to any knight who was to fight man to man before me, yet will I now give it to you, remembering how many dangers you have encountered for my sake. God forbid, quoth Amadis, that I who ought to maintain your royal word should make you break it, and that too when you have pledged it before so many good men. The tears came into Lisuarte's eyes, and he said, Such a man are you for maintaining justice and right, but what will you do? I have here the sword which was laid in the ark with me, which Don Guilan brought hither. Herewith, and with your prayers to the Lord which will avail before him, I may be assisted. Then he placed the sword in the sheath, which became it well, although the sword was somewhat short, and the king was glad he took the sheath because of its virtue, which would protect him from exceeding heat or cold, for the bones of the serpents whereof it was made were of such a constellation. But of very different goodness was this sword from the other. Thus they passed that day till it was the hour of sleep, and then all those knights had their arms around the king's bed. But all that night Ardan Canelio had merrymaking in his tents, with music and dancing, and ever at the end of his song his people all cried out, Come morning come, and let the day be clear, that Ardan Canelio may perform what he has promised to the fair Madasima. But it fell out otherwise than they expected. That night Amadis slept in the king's chamber, but the sleep which he slept was of no avail, for presently at midnight he rose without speaking, and went to the chapel, and having awakened the chaplain confessed all his sins to him, and there they both were before the altar of the Virgin Mary, making prayers, and beseeching her to be his patroness in this battle. When it was dawn, the king and those other knights arose, and heard mass, and Amadis was armed by such knights as well knew how to do it. But before his breastplate was put on, Mabilia came up and hung round his neck certain relics shrined with gold, saying that the queen her mother had sent them to her by the damsel of Denmark, but it was not so, for Elisena had given them to Amadis when she knew him for her son, and he gave them to Oriana when he delivered her from Archelaus. When he was armed they brought him a goodly horse, which Corisanda had sent with other presents to her friend Florestan. Florestan carried his lance, and Don Guilan his shield, and Don Bruneo his helmet, and the king went before on a great horse, holding a wand in his hand. All the people of the court and town were assembled about the lists to see the battle, and the dames and damsels were at the windows, and the fair Oriana and Mabilia were at their chamber window, and with the queen were Briolania and Madasima and other princesses. As Amadis came up to the lists, they loosened one of the chains, and he entered and took his arms, and as he put on his helmet he looked at his lady, and felt therewith such strength as though no one in the world could withstand him. Then the judges entered the field, who were to assign to each his right. They were 3 in number, that good old man Don Grumedan, who was well skilled in such things, and Don Quadragante, who was now the king's vassal, and Brandoyuas. Then came Ardan Canelio, well armed, and upon a great horse. His harness was of thick mail, and his shield and helmet were of steel, so polished that it was bright like looking glass, and he had girded at his side the good sword of Amadis, which the damsel had stolen, and he bent his huge lance as if he would have broken it, and thus he entered the lists. When Oriana saw him, she said in great agony, Ah, my friend, how fierce and terribly my death approaches, unless God in his mercy prevent it. Leave this, quoth Mabilia, and make good cheer, for so shall you encourage your friend. Then Don Grumedan led Amadis to one end of the lists, and Brandoyuas placed Ardan Canelio at the other, with their horses' heads fronting each other, and Quadragante, at an equal distance between them, held a trumpet in his hand to sound the signal. Amadis, who was looking at his lady, exclaimed, What is Quadragante about that he does not blow the trumpet? Quadragante then blew the blast, and the 2 knights ran full speed, and encountered lance against shield so fiercely that the lances shivered, and they hurtled with such force that the horse of Ardan Canelio fell and broke his neck and died, and the horse of Amadis broke his shoulder and could not rise. Amadis presently arose, though with some difficulty, for a truncheon of the lance was sticking in his shield, and through the lappets of his armour, though it had not reached the flesh, he plucked it out, and laid hand to sword, and made at Ardan, who had risen hardly, and was adjusting his helmet. But Ardan seeing his approach drew his sword, and they joined battle so furiously that there was not a man who saw them but was greatly amazed, for their strokes fell so fierce and so fast that flames of fire seemed to proceed from their helmets and swords as if they burnt, and chiefly from the shield of Ardan Canelio, for that being of steel, and the blows of Amadis so rapid and heavy, it appeared as if the whole shield and arm were in a blaze of fire, but the great hardness of the shield protected him and saved his body, which was to the mortal evil of Amadis. For as his arms were not so good, and as Ardan had one of the best swords in the world, never blow reached him that did not pierce through and reach his flesh, so that in many parts the blood ran down, and his shield was all hacked. The sword of Amadis could make no impression upon the shield and helmet of his enemy, and though his own harness was of thick and strong mail, it was pierced in more than 10 places, and the blood streamed from them all. What then most profited Amadis was his activity, for by that he made Ardan miss all his heaviest blows, though Ardan was well practised and expert with the sword. Thus they continued till the hour of tierce, striking and foining, and grappling and struggling so manfully that Ardan Canileo was in great amazement, for he had never before found knight nor giant so strong as to resist him thus much, and what made him doubt the issue was, that he always found his antagonist more active and stronger than at the beginning, whereas he himself waxed weary and faint, being full of blood. Then Madasima knew that he had boasted vainly when he promised to conquer Amadis before the swiftest footman could run half a league, whereat she was little grieved, nor would she though Ardan were to lose his own head there, for such was her mind, that she would rather lose all her lands than be joined in marriage with such as he. The knights still continued in battle, striking at each other in every part where they could work most harm, each striving for the other's death, and if Amadis had then had arms good as his own activity and breath, Ardan could not have held the field against him, but all his efforts were now needed, for his arms were broken, and his shield broken, and the blood flowing from many wounds, and he had to deal with a knight fierce and strong in battle. When Oriana saw him in such plight, her heart failed her for sore anguish, and she threw herself upon the ground, and beat her face, thinking that Amadis was come to his death. Mabilia seeing this, notwithstanding her own exceeding trouble, put on an appearance of much anger, and told her that at such a time and in such danger she ought not to forsake her lover, and because she could not endure to see his danger, Mabilia made her stand with her back to the window that Amadis might see her long hair. At this time Brandoyuas, who was one of the judges, said, I am grieved to see the arms and shield of Amadis so battered. And I, quoth Grumedan, am much troubled. Sirs, said Quadragante, I have proved Amadis in combat, and his strength seems to double while he fights, and of all knights whom I have seen, he endures the best, and is the best breathed. He is now in his full strength, which is not the case with Ardan. If any fault be in Amadis, it is that he is too eager. He should suffer his enemy to press on him, and then his own weight would weary Ardan, but his great courage will not let him thus spare himself. When Oriana and Mabilia heard these words, they were greatly comforted, but Amadis, who had seen his lady retire from the window, knew that it was for sorrow at beholding him, and he made a blow at Ardan with exceeding fury, and smote him so rudely upon the helmet that he brought him down upon one knee. But that blow was so mighty, and the helmet so hard, that the sword broke in 3 pieces, and a piece only remained in his hand. Then was Amadis in all fear of death, and they who beheld him expected his death also. When Ardan saw this he rose and drew back, and took his shield by the straps, and brandishing his sword, cried aloud to Amadis, Look, here is the good sword which thou hast won to thy own destruction. Look at it, this is it, and thou shalt die by it. Come, Lady Madasima, come to the window and you shall behold the full vengeance which I will give you. When Madasima heard this she fell at the queen's feet, and besought her to protect her from Ardan, which, said she, you may lawfully do, for Ardan promised to win the battle before a man could run half a league, and it has now lasted 4 hours. I hear you, replied Brisena, and will do what is just. But when Amadis saw in what plight he stood, his arms in pieces, and without a sword, he remembered the words of Urganda, when she told him that he would give half the world if it were his, so that that sword were sunk in a lake, and he looked toward Oriana's window, and seeing her back towards him, knew why she had turned away, and his courage revived, so that he resolved to die rather than fail to do his utmost. He made at Ardan Canileo as if he were about to strike him. Ardan raised his sword and awaited him, and struck at him as he came up, but Amadis bent aside and closed with him so close that Ardan could not interpose his sword, and he seized the shield by the rim, and plucked it with such force that he tore it from his arm, and well nigh brought him to the ground. Then he drew back, and put that shield upon his own arm, and took up the truncheon of a lance which had its point, and again turned to Ardan, being now defended by Ardan's shield. Ardan in great fury for this loss ran at him, thinking to smite him on the helmet. Amadis caught the blow upon his shield, and though it was of fine steel, such was the temper of that good sword, that it pierced through the rim and entered 3 fingers depth, and with the broken lance Amadis wounded him in the right arm by the wrist, thrusting the iron half through between the 2 bones. Therewith Ardan lost all power to pluck the sword out, and Amadis forced it from his hand. If he was then right glad and satisfied, need neither be asked nor said. He cast away the broken lance, and drew the sword from the shield, thanking God for his mercy. Mabilia, who beheld, caught hold of Oriana, and made her turn and see her lover obtain this victory over so imminent a danger. Ardan Canileo grew faint as he beheld his death at hand. Howbeit he attempted to recover the shield in the like manner as he had lost it, but Amadis smote him upon the left shoulder, and cut through armour and flesh and bone. Ardan felt the use of his arm was gone, and he fled round the lists, fearing that good sword. Amadis followed close and caught him by the helmet, and plucked it off, and brought him to the ground at his feet, then knelt upon him and cut off his head, to the great joy of all, especially of King Arban of North Wales and Angriote, who had endured great agony while they witnessed the danger of Amadis. Then Amadis cast the head out of the lists, and he dragged the body to a rock and threw it into the sea. Then he wiped the blood from his sword, and placed it in its sheath. The king sent him a horse, on which he rode well accompanied to his lodging, but he was sore wounded and had lost much blood. With him he took King Arban and Angriote, whom he had delivered from their cruel chains. Brisena sent for her nephew Arban, and Angriote remained in the chamber of his true friend Amadis, and there were they both healed. And they were lovingly visited there by many knights and dames and damsels of the court, and his cousin Mabilia came to Amadis, and brought with her that true medicine wherewith his heart could heal all lesser evils. End of chapter 19. Book 2, Chapter 20 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira, translated by Robert Southey. Book 2, Chapter 20. How the battle was performed between Don Bruneo of Bonamar and Madaman the Envious, brother to the insolent damsel, and of the confusion which was occasioned by envy among the friends of Amadis, for which Amadis forsook the court of King Lisuarte. On the day after the battle, Don Bruneo of Bonamar appeared before the king, and there he found the insolent damsel, who said that her brother was ready to do combat with him, and take that poor vengeance for Ardan Canileo. Forthwith they armed and went to the field, Don Bruneo accompanied by many good knights, and Madaman the Envious, for so he was called, by them who bore his arms. At the first encounter Madaman was thrown and Bruneo slightly hurt in the breast. He kept his seat, but when he turned the reins Madaman cried out to him, sword in hand, Don Bruneo, if you would lose not your horse, alight or let me mount. Take your own choice, quoth Bruneo. Alight then, said Madaman, for being of huge stature he thought to have the advantage afoot. Then began a brave battle, and while they were thus engaged there happened a strange thing, whereby it was manifested that beasts know their masters, for the horses being loose in the field attacked each other, fighting with their feet and teeth so furiously that all were amazed thereat, and this lasted till Madaman's horse being no longer able to hold out ran away, and in his fear leaped over the barriers, the which all they who wished for the victory of Bruneo held as a good sign. And turning their eyes now to the two combatants, they saw how Don Bruneo pressed upon the enemy hard, so that Madaman drew back and said, "Why do you fatigue yourself? Is not the day long enough? Hold a while and let us rest. Look at your arms and the blood which you have lost, and you will find it needful." "Madaman," quoth he, "if our combat were of another nature you should find in me all courtesy, but for this pride and hatred I will not suffer thee to rest, and show thy own faint-heartedness, lest my own fame should be lessened." With that he pressed upon him, and foined so fast at him that Madaman had enough to do to defend himself from the blows, and he thinking he might protect himself better among the rocks, drew back towards the cliff, and there he stood upon the edge, being affrighted at the depth, till Bruneo came up, and with his shield in hand thrust him over, so that he was all shattered before he reached the water. Then Bruneo knelt and returned thanks to God. But when Matalesa, the insolent damsel, beheld the fall of her brother, she ran furiously to the cliff and looked over, and seeing the bloody fragments floating on the waves, she caught up his sword which he had dropped, and cried, "Here where the blood of my uncle Ardan Canileo and my brother has been shed, shall mine be shed also, that my soul may be with theirs," and she ran herself through, and fell backward into the sea. Don Bruneo then rode to the lodgings of Amadis, and his bed was placed by the beds of Amadis and Angriote, and there were they all healed, and during their confinement the knights and ladies of the court often went there to amuse them. Now Briolania, perceiving that the malady of her love increased, with the advice of Amadis departed for her own kingdom, but she determined first to see the wonders of the Firm Island, and prove the forbidden chamber. So she took Enil with her, and promised to tell Oriana all that she should see there, as shall be related hereafter. As this history now proceeds, you will see the little power of human wisdom, when it pleases God to leave man to himself. You have heard how King Lisuarte, being a prince, and possessing nothing but his arms and his horse, and going about with only a few servants seeking adventures, came to Denmark, where Brisena, the king's daughter, preferred him to all her many suitors, and chose him for her husband. This was his first good fortune, but ere long his brother died, and he became king of Great Britain, and subdued other kingdoms, and the sons of kings and princes and dukes abode in his court, so that his name was famous above all emperors and kings in the world. Now there were 2 knights in his court who had served his brother King Falangris, and for this, and because of their age more than for their goodness, they were of Lisuarte's council. The one was named Brocadan, the other Gandandel. This Gandandel had 2 sons who were thought passing good knights in arms, before Amadis and those of his lineage arrived there, whose exceeding worth and courage had now made them be forgotten. On this account Gandandel, neither fearing God nor regarding his duty to the king, nor the good deeds done by Amadis to himself, devised in his evil heart a foul treason. He led the king apart and said to him, "Sir, I have long forborne to speak to you upon this matter, hoping some other remedy might be devised, and therein have I greatly sinned against you, but I should sin both against you and God if I were longer to keep silence, and I have been always careful to preserve my soul and honour, and do evil to no one, so that my judgment is free from all passion. You know, sir, what great quarrels have subsisted between the kingdoms of Gaul and Great Britain, because that country ought to be subject to this as all the other neighbouring countries are, and this is an evil which will never be thoroughly healed till it be so. But now Amadis, who is not only a native of Gaul, but the chief person of his lineage, is come hither with his kinsmen, and has acquired such power that the kingdom is in his hand, as if he were right heir thereto. True it is that from him and his friends I have never received any wrong, but great honour and pleasure. But you are my natural lord, and I must discharge my duty, lest I fall into a wretched plight in this world, and my soul be cast into hell in the other. The king, without any seeming alteration, answered him, These knights have already served me well to my honour and profit, so that I cannot think of them otherwise than well. Sir, quoth Gandandel, that is the worst sign, for if they did anything against your service you would be upon your guard against them, but the treachery is concealed under their good services. Thus have you heard all the talk, for the king answered nothing farther. But Gandandel took counsel with his brother Brocadan, whose evil mind was like his own, and they two, both working upon the king to the same effect, wrought in him a great change against those who had done him such services, so that he seemed to have forgotten how Galaor rescued him from the 10 knights of Arcalaus, and Amadis from the arms of Madanfabul, although in both cases they saved his life and his kingdoms. So much was Lisuarte moved thereby that he now began to hate Amadis and his friends, and he left off visiting Amadis where he lay wounded, and would pass by his lodgings without asking how he fared. All who saw this novelty marvelled much thereat, and they sometimes talked concerning it before Amadis, but he, knowing his own true meaning, would not believe but that the king also was like himself, and that business occupied him, and this he said to his friends, and particularly to Angriote of Estravaus, who was the most troubled. While things were in this state, King Lisuarte sent for Madasima and her damsels, and the old giant and his sons, and the 9 knights whom he held as hostages, and he told them that if they did not forthwith cause the island of Mongaza to be given up to him according to terms, he would have their heads cut off, which when Madasima heard, the tears came abundantly, and not knowing what to reply, her flesh all shook with exceeding fear. But Andaguel the old giant replied, that if he would send him with a certain force he would cause the island to be surrendered to him, or else return again. The king therefore dismissed him with this force, and Madasima returned to prison, accompanied by many knights, among whom was Don Galvanes Lackland. He, beholding the tears on that fair face, was moved to exceeding pity, and yielded up that liberty which he had before preserved, and without delay speaking apart to her, he opened his heart and said, that if it please her to marry him, he would so deal that both her life and lands should be safe. Madasima, who knew well his great worth, and of what lineage he was nothing averse. Then Galvanes knelt down and kissed her hand, and it was not long before he acquainted Amadis and Agrayes of his love, and besought them to enable him to perform what he had promised as they regarded his life. They, marvelling at this sudden change, told him that, considering his good services to King Lisuarte, what he required was a little thing, especially as the lordship of the island would remain to the king, and Amadis promised, as soon as he could ride, to request the boon for him. Meantime Gandandel often went to visit Amadis with semblance of great regard, and always spoke to him of the king as being changed, and warned him to beware of him lest some evil should happen, which, said the old traitor, would be a great grief to me, because of the many favours I and my sons have received at your hands. But never could he kindle any wrath or suspicion in the mind of Amadis, though he persisted so that Amadis grew angry at him, and told him to say no more, for if all in the world were to tell him so, he never would believe that so wise and good a king could be moved against one, who sleeping and waking had no thought of anything but his service. After some days, when the 3 knights were healed of their wounds, they rode out one morning, being richly apparelled, and after hearing mass went to the palace, where they were right welcomed by all except by the king, who neither looked at them nor received them as he was wont. Amadis did not conceive that this proceeded from any ill will, but that traitor Gandandel came up to him, and embracing him, said with a smile, "People are sometimes not believed when they tell the truth." Amadis made him no answer, and he seeing how Angriote and Don Bruneo were offended that Lisuarte did not notice them, went up to the king and said, so that no one could hear him, "Do you not see, sir, how those knights look towards you?" Lisuarte did not reply, and Amadis then, who suspected no evil, came up with Galvanes and Agrayes and said courteously, "Sir, if it please you, we would speak with you, and let whom you will be present." The king said, Gandandel and Brocadan. Thereat was Amadis well pleased, for he believed them to be his true friends. Then they went together into a garden, where the king seated himself under a tree, and they round about him, and Amadis said, "Sir, it has not been my fortune to serve you according to my good will, yet though I may not have deserved it, relying upon your virtue and great nobleness, I venture to ask a boon, which shall be to your service, and wherein you shall show great courtesy and do what is right." "Certes," said Gandandel, "if it be as you say, you ask a fair boon, but let the king know what you would have." "Sir," replied Amadis, "what I and Agrayes and Galvanes, who have served you also, now request is the island of Mongaza, that reserving to yourself the lordship, you would give it with Madasima in marriage to Don Galvanes, wherein you will show favour to him who is of such lineage and hath no lands, and will gain a good vassal for yourself, and also deal courteously with Madasima, who by us hath been disherited." Gandandel and Brocadan, hearing this, looked at the king, and made signs to him that he should not grant it, but he remained silent for a while, calling to mind the great worth of Galvanes, and the services which he had received from him, and how Amadis had won that island with the extreme peril of his life, and knowing also that what they asked was a reasonable and becoming thing, and just, but because his will was perverted he answered as one who had no inclination to consent, "He is not wise who asks for what he cannot have. I say this with respect to you, for you ask that which 5 days ago I promised the queen for her daughter Leonoreta." This answer he made to excuse himself, not because it was true. At this Gandandel and Brocadan were well pleased, and made signs to him that he had said well, but Agrayes, whose heart was warm, when he heard with how little courtesy the king had refused them, would not keep silence. "You make us feel, sir," quoth he, "that our services will profit us little here. If my advice be taken, our lives shall be differently employed." "Nephew," exclaimed Galvanes, "services are worth little when they are done to those who know not how to reward them. Men should look where they bestow them." "Sirs," quoth Amadis, "do not complain that the king cannot give you what he hath already promised to another. I will ask the king to give you Madasima, and let him keep the land, and I will give you the Firm Island, till the king shall have something else to bestow upon you." The king answered, "Madasima is in my prison in hostage for her lands, and if they be not surrendered, I will have her head cut off." Then Amadis replied, "Of a truth, sir, you should have answered us more courteously, and you would not have committed this wrong if you had known us better." "If I do not know you," said Lisuarte, "the world is wide enough. Go through it, and look for those who may know you better." "Certes, sir," quoth Amadis, "till now I had thought there was no king in the world who had wisdom such as yours, but seeing how strangely different you are from what I believed, since you are in this new mood, we must seek a new way of life." Lisuarte answered, "Do your own will as I shall mine," and he rose angrily and went to the queen. Gandandel and Brocadan commended him much for what he had done in thus dismissing such dangerous enemies, and he told Brisena all that had passed and how he rejoiced thereat. But But she told him that what he rejoiced at was to her cause for sorrow, for Amadis and his friends had ever served him faithfully and well, and that other knights seeing how they were recompensed would have great reason to seek one who would know and reward them better. Say no more, cried he, I know what I am doing, and remember to say what I tell you, that you asked that island for Leonoreta, and that I have given it her. I will do as you command me, replied Brisena, but God grant that it come to good. Amadis returned to his lodging in a more melancholy mood than he was wont. He would say nothing to the knights of his company till he had spoken with Oriana, so calling Duran aside he bade him tell Mabilia that he must see Oriana that night, and that they should expect him by the watercourse in the garden. Then he ate and regaled with the knights as he used to do, and he desired them to assemble there on the morrow, for he had something to impart to them. When day was gone and night was come, after they had retired and all were at rest, he went with Gandalin to the watercourse, and having entered it, went forthwith to the chamber of Oriana, where she, with as true love, expected him. And being in her arms, she asked him why he had sent that message by Durin, and he told her all that had passed. Now, lady mine, said he, since it is so that for my honour I must depart, I beseech you do not command me otherwise, for I am more yours than my own, and if I am ashamed, the shame will be yours also. But Oriana, though she felt as though her heart were breaking, took courage as she could, and answered, True friend, with little reason can you complain of my father, for it is not him but me whom you have served. For my sake you abode here, and for my sake have done so many great actions, and from me you have had your guerdon, and shall have while I live. Yet should not my father have done thus, seeing what you have been to him. Howbeit, though your absence will be like as if my heart were breaking, I will regard reason more than my unbounded love. Do as you think best. My father will find when you are gone that all that is left will be to him cause of sorrow and evil. Amadis kissed her hands. My own true lady, many and great kindnesses have I received from you, which have saved me from death, but for this I thank you above all, inasmuch as honour is above all delights. Thus passed they that night mingling tears with their love, thinking of the long solitude that was to come, and towards daybreak Amadis rose. That dear cousin Mabilia and the damsel of Denmark went out with him, and he embraced them, and commended Oriana to their consolations, and so they parted weeping. Amadis went to his lodging, and slept the remainder of the night, and some part of the morning, but when it was time he arose, and the knights assembled. They heard mass and rode forth, and being assembled in the field he addressed them after this guise. It is notorious to you, good sirs and honourable knights, whether the affairs of King Lisuarte have prospered or declined since I and my brethren and friends for my sake came to Great Britain. I may therefore be excused from recalling what is past to your memory. This only I ought to say, that ye as well as myself might reasonably have expected great recompense, but either that fortune hath been using her accustomed inconstancy, or by the influence of evil counsellors, or perhaps because age hath altered the conditions of the king, we have found him different from what we expected. For when I myself and Agrayes and Don Galvanes besought him that he would give Madasima to Don Galvanes in marriage, and with her her lands in vassalage, he, nothing regarding the worth of this knight nor his high lineage, not only would not grant us the boon, but denied it in terms so discourteous and dishonourable, that because they proceeded from a tongue so true, and from a judgment so sound, I would not willingly repeat them, were not things at this extremity, that it cannot be excused. Know then, sirs, that towards the end of our talk, when we said to him that he did not know our services, he replied, the world was wide enough, and we might seek those who would know them better. So therefore, as we have hitherto obeyed him in concord and friendship, now must we in discord and enmity, fulfilling that which he thinks fitting. It seemed right to me that you should know this, because it not only concerns us in particular, but all in general. When these knights heard what Amadis had said, they were greatly astonished, and they talked one with another, and said that ill would their poor services be recompensed, when what Amadis and his brethren had done was so forgotten, so that their hearts were moved against the king, and Angriote of Estravaus, as one who had resolved to take his share in the good or evil which might befall Amadis, said to them, Sirs, I have long known the king, and have always seen him temperate in all his actions, and never moved without great and just cause. Therefore I cannot believe that this should proceed from his own nature or inclination, but from some meddling traitors who have bereft him of his wisdom. Not for this do I excuse the king. For many days I have seen him speak more with Gandandel and Brocadan than he was accustomed to do, they being false and treacherous men, and I believe that they have done this thing, hoping to obtain thereby for themselves and their sons that which they have never merited. And that you may see how the justice of God comes to pass, I will arm myself and challenge them for their villainy, which they have done to the king and to Amadis, and will do combat against them both, or against their sons in their stead, if they dare sustain their father's treason. Forthwith he would have departed, but Amadis withheld him, saying, God forbid, my true and loyal friend, that your life should be put in danger for an uncertain cause. I am certain, quoth Angriote, that it is as I say, by what I have long known of them, and if it pleases the king to speak truth, he will confirm it. If you love me, replied Amadis, let this rest at present, that the king may not be offended. If these men who seemed so friendly are indeed my enemies, that will be known hereafter, and then may you better proceed against them. Then Angriote, albeit unwillingly, consented to delay vengeance. Amadis then turned to the assembled knights and said, Sirs, I will take leave of the king and queen, if they choose to see me, and will go to the Firm Island, where they who shall please to live with me shall be partakers with me in all the honour and pleasures that I can command. The land is rich and aboundeth with all things. There is store of forests and of fair women. I have treasure enough for our wants. They who know us will come thither to see us, and strangers to demand our help, and there we may return from our adventures to recover strength. While my father King Perion lives, the kingdom of Gaul will not fail us, nor after his days. I have letters from the Lesser Britain telling me that they give me that land, that then you may esteem our own. I must remind you also of Scotland, the country of my cousin Agreus, and of Queen Briolania's kingdom, which will not fail us for weal or for woe. That you may say truly, Sir Amadis, quoth a knight present, whose name was Tantalis, and who was governor of that kingdom. So Bradisa and its fair queen, whom you have established there, will be always at your service. Now then, sir, cried Don Quadragante, take leave of the king, and then will it be seen who they are who love you, and will continue in your company. Amadis answered, greatly shall I esteem those who at this time will so honour me, yet do I not say that if they can profitably remain with the king, they should not do so, for of a truth so good a lord cannot soon be found. As they were thus talking, the king and Gandandel passed by with many other knights hawking with merlins, and sported near them a while without speaking to them or noticing them, and then returned to the palace. End of chapter 20.
Section 29. Book 2, Chapter 21 of Amadís of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Amadís of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira, translated by Robert Southey. Book 2, Chapter 21. How Amadis took leave of King Lisuarte, and with him 10 knights, his friends and kinsmen, who were the best and bravest of the court, and went their way to the Firm Island, where Briolania proved the adventures of the Arch of True Lovers and of the Forbidden Chamber, and how they determined to deliver Madasima and her damsels from the king's power. Then Amadis, taking with him all those knights, went to take leave of the king. They were in the palace, when they saw with how altered a countenance he entered, and at that hour, when the tables were placed, all drew nigh to hear what he would say. He being before the king spake thus: Sir, whether or not you have dealt ill with me, God and yourself can witness. Of this I say no more, for though my services may have been great, much greater was the will I had to requite those honours which I from you received. Yesterday you told me that I might go about the world and seek for one who would know me better, giving me to understand that what you wished was my departure from your court. Since this would please you, it becomes me so to do. I do not come to discharge myself of vassalage, for I never was subject to you, nor to any but God alone, but I take leave of that good will which you once manifested to honour and favour me, and of that great love wherewith I ever strove to requite and serve you. Then Don Galvanes also took leave, and Agrayes and Florestan, and Dragones and Palomir, who were cousins to Amadis, and Don Bruneo of Bonamar, and his brother Branfil, and Agriote, and Estravas, and Grinadin his brother, and Pinores his nephew. Don Quadragante then came before the king and said, Sir, I abode with you only at the request of Amadis, and because I have been yours for his sake for the same reason, I will continue so no longer. Small hope of recompense can there be for my poor services when he is so rewarded. For ill have you remembered how he saved you from the hands of Madenfabel, from whence none other could have saved you, and how he won for you that battle against King Cildadan, and how his brethren and kinsmen there shed their blood for you, how he delivered you from my enmity, and from Famangomadan and his son Basagante, who were the strongest giants in the world, and from Lindarac, who was so mighty a knight, and from Archelaus the enchanter. All this you have forgotten, but I tell you that had all we been in the field and Amadis away, how think you would it then have fallen out? The king answered, Don Quadragante, I well perceive by your words that you have no love towards me, neither are you so beholden to Amadis that you should desire his welfare. Perchance what you say of that is not so true as it sounds. Quadragante replied, You are of that same rank that you may say what pleases you, but sure am I that you will not move Amadis with mischief-making words as others have been moved, who will discover their error when too late. Then Landon came up and said, Sir, of all your household I could find no help or healing for my wounds, save only from Amadis, therefore shall I go with him, and with my uncle Don Quadragante. Certes, quoth Lisuarte, if you stayed I should not have a friend the more. Landon replied, Such as they are towards you will I be. At this time were assembled together in another part of the palace Don Brian of Monhaste, a right good knight, who was son of King Lazadan of Spain, and of a sister of King Perión, and Gandal and Ordelin, son to the Count of Orlanda, and Grandores, and Mandasil, he of the Silver Bridge, and Lizortan of the White Tower, and Ladadin of Farac, and Branfils the Haughty, and Don Garavante of the Perilous Vale. And when they saw how all those other knights were about to depart for the love of Amadis, they also went before the king and said, Sir, we came to your court to see Amadis and his brethren, and to obtain his friendship, and as he was the cause of our coming, so will he be that of our departure. These knights having departed, and there remaining no other, Amadis would have taken leave of the queen, but Lisuarte would not permit him, because she had always opposed this quarrel, so he sent his excuses by Don Grumedan. Then went he to his lodging, and after they had made their meal they all mounted, being fully armed. 500 knights were they in all, who followed Amadis, among whom were the sons of kings and of counts, and others who for their prowess as well as birth were renowned throughout all the world. Mabilia beheld them from a window of the queen's palace, in what order they went, their arms how rich they were, and how glittering in the sun, so that none who saw them depart but marvelled, and thought the king unhappy, that he would so lose such a knight and such a goodly company. Then Mabilia went to Oriana and said, Cease thy sorrow, and come look at your vassals, and let your heart rejoice that you have such a lover. For if till now he has lived the life of an errant knight, serving your father, now that he has left his service, he appears like a powerful prince, and that lady will redound to your honor. Oriana, being comforted by her words, looked at the company, subduing by her fortitude that grief and passion which tormented her heart. There went out with Amadis to honor him King Arban of North Wales, and Grumedan the queen's fosterer, and Brandoyuas, and Quinerante, and Giantes, the king's nephew, and Listeran the good jouster. All these rode with him apart from his company, and very sorrowful for his departure, and Amadis besought them that they would still be his friends so far as they could without breach of honor, for he should still esteem and love them as he had done, nor though the king had ceased to love him, having no cause for this change, should they do so likewise, nor for that cease to serve the king and honor him as for his worth he deserved. They answered that they should never cease to love him, however they were bound by loyalty to serve the king. Then said Amadis, I beseech you tell the king that what Urganda said before me is now made manifest, how I should gain for another, and my guerdon shall be wrath, and the long delay of my will. So has it come to pass, but the just judge of all will allot to every one his right. Don Grumedan cursed Urganda for prophesying so truly, and then they returned to the town. Presently Don Guilan came up, and he was in tears, and said, Sir, you know how it is with us, that I have neither will nor heart of my own, but must obey her, for whom I suffer so much, and she has forbidden me to follow you, and thus am I put to great shame. Now would I repay those honours which I have ever received from you and your brethren, but I may not. But Amadis, who knew the great and excessive love of this knight, and remembered how he had himself loved and obeyed Oriana, embraced him and said, Don Guilan, my friend, God forbid that a knight like you should disobey your lady. Not so would I advise you, nor so advising should I be your friend. Obey her and serve the king, and sure am I that you will keep your loyalty, and yet that I shall have in you the same friend. So Guilan answered, he trusted in God to serve him yet, and he took his leave. They rode on about 3 leagues to the shore where Amadis had ordered tents to be pitched. There they regaled that night, congratulating each other that they had not remained longer in the service of one so thankless. But Amadis felt his heart fail him, for he knew not when he should again see Oriana. In the morning they set forth again, and took the straight road to the Firm Island. On the day after Amadis had departed, the king, when mass was over, sate in his palace according to custom, and looked on one side and on the other, and beholding how desolate the place appeared, without those knights who were gone, he began to muse upon his own conduct, and was lost in thought. Gandandel and Brocadan, who knew what Angriote had said of them, when they saw him thus thoughtful, began to fear that he was ill satisfied with what had been done. Howbeit, as they could not now retreat, they resolved to push farther on, for this is the ill fate of all great errors. So Gandandel went up to Lisuarte and said to him, Henceforth, sir, you may rest secure, since those who could have injured you are dismissed from your service. The trouble of your state and household you may lay on us, and we will attend to it more carefully than to our own concerns. And when you think of the treasures which you must have bestowed upon those knights, but which are now your own, you should greatly rejoice. Lisuarte looked sternly at them and answered, I marvel much at what you say, that I should commit the management of my state and household to you, that I and those about me are not equal to the task. But you, in whom I did not perceive such great ability, are capable thereof. Even if you were, my vassals and household would be ill contented with the authority of such as you. You tell me too that I shall save the wealth which would else have been bestowed among those knights. I would know how it could be better employed than to my own honor and service. My honor was defended by it, my dominion increased, and so it at last returned to me again, for the wealth that it bestowed where it ought lies in a good treasury whence it can never be lost. No more of this, I shall not take your counsel. He then arose and called his huntsmen and went forth to the field, leaving them in amazement and great dismay. At this season arrived a damsel from Queen Brialana, with tidings of Oriana, whereat all greatly rejoiced, for that queen was much beloved by all. Lady, quoth she, I come from Briolana to tell you the wonders of the Firm Island, that you may know all, for I was witness. God grant long life to her, said Oriana, and good fortune to you for the trouble which you have taken. So all drew round to hear her. Then said the damsel, when Briolana and her company had arrived at the Firm Island, she was asked if she would attempt the Forbidden Chamber or the Arch of True Lovers, but she answered that she would leave those two profits till the last. Then they led us to a fair dwelling about a league from the castle, which, because of its goodly situation, was one of the chief habitations of Apolidon, and when it was dinner time, they led us to a great hall. At the one end thereof was a deep cave, so dark and fearful that none durst go nigh to it, and at the other end of the palace was a fair tower, where they led us, and we found the tables and benches placed by the windows, and from thence we could see all that passed below in the large hall. So there were we, well served by dames and damsels, and knights, and our people feasted below in the hall. But when the second service was brought in, loud hissings were heard from the cave, and a hot wind came forth therefrom, and there issued out a great serpent into the middle of the hall, so fierce and terrible that none dared look on him, and he breathed smoke from his mouth and nostrils, and lashed the ground with his tail, so that the whole palace shook. Presently 2 lions came out of the cave and attacked him, and began such a battle that there is not heart of man which would not have felt fear at beholding it. The knights and people fled with all speed from the table, and though the windows whereat we were very high, yet were we greatly terrified. Half an hour that battle lasted, till the lions were so wearied that they lay as though they were dead, and the serpent so exhausted that he could scarce draw breath. But after he had rested a little, he took one lion in his mouth and carried him into the cave, then returned for the other, and they were seen no more that day. The men of the island laughed at our fear, and assured us that they would appear no more that day. So we then seated to the tables and finished our meal. The next day they led us to a place still fairer, where we well feasted, and at night they showed us a rich chamber marvellously fair, where there was a rich and costly bed for Briolana, and other good ones for us. But about midnight the doors flew open with so great noise that we all awoke in terror, and a hart came in, having lighted candles upon his horns, so that the whole chamber was as light as day. One side of that hart was white as snow, and the neck and the head were black as pitch, and the one horn seemed gilt, and the other was red. 4 dogs pursued him in full cry, and behind them an ivory horn moved and sounded in the air as if a man were sounding it, and gave the proper sound of the chase, and cheered the dogs, so that they pursued the hart and allowed him no respite, and drove him from one part of the chamber to another, and sometimes they leaped over our beds, and sometimes they fell on them, so that we rose in our shifts and our hair hanging about, and fled from them, and some hid themselves under the beds, till the hart, finding no safety there, leaped through a window, and the dogs after him. Then were we right glad, and taking up the clothes which were thrown about, covered ourselves, and gave a robe to Briolana, wherein she dressed herself, and then, as the fear was past, we laughed at the confusion into which we had been thrown. While we were making our beds again, a dame and 2 damsels entered, and a little girl with candles, and she spake to Briolana and said, How is it, lady, that you have risen at such an hour? But when she heard they laughed, and answered, Now then, ladies, go to sleep again, for you have nothing more to apprehend to-night. Early in the morning we went to a wood, where there were fine groves and fair gardens, and there we had tents pitched by a brookside. We found there a round building with 12 marble pillars. The walls were of crystal, so curiously made, that they who might be within could see all without. The doors were made of plate of gold and of silver, and by every pillar was placed the image of a giant made in copper, and these images had bows in their hands, and the arrowheads were of fire. We were told that nothing could enter that chamber but would be presently reduced to ashes by those arrows which never failed of their mark. And they put in 2 fallow deer and a stag. Immediately the images shot at them, and they were reduced to ashes, and the arrows returned to the bows from whence they fled. On the doors of the chamber there were letters written, which said, Let no man or woman dare enter here except they twain who love each other truly as did Grimanesa and Apolidon, and they must enter here together, else will they die the cruelest death that ever was seen. This enchantment will endure till they twain shall have entered the forbidden chamber, and then shall all the enchantments of the Firm Island be done away." Then Briolania called Ysanjo and Enil, and told them she wished to see nothing more except the Arch of the True Lovers and the forbidden chamber, and she asked Ysanjo the meaning of the lion and the serpent, and of the hart and the dogs. "Lady," he replied, "we know nothing more than that they always at that hour appear, and the hart and the dogs run from the window into a lake which we believe proceeds from the sea. But were you to remain here a whole year, you could not half see the wonders that are in this island." On the morrow we mounted our palfreys and returned to the castle. Without delay Briolania went to the Arch of True Lovers and passed through the forbidden perrons like one who never failed in her love, and the image which the trumpet made so sweet a sound that we were all astonished, and when she entered where the images were of Apollodon and Grimanesa, it ceased with so sweet a finish as was marvellous to hear. There beheld she those images as fair and fresh as life, and being alone with them she thought herself in good company, and while there she saw letters newly written in the jasper, saying, "This is the name of Briolania, daughter to King Tagadan of Sobradisa, the third damsel that hath entered here." Then she felt a fear of being alone, and returned. The 5th morning she went to attempt the forbidden chamber. She was in rich attire, and she wore nothing upon her beautiful head except a gold clasp with jewels, and all who saw her said that if she did not enter the chamber, there was none in the world who could, and that they should now see the end of all those enchantments. She commended herself to God, and passed through the copper perron, and came up to the marble perron, and read the writing there, and proceeded so far beyond that all surely thought the adventure was achieved. But when she was within 3 paces from the door, 3 hands seized her by those beautiful locks, and piteously cast her out of the forbidden ground, as they had done all the others, and she lay in such plight that we could not soon recover her. Till now Oriana's heart had been misgiving her, but now she looked at Mabilia and the damsel of Denmark, and they at her, being all well pleased. The next day, pursued the damsel, Briolania departed for her own kingdom. So the damsel then received her bidding from Brisena and Oriana, and the other lady set out on her return to her mistress. Now Amadis and his company arrived at the Firm Island, where they were joyfully received by all the dwellers therein, who, as they had felt great sorrow for the loss of their new lord, so now had they double pleasure in welcoming him. But when those knights who were with him beheld the castle, how strong it was, and now there was no other entrance to the island large as it was, and that the land was so fertile, and peopled with so many and such inhabitants, they thought it might maintain war against all the world. So they were lodged in the largest town, which stood under the castle. You are to know that this island was 9 leagues long and 7 wide, all full of villages and rich dwelling houses of the knights of the land. And in the pleasantest parts thereof Apollodon had built 4 palaces for himself, the strangest and most delightful that ever man could behold. One was that of the serpent and the lions, another that of the hart and the dogs. The third was called the Whirling Palace, for 3 times in the day and as often in the night it whirled round, so that they who were in it thought it would dash to pieces. And the 4th was that of the Bull, because every day a wild bull issued out of the old covered way, and ran among the people therein as though he would kill them. And when they fled from him, he ran against the iron door of a tower, and burst it open, and went in, and presently he came out again, being quite tame, and ridden by an old ape, so wrinkled that his skin hung all in folds, which ape flogged him into the place from whence he came. Great pleasure had all these knights in beholding these enchantments, and enough pastime had they there, and they were all firm in their love to Amadis, and ready to follow him wherever he would. At this time came Andalod, the hermit of the Poor Rock, to establish the monastery as had been appointed, and he, seeing Amadis, gave thanks to God for giving life to so good a man, and looked at him and embraced him as if he had never seen him before. But Amadis kissed his hands, and with all humility thanked him for his preservation and for his life, which he owed to God and to him. So a monastery was founded at the foot of the rock, where the chapel of the Virgin stood, wherein Amadis had prayed in his despair before he departed into the mountain. A good man called Sisian, whom Andalod brought, remained there, and 30 friars with him, and Amadis assigned to them rents enough, and Andalod then returned to the Poor Rock as before. Then Balays of Carasante arrived, he whom Amadis had released from the dungeon of Arcalaus. who had gone to take leave of King Lisuarte, so soon as he knew that Amadis had left him in discontent. With him also came Olivas, whom Agrayes and Don Galvanes had helped in battle against the Duke of Bristol. They asked of Balays what news in the court. He answered enough to tell. King Lisuarte, sir, has summoned all his people, for Count Latine and they whom he sent to take possession of the island of Mongaza have informed him that the old giant had given up to them all the castles which he and his sons had in their keeping. But Gromadaza refused to yield the castles by the Boiling Lake, which is the strongest place in the island, and also 3 other castles, for she says she will never yield the place where she was mistress in the life of her husband, for Mongomadan and Basagante her son. But always annoy Lisuarte to the utmost of her power, and for Madasima and the damsels she cares not what may become of them, so she can do any harm to the king. The king therefore was summoned his forces, and hath sworn, if Gromadaza does not yield up her castles within a month, that he will behead Madasima and the damsels, and that he will go against the castle of the Boiling Lake, and not depart from before it, till he shall have won it, and if he can take the old giantess, he will throw her to the lions. At this news they were all greatly troubled, and Galvanes said to them, Sirs, you all know the promise which I have made to Madasima, to defend her with reason, or if that failed by force of arms, and for this cause was it that Amadis and all of us forsook Lisuarte. Now I beseech you, if he will not hear reason, assist me in arms to fulfil my word. At that uprose Don Florestan and said, Don Galvanes, there are better advisers here than that, but if reason fail, I will undertake the battle in the name of God. Good friend, replied Galvanes, I thank you with all my heart, but if it must be by battle, I have promised, and I will perform it. Then Don Brian of Manhaste and Quadragante said that the quarrel appertained to all, and all ought to bear a part, for all knights were bound to succor damsels who were oppressed, and as Madasima and her damsels had gone as hostages in obedience to her mother, they were innocent before God. Sirs, said Amadis, you rejoice me in what you say, for whatsoever is undertaken with such concord will have good issue. But I will tell you what seems to me good. These damsels are 12 in number, and therefore ought to be succoured by 12 knights. Sure I am that such as ye will think such danger but pastime. If it please ye, I will name 12 champions, and let the other knights remain here for greater perils if they should befall us. You, Sir Don Galvanes, shall be the first, as it is your quarrel, and Agrayes your nephew, and my brother Florestan, and my cousin Palomir and Dragonis, and Don Brian of Mahaste, and Nicaran of the White Tower, and Erliden and Gavarte of the Perilous Vale, and Ymozel, brother of the Duke of Burgundy, and Mandasil of the Silver Bridge, and Ladanin of Farahac. Let those 12 go. There are among them the sons of kings and dukes and counts, so that their peers will not be found. Hereat were all well pleased, and the knights appointed made ready forthwith, and shortly after midnight armed themselves and rode towards Tafilana, the town where Lisuarte then was. End of chapter 21.
Book 2, Chapter 22 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 2, Chapter 22. How Oriana was greatly afflicted for the departure of Amadis, and moreover to find herself great with child, and how 12 knights came from the Firm Island to defend Madasima and the other damsels, who were in danger of death with them, though there was no just cause why they should be put to death. Now Oriana felt herself great with child, and she asked counsel of Mabilia and the damsel of Denmark in that danger. They, albeit they were sore dismayed, dissembled that, and Mabilia bade her take heart, for all should be remedied. I always expected, said she, that to such a saint such an offering would be brought. Oriana could not forbear a smile. I will feign myself worse, she said, and withdraw as much as I can from all company, and if the damsel of Denmark will hazard her honour for me, my honour and life may both be saved. Lady, quoth the damsel, I am at your command, even were it to my death. Good friend, quoth Oriana, this I hoped, and if I live, you shall recover your honour, and with great praise." Then the damsel knelt and kissed her hands, and Oriana proceeded. "Continue to visit Adalasta the abbess of my nunnery, as you have hitherto done, and when it is time tell her that you are pregnant, and beseech her to help you, so that you may lay the child at the church door, and that she will order it to be taken in and brought up for charity's sake. Thus will my secret be safe, nor will you be shamed, for none but this honourable lady will know what you shall tell her, and she loves you much." Thus they determined that it should be. When Lisuarte knew how Gromadaza persisted in her warfare, by advice of Gandandel and Brocadan, he sent for Madasima and her damsels, and told them that they must all be put to death for an example. When she heard this so rigorous doom, the fair and fresh colour of her cheeks suddenly changed to a pale and deadly hue, and falling at the king's feet, she said, "Sir, the fear of death doth make my heart weaker than it naturally is, weak damsel as I am, so that I have neither thought nor words to answer you. But if in this court there be any knight willing to uphold the right, let him speak for me, as a knight is bound to do. For I did not enter your prison willingly, but in obedience to my mother. If there be none such here, do you, O king, whom hitherto never distressed dame or damsel hath implored in vain, do you deal justly by me, and let not anger have the mastery over you." Gandandel, who was present, was greatly desirous that Madasima should be slain, knowing that then Amadis could never be reconciled with the king. And he said, "Sir, do not hear her. These damsels were given you as hostages to die if the conditions were not performed, and therefore justice ought to be executed without delay." But Don Gromedan, who was a good knight, and well versed in all the laws of knighthood, as one who had not only practised, but read much, replied, "That shall not the king do, if it please God, nor ever shall such cruelty and wrong be by him committed. This damsel came hither in obedience to her mother, and as that obedience will in secret be by God rewarded, so should it be in public by the king as his servant, and one who obeys his will. Moreover, I have learned that within 3 days here will arrive certain knights from the Firm Island to take up their quarrel, and if you, Gandandel, or your sons are willing to maintain the justice of your advice, you will there find those who will answer you." Gandandel answered, "Don Gromedan, though you wish me ill, I have never deserved it at your hands. If you had offended my sons, you know they are such knights that they can maintain what I have said." "We shall soon see that," quoth old Gromedan. "As for you, I only wish you well or ill as it shall be found that you have counselled the king." Albeit that Lisuarte had acted much amiss towards Amadis, and had it in his heart to do him all displeasure, yet could not that new passion subdue his old virtue, so that he was glad at what Gromedan said, and asked who the knights were that were coming to defend the damsels, and when Gromedan had told their names, he observed that they were enough good and prudent knights. But then was Gandandel sore dismayed, and he repented him of what he had said concerning his sons, knowing that they were nothing equal in arms to Florestan and Agrayes, and Don Brian of Monjaste, and Gavarte of the Perilous Vale. So, when Madasima was remanded to prison, he went to his brother-in-law Brocadan in trouble of heart, receiving now the guerdon which the merits of his misdeed deserved. Here came to pass what the Gospel saith, that no hidden thing but shall be made known. For Gandandel, retiring with Brocadan to a private chamber to consult with him how they might prevail upon the king to execute Madasima and her damsels before the knights of the Firm Island arrived, Brocadan began to reproach him for the wrong he had done to Amadis, greatly repenting his own wickedness now that he saw his own honour and his sons in danger. Now it happened that a niece of Brocadan was enamoured of a young knight called Sarquiles, who was nephew to Angriote of Estravaus, and she had hidden him near this chamber, so that he heard the whole secret of this treachery. And when it was night he went out and armed himself, and mounting his horse he rode on the morrow into the town, as if he came from another place, and he went before the king and said to him, "Sir, I am your natural subject, and was brought up in your household, and therefore would save you from all treachery, that you may not commit wrong in compliance with another's will. It is not 3 days since I was in a place where I heard persons counselling how to instigate you to do an evil thing against your own honour and good reason. I say to you, give no heed to Gandando and Brocadan in what they say to you, touching Madasima, for there are others in your court who more honestly advise you. You and all here shall know wherefore I say this within 12 days, if you will delay following their will for so long. Now, sir, God be with you, for I go to my uncle Angriote. God be with you, replied Lisuarte, and remained musing on what he had heard. Sarquiles rode on by the shortest way he knew to the Firm Island, and when he arrived there his horse was so overspent with the speed he had made that he could scarcely carry him. He found Amadis and Angriote and Don Bruneo riding on the shore to hasten the equipment of some vessels which they had ordered to pass over to Gaul, for Amadis was desirous to see his parents. Right well was Sarquiles received, and Angriote said to him, Nephew, what business have you that your horse is in such plight? Very great, replied he, and he told him how his mistress Gandaza had hidden him in Brocadan house, and what he had there heard. Now, sir, quoth Angriote to Amadis, was my suspicion right? You would not suffer me to bring the matter to an end, but now, if it please God, neither you nor aught else shall let, but that this great treason against the king and against you shall be made manifest. Good friend, replied Amadis, you may now do it with reason and certainty, and God therewith will speed you. I will depart tomorrow, said Angriote, and Sarquiles upon another horse with me. Accordingly, on the following morning, they twain set out for the dwelling of King Lisuarte. Meantime, the king mused much upon that Sarquiles had told him. One day Gandando and Brocadan came before him and said, Sir, we are grieved to see how little you regard your own welfare. That, quoth Lisuarte, may well be, but why say you this? Because these knights who are your enemies are coming to your court without any fear, to defend these damsels, for whom you ought to have the land given up. If you will take our advice, you ought to behead them before these champions arrive, and send to forbid the knights to enter your kingdom. Thus would you make them fear you, and Amadis would not venture to offer you any wrong, for if they do not forbear for fear, for nothing else will they. The sooner this is done, the better will it be, and the more terror will it strike. The king then called to mind the words of Sarquiles, and saw how he had spoken truth. You tell me two things, he replied, against all reason. The one that without any form of judgment I should have these damsels slain. What account could I give to the Lord, whose minister I am, if I should do this? He has appointed me here in his stead to administer right in his name, and if I did this wrong which you counsel, to strike fear into others, it would fall upon my own head at last. Those kings who follow their own will instead of what is reasonable, rely on themselves and not on God, which is the worst error into which they can fall. Their best security is to choose out good counsellors and honest ones, and to remember that, however evil actions appear at first, the just judge directs, and the end thereof cannot be good. You tell me also to forbid these knights from coming to my court. A dishonourable thing would it be to prevent anyone from claiming justice before me, much more they being my enemies, for it is to my honour that I have the power and inclination to do what they request. I do not like your counsel. You have done ill to those who deserved no ill at your hands. I have sinned, and I have my punishment, and if you have been false, so I trust will you have yours at the end. And with that he went away and left them. The following day Lisuarte rode forth after Mass with a great company, and seeing that the 12 knights were approaching, he rode forward to receive them, for he was a courteous man to all, and they well deserved such honour, being what they were. They made obeisance to him, and while their people pitched tents in the field, Don Galvanes spake to the king. Sir, confiding in your virtue and in your wonted goodness, we are come hither to request that you will hear Madasima and her damsels, that they may have their right. We are come to plead their cause, and if by that means we cannot succeed, let it not offend you, sir, if we support it by arms, for there is no cause wherefore they ought to die. The king answered, Go now and rest yourselves, I will do all that can justly be done. Don Brian of Monjaste then replied, So, sir, we hoped that you would do what behoved your royal dignity and your conscience, and whenever you have failed so to act, it has been the work of evil advisers, and that, if it did not offend you, I would prove upon any one who dared gainsay. Don Brian, quoth the king, if you would listen to your father, I know that you would neither forsake me for another, nor come hither to plead against me. Sir, replied Don Brian, my pleading is for you, it is that you should do justice, and not listen to those who would serve you less faithfully than I, and stain your worth. You say, sir, that if I had listened to my father I should not forsake you. I have not forsaken you, sir, for I never was yours, albeit I am of your lineage. I came to your court to seek my kinsman Amadis, and when you were pleased that he should be no longer yours, then I departed with him. In all this I have not erred a single point of duty. The king then returned to the town, and they remained in their tents, where they were visited by their friends. But for Oriana, I tell you, she never left the window, looking at those who so loved her lover, and beseeching God to give them the victory in this appeal. That night did Gandando and Brocadan pass in great perplexity, wishing that they could recall what was past, but now perforce must they go on. On the morrow the 12 knights heard mass with the king, and that done accompanied him to his palace. He then called for Gandando and Brocadan, and said to them, You must now support the advice which you have always given me in the affair of Madasima, and make these good men understand why she ought not to be heard. And he bade them stand where all might hear them. Imosil of Burgundy and Laradin of Fajarque then came forward and said, We, sir, and these knights beseech you of your goodness that Madasima and her damsels may be heard, for so we conceive it is right. Then answered Gandando, Many talk about the right, and few know what it is. You say that of right these damsels ought to be heard, which of right they ought not, for without any such condition they bound themselves to death, and entered the prison of the king thereupon, that if Ardan Canileo were slain or vanquished, and the whole island of Mongaza were not then freely surrendered, they and the knights with them should suffer death. The knights delivered up the castles in their keeping, which Gramadaza will not do. Therefore there neither is nor can be reason for which they should be excused from death. Imosil replied, Certes, Gandando, you might have been excused from uttering such reasons before so good a king and such knights as are here. It is manifest to all who have any knowledge that man or woman are to be heard of right in their own defence, in all cases except in treason and conspiracy. This is the custom in all lands wherein justice is observed, and this is what we require. Gandando replied, that nothing more was to be said. The king was to decide, so the matter was at issue, and the king remained with certain knights, all the others leaving the hall. The king wished his uncle Argamonte, an honourable count and of great prudence, to deliver his opinion, but he referred it to the king, saying that none so fully understood what was right as he himself. The other councillors did the same. Lisuarte, seeing this, then said, Since you leave the decision to me, I think Imosil of Burgundy hath spoken to the purpose, and the damsels should be heard. Certes, sir, quoth the count, and all they who were present said the same. You have determined justly, for thus it ought to be. They then called in the knights, and said what had been resolved. For this Imosil and Laradin of Fajarque kissed his hands, and said, Be pleased therefore, sir, to let Madasima and her damsels be summoned, and we will save them by fair reason, or by arms if need shall be. Let them come, replied the king, and see if they will commit their cause to you. Presently they came before the king so modestly and in such fear, that no man could behold them without great pity. The 12 knights of the Firm Island took them by the hand, and Agrayes, Florestan, Imosil, and Ladadin said to Madasima, Lady Madasima, these knights come to save you and your damsels from death. Will you commit your cause to us? Sirs, she replied, if the cause of damsels so forlorn and wretched may be undertaken, we commit it to you, and trust in God and you. Since it is so, quoth Imosil, let who will come forward against you. If he be one, I will defend you by reason or by arms. If more, 12 shall be answered. The king looked at Gandando and Brocadan, and saw that they looked down, and were dismayed, and did not answer. Return to your lodgings till the morrow, said Lisuarte, and meanwhile those who are to answer you will take counsel. The knights then conducted Madasima to her prison, and went to their tents. Lisuarte led Gandando and Brocadan aside, and said to them, You have often urged me to put those damsels to death, and said you would maintain the justice of the deed by reason, or your sons should in arms if need should be. Now then, do as you said, for what Imossil advances seems just to me, and I will not appoint any of my court to combat against these knights. Look ye to it, else will the damsels be delivered, and I shall have been ill advised by ye, and wrongfully. They replied that tomorrow they would be ready with their reply, and return very sorrowfully to their homes, and they agreed to persist in their advice and maintain it by reason, but not put their sons in danger, because the cause was not just, and they were not such in arms as those knights. But that same evening tidings came to the king how Gromadaza the giantess was dead, and had ordered her castles to be delivered up to save her daughter and the damsels, and that they had accordingly been yielded to Count Latine. Greatly pleased thereat was Lisuarte, and when the knights came before him on the morrow, he said, Proceed no farther in this cause, for you are quit of your defence, and the damsels are free, the castles for which I held them in pledge having been surrendered. Gandando and Brocadan then rejoiced, for they surely expected to be dishonoured. Then Lisuarte sent for Madasima and the damsels, and said to them, Ye are free, do what it pleases you, the castles have been given up. But he would not tell her that her mother was dead. Madasima would have kissed his hand, but the king permitted not that, for he never suffered dame or damsel to kiss his hand, save when he bestowed upon them some boon. Then said she, Since you leave me at my own disposal, I give myself to my lord Galvanes, who had been so willing to help me. Agrayes took her by the hand and said, Good lady, you do that which is right, and though you are now disherited of your own land, you shall be honoured in another, till it please God to remedy your loss. But Imossil then said to the king, Sir, if right be done to Madasima, she will not be disinherited, for children who are in the power of their parents must obey them, however unwillingly, but not for that should they be disherited, when obedience and not free will hath made them bind themselves to what their parents commanded, and because you, sir, are appointed here to make every one render to another his right, so ought you yourself to do as an example. Imossil, replied the king, you have the damsels at liberty, say no more upon this other matter. I have had sufficient trouble about that land, and will defend it, now it is mine, nor can I take it from my daughter Leonoreta, to whom I have granted it. Don Galvanes then said, Sir, that right which Madasima hath to the land of her fathers is now mine. I beseech you remember some services which I have done you, and do not disinherit me, for I would willingly be your vassal, and stand in your favour, and serve you as loyally as it is possible. Say no more, Don Galvanes, quoth Lisuarte. That is done which cannot be undone. Since it is so, quoth he, that I find neither right nor courtesy here, I shall strive to win it how I can. Do your utmost, replied the king. It was in the power of those who were stronger than you, and easier will it be to defend it from you, than it was to win it from them. You won it, answered Galvanes, by means of one who was badly guerdoned. He will help to recover it. If he helps you, cried Lisuarte, many others will serve me who would not serve me before for his sake, when I had him in my household and protected him from them. Agrayes then grew angry and exclaimed, Certes all here, and others beside, can tell whether Amadis was protected by you, or you by him, though you are a king, and he was always as an errant knight. Don Florestan, seeing how Agrayes was moved, laid hand upon his shoulder and drew him back, and then said himself, It seems, sir, you prize the services of these you speak of above those of Amadis. Whether they be so indeed, we shall soon see. Don Brian of Monjaste then stepped forward. However little you esteem the services of Amadis and his friends, they must be of great worth indeed, who can reasonably make them to be forgotten. It is plain, Don Brian, replied the king, that you are one of those friends. Sure, sir, I am. He is my kinsman, and I shall do what he pleases. We have enough, quoth Lisuarte, to dispense with you. All you have, replied Don Brian, will be wanted to resist what Amadis can do. The knights on both sides drew nigh to answer, but Lisuarte stretched out a wand which he held, and commanded them to say no more, and they returned to their places. Just then Angriote of Estravaus and his nephew Sarquiles entered, completely armed, and approached to kiss the king's hand. The 12 knights marvelled at their coming, being ignorant of the cause thereof. But Gandandel and Brocadan were put in fear, and they looked at each other, for they knew what Angriote had said of them before, and albeit they held him for the best knight in the king's dominions, yet they took courage to answer what he might say, and they called their sons, and bade them say nothing more than they should tell them. Angriote stood up before the king, and said, Sir, let Gandandel and Brocadan come hither, and I will say that to them, which shall make you and all present know them better than you have hitherto done. The king accordingly called on them to come forward, and all the knights drew nigh to hear. Then said Angriote, Know, sir, that Gandandel and Brocadan are disloyal and false toward you. They counselled you wickedly and lyingly, neither regarding God, nor you, nor Amadis, who had so honoured them, and had never done them wrong. They, villains as they are, told you that Amadis designed to seize your kingdom, a thing which never was in his thoughts, for what he desireth hath ever been your service. And thus have they made you lose the best knight that ever king had to serve him, and many other good knights with him, for no fault of their own. Therefore I say that these wicked and false men, in whom you trusted, have committed a great treason against you, which if they deny, I will do battle with them both. But if their age excuses them, let their sons come forward, and by God's help I will make them confess the disloyalty of their fathers before you, that you shall understand it. Sir, replied Gandandel, you see how Angriote comes to dishonour your court, and this is because you permit those to enter your land who do not seek your service. If you had prevented that at first, this would not have happened. And now, sir, do not marvel if Amadis should come hither tomorrow and defy you yourself. If Angriote had met me in those days when I did good service in arms for this kingdom, and for your brother King Phalangris, he would not then have dared to say what now he says. But now he sees me old and weak, and dares insult me as one already overcome. This shame, sir, falls more upon you than me. No, sir knave, quoth Angriote, I am not come hither to dishonour the court, but for its honour to destroy treason, and root out the tares which you have scattered among the good seed. Then said Sarquiles, Sir, you know the words which I spake to you upon this matter. With my own ears I heard the villainy which these old traitors were devising. They are old, but their sons are young and strong. Let them answer for them. They are 3 and we are 2. Then will God discover the truth, and it will be seen if they are such as to make amends for the loss of Amadis and his lineage, as their fathers have boasted. When the 2 sons of Gandandel heard this, and saw that the whole court was smiling to see their fathers so pressed, they thrust angrily through the throng, and came before the king, and said, Sir, Angriote lies in all that he hath said, and we will combat with him. Here are our gages. And they threw their gloves into his lap. Angriote then held out the lappet of his armour. Here, sir, is mine. Let them go and arm themselves, and do you, sir, behold the battle. The king answered, The day is far spent, and there will not be time. Let it be after mass tomorrow. With that Adamas came up, the son of Brocadan by a sister of Gandandel. He was great of stature and strong, but of so villainous a nature that none esteemed him. He said to the king, Sir, Sarquiles lies in all he hath said, and if he dare enter the field with his uncle, I will combat him. At this Sarquiles right joyfully gave his gage. The court then broke up. Angriote and Sarquiles went with the 12 knights and Madasima, who had taken leave of the queen and of Oriana, and Brisena sent her a rich tent to lodge in. The king remained with Don Grumedan and Giontes his nephew. He sent for Gandandel and Brocadan, and said to them, I marvel at you. You have so often told me that Amadis designed treason and meant to seize my kingdom, and now when the proof was necessary, you shrunk from it, and have suffered your sons to risk themselves, who know not what is the justice of their cause. You have sinned against God and me. Great evil have you done me in making me lose such a man and such knights. But you will not escape without your punishment, for that just judge will give to every one his due. Sir, said Gandandel, my sons came forward hastily, thinking that the proof was delayed. Of a truth, quoth Grumedan, they thought right, for there neither is nor can be proof that Amadis in this or in aught else hath done wrong toward the king, and if you suspect it, it is against all reason. Even the devils in hell cannot think so. If you had 1,000 heads, and the king were to cut them all off, he would not be enough revenged for the wrong you have done him, and now you will be left for more mischief, which God forbid, and your wretched sons must suffer for your fault. Don Grumedan, said they, whatever you believe and wish, we trust that our sons will save their honour and our own. God never save me, replied he, if I wish more than that you be rewarded as your counsel deserves. The king then bade them cease, and he went to table, and they departed to their homes. That night the arms and horses of the champions were made ready. Angriote and Sarquiles passed the remainder of the night from midnight in a chapel of St. Mary, which was near their tents. At daybreak the 12 knights armed themselves, for they doubted the king, seeing how wroth he was against them, and with Madasima and her damsels, each upon her palfrey, they rode through the town to the field of battle, Angriote and Sarquiles going before them. The king and his knights were already assembled, and 3 judges were appointed, King Arban of North Wales, and Ceontes, the king's nephew, and Quinorante, the good jouster. They placed Angriote and Sarquiles at one end of the lists. Presently the 2 brothers Tarin and Corian came with their cousin Adamas, well armed and mounted, and disposed to do their part well, if the wickedness of their fathers had not been against them. They being opposed each to the other, Ceontes blew his trumpet, and they ran the career, Corian and Tarin at Angriote, and Adamas against Sarquiles. Tarin broke his lance upon Angriote, who encountered Corian, and bore him from his saddle, then turned and saw Tarin sword in hand. Tarin struck at him, but the blow fell upon the horse's head and wounded him, and cut away the headstall, so that the reins fell on his neck, and the horse being thus at liberty, Angriote was carried against his enemy, and they dashed against each other, and Tarin fell. Then Angriote leapt lightly from his horse, as one accustomed to such perils, and took his shield, and laid hand upon that sword with which he had heretofore dealt so many and mighty blows. He saw his nephew maintaining a brave sword combat on horseback, and then made at the 2 brethren who stood by each other, and laid on him a heavy load like brave and strong knights. But Angriote well defended himself, holding out his shield against one, and laying on the other with the sword, so that he made them give back, for never stroke came from him that did not shear away the armour, for as I have told you, this knight was the best foiner with the sword of any in the king's dominions. So that their shields were soon chipped away, and their hardness broken, that the blood started through, nor was he so whole but that the blood ran from many wounds. When Sarquiles saw how his uncle sped, and that he was still coping in equal battle with Adamas, he spurred his horse and grappled with his enemy, and there they struggled each to overthrow the other. Angriote, seeing them, drew nigh to succour Sarquiles if he should fall undermost, and the 2 brethren followed him to help their cousin. At length the 2 knights fell from their horses, still grappling. Then might you have seen a great conflict, Angriote pressing to help his nephew and the brethren to assist Adamas. But in that hour Angriote did such wonders in arms, and laid on such terrible and heavy blows, that the brethren, albeit they did their utmost, could not save Adamas from the hands of Sarquiles. When Gandandel and Brocadan saw this, who till now had hoped that the valour of their sons might have defended their wickedness, they withdrew from the window in great sorrow and pain of heart, and the king withdrew also, for all the good fortune which befell the friends of Amadis displeased him, and he would not witness the victory of Angriote. But all else who were present rejoiced to see that Gandandel and Brocadan would suffer some part of the punishment on earth which they deserved. The 4 knights, meantime, continued their fierce conflict, but it did not long endure, for now Tarin and Corian gave ground and fled, seeking some place of safety, but finding none, they turned and struck again at their pursuers, and then again fled, till they were smitten down and slain, to the great joy of Madasima and her damsels and the knights of the Firm Island, but above all of Oriana, who had never ceased praying to God to grant her friends that victory. Angriote then asked the judges if there was aught more to be done. They replied he had done enough for his honour, and led the 2 champions from the lists. Their comrades then received and took them with Madasima to their tents, where they were healed of their wounds. End of Book 2, Chapter 22. Book 3, Chapter 1 of Amadís of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Amadís of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 3, Chapter 1. Here beginneth the third book of Amadís of Gaul, wherein are related the great discords and jealousies which were occasioned in the household and court of King Lisuarte by the evil counsel which Gandalin gave the king, for the sake of injuring Amadís and his kinsmen and friends. Wherefore the king sent to Angriote and his nephew, commanding them to leave his court and his kingdom, and how he sent to defy them, and they returned the defiance. So soon as King Lisuarte knew that Angriote and his nephew were so far healed of their wounds that they could ride, he sent to bid them quit his kingdom, and not enter it again at their peril. Of this those knights complained loudly to Don Grumedan and their other friends, especially Don Brian of Mongaste and Gavate of the Perilous Valley, who said that, since the king had so forgotten their past services, they would give him cause to remember the future. They then struck their tents and departed for the Firm Island. On the third day of their journey they found Gandesa in chapel, the niece of Brocadan, she who had concealed her lover Sarquiles, where he overheard all the treason, and who had now fled for fear. Great joy had they in finding her, and above all Sarquiles, who loved her truly, and taking her with him, he continued his way. Grumedan and his friends, after they had ridden out with the knights of the Firm Island on their departure, returned to Lisuarte, and told him what had passed. He who was already much grieved for the victory of Angriote, not for any regret for the slain, whom he knew to be evil like their parents, but because it was a triumph to Amadís, became now more enraged. Forbearance, said he, is for the most part a profitable thing, but at times it is the cause of great mishap, and so hath it been with me. If I had withdrawn my favour from these knights, they would not have dared say that which they have said, nor have approached my court, nor even entered my dominions. But they shall pay for their folly. I will send and defy them, and Amadís with them, and see whether their pride can save them. King Arban of North Wales, who truly desired the welfare of the king, replied, Sir, you should look well to this before you do as you have said, because of the great valour of these knights, and because God hath shown the justice of their cause, else would not Angriote, good knight as he is, have so acquitted himself against two such enemies, nor Sarquiles have so come off from Adamas. The good cause which they maintained gave them the victory, therefore I should think it well that they return to your service, for poor profit is it for a king to war with his subjects when he can avoid it. The blood that is shed and the wealth that is expended on both sides is the king's loss, and he gains no honour in victory. From such strife great evils often arise. The neighbouring kings and chiefs who had been before kept in awe take courage and recover more than they had lost, and what is more to be feared, the vassals cease to respect their lord, who should rule them mildly as a good shepherd controls his flock. For if he oppresses them more than they can bear, it oftentimes chances that where the first broke out, the rest follow, and when the fault is at last discovered, it is difficult to amend it. Now, sir, is the time to amend what has been done amiss. Amadís is so gentle and so kindly disposed to you that you may lightly recover him and all who follow him. You say well, quoth Lisuarte, but I will not give them that which I have already given to my daughter Leonoreta, and great as his power may be, it is nothing to mine. So say no more, but prepare arms and horses to serve me, and let Kendall of Ganota go tomorrow and defy those of the Firm Island. In God's name, they all replied, he will appoint what seemed good to him, and we will serve you. You must know that Gandandel and Brocadan, when they saw their sons slain, and that they were undone in this world and in the next, receiving that due reward which such as them escape in our days, for God reserves them either in his mercy that they may repent, or for his justice, that if they continue in sin, they may pay for all without redemption. They took their dead sons, and with their wives and household embarked in 2 vessels with the curses of all who beheld them, and went their way. And this history will not mention them more. But we may reasonably believe that they who have grown old in wickedness will die in it, unless it pleases God, more for his mercy than their deserts, to turn their hearts in time. King Lisuarte then, having assembled together all the great lords of his court and the knights of lower degree, complained to them of Amadis and his friends, and besought them to redress his wrongs as he did theirs. They all replied that they would serve him in what he should command. He then called Candil of Ganota, and bade him to horse, and carry a letter of credence to the Firm Island, and defy Amadis for me, and all those knights with him who will support the cause of Don Galvanes. Tell them to beware of me, for wherever I find them I will destroy their lives and fortune. Don Candil took his bidding and departed. After some days the king went to one of his towns which, because it was so abundantly furnished with all things pleasant, was called Gracedonia. This removal greatly pleased Oriana, for her time now drew nigh, and this was near Miraflores, so that she thought herself safer there than in any other place. Meantime the knights who escorted Madasima continued their way, till, when they were within 2 leagues of the Firm Island, they met with 2,300 knights who had come out to meet them. Well were they then received, and Amadis courteously welcomed Madasima, and embraced Angriote many times, for Florestan had sent tidings of the battle. While they were thus rejoicing, they saw Don Candil of Ganota come riding down the mountain. But he, beholding so large a company, and knowing that they had all forsaken the king's service, the tears came into his eyes, for he was a right loyal servant to Lisuarte. Howbeit he put on the best countenance he could, being a fair knight, and of great valour and discretion, and rode up to them and asked for Amadis, by whom and by the rest he was honourably welcomed as he deserved to be. Sir, said he, let this letter be read. That being done, Amadis replied, It is your credential, now speak your embassy. Sir Amadis, quoth he, my lord the king hath sent me to defy you and those of your lineage, and those who are here present, and those who mean to attempt the Isle of Mongaza, and he warns you henceforward to defend your lands and possessions and persons, for he will destroy all if he can, and he says you may be excused from seeking adventures in his country, for whomsoever of ye he finds there he will slay. Quadragante answered, Don Candil, you have said your bidding and have therein done right, but for your master who threatens our lives and lands, let these knights reply to him as they think good. For me, tell him that, king as he is, I regard my poor life as much as he can value his mighty one, that in birth I yield nothing to him, being of as royal blood on both sides as himself, and since I must defend myself from him, bid him defend himself from me. But Amadis wished that a milder answer should be returned, and he said, Don Quadragante, sir, let this knight take one answer for you and all. We have heard the embassy, and we will take counsel how to reply. And you, Don Candil, may tell the king that he will find it difficult to perform what he threatens. Come with us to the Firm Island meantime, and try the arch of true lovers, for if you achieve it, you will find better favour from your mistress. Sir, quoth Don Candil, I will go with you if it please, but of my loves you shall know nothing. They then rode thither, but when Candil beheld the island and its strength and the abundance of all things therein, he knew that not all the force in the world could injure it. So Amadis took him to his home and lodged him honourably, for Don Candil was of high lineage. The next day the knights assembled and resolved to defy King Lisuarte by a knight called Sadamon, who came in the company of Dragonis and Palomir. These 2 brethren were sons of Grasugis, king of Low Germany, by Saduva, King Perion's sister. And they and all the other sons of counts and kings who were there had brought forces there from their father's land, and vessels wherein to pass over to the island of Mongaza. To this Sadamon they gave a letter of credence, signed with all their names, and they said to him, Tell King Lisuarte, since he defies and threatens us, to defend himself. With fair weather we shall go against the island of Mongaza, and if he is the mighty lord he says, we shall soon prove his strength and our own. If he replies aught to this, answer him like a good knight, and if God pleases we will maintain it. Then Amadis spake with his foster father Don Gandales, and said, You must go from me to King Lisuarte, and without fear tell him I care little for his defiance, and less for his threats than he believes. Tell him that if I had foreseen how thanklessly he would requite my services, I would not have encountered such dangers for his sake. For that power and dominion wherewith he now menaces me and my friends and kinsmen hath been supported and preserved by the blood of my body. I trust in God this will be all amended, more by my power than his inclination. But say to him that as I want for him the island of Mongaza, he shall not lose it by me. Nor will I ever offend him in any place where the queen shall be, for the honour which she deserves. Tell him this, and that as he desires my enmity, he shall have it in such sort that all he now feels shall be forgotten. Don Gandales, said Agrayes, strive to see the queen, and kiss her hand for me, and tell her to send me my sister Mabilia, for seeing on what terms we are with the king, she should not remain in his court. At this was Amadis sorely grieved, for rather than see Mabilia separated from Oriana, he would have had his own heart taken from his breast. Yet he could not gainsay, lest the secret of his love should be discovered. The knights departed with Don Candle of Ganota. 10 days they rode, and then arrived at the court, where King Lisuarte, knowing their errand, honourably bade them welcome, and having read their letter, bade them speak. Sir Sadamon, sir, quoth Gandales, will deliver you the bidding of the knights. I come with words from Amadis to you, and from Agrayes to the queen, if it please you that I may see her. It pleases me well, replied Lisuarte, and much pleasure will she have in seeing you, for you served her daughter Oriana well while she abode in your country, for which I thank you. Many thanks, quoth Gandales, and God knows if I should delight to serve you, and if it troubles me to do otherwise. Lisuarte answered, I believe you, but trouble not yourself for doing that whereto you are bound, in the service of him whom you fostered. To act otherwise would be to your shame. Then Sadamon delivered the defiance, and when he said that the knights expected no peace till he restored the island to Don Galvanes and Madasima, the king replied, That peace will come late if they wait for it. May I never be held a king if I do not break their pride. Sir, quoth Sadamon, thus far is my embassy. What else I may say is of myself. I tell you, sir, that he must be of great prowess and power who can break the pride of those knights, and you will find it harder than you imagine. Don Gandales then delivered the bidding of Amadis, and when he related how Amadis would not go against the island of Mongaza, which he had won for Lisuarte, nor yet war upon him in any place where the queen should be, all present spake of it as being honourably and right loyally done, and so the king held it. Then the king bade the ambassadors disarm themselves and come to table, for it was time to take food. And he made them sit at a table opposite his own, with his nephew Giontes and Guion the Pensive, and other good knights who were placed there in honour of their prowess. The king grew cheerful at this meal, and he ordered all the knights who were there to prepare for going to the island of Mongaza, and said that if need were he would himself accompany them. When the cloths were removed, Don Grumedan led Gandales to the queen, who wished to see him, whereat Oriana and Mabilia rejoiced, because from him they should have tidings of Amadis. The queen welcomed him right lovingly, and made him sit before her by Oriana, and asked him if he knew the damsel beside him, for he had served her well. Lady, quoth he, happy am I to have served her, and happy should I be to serve her again, or you, lady, and so would I the king, were it not against Amadis my lord and my foster child. He bade me kiss your hand for him, as for one who is much grieved that he is driven from your service. And I do the same for Agrayes, who beseeches you to send him his sister Mabilia, for as he and Don Galvanes are no longer in the king's favour, it is not meet that she should remain in his house. When Oriana heard this, she was greatly troubled, and the tears came, for she could not bear it, for she loved her in her heart, and now at this season knew not what to do if she should be taken away. Mabilia exclaimed, "Ah, how cruel will your father and mother be to me, if they separate me from you!" "Do not weep," cried Gandales, "you shall be taken to your aunt, Queen Elisena of Gaul, than whom, except her before whom we stand, there is not a more honourable lady, and there shall you see your cousin Melicia, who greatly desires your coming." "Don Gandales," quoth Brisena, "I am troubled at what Agrayes demands, and will speak with the king thereon. If he takes my counsel, the princess shall not be dismissed, till she is married, as beseems her rank." "Let it be determined soon then," said Gandales, "for I cannot tarry." The queen then sent for Lisuarte, and Oriana, knowing that a remedy was in his will, went to him and fell on her knees and said, "Sir, you know what honours I received in the house of the King of Scotland, and how when you sent for me they gave me their daughter Mabilia, and to my shame would it be if I did not show my gratitude to her. Moreover, she is my comfort and help in my sickness and sufferings, and now Agrayes has sent for her. If you take her from me, you will do me the worst cruelty that ever was inflicted, and for no cause, for she is not yet repaid for the honours I received from her father." Mabilia knelt before him and held up her hands to beseech him that she might not be taken away, for grief would kill her. And then she clung to Oriana. But Lisuarte, who was of a kind heart and of great discretion, answered, "Think not you, my child, Mabilia, because there is discord between your house and mine, that I should forget you, or cease to receive and honour any of your lineage who would choose to serve me. I shall not leave to love one for the sake of another, much less you. You shall not depart till you have been recompensed as you deserve." She would have kissed his hand, but he raised her up, and made her and Oriana sit down, and sate himself between them. "He would do ill who should part you, ladies," quoth Don Gandales, "and so shall I tell Agrayes, and be he pleased or not, all will think that good which the king does, and ye yourselves desire. Now then I must depart." "God be with you," replied Lisuarte. "Say to Amadis that in what he says of the island of Mongaza I well understand him. It is for his own profit more than for my honour, and as I understand it, so do I thank him. Henceforth each must do what he can." And then he left the queen's apartment. "Don Gandales," said Brisena, "do not you attend to the angry words of the king, nor of Amadis, but strive ever, if you can, to reconcile them, as I shall do. Salute Amadis for me, and tell him I thank him for what he said that he would not attack any place where I might be, and beg him to grant my request when I shall make one." So she commended him to God, and prayed that there might be peace between her husband and Amadis, and Gandales took his leave. Then the princesses called him, and Oriana said, "Don Gandales, sir, my true friend, greatly am I grieved that I cannot recompense you for the service which you have done me, but the times will not permit me now, nor have I wherewith to repay you, but if it please God, I may one day do what is my duty and desire. This enmity troubles me, they are of such hearts that much evil must follow, unless it please God to remedy it. I trust he will. Salute Amadis for me, and tell him I beseech him to remember all that passed here, and bear with the present, and give way for the future to my father, who still values and loves him." Then said Mabilia, "Commend me kindly to my lord and cousin Amadis, and to Agrayes my lord and brother, and to the right good Don Galvanes my uncle, and tell them to have no concern for me, nor to trouble themselves to separate me from my lady Oriana, for this trouble would be lost, and I would rather die than leave her. And give this letter to Amadis, tell him he will find in it all I have to say, and I believe he will receive great consolation thereby." Gandales then saluted them and departed, and took his way with Sadamon. As they left the town, they saw a great force which the king had prepared to go against the island of Mongaza, and had now drawn up in their sight, that they might terrify those of the Firm Island by the report thereof. The chiefs were the good knight King Arban of North Wales, and Gasquilan the Bold, son of Madarque, the fierce giant of the Dolorous Isle, by a sister of Lancino, king of Sweden. This Gasquilan the Bold was so strong and valiant in his arms, that when King Lancino died without an heir, all they of his kingdom held it good to choose him for their king. But when he heard of the war between King Lisuarte and Amadis, he left Sweden to be present in the battle, and to prove himself in combat against Amadis, by command of a lady whom he loved. The which how it fell out shall be recorded hereafter. Gandales and Sadamon, nothing afraid at beholding so great a force, rode on till they arrived at the Firm Island, and having disarmed, went into the fair garden, where Amadis and the knights awaited them, and there delivered they their bidding, and declared all that they had seen, and also the coming of King Gasquilan, because he desired to prove himself against Amadis and the other knights. Gavarte of the Perilous Valley said then, "He will find able masters here to cure his longing sickness, Don Florestan and Don Quadragante, and if they should be otherwhere employed, I will offer to him my body, for pity would it be if he should travel so far in vain." "Don Gavarte," said Amadis, "if I were longing sick, I would rather forsake all physic and only hope in God, than taste your emulsions and electuaries." "Nay, sir," quoth Brian of Mongaste, "you are not sick like he who comes to seek us, and we ought to remedy him, that he may report in his own land what leeches are to be found for such ailments." At this they laughed a while, and then Amadis asked if there were any there who knew Gasquilan. Listrin of the White Tower answered, "I know him well." Then told he of what race he came, and how for his valour he was made king. "I once," said he, "encountered him in a tourney at Valtierra, and we both fell at the first attaint, horse and man to earth, but the press was so hot that we could not finish our combat. That day the part on which I was put to the worst, because the knights did not do their duty, and because of the great strength of Gasquilan, who was our mortal enemy, so that the praise was his, and he never fell that day, save only when we encountered." "Certes," quoth Amadis, "you speak of a great man, who comes like a valiant knight to make his worth known." "That is true," answered Don Quadragante, "but being free to choose his side, he ought to have taken ours, for we are the fewest." "He has chosen right," said Galvanes, "for if he has joined the many, they are the weakest, and he could not have proved his prowess, unless the worthiest were against him." While they thus communed, the sailors came, and bade them arm and aboard, for the wind was fair. They then joyfully left the garden, and such was the press and clamour of people and of the instruments of the fleet, that scarce could they hear each other. Soon were they armed, and their horses embarked in the brigantines, and all things needful put aboard, and they themselves joyfully embarked. Amadis and Don Bruneo of Bonamar went in a boat among the fleet, and in one vessel they found Don Florestan and Brian of Mongaste, and Don Quadragante and Angriote of Estravaus, and they went aboard to them, and Amadis embraced them, as if it would be long before he should see them again, and the tears came into his eyes for the exceeding love he bare them, and for the solitude he should feel when they were gone. "Good sirs," quoth he, "I rejoice to see you thus in company." Quadragante answered, "Sir, we have determined to continue thus by sea and by land, unless fortune should separate us." And they then showed him their banner, which was marvellously fair, in which 12 damsels were figured having white flowers in their hands. Amadis then exhorted them to be cautious, and taking leave he went through the fleet from ship to ship with Bruneo and his foster father Gandales, till the fleet put to sea, and then he and his comrades returned. The ships sailed on, following the vessel wherein Galvanes and Madasima led the way, with clarions and trumpets. The wind was fair, and in 7 days they came before daylight before the castle of the Boiling Lake, which was near the port. Forthwith they armed themselves, and prepared the boats to land, and bridges and planks, and mats of reed to land the horses. All this did they as secretly as they could, because Count Latine and Galdar the Rasquil were in the town with 300 knights. The watchmen saw them, and cried out that they were there. but he knew not how many, for it was yet dark. The Count and Galdar went up to the castle, and they heard the noise and stir, and it seemed as of a great company, and when it was dawn many ships appeared, and Galdar exclaimed, "Surely this is Don Galvanes and his friends who are come against us. God never save me if they land so lightly as they think." He then armed his people, and went out to the haven by the town with one part of the force, and Count Latine went with the other to the castle port, where Galvanes and Agrayes were, and their company. Gavarte of the Perilous Valley went in the front, and Orlandin and Ossinon of Burgundy, and Madanquil of the Silver Bridge. And at the other port Galdar found Florestan and Quadragante, and Brian of Monjaste, and Angriote and their companions. Then began a cruel and perilous battle, with lances and arrows and stones, so that many were wounded and slain, and they of the land defended the ports till the hour of tierce. But in the bark with Don Florestan there was Enil, the good knight of whom you have heard heretofore, and his cousin Amorantes of Salvatierra, and Coman and Nicoran were with Don Brian, and with Quadragante, Landin, and Orlan the Brave, and with Angriote his brother Gradevoy, and Sarquiles his nephew. Florestan cried out, "Lower the bridge, that we may ride out among them." Angriote answered, "Why would you venture so rashly? If the bridge were down, the water is so deep that the horses could not reach land without swimming." Quadragante said the same, but Brian was of Florestan's opinion, and the bridge was lowered, and they both rode out, and reaching the end of the bridge, they made their horses leap into the water. It was up to the pommel of the saddle, and there the enemies attacked them, laying on heavy and mortal blows. Quadragante and Angriote came out to them, and so did their comrades, but the shore was so steep, and they who defended it so many, that they knew not how to help themselves, and the clamour was so great, and the shout and cries so loud as if the whole world were in an uproar. Dragonis and Palomir were up to their necks in water, catching at the planks of the galleys, and their horses struggling under them. But they pressed on till it was only to their middle, and although they of the island were many and well armed and fought bravely, yet could they not prevent Florestan and his comrades from landing, and presently Dragonis and Palomir and the other knights also. When Galdar saw that the ground was lost, he made his people retreat as well as they could, for he was sore wounded by Florestan and by Don Brian, who had unhorsed him, and so bruised was he that he scarce could sit on the horse whereon his friends had placed him. As he retired towards the town, he saw Count Latine and his troops come flying with all speed, for Don Galvanes and Agrayes had won the landing, having played their part like men who fought in their own cause. Now you should know that the Count had imprisoned Don Dacido, son of the old giant, and 20 other men of the town, whom he suspected to be against him, and they were in a prison in the highest part of the castle tower, and men to guard them. But their keepers, when the knights were engaged, went out to see the battle. When Dacido observed that they were thus left, he said to his comrades, "Help me, and we will escape." "How can that be?" said they. "Break the bolt of this chain which fetters us all." They then took a strong rush rope, with which their hands and feet were tied every night, and put it through the bolt, and with the great strength of Don Dacido and his companions they plucked the bolt out, and loosed themselves, and caught up their keepers' weapons, and went upon the tower, and slew them who expected no such danger. And then they shouted out, To arms, for Our Lady Madasima!" When the townsmen heard them, they rose, and seized the strong towers, and slew all they could lay hands on. Count Latine, seeing this, took shelter in a house by the gate, and Galdar of Rasquil with him, not daring to venture farther, and expecting death. And they of the town, taking courage, ran through the streets, and called to the assailants, and bade them bring their Lady Madasima, that they might give her possession of the place. Quadragante and Angriote rode up to the gate to learn the truth, and having spoken with Don Dacido, they took the tidings to Don Galvanes, and presently they all took horse, and brought out Madasima on a white palfrey, she having her fair face uncovered, and wearing a chaplet of gold. As she approached the town, the gates were thrown open, and 100 of the most honourable men came out to meet her, and kissed her hand, and she said to them, "Kiss ye the hand of my lord and husband Don Galvanes, who next to God hath delivered me from death, and hath now recovered for me my natural subjects. If ye love me, take him for your lord." Then they knelt before Don Galvanes, and kissed his hand right humbly, and he courteously received them and thanked them for their loyalty and love to their good lady Madasima. Dandasido met them at the town, and much was he honoured for what he had done. This done, Imasil of Burgundy said, "Now then, let us rid the town of our enemies." Agrayes, whose wrath was kindled, answered, "I have sent to scour the streets. The way to rid the town of them is not to leave one of them alive." "Sir," quoth Florestan, "give not way to anger, which would make you commit that which you would afterwards rather die than have done." "You say well," said Quadragante, "let them be put in prison. It is better to have the conquered prisoners than dead, considering the turns of fortune." Then Angriote and Gavarte went to take charge of them, and coming to the gate they found Count Latine and Galdar and their people in sad plight, so that they were glad to yield themselves to the gentle mercy of Don Galvanes. Thus was Madasima put in possession of the town and castle to the great joy of her people. But on the following day came tidings that King Arban of North Wales and King Gasquilan had landed with 3,000 knights, and sent back their fleet to bring them supplies. Then were they somewhat cast down, knowing the number of their enemies, and seeing how they themselves had been handled. However, they remembered the advice of Amadis, and although some among them would have issued out to battle, they determined to remain till their wounds were healed, and their horses and arms made fit for service. End of Book 3, Chapter 1. Book 3, Chapter 2 of Amadís of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Amadís of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 3, Chapter 2. How Amadís asked of his fosterer Don Gandales the news of the court, and how he and his companions departed for Gaul, and of the adventures which befell them in an island where they delivered Don Galoir and King Cildadan from the peril of death. Till the fleet was gone from the Firm Island, the turmoil had been so great that Amadís had had no time to enquire from Galvanes the news from King Lisuarte's court, but now he took him into the garden to learn, and Galvanes told him all that had passed, and gave him Mabilia's letter, whereby he learned that his lineage was about to be increased. At this had Amadís great joy, yet for the loneliness he felt for his lady he retired alone and wept like a man beside himself. When this passion was somewhat abated, he bade Gandalin carry his arms aboard a vessel, for he and Don Bruneo would depart the next day for Gaul. On the morrow they put to sea. The wind was sometimes fair, at other times foul, and after 5 days they found themselves abreast of a fair island and well wooded. "Let us stop here a day or two," quoth Don Bruneo. "It seemeth a good land, and we may perchance find adventures here." They then bade the master put to shore, for they would land. "God forbid that ye should," said he. "Why so?" quoth Amadís. "That you may escape death or cruel imprisonment. For know that this is the Dolorous Isle, whereof the great giant Madarch is lord, the cruellest and fiercest in the world. I tell you, no knight or damsel hath entered here for 15 years, but hath been killed or taken." When they heard this, they wondered greatly, and with no little fear to undertake such an adventure. Yet as their hearts were such, and as their true office was to cleanse the world of such customs, not heeding danger, they bade the master make to land, which with difficulty and almost force they made him do. Then took they their arms and horses, and with their 2 squires Gandalin and Lasindo, whom they told, if they were set upon by any other than knights, to bestir themselves to aid them, they rode into the island. So they went up the mountain, and being at the top saw near them a castle goodly and strong, toward which they went to hear news of the giant. Coming near they heard a horn sound from the tower so loud that it made the valleys ring. The master of the ship had told them that that horn sounded to call the giant when his people had attacked any knights whom they could not subdue, and that then he came forth in such fury that he slew all whom he met, even sometimes his own people. "Let us go forward then," said Amadis. Far had they not gone when they heard a great uproar and the clash of lances and the clang of swords falling heavy and fast. Presently they saw a great crowd pressing upon 2 knights and 2 squires, having slain their horses and now labouring to kill them, but they 4 defended themselves marvellously well. Anon Amadis saw the dwarf Ardian come running toward him, and he, knowing his master's shield, cried out, "Oh, Sir Amadis, help your brother Galaor, whom they are slaying, and his friend King Cildadan." At that they spurred their horses full speed to their rescue. As they were thus galloping, they saw the giant Madark come up. He was on a huge horse, his mail was thick, and he was covered with plates of iron, and instead of a helmet he wore an armet of bright steel, and in his hand he held a spear so heavy that any other knight could not without difficulty lift it, and a great shield. And he came on crying, give room, you worthless wretches, who cannot kill 2 tired and worthless knights. Leave them to me, that my spear may enjoy their blood." Oh, how God takes vengeance upon the unjust, and how he is dissatisfied with those who follow pride. Remember, reader, that Nimrod who built the Tower of Babel, and many others, whom I will not now mention, that I may not run into prolixity, so was it with Madark in this battle. Amadis, who heard him, feared greatly, seeing how monstrous he was, and commending himself to God, he said, "Now, Oriana, lady mine, it is time to be succoured by you." He then besought Don Bruneo to engage the other knights, for he would attack the giant, and fitted his lance under his arm and ran at him in full career, and smote him so rudely on the breast that he made him fall back upon the crupper. The giant held the reins short, and being thus driven back, he plucked them with him so strongly that the horse reared and fell back upon his master, so that Madark broke his leg, and the horse's shoulder was put out, and neither of them could rise. Amadis, who saw him thus, drew his sword and cried out aloud at them, "Brother Galaor, for I am Amadis who help you." And he rode among them, marvelling to see the feats of Bruneo, who at one stroke had pierced the nephew of the giant through the throat, and was laying about him with his sword. Then Amadis cleaved down another knight to the teeth, and Galaor mounted upon his horse, yet would he not move on from King Cildadan, who was on foot by him. But Gandalin came up and gave his horse to the king, and fought himself with the squires. Then, when the 4 knights were all mounted, you might have seen wonderful deeds of arms, how they smote down and slew all before them, and the squires also did their parts manfully. So that all who were able to fly soon fled before them to the castle, and they followed them close to the castle gate. Now the gate was shut, and might not be opened till the giant himself came, for so he had commanded. When therefore his people saw that they could not enter and had no remedy, they who were on horseback alighted, and they threw away their swords, and fell upon their knees before Amadis, who was foremost in pursuit, and caught hold of the lappets of his armour to escape from his companions. Amadis protected them from King Cildadan and Galaor, who were so enraged at the wrong they had received that they would not else have left a man alive, and he took assurance from them to obey his commands. Then went they towards the giant, who lay unable to help himself, in such plight that he was well nigh expiring, for the horse lay upon his broken leg. King Cildadan alighted, and bade his squires help him, and they together turned the horse over so that the giant could breathe, for King Cildadan, though by his means both himself and Galaor had been brought to the point of death, had no design to slay him, not for his own sake, for he was evil and proud, but for the love of his son, King Gasquilan, who was a right good knight, and he therefore besought Amadis to spare him. "Madark," then quoth Amadis, "you see in what plight you are. If you will take my counsel you shall live, if not, death is with thee." "Good knight," replied the giant, "since you place life or death in my choice, I will do your pleasure and live, and this I swear." "What I will then," answered Amadis, is that thou shouldst become a Christian, with all thy people, and build churches and monasteries in thy dominions, and release all thy prisoners, and never more keep this evil custom. The giant answered, being in the fear of death, All this will I do, for I well know that according to my force and people, compared with yours, I could not have been vanquished except for my sins, and that too by one blow. Now if it please you, let me be carried to my castle, and come ye there also, and regale yourselves, and there I will obey you. Then Amadis called those whom he had spared, and they took up the giant, and all went to the castle. When they had disarmed, Amadis and Galaor embraced each other many times, weeping for pure joy, and thus happy were those 4 knights, till the giant sent to inform them that their food was ready. But Amadis replied that he would not eat till the prisoners were all brought before him. That shall presently be done, said the giant's people, for he has already sent to release them. Presently they came, 130 knights and 40 dames and damsels, and they all came humbly to kiss the hand of Amadis, and ask what he would command them to do. What will most please me, replied Amadis, is that ye go to Queen Elisena, and tell her that her knight of the Firm Island hath sent ye, and that he hath found here his brother Galaor, and kiss her hand for me. Then were they served with food, and Amadis ordered that ships should be provided for the prisoners, and so they set sail to perform his bidding. After they had made their meal, Amadis and his companions went into the giant's chamber to see him, and they found that his sister Andandona was looking to his wound. This was the fiercest and worst giantess in the world. She was 15 years older than her brother, and had holpen to bring him up, and her hair was white and so woolly that it could not be combed, and her face so deformed beyond all course of nature that she looked like nothing but a devil. Of stature was she huge, and fleet of foot, nor was their horse so wild, nor any other savage beast, that she could not tame and break in. She shot with the bow, and threw darts certainly and strong, so that for the most part she was hunting in the mountain, and her clothing was of the skins of bears and lions and wild boars whom she had slain. Great enemy was she to the Christians, and always had done them all the evil in her power, and much worse was she hereafter, and made her brother be the same, till in the battle which King Lisuarte had with King Aravigo and the 6 kings, King Perión slew him, as shall be related. After the knights had remained a while with Madarque, and he had again promised them to turn Christian, they left him, and on the following morning embarked for Gaul. They had to pass an arm of the sea which had thick woods on either side, and in these woods that devilish giantess Andandona lay in wait for them, and when she saw them on the water, she came close to the shore upon a rock above them, and took the sharpest of all her darts, and threw it at them with all her force. It struck Don Bruneo, and went through his leg into the side of the galley, and there brake, but with the force of her aim she overswayed herself, and fell into the water, with such a sound as if a tower had fallen. They, seeing how monstrous she was, and that she was clothed with the black skins of bears, verily believed she was some devil, and began to cross themselves and commend themselves to God. But presently they saw her swim stiffly towards the shore, and then they shot arrows at her, but she dived till she reached the land. Then just as she landed, Amadis and Cildadan wounded her with their arrows in the shoulder, but she quickly ran into the wood, and King Cildadan, who saw her flying thus with the shafts in her shoulder, could not forbear laughing. Then they went to help Don Bruneo, and staunched the blood, and laid him in his bed. Presently the giantess appeared again upon an eminence, and cried out aloud, "If you think I am a devil, you are wrong, but I am Andandona, who will do you all the mischief I can, and will not forbear for what pain or trouble it may cost me." And then she ran along the rocks so fleetly that nothing could have overtaken her, so that they were much amazed thereat, for they thought surely that she would have died of her wounds. Then they learned all concerning her from 2 of the prisoners whom Gandalin had taken on board the galley because they were natives of Gaul, and if Don Bruneo had not entreated them to carry him as quickly as possible where he might have help for his wound, they would have returned and hunted the whole island to catch that bedevilled giantess and have her burned. So they went on and entered the open sea, talking of many things, and Amadis told them all that had passed with King Lisuarte. Full sorrowful thereat was Don Galaor, and great grief did he feel in his heart, for he well understood what evils might ensue, and he was placed in great trouble, for though his brother Amadis, whom he so dearly loved, was on the other side, yet could not that so influence his heart as to make him refuse to serve King Lisuarte, with whom he had lived, as you have heard heretofore. And then he remembered how Amadis had left him at the Firm Island, and calling him aside, he said, Sir brother, what thing so great or grievous could have happened to you, that the love and tie between us was not greater, but you concealed it from me as from a stranger? Good brother, replied Amadis, since it was powerful enough to break that tie, you may well ween it was worse than death itself. I beseech you, ask me no farther now. Galaor then put on a better semblance, for he had before been somewhat angry, and seeing that his brother would still be secret, said no more. 4 days they continued their voyage, and then took haven at a town in Gaul called Mostrol, where King Perión and his queen then sojourned, because it was opposite to Britain, and they could better learn tidings of their sons. They, when they saw the galley, sent to know who was come. Amadis bade the messenger reply that it was King Cildadan and Don Bruneo, but of himself or his brother to say nothing. Right joyful was King Perión at these tidings, for Amadis had sent him word how King Cildadan had been with Galaor in the house of Urganda, and now he thought he should hear of his son. He ordered all his company to take horse, and rode out with them to meet the newcomers, for Don Bruneo had sometimes been at his court, and he loved him much, and he knew that he was much with his sons. Amadis and Galaor clad themselves richly and rode to the queen's palace, and bade the porter tell her that 2 knights of her lineage wished to speak with her. She bade them enter, and seeing Amadis, she knew Galaor by the likeness, albeit she had never seen him before, since the giant took him away being but a child, and she cried out in one breath, Ah, Virgin Mary Lady, what is this? I see my sons before me. And she fell upon the estrado like one bereft of sense. They knelt down and kissed her hand, and she rose and descended from the estrado, and took them in her arms, and kissed them many times, before any of them could speak, till their sister Melicia entered, and the queen drew back that they might greet her, and much were they astonished at her exceeding beauty. Who can tell the joy of that noble queen to see before her 2 sons, how fair knights they were, and considering the griefs and fears wherewith her heart was always troubled, knowing the dangers which Amadis encountered, and expecting life or death herself as the issue might be, and having lost Galaor as you have heard, and now beholding them both restored with such honour and renown, certes none can tell what joy she felt except she herself, or one who has been in like case. Then said Amadis, We have brought Don Bruneo de Bonamar here, who is badly wounded. Let him be honourably entreated as one of the best knights in the world. That shall he be, my son, replied Elisena, because you love him, and because he has served us well, and when I cannot attend him, your sister Melicia shall. Lady sister, quoth Galaor, you ought as a damsel to honour him greatly, as one who serves and honours all damsels better than any other. Happy may she think herself whom he loves. For without let he passed under the enchanted arch of true lovers, a certain testimony they had never been false. When Melicia heard this, her heart leaped, for she well knew that that adventure had been achieved for her sake, and she answered like a discreet damsel as she was, Sir, I shall do my best, because you command me, and because they tell me he is a good knight, and one who loves you much. While they were thus in talk, the Kings Perión and Cildadan came up, and when Amadis and Galaor saw their father, they knelt down, and each took him by the hand and kissed it, and he kissed them, and the tears of joy ran down. King Cildadan bade them remember Don Bruneo, and he having spoken to the queen her daughter, they all went towards Don Bruneo, who was carried in knights' arms from the galley, and they laid him in a rich bed, in a chamber of the queen's apartments, the windows whereof opened into a garden of roses and other flowers. There the queen and her daughter went to visit him, and she showed great pity for his wound, and said to him, Don Bruneo, I will see you the most I can, and when anything prevents me, your friend Melicia shall be with you, and she shall cure your wound. Elisena then departed, leaving her daughter and her damsels. Melicia sate herself up opposite his bed, where he could see her fair countenance, and so happy was Don Bruneo that while he could be so attended, he did not wish to be healed. She looked at his wound and saw that it was a great one, but being open on both sides, she hoped to heal it speedily, and she said, Don Bruneo, methinks I can cure the wound, but you must altogether obey me, else you may bring on great danger. Lady, replied he, God forbid that I should ever otherwise than obey you, for sure am I that in that case none could help me. These words she understood as he had meant them, better than the damsels who were present. She then applied an ointment to his leg which allayed the swelling and pain, and gave him food with her own fair hands, and said to him, Compose yourself now, and when it is time I will visit you again. As she left the chamber she met his squire Lasindo. Now he knew the secret of his master's love. Lasindo, said she, you are well known here, and do you ask for whatever your master may need? Lady, he replied, God send the time when this kindness may be rewarded. And drawing nearer, he said to her in a low voice, She, lady, who wishes to cure the wounded, should take heed to the worst wound. For God's sake, lady, have pity on him, who so needs it, not for the pain which his wound gives him, but for what he endures for you. When Melicia heard this, she replied, Friend, I shall remedy the wound which I see, if I can. Of the other I know nothing. You know, lady, replied Lasindo, that the passion he endures for you enabled him to see the statues of Apollydon and Grimanesa. Ailings like these, Lasindo, she answered, are often cured by only time. So it may be with your master, and it is needless to ask remedy for him from one who cannot bestow it. With that she left him and went to her mother. And though Lasindo repeated this answer to Don Bruneo, yet did it nothing trouble him, for he believed she felt otherwise than that, and he often blessed the giantess Adandona for wounding him, because thereby he enjoyed that pleasure without which all the world to him was only trouble and solitude. Thus, as you hear, King Cildadan and Galaor and Amadis were in Gaul with King Perion, to the great joy of all, and Don Bruneo in the care of her whom he loved so well. One day Galaor led them aside and said, Sirs, I believe that though I were to labour much, I could not find other three who would love me so well, and therefore I beseech you advise me concerning that which ought to be prized next to my soul. You, sir, my brother Amadis, placed me with King Lisuarte, and commanded me to be his with great affection, and now seeing how you are at enmity with the king, and that I am not discharged from his service, certainly I am greatly perplexed. For if I should help you, my honour would be tainted, and if I should aid him, it is the pain of death to me to do aught against you. I beseech you give me counsel upon this, which is your cause also, and consider more my honour than your own inclination. King Perion answered, Son, you cannot do wrong in following your brother against a king so thankless and unreasonable, for when you remained with him, it was to the will of Amadis, and now with just cause may you leave him, seeing that like an enemy he labours to destroy your kindred who have served him so well. Sir, replied Don Galaor, I trust in God and in your favour, whereto I commit my honour, that it never shall be said I left the service of that king now when he needs my service so much, not having taken leave of him before. Good brother, then said Amadis, though we are bound to follow the better judgment of the king our father, yet will I now venture by his favour to say, that at a time like this you ought not to forsake the king, unless it were so that no one could be injured thereby. As for this between him and me, there can be no knights on his side so powerful as they may be, that the high lord will not be stronger, who knows the services which I have wrought for him, and the evil guerdon which, nothing meriting such, I have from him received. It was determined then that Galaor should go to King Lisuarte. King Cildadan then said to the two brethren, You know, friends, the issue of that great battle which by you was won, and wherein you took from me that great glory which I and my people should have gained. And you know the terms of the battle, that the conquered should serve the conqueror, and this must I fulfil for my honour's sake, though it grieves me to the heart. Today there came a summons to me from King Lisuarte to serve him with my full number of knights. I must therefore go with Don Galaor. So the next day they took leave and entered into a vessel, and having landed in Great Britain, took their road towards the king. Greatly incensed was Lisuarte at what had happened in the island of Mongaza, and the slaughter of his people, and he resolved without waiting for all the forces which he had summoned to go against it. But 3 days before he was to embark, he told the queen to take Oriana and the ladies of the court to sport with him in the forest. So tents were pitched there, and they enjoyed the chase, but the king's thoughts were more upon the loss of the Firm Island than upon his sport. End of Chapter 2 of Book 3. Book 3, Chapter 3 of Amadís of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Amadís of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 3, Chapter 3. How King Cildadan and Don Galaor, going their way toward the court of King Lisuarte, met a dame who had in her company a fair child accompanied by 12 knights, and how the dame asked them to ask the king to make him a knight, the which was done, and afterward the king knew him to be his son. King Cildadan and Don Galaor, hearing that the king prepared to embark, made all speed to join him. It chanced that, having slept in a forest, they heard a bell ring for mass at daybreak, and going to the hermitage, they saw 12 rich shields ranged around the altar, bearing castles, or in a field azure, and in the midst of them was a white shield rimmed with gold. Having made their orisons, they asked certain squires who were there to whom those shields belonged. They answered that they could by no means tell them, but if they went to the court of King Lisuarte, they would soon know. Presently the knights who owned the shields came in, leading some damsels, and behind them the new knight talking with a dame who was not young. He was of good stature and fair, and so strongly made that hardly might another such be seen, so that King Cildadan and Galaor marvelled much to see him, and weened that he came from a far land, because till then they had never beheld him. When mass was over, the lady asked them if they were of King Lisuarte's household. "Why ask you?" "Because if it please you, we should desire your company, for the king is in the forest hard by with the queen and a great company, hunting and regaling in their tents." "And what is your pleasure with us?" "That, for courtesy, you would request the king and the queen and their daughter Oriana to come hither and make this squire a knight, for he is such that he merits all the honour that may be done him." "Right willingly, lady, will we do this, and we trust the king also will do as you say, according to his wonted courtesy." Then they rode all together to a little hill by the wayside to wait for the king, and it was not long before they saw him and the queen and their company approaching. The king rode foremost, and beholding the damsels and 2 armed knights, he thought they wished to joust, and he bade Don Grumedan, who guarded him with 30 knights, to go and tell them not to trouble themselves to joust, but come to him. Don Grumedan rode foremost, and the king stopped. When Cildadan and Galaor saw that he stopped, they and the damsels came down the hill and went towards him, and when Galaor was near enough to know the old knight, he exclaimed to King Cildadan, "Here, sire, is one of the good men of the earth." Who is he? Don Grumedan, who bore the king's banner in the battle against you. In truth then, quoth Cildadan, I can say he is such, for I plucked the banner from him, and could never force it from his hands till the staff broke, and then I saw him do such feats of arms as showed his great displeasure that it had been taken. They then took off their helmets, and Grumedan, knowing Galaor as he approached, exclaimed, Ah, my friend Don Galaor, you are as welcome as the angels from heaven, and he rode up to him as fast as he could. Don Grumedan, quoth Galaor, this is King Cildadan. The old knight then kissed the king's hand, who welcomed him very courteously, and then turned to Galaor, and they embraced, like those who loved each other at heart. Then rode he back to Lisuarte. Good news, sir, and joyful. Here comes your vassal and friend Don Galaor, who never failed you in time of need, and the other is King Cildadan. I am right glad of his coming, replied the king. I well thought that if he were whole and at his own free will he would not fail to come to me, as I would have gone to him if it were to his honour. By this the knights came up, and he received them full graciously. Don Galaor would have kissed his hands, but the king would not permit that, embracing him so as to show how in his heart he loved him. They then told him of the lady and the boon she begged. The king mused a while, for he was accustomed to knight those only of great worth, and he asked whose son he was. That, replied the dame, you shall not know yet, but I swear to you that on both sides he is of good and royal parentage. What shall I do, Don Galaor? Said the king. Methinks, sir, you should consent, for the child is of rare stature and comeliness, and cannot fail to be a good knight. Let it be so then, Lisuarte answered, and he bade Grumedan take Don Galaor and King Cildadan to the queen, and then all follow him to the hermitage. How they were welcomed by the queen and Oriana it is not necessary to relate, never were others better or more lovingly. So they all followed to the hermitage, and when they saw those shields and the white one which was so rich among them, they marvelled thereat, but still more at the goodly person of the child, and he could not think who he was, having never heard of him before. He humbly kissed the hands of the king, and would have kissed the queen's and Oriana's also, but that they would not permit because of his high birth. The king then knighted him and said, Take the sword from whom it shall please you best. If it please you, he replied, I will take it from the hands of Oriana, for so will that be accomplished which my heart desired. Dear daughter, then said Lisuarte, give, if it please you, this sword to this knight, who will rather receive it from you than from any other hand. Oriana, with great shamefastness, as one who thought it strange, then took the sword and gave it him, and thus was his knighting fully performed. The dame then said, Sir, I and my 3 damsels must be gone, though I would willingly remain with you a while, but so it is ordered. Norandel, whom you have armed knight, and these 12 knights with him, may, if it like you, abide in your service. Well pleased was the king thereat, greatly admiring the young man. The dame then took her leave, and as she departed slipped a letter into Lisuarte's hand, saying, Read this in private, and then do as you think best. She then went towards the ship. He, wondering what this might be, bade the queen go with King Cildadan and Galaor to the tents, and feast them if he should tarry in the chase. Brisena obeyed, and as soon as he was alone he opened the letter. Lisuarte, most high king of Great Britain, I, the Princess Celinda, daughter of King Hergido, kiss your hand. You will well remember, sir, how you, being only an errant knight, found me besieged in my castle of the Great Rosier by Antiphon the Fierce, because I would not accept him in marriage, and how you undertook my cause in single combat and slew him, and how under the rosier I yielded you my love. Then was this child begotten, so fair a one that it seemeth that sin hath produced good fruit, and will therefore be by the Most High Lord forgiven. I sent with him this ring which you gave me, as that which witnessed all. Honour him and love him, my good lord, and make him knight like one who on both sides is sprung from kings, and deriving from you daring courage, and from me that ardent love which I have borne towards you. reasonably may we hope that knighthood will be well bestowed upon him." Full well did Lisuarte remember this, and the ring confirmed that Norandel was his son. Howbeit, though the young knight promised so fairly by his fair appearance, he resolved to conceal the truth till he should have given proof of his valour. He then went to the chase, and, returning with plenty of game, went to the tent where King Cildadan and Galaor lodged, being attended by all the best knights of his court, all richly clad, and before all he praised them for their great feats of arms as they deserved, and for the great help he hoped from them in this war, which he now waged against the best knights in the world. Then cheerfully he told them of his sport, and said merrily that he would give them none of his game, and he sent it all to Oriana and the princesses, but he bade them divide it with Cildadan and Galaor. So there he ate with them. After the cloths were removed, he took Galaor aside under the trees, and leaning on his shoulder said, "My good friend Galaor, how I esteem and love you, God knows, for your courage and your counsel have always profited me, and I have full confidence in your faith, so much that I would not say to my own heart the thing which I would conceal from you. Look now what hath happened," and he gave him the letter. Glad thereof was Galaor, seeing that Norandel was the king's son, and he said, "If you, sir, went through this toil and peril to deliver that princess, she well repaid you by so fair a son. As God shall help me, I think he will be as good as he is fair, and however desirous you now are to conceal his birth, you will hereafter be more so to acknowledge him. If it please you, let him be my comrade for a year, thus will somewhat of my great desire to serve you be accomplished." "Much do I thank you," replied the king. "Yet shall I give you a boy for your companion, who may prove we know not what? Howbeit, as it pleases you, let it be so, for as nothing will be secret, whatever honour is done to him is done to me." So after they had returned to the tents a while, Galaor said to the king, "Sir, you well know it is the custom of your house and of the whole kingdom of London, that the first boon which knight or damsel shall require from a new made knight ought to be granted." "Truly, so is the custom," replied the king. "I am a knight," rejoined Galaor, "and I ask a boon of Norandel. It is that we keep company together for 1 whole year, being true to each other, and that nothing but death or captivity separate us." Norandel marvelled greatly when he heard this, and full joyful was he, for he saw how the king honoured Galaor among so many good and esteemed knights, and he knew his fame, how except Amadis there was none who surpassed him in arms. "My lord Sir Galaor," quoth he, "it is plain, by your great worth and my littleness, that you have said thus more for your goodness than my deserts, but I grant it, and thank you for it, as the thing in the world which next to the service of the king most rejoices me." The king then told them how he would put to sea on the 3rd day, for, according to the tidings he received from the island of Mongaza, his going was necessary. "In God's name," said King Cildadan, "and we will serve you in all things that may be to your honour." "Sir," quoth Galaor, "since you have the hearts of your people so fully, fear you none but God." "Even so," replied the king, "great as your prowess is, your love and affection maketh me more secure." The following day after Mass they set out to return to the town, and the king told Galaor he might inform Oriana of Norandel's birth, but in secrecy. So Galaor took her bridle, whereat well pleased was she for the love her father bore him, and because being the brother of Amadis, it was to her a comfort to see him. In the course of their talk they spake of Norandel. "Do you know anything of this knight?" said Oriana, "for he came with you, and you have asked him to be your companion in arms. For one of your prowess this should not be done unless you knew something of his worth, for all who know you say there is no one equal to you, except only your brother Amadis." "My lady," replied Galaor, "so equal is my prowess to that of Amadis as earth is to heaven, and fool would he be who thought to equal his, for God has gifted him above all others in the world in hardihood, and in all good customs that beseem a knight." Oriana became thoughtful, and a feeling came upon her. if ever thou shouldst be without the love of this Amadis, and without this fame of arms and of beauty. But she felt joy and pride that he who had no peer was her own. But for Norandel, added Galaor, it surely seems that he will be a good man, and I know that of him which will surprise all whenever it comes to be known. So I believe, replied Oriana, that not without great cause you took him for your companion in arms. If it may fairly be told, I should willingly know it. That would be a dear secret, quoth he, which you wished to know, and I should withhold, but no other must know it. He is son to the king your father. And then he told her all. You have made me right glad, cried Oriana, and I truly thank you for the near tie between us. If he be good by nature, you will make him more so, and if otherwise, your example will amend him. Thus they went on till they reached the town. There Oriana went with her mother, and Galaor took his comrade Norandel to his lodging. On the following day, the ships being manned, Lisuarte commanded that his dinner should be prepared on board, and he, with Galaor, Norandel, and King Cildadan, took leave of the queen and his daughter, and went to the fort of Tiafoc, where his fleet lay, and sailed for the island of Mongaza. In 5 days they reached the port of the town from whence the island took its name, and there they found King Arban of North Wales strongly encamped, and learned from him what had passed. There had been a great battle with the knights who held the town, and his men had been defeated, and would all have been lost, if King Arban had not taken advantage of some rocks and retired among them. That brave King Gasquilan of Sweden had been sorely wounded by Don Florestan, and his people had carried him away by sea to be healed. Brian of Mongaste had advanced too far to attack King Arban, and was made prisoner. From that time King Arban's army had never ventured to stir from the rocks where Lisuarte found them, and though the enemy had often attempted, they were never able to attack them. Lisuarte was incensed against the knights of the island, hearing this, and he landed all his men and stores, and pitched his camp. In good time for Oriana had King Lisuarte departed. She felt her pains coming, and dismissing all her other damsels, went with only Mabilia and the damsel of Denmark to her chamber, and there till midnight in great fear and agony she endured, suppressing all cries, till it pleased God, the reliever of all, that she was delivered of a fair son, who was forthwith wrapped in rich garments, and Oriana bade them bring him to her bed, and she took him in her arms and kissed him many times. Do you see, said the damsel to Mabilia, what the child has upon its breast? No, quoth she, I was too busy to look. Certainly, cried the damsel, he has something upon his breast which other infants have not. They then lit a candle and uncovered him, and saw that under the right nipple there were letters as white as snow, and under the left 7 letters as red as live coals, but neither one nor the other could read them, for the white letters were Latin and very difficult, and the red ones were Greek. Presently, as they had agreed, the damsel privately went out and came round under the chamber window with Durin on horseback. Mabilia had laid the child in a basket and lowered it to them by a string, and they rode towards Miraflores, where the child was to be brought up as the damsel's own. But soon leaving the right road, they struck into a bypath through the forest to go more secretly. They came at last to a fountain, near which was a deep valley, so thick with underwood that none could enter it, where lions and other wild beasts bred. Above this valley there was an old hermitage, where dwelt the hermit Nasciano, who was a holy man. It was the opinion of the neighbouring peasantry that he was sometimes regaled with heavenly food, and when he went out to beg provision, neither lion nor any wild beast would harm him, but, when they met him on his ass, seemed to fawn to him. Near this hermitage there was a cave in the rock, where a lioness had whelped, and the good man often went in and fed her cubs, and would play with them after he had said his prayers. Now, when the damsel came to this fountain, she was athirst, and she said to her brother, Let us alight, and take the child, for I must drink. Durin alighted, took the child, and laid him at the foot of a tree. But as his sister was about to alight, they heard the roaring of a lion in the thicket, which frightened both palfreys, and they started off full speed. The damsel had no command over hers, and expecting to be dashed to pieces among the trees, cried out to God to help her. Durin ran after her, and overtaking her, at last caught the reins, but she was in such plight that she could scarcely speak. He took her off and said, "Stay here, and I will go on your horse in pursuit of my own." "Go for the child first," said she, "and bring him to me, lest anything happen." "Hold the reins then," said he, "for if I take the horse I cannot bring him." So he set off afoot, but meantime a marvellous adventure had happened, for the lioness whom you have heard of, and who had roared so loud, went every day to that fountain to get scent of the beasts who drank there, and now, as she was looking about her, she heard the child cry, and went to the foot of a tree, and took him up in her keen teeth by the clothes, without touching the flesh, for so it pleased God, and carried him to her cubs for food. This was about daybreak. But that Lord of the world, who is merciful toward those who implore his mercy, and with the innocent, who have neither age nor understanding to implore it, helped him in this guise. That holy Nasciano, having sung mass, and going to the fountain to refresh himself, for the night had been hot, beheld the lioness with the child in her mouth, and heard him crying with the voice of a new-born babe. Whereat he crossed himself, and said to her, "Go, evil beast, and leave this creature of God's work, who hath not made him for thee." The lioness came crouching to him, and laid the babe at his feet, and then departed. Nasciano made upon him the sign of the true cross, then took him in his arms, and went towards the hermitage. As he passed the cave, he saw the lioness was giving suck to her cubs, and he called to her, saying, "I command thee on the part of God, in whose power are all things, to come feed this child like thy own cubs, and to guard him like them." She came and lay down at his feet. The good man placed the infant at her teats, and the child sucked, and thenceforth the lioness came fondly to feed him whenever he cried. The hermit then sent his nephew, a lad who assisted him at mass, to call his father and mother. They dwelt at the skirts of the forest, but the father was gone from home, and could not come till after 10 days, during which time the child was fed by the lioness, and by a she-goat and a ewe, who gave him suck while the lioness was prowling about. When Durin came to the foot of the tree, and saw that the child was gone, he was greatly dismayed, and he looked on all sides, and beholding only the track of the lioness, thought that surely she had devoured him. When he told his sister this, she beat her face, and cried out aloud, cursing her fortune and the hour wherein she was born, and in this passionate grief she continued more than 2 hours. "Sister," said Durin, "this is of no avail, and great evil may rise from it to your lady and her friend." At last she saw that he had reason, and she said, "What shall we do?" "We must go to Miraflores," said he, "since my palfrey is lost, and stay there 3 or 4 days, as if some business brought us there, and when we return we must tell Oriana that the child is safe. After she is recovered, you must take counsel with Mabilia what to do." So thus they agreed, and the damsel put on a good countenance on her return, and told Oriana that the child was taken care of. In 10 days the hermit's sister and her husband arrived, and he told them by what great chance he had found the infant, whom God certainly loved because he had so saved him, and he besought them to take charge of him till he could speak, and then bring him to him for instruction. "But first," said the good man, "I will baptize him." When that dame stripped him by the font, she saw the white and red letters on his breast, and showed them to Nasciano, who greatly marvelled thereat, and reading them he saw that the white one said, in Latin, Esplandian, and thought that this was to be the child's name. And so he baptized him by that name, Esplandian, whereby he was afterwards so known in the world. But the red letters, though he tried earnestly, he could neither read nor understand. So his nurse took the child home with a good will, deeming that she and her family should one day be well repaid, and she nursed him diligently, as one in whom she had placed her hopes, and when he began to speak, she took him again to her brother, and he was then so comely and well grown a child that all who saw him were delighted. End of Chapter 3 of Book 3. Book 3, Chapter 4 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 3, Chapter 4, in which is recounted the cruel battle between King Lisuarte and Don Galvanes and their people, and of the liberality and greatness which the king showed after his victory, giving the land to Don Galvanes and Madasima, they remaining his vassals as long as he should dwell therein. Heretofore ye have heard how King Lisuarte, having landed in the isle of Mongaza, found King Arban among the rocks, whom he commanded to raise his camp and join him on the plain. He was now advised that Don Galvanes and his companions had departed from the boiling lake, and crossed the mountains, with design to give him battle. Forthwith he went to meet them, heartening his army the best he could, for they had to deal with the best knights in the world. So far they marched, that they encamped that night upon the banks of a river, a league apart from the enemy. When it was daybreak, they all heard mass and armed themselves, and the king ordained his forces into 3 battalions. Don Galaor had the first of 500 knights. With him were his comrade Norandel, and Don Guillain the Pensive, and his cousin Ladasin, and Grimio the Valiant, and Sandal of Ganota, and Nicoran the good jouster of the Perilous Bridge. The 2nd battalion he gave to King Cildadan with 700 knights. With him went Ganides of Ganota, and Acedis, the king's nephew, and Bradacen, and Brandoyuas, and Tasian, and Filispinel, all knights of great account. And in the midst went Don Grumedan of Norway, and other knights, with King Arban of North Wales, whose charge it was to guard the king. In such order they moved on, seeming a goodly and well-armed company, and so many trumpets and clarions sounded that scarce could voice be heard. They drew up in a plain, and Baladan and Leonis kept behind the king with 30 knights. When Don Galvanes and his noble friends knew of the coming of King Lisuarte and his force, albeit that for one of them he brought 5, yet were they not dismayed, nor though the capture of Don Brian of Monjaste was a great loss to them, and the absence of Agrayes, who was gone to provide supplies, of which they were in need. But with a good heart and great courage Don Galvanes cheered his troops, and formed them into 2 battalions, the one of 106 knights, the other of 109. In the first went Don Florestan and Don Quadragante, and Angriote of Estravaus, and his brother Grovadan, and his nephew Sarquiles, and his cousin Gazinan, who bore the banner of the damsels. And by the banner were Branfil, and the good Don Gavarte of the Perilous Valley, and Olivas, and Balais of Carsante, and Enel, the good knight whom Beltenebros knighted before the battle with King Cildadan. In the other battalion was Don Galvanes, and there were with him the 2 good brethren Palomir and Dragonis, and Listoran of the White Tower, and Dandales of Sadoca, and Tantalis the Proud, and by their battalions there were crossbowmen and archers. With this company, so unequal to the great numbers of the king, they entered the open field where the enemy awaited them. Florestan and Quadragante then called Elian the Gallant, one of the comeliest knights that could far or near be found, and bade him go with 2 other knights, his kinsmen, and tell King Lisuarte that if he would withdraw the crossbowmen and archers from between the wings, there would be one of the best battles he had ever seen. The 3 knights rode forward before the army. Now you must know this Elian the Gallant was Don Quadragante's nephew, being son of his sister and of Count Liquedo, who was cousin to King Perion. They having reached the 1st battalion, demanded of Don Galaor a safe conduct, who sent Don Cendil of Ganota to secure them. So they went before the king, and said to him, Sir, Don Florestan and Don Quadragante, and the knights who are here with them to defend the lands of Madasima, send to say that if you will consent to withdraw the archers and crossbowmen, there will be a good battle. In God's name, replied Lisuarte, withdraw yours, and Cendil shall send away mine. So the 3 knights returned, and Cendil informed Galaor what had been agreed, and afterward both armies moved on. When they were within 3 bowshots of each other, Galaor knew Florestan, and the 2 knights who rode foremost with him, by their arms, and he said to Norandel, My good friend, you see there the 3 best knights in company whom man can find. He with the white lions is Don Florestan. He with the dark lions and the flower argent in a field azure is Angriote of Estravaus. He with the flowers or is Don Quadragante, and the foremost of them with green arms, is Gavarte of the Perilous Valley, the good knight who slew a serpent and so won that name. Let us encounter them. They threw their shields before them and lowered their lances, and those knights rode on to meet them. Norandel spurred his horse and smote Gavarte, and bore him saddle and all to the ground. This was his first essay, and it was held by all for a right good beginning. Galaor and Quadragante encountered, and fell men and horses to the ground. Sendil ran against Elian, their lances brake, both were wounded, but both kept their seats. And now the armies had joined, and such was the uproar of voices and the din of strokes that the drums and clarions were no longer heard. Then were there many knights slain, and many wounded, and many thrown from their horses, and the hearts of all on either side were incensed with great anger. But the thickest press was to defend Galaor and Quadragante, who were now foining at each other, and grappling and struggling, that it was fearful to behold them, and more than 100 knights on both sides were dismounted in attempting to help horse them, for they were so closely engaged that none could part them. Then in that hour what feats Norandel and Don Guilan the Pensive performed by Galaor cannot be told, nor how Florestan and Angriote bestirred themselves over Quadragante, for though the knights of Lisuarte pressed on them in far greater number, they so played their parts that they lost not one jot. Such efforts were at last made that Galaor and Quadragante were mounted again, and rushed like two lions into the battle. That day King Cildadan did bravely, and sent many a knight to earth. But Don Galvanes came up, and soon made it manifest that the quarrel was his, and that he neither feared danger nor death in defending his heritance against these enemies. Don Florestan too, holding his brother Amadis to be the chief in this dispute, and feeling that it therefore became all his friends to play the man, and himself above the rest, he raged furiously from side to side, wherever he could work most hurt, and seeing how King Cildadan exceeded all those of his own party, he made at him through the press of knights, maugred the load of blows that were laid on him, and came up to him so fiercely that he could do nothing but seize him in his strong arms, and Cildadan grappled him. Presently they were surrounded by knights to succour them, their horses drew back, and they fell together, and then fell to with swords, driving fierce and mortal blows at each other. But Enel the good knight and Angriote got Florestan to horse again, and he remembering what Amadis would do if he were there present, rode into the thickest of the battle, and did marvellous feats that day. Norandel, whose armour was all hacked and red with many wounds, and his sword bloody to the hilt, when he saw King Cildadan on foot, called to Don Galaor, "Let us help your friend King Cildadan, or he will be slain." "Now show your worth, my comrade," quoth Galaor, "and let us horse him and fight by him." So they with toil and much difficulty mounted him again, but he was sorely wounded on the head by a stroke from Dragonis, and the blood ran over his eyes. In that hour could not the host of King Lisuarte for all their great numbers keep the field. They turned their backs and fled before the great hardihood of their enemies, save only Don Galaor and certain other good knights, who went from part to part rallying and heartening them till they came to where the king was. Lisuarte, seeing them thus return discomfited, cried out, "Now show your worth, good friends, and let us preserve the honour of London." And he spurred his horse, shouting, "Clarence! Clarence!" for that was his war cry, and went full against his enemies. He saw Don Galvanes fighting full valiantly, and he smote him, so that his lance brake, and Galvanes lost his stirrups. Then he drew his sword, and laid about him on all sides, and his people took heart. But it availed nothing, for Florestan and Quadragante and Angriote and Gavarte, being all joined together, did such feats that it seemed as if their enemies were all vanquished, and all thought that the field could not be kept against them. King Lisuarte, seeing his people dismayed and so rudely handled, was in all fear of being vanquished, and he called Don Guilan, who was badly wounded, and King Arban of North Wales, and Grumedan of Norway, and said to them, "I see our people are in an evil plight, and I fear that God, whom I have never served as I ought, will not give me this battle. Now let us do then, for I may be called the king who was defeated and slain to my honour, but never to my dishonour the living and defeated king." He then spurred his horse onward without fear of death, and turned to Quadragante, who was coming against him, and they smote each other two such blows upon the helmet that each embraced the neck of his horse, but because the king's sword was far the better, he wounded Quadragante in the head. Presently they were succoured by Galaor and Norandel on the one side, and by Florestan and Angriote on the other, and the king, who saw the wonders which Don Florestan worked, made at him, and smote his horse upon the head, so that he fell, but for this he soon paid, for Florestan leaped from the saddle, and made at the king, maugre all who guarded him, yet could he only reach the horse's leg, which he cut through. The king lightly got on foot, so that Florestan was surprised thereat, and gave him 2 blows with his good sword, against which his armour nothing availed him to save the flesh. But Florestan remembered how he had been in his court, and what honour he had once received from him, and forbore to strike him, only he protected himself with the little of his shield that was left. But Lisuarte, in great fury, smote at him as fiercely as he could. Still Florestan forbore to strike, but he grasped him in his arms, and would neither suffer him to mount again, nor to get from him. Then was there a great press on both sides to the succour, and the king cried out, shouting his name, that he might be holpen. At this Galaor came up, and said, Sir, mount my horse, and Filispinel and Brandoyas were with him, being afoot, and offering each his horse. Take mine, sir, quoth Galaor, but the king would not suffer him to alight, and took Filispinel's horse and turned aside, leaving Florestan sorely wounded with his good sword, though Florestan would not harm him. And presently Quadragante brought Florestan a horse. Then Lisuarte called on Galaor and Norandel, and King Cildadan and the rest who followed him, and they pressed on, he doing such deeds that the praise of that day was justly given him. For though Florestan and Quadragante and Gavarte and their friends did what they could, and marvellously bestirred themselves, yet they were few in number, and for the most part sorely wounded. And the king's people had now taken courage, and came on with such numbers, that perforce they were driven back to the foot of the mountains, where Florestan and Quadragante, and Angriote and Gavarte, their arms being hacked to pieces, their horses slain and themselves sorely wounded, fell senseless upon the field. And Palomir and Elian the Gallant, and Branfil and Enel, and Sarquiles and Maratros of Lisando, who was the cousin of Florestan, were all taken in their defence, and many were there slain on both sides. And Don Galvanes would there have been lost, if Dragones had not often succoured him, and at last drawn him out of the press, so badly hurt that he could scarcely sit, being well nigh senseless, and he sent him to the boiling lake, and remained himself with that small company which had escaped, defending the mountains. So thus by the courage of Lisuarte, and by the great folly of Florestan, who would not hurt him, having him in his power, it may well be said that day was lost. Whereby we may understand that in such danger we should neither show pity nor courtesy to friend nor kin, till the victory be secured. When King Lisuarte saw how his enemies forsook the field and retired among the mountains, and that the sun was going down, he forbade any of his men to advance farther, and he placed guards, because Dragones had already occupied all the strong passes, and sent for his tents, which were pitched beside a stream at the foot of the mountains. He then called for King Cildadan and Don Galaor, but it was told him that they were lamenting over Florestan and Quadragante, who were at the point of death. Hearing this, Lisuarte demanded a horse, and rode towards them, rather to console Don Galaor than with any wish to give assistance to those knights who had been against him, albeit he was somewhat moved in remembering how in the battle against King Cildadan, Florestan, being bareheaded, stepped before him and received upon his shield that mighty blow from the great giant Gandacuriel, and how that very day he had for virtue forborne to strike him. So going where they were, he comforted them with gentle words, and assurance that they should be healed, yet had not this such weight, but that Galaor swooned many times upon his brother Florestan. The king made them be carried to a good tent, and sent masters to look to their wounds, and taking King Cildadan with him, permitted Galaor to abide with them that night, and he took to the same tent the 7 knights who had been taken prisoners, to be healed also. There, by the help of God chiefly, and of the masters, who were right skilful, before dawn they had recovered their senses, and upon sight and search made, hopeful signs of recovery were found. The next day, as Norandel and Don Guilan were with Galaor, to console him for the great sorrow which he endured, because of his brother and his kinsman, they heard the trumpets and clarions sound in the king's tent, which was a signal for the people to arm. They bound up their wounds fast that the blood might not issue, and armed themselves and rode thither. They found the king armed in fresh armour and on a fresh horse, consulting with King Arban and King Cildadan and Don Grumedan, whether he should attack the knights who were in the mountain. The opinions were different. Some said their own people had been so hardly handled that it was not reasonable till they were recovered to attack the enemy. Others that the delay was dangerous, for now the army was hot in anger, and if they cooled they would have little will for another engagement, and moreover Agrayes was expected with stores and troops from Brittany. The king then asked Don Galaor's advice. Sir, said he, if your people are wounded and fatigued, so also are the enemy, and because they are few and we are many, I advise that we forthwith attack them. So let it be, said Lisuarte. Anon they made ready and attacked the passes, Galaor going first and Norandel following him, and though Dragonis defended them well, yet so many were the bowyers and crossbowmen who annoyed him that he was compelled to retire to the plain beyond, and from thence, after a perilous battle, to retreat to the town and castle. Soon the king came up and pitched his tents there, and ordered his fleet to besiege the castle by sea. And because this history is the history of Amadis, and he was not present in that war, it is not necessary to relate all that passed. You need only know that Lisuarte besieged them 13 months, by land and by sea, so that they could no ways be succoured, for Agrayes was ill, nor had he a force that could attack so great a fleet, and food failing within, they began to treat with the king, that he and Don Galvanes should mutually release their prisoners, that the town and castle of the Boiling Lake should be rendered, and there should be truce for 2 years. Now, although this was to the king's advantage, yet such was his confidence that he would not have granted these terms if he had not received letters from his uncle Count Agramonte, how all the kings of the islands had risen against him, seeing that he was engaged in this war, and chosen King Aravigo of the islands of Landas for their chief, who was the most powerful of all, and how all this was occasioned by Arcalaus the enchanter, who had gone from island to island, telling them they would meet with no resistance, and might divide the land between them. Wherefore Agramonte besought the king to leave all other business and return without delay. This obliged the king to negotiate, though against his will, for his will was to take his enemies by force of arms and put them all to death. So the terms being made, the king, accompanied by many good men, went to the town and found the gates open, and from thence to the castle, when Don Galvanes came out, and the knights who were with him, and the fair Madasima, who was in tears, gave him the keys, and said, Do, sir, herewith what is your pleasure. Lisuarte took and gave them to Brandoyse. Then Galaor came to the king and said, Sir, gentleness and courtesy are needed now. If I have ever done you service, remember it now. Don Galaor, quoth he, if I were to look to all the services you have done me, the guerdon could never be found, though I were worth 1,000 times more than I possess. What I may do now shall not be reckoned in my debt to you. Then, said he, Don Galvanes, this land which you took from me by force, and which I by force have recovered, I now willingly, for your own worth, and for the goodness of Madasima, and at the request of Don Galaor, give it to you and Madasima, that reserving my lordship, ye and they who proceed from ye may possess it as your own. Sir, replied Don Galvanes, since my fortune hath not suffered me to keep it as my heart desires, though I have done my duty, I accept it as your vassal. All the knights then kissed the hand of Lisuarte for what he had then done, and Don Galvanes and Madasima as his vassals. The war thus finished, King Lisuarte remained 15 days to heal the wounded and refresh the army, and then set sail for his own kingdom, taking with him Don Galvanes and the other knights who were willing to bear him company. There heard he how those knights were coming against him, which, albeit it greatly troubled him, yet such semblance did he make, as if he nothing regarded them, but he made ready for defence, not ceasing meantime to enjoy himself, and make merry with the queen and his daughter. End of Chapter 4 of Book 3. Book 3, Chapter 5 of Amadís of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 3, Chapter 5. How Amadis and Don Bruneo abode in Gaul, where Don Bruneo was well content, and Amadis sorrowful, and how Don Bruneo resolved to leave Amadis, and go seek adventures, and how Amadis and King Perión and Florestan agreed to succour King Lisuarte. After King Cildadan and Don Galaor had departed from Gaul, Amadis and Don Bruneo remained there, but much as they loved each other, their lives were now far different, for Bruneo being with his lady Melicia, all other things were put out of his remembrance, and to Amadis being absent from Oriana, and with no hope of seeing her, all things were cause of sadness and solitariness. One day, as he rode forth with only Gandalin, he went upon the cliffs to see if he could espy any vessels from Great Britain, that he might hear tidings of the land wherein his lady dwelt. Presently there was seen a bark coming from the wished-for quarter, and as it reached the port he said to Gandalin, "Go learn what news they bring, and learn it well, that you may relate all to me." This he did that he might be free to think upon his lady, in which Gandalin always interrupted him. So being left alone, he alighted and fastened his horse to a tree, then sate himself upon a rock that he might look upon Great Britain, and he gazed upon that land, remembering how happy he had been there, and the tears fell. When Gandalin came to the bark, he saw Durin, the brother of the damsel of Denmark, among those who came from on board. They embraced as men who well loved each other, and went together towards the knight. As they drew near him, they beheld a form like the devil and of giantly size, with the back towards them, shaking a lance at Amadis. Gandalin cried out, and that cry saved Amadis, for he turned, and the lance passed close by his head. Amadis saw that the devil was aiming another, and he avoided it. He drew his sword, but the giant-like devil ran too fast to be overtaken, and took the horse of the knight, and mounted, crying, "Ah, Amadis, my enemy! I am Andandona, the giantess of the Dolorous Isles, and if I have not fulfilled my desire now, there will come a time wherein I shall be avenged." He was about to follow her on Gandalin's horse, but, seeing she was a woman, he said to Gandalin, "Mount, and if you can cut off the head of that devil it will be a good thing." Gandalin went to horse directly, and after her full speed. But when Amadis saw Durin, he embraced him with great pleasure, weening that he brought him news of his lady. Durin then gave him a letter of Oriana. It was his credentials. "Your lady, sir," said he, "is well, and salutes you much, and bids you not to be distressed, but take comfort, as she doth, till God shall give you other times. And she sent you word that she hath brought forth a son, whom I and my sister took to Adalasta, the abbess of Miraflores, that he might be brought up as my sister's son." But he told him nothing how the child was lost. "And she beseeches you," said he, "by the great love which she bears toward you, not to depart from this country till you receive her bidding." Glad was Amadis to hear of his lady and his child, but that command nothing pleased him, because it might bring his honour in attaint, howbeit let come what would, he would not disobey. Presently Gandalin returned with the horse of his master, and Andandona's head hanging to the poitrel by her long grey hair. "How slew you her?" quoth Amadis. "She galloped towards the shore," replied the squire, "where she had a bark ready, but in her haste to dismount she made the horse rear and fell back, and before she could recover herself I came up and cut off her head." Amadis then mounted and rode to the town, and sent the head to Don Bruneo that he might see it. When Durin was about to depart, he said, "Go to my lady, my friend, and tell her that I kiss her hand for the letter and for all that you have told me. But beseech her to have regard to my honour, and not make me remain here in sloth, for so would the fair renown which I have attained be soon injured, the cause not being known, and men being more inclined to slander the good than keep their evil tongues silent." So Durin went his way. Don Bruneo of Bonamar was now healed of his bodily wound, but his love was more kindled by the frequent sight of his lady Melicia, and considering that only by performing great feats of arms he could hope to attain so high a lady, he said one day to Amadis, as they were hunting, for in that did Amadis now pass his time. My time of life, sir, and the little which I have yet achieved, command me to change this easy way of life for one whereby I may win more praise of prowess. If you are disposed to seek adventures, I will keep you company. If not, give me leave to set forth tomorrow. Greatly was Amadis grieved hereat, for full gladly would he have gone forth with him, but for his lady's command. Don Bruneo, replied he, I would willingly go in your company, whereby much honour might accrue to me, but the king my father has forbidden it, saying that my presence is needful here because of certain affairs. I can therefore only say, God be with you. That night Don Bruneo spake with Melicia, and learned from her that if it were her parents' will, she would cheerfully wed him. He then took leave of her, and on the following morning departed after mass, going where fortune guided him. And many and great feats did he in arms, which would here be long to relate. 13 months and a half, while Lisuarte besieged the castle of the Boiling Lake, Amadis abode thus in Gaul, going to the chase and to the mountain, for to this he was chiefly inclined. Meantime his fair renown was obscured, and much debased by all, who blessed the knights errant, but cursed him for forsaking arms in the best of his life, when God had so gifted him above all others. Dames and damsels, who went to him to seek revenge for their wrongs, now finding him not as before, all proclaimed the shame, and though he heard these things, and esteemed himself for this cause very unhappy, yet neither for this nor for worse things would he have disobeyed his lady. Thus he remained, losing his honour, till Lisuarte, knowing how King Aravigo and the 6 kings, and Arcalaus the enchanter, were preparing in the island of Leonida to pass over into Great Britain, made ready for his defence. But though his great heart and prudence made semblance to think little of this danger, not so did the queen, but in great trouble spake to all of the loss which the king had brought upon himself in losing Amadis and his lineage, and if they were here, she said, she should think lightly of the peril. Those knights, however, who had been defeated in the Isle of Mongaza, though they bore no good will to the king, yet seeing Don Galaor with him, and Don Galvanes, who was now his vassal, and that Don Brian of Monjaste, whom the king of Spain, his father, had sent with 2,000 knights to aid Lisuarte, was to be the leader, resolved to go also to his succour in that battle which would be a full perilous one. So Don Quadragante, and Listeran of the White Tower, and Imosil of Burgundy, and Madansil of the Silver Bridge, and their comrades made ready, expecting when the kings would come over from the island. One day Mabilia spake with Oriana, and told her it was ill judged not to consider what Amadis might do at this time. Perchance he might go against her father, and that would be evil to both, for if either were conquered, he would be slain. Oriana, acknowledging the truth of this, resolved to write to Amadis, not to go against her father, but to take the other side if he pleased, or else remain in Gaul. This letter Mabilia enclosed and sent by a damsel who had presents from Queen Elisena. When Amadis received this, so glad was he, that certes he could not be gladder, yet was he somewhat troubled, not knowing what to do, for to help King Lisuarte he had no will, and against him he might not be. So with a countenance more cheerful than he was wont to show, he went to his father, and they sat together under the shade of some elms near the beach, and talked together of sundry things, but chiefly of the fresh news from Britain. There, as they sate, they saw a knight come up upon a weary horse. The arms which the squire carried were so hacked that the device could not be seen, and his harness was so broken that it was of no defence. The knight himself was large and well limbed. They rose to receive him honourably as an errant knight, but coming near, Amadis knew his brother Don Florestan, and said, Sir, you see here the best knight next to Don Galaor, whom I know. Know that this is your son, Don Florestan. Right glad was the king, who had never seen him, though he knew his fame. He hastened faster to meet him, and Florestan alighted and knelt down, and would have kissed his hand, but the king raised him, and gave him his hand, and kissed his mouth. Then took they him to the palace, and made him disarm and wash, and Amadis gave him rich garments which had never been worn. And then it appeared how fair he was, and of how goodly a person, that few were like him. And they led him to the queen and to Melicia, who received him with such love as one of her own brothers, for not less did she esteem him for his great worth in arms. So in their talk they asked him of the news from Great Britain. Sirs, quoth he, the power of those kings is so great that I ween King Lisuarte can neither help himself nor his kingdom, whereat seeing how things have been, we need not grieve. Son Don Florestan, replied the king, I hold King Lisuarte, by all they tell me of him, to be such a one that he will come off with honour from this danger, as he has heretofore done. But if it should be otherwise, we ought not to rejoice thereat. No king should rejoice at the destruction of another king, unless he have himself destroyed him for lawful causes, compelling him thereunto. When Amadis and Florestan had retired to their chambers and were alone, Florestan said, I came hither, sir, to seek you and tell you of a thing which I have heard everywhere, and which grieves me to the heart. Let it not displease you to be told of it. Brother, replied Amadis, whatever you shall say, it pleases me to hear. If it be a thing to be amended, with your counsel I will amend it. Sir, said Florestan, all people speak to your disparagement. They say that you have unhappily forsaken arms, and that for which, above all others, you were born. Amadis smiled and answered, They think of me as they ought not. Henceforth I shall do otherwise, and they shall say otherwise. That night Amadis could not sleep for thinking on two things, what feats of arms he should perform that year, to clean away his reproach, and what he should do in this great battle. To be against Lisuarte his lady forbade him, and reason forbade him to be for him, because of the wrong which he and his lineage had endured. But at length he resolved to go and assist him for two reasons, because his force was much less in number than the enemy, and because, if he were conquered, the land of his lady Oriana would be lost. On the morrow Amadis went with his brother to King Perion, and desiring all others to withdraw, said to him, Sir, I have not slept this night, thinking of the battle which is to be between Lisuarte and the kings of the isles, for so famous will it be, that all knights who follow arms ought to be there. And because I, having remained so long without exercising my person, have gained so ill a fame as you my brother know, I have resolved to be present, and on Lisuarte's side. Not for any love to him, but for two reasons. Because he is the weaker, whom all good knights therefore ought to succour, and because my intention is to die or to do my utmost, and if I should be against him, there would be with him Galaor and Quadragante and Don Brian of Monjaste, all with a like determination, and as they could not avoid encountering me, their deaths or mine would needs ensue. But my going shall be secret. King Perion answered, Son, I am the friend of the good, and knowing this king to be one of the good, it was always my will to aid him when I could, and if I have refrained from it, it has been because of your difference. Since this is your intention, I will go also, and sorry am I that it is so soon that I cannot carry the aid I should wish. Sirs, said Florestan, when I remember the cruelty of that king, how he would have let us die upon the field if it had not been for Don Galaor, and of his enmity against us without cause, there is nothing in the world should make me consent to help him. But now, because you will go, and because I cannot serve against him during the truce which Don Galvanes has made, I will go with you and serve him against my will. Full glad was Amadis at this. Your person and ourselves, sir, said he, may well be accounted for many, and if you took forces, our going could not be secret. Now then, let us provide arms whereby we may know each other, and yet not be known by others. Come into my armoury, replied Perion, and let us choose the most forgotten and remarkable that we can find. They went out into a court, where there were trees, and there came up a damsel richly clad, on a goodly palfrey, and 3 squires with her, and a horse with a bundle. She came up to the king, who received her well, and asked her if she came to the queen. No, said she, I come to you and these 2 knights, from the dame of the undiscovered island, from whom I bring you gifts. Send away all your people, and you shall see them. The king bade them withdraw. Then she made her squires open the bundle, and she took out 3 shields, bearing gold serpents in a field azure, so strangely fashioned that they seemed alive, and the rims were of fine gold and precious stones. She then took out 3 coat armours of the same device, and 3 helmets, but they were all different, the one white, which she gave with one suit to King Perion, and one of purple for Florestan, and one which was gilt to Amadis. And she said, Sir Amadis, my mistress sends you these, and desires you will do better in them than you have done since you entered this land. Amadis feared she would reveal the cause, and said, Damsel, tell your lady that I value this counsel more than the arms, good as they are, and with all my strength will endeavour to obey her. Sirs, said she, my mistress sends you these that you may know and succour each other in the battle. How knew she, quoth King Perion, that we should be there when we knew it not ourselves? I cannot tell, replied the damsel, only she told me I should find you all here in this place and give you the arms. The king then bade them give the damsel food and entreat her honourably, and after she had eaten she departed for Great Britain, whither also she was sent. When Amadis saw the arms ready, he was impatient to be gone, lest they should not arrive in time for the battle. So the king ordered a ship to be ready in secret, and on pretence that they went to hunt the mountain, they departed and crossed over to that part of Great Britain where they knew that the 7 kings were arrived. They entered a thick wood where these men had pitched tents, and from thence sent a squire to bring tidings of the 7 kings, and when the battle should be. And they sent another messenger to King Lisuarte's camp with a letter to Don Galaor, as if from Gaul, beseeching him to send them tidings of the battle as soon as it was ended. This did they for the greater secrecy. The squire returned on the next evening, and said that the army of the 7 kings was without number, and that there was strange people among them, and divers languages, and that they were besieging a castle of certain damsels, who were sorely distressed, albeit that the place was strong. He had also seen Archelaus the enchanter with 2 of the kings, and heard him say that the battle ought to be within 6 days, for it would be hard to find food for so many. So these 3 remained pleasantly in the wood, killing birds with their arrows, who came to a fountain near them, and also beasts of venery. On the 4th day the other messenger returned, and told them how he had left Don Galaor well and in good courage, so that the rest took confidence in him. When I told him your bidding, sir, said he, and how you all 3 abode in Gaul, the tears came into his eyes, and he sighed and said, O Lord, if it please thee that these were in this battle on the king's side as they used to be, I should have no fear. And he bade me say that if he escaped with life he would inform you without delay of all that had passed. God preserve him, said they. Now tell us of King Lisuarte's forces. He has a good company, sirs, and of good and well-known knights, but they say that it is little against his enemies, and he will within 2 days come up to succour the damsels who are besieged. And so it was, for King Lisuarte came and encamped upon a mountain, half a league from the plain where were the enemies, so that the armies were in sight of each other. But the army of the 7 kings were twice as many. That night they prepared their arms and their horses for the battle on the morrow. Now you are to know that the 6 kings and the other chiefs did homage to King Aravigo that night, that they would hold him for their chief in this battle, and obey his commands, and he swore to take no greater share of the kingdom than each of them, only he required the honour. Presently he made the people cross a river that ran between them and King Lisuarte, and thus placed themselves near his army. Early on the morrow they armed and appeared before King Aravigo, so great a multitude, and so well armed, that they esteemed the others as nothing, and said that since the king ventured to give them battle, Great Britain was their own. King Aravigo divided his army into 9 battalions, each of 1,000 knights, but in his own he had 1,500, and he gave them to the kings and the other chiefs, and placed them in close array. King Lisuarte appointed Don Grumedan, and Don Galaor, and Don Quadragante, and Angriote of Estravals, to appoint the order of his battle, for they were well skilled in all matters of arms. Presently he went down the side of the mountain into the plain, and as it was now at that hour when the sun was rising, it shone upon their arms, and they appeared so well disposed that their enemies, who had before held them as nothing, now thought of them otherwise. These knights whom I have named made 5 battalions of their people. Don Brian of Monjaste had the first with 1,000 knights of Spain, whom the king his father had sent to Lisuarte. King Cildadan had the second with his own people and other troops which were appointed for him. Don Galvanes had the third, and Gavarte his nephew, who had come there more for love of him and his friends than for the sake of the king's service. In the fourth went Giontes, the king's nephew, with enough good knights. King Lisuarte led the fifth, in which were 2,000 knights, and he besought Don Galaor and Quadragante, and Angriote of Estravaus, and Gavart of the Perilous Valley, and Grimon the Brave, to look to him and defend him, for the which cause he had appointed them no command. In this array which you have heard, they moved slowly over the field one against the other. At this season King Perion and his sons Amadis and Florestan entered the plain upon their goodly steeds, and with their arms of the serpents which shone brightly in the sun. And they rode on to place themselves between the two armies, brandishing their spears, whose points were so polished and clean that they glittered like stars. The father went between his sons. Much were they admired by both parts, and each would willingly have had them on his side, but no one knew whom they came to aid, nor who they were. They, seeing that the host of Brian of Monjaste was about to join battle, put spur to their horses and rode up near to his banner, then set themselves against King Targadan, who came against him. Glad was Don Brian of their help, though he knew them not, but they, when they saw that it was time, rode to attack the host of King Targadan so fiercely that all were astonished. In that encounter King Perion struck that other king so hardily that a part of the spear iron entered his breast and he fell. Amadis smote Abdazian the fierce, so that armour nothing profited him, but the lance passed through from side to side, and he fell like a dead man. Don Florestan drove Carduel, saddle and man, under the horses' feet. These three, being the bravest of that battalion, had come forward to combat the Knights of the Serpents. Then laid they hand to sword, and passed through the first squadron, felling all before them, and charged the second, and when they were thus between both, there was to be seen what marvellous feats of prowess they had wrought with their swords, such that none did like them on either side, and they had now under their horses more than 10 knights, whom they had smitten down. But when their enemies saw that there were no more than 3, they charged them on all sides, laying on such heavy blows that the aid of Don Brian was full needful, who came up with his Spaniards, a brave people and well horsed, and rode among the enemy, slaying and felling them, though his own men fell also, so that the Knights of the Serpents were succoured, and the enemy so handled that they perforce gave back upon the 3rd battalion. Then was there a great press and great danger for all, and many knights died on either side. But what King Perion and his sons did there cannot be expressed. Such was the uproar and confusion that King Aravigo feared lest his own men who had given ground should make the others fly, and he called aloud to Archelaus to advance with all the battalions and attack in one body. This presently he did, and King Aravigo with him, but without delay King Lisuarte did the same, so that the whole battle was now joined, and such was the clang of strokes, and the cries and the noise of horsemen, that the earth trembled and the valleys rung again. At this hour King Perion, going bravely among the foremost, had advanced so far into the enemy's ranks that he was well nigh lost, but presently was he succoured by his sons, and many of those who struck at him were by them slain. The damsels who were looking on from the castle cried out, "On, knights, on! He of the white helmet does the best!" But in this succour the horse of Amadis was slain, and fell with him in the thickest press, and the horses of his father and Florestan were badly wounded. They, seeing him afoot and in such danger, alighted and placed themselves by him. There came up many to slay them, and others to their help, but in great peril were they, and had it not been that they dealt about their blows so cruelly, they had surely been slain. Now as King Lisuarte went from one part to another with his 7 companions, he saw those of the Serpents in what peril they stood, and he cried out to Galaor and the others, "Now, good friends, let your worth be seen, and let us succour those who have aided us so well." "At them!" quoth Galaor. They spurred their horses into the hottest of the throng till they came up to the banner of King Aravigo, who was crying out and encouraging his men. King Lisuarte went on so fiercely, with that good sword in his hand, and gave so many and such mortal strokes therewith, that all were astonished to behold him, and his comrades scarce could follow him. Now for all the enemy could do, could they prevent him from reaching the banner, which he plucked from the standard-bearer, and threw under the horse's feet, and shouted aloud, "Clarence! Clarence! For I am King Lisuarte!" For this was his cry. So much he did, and continued so long among his enemies, that at length his horse was slain, and he fell, being grievously bruised in the fall, and they, his friends, who were at hand, could not remount him. But presently Angriote came up, and Arcamon the brave, and Ladadin of Fajarque, who alighted, and with the help of his comrades placed him, maugre all the enemy's efforts, upon Angriote's horse. Yet though he was badly wounded and so bruised, he would not withdraw from thence till Arcamon and Ladadin had brought to Angriote another horse, one of those which he had appointed to be held in readiness for those who might want them. While this was going on, Don Galaor and Quadragante bore the brunt of the battle, and there they well displayed their great courage in enduring and dealing mortal blows, for know that if they had not resisted and kept back their opponents, King Lisuarte and his comrades had been in great danger when he was on foot. The damsels from the tower cried out that the knights who bore the flowers did the best, but notwithstanding all they could do, they could not forfend but that King Aravigo's people were getting the better, and bravely recovering the field. The principal reason hereof was, that 2 fresh knights had entered the battle so valiant and of such might in arms, that they expected by them to win the victory, weening that there was no knight on the part of Lisuarte who could maintain the field against them. The one was called Brontaxar Domphania, the other Argomades of the Deep Island. He bore white doves upon a green field, the other bore them or upon gules. So huge of stature were they that their head and shoulder appeared above others in the battle, while their lances endured no knight who encountered them could keep his seat. When they were broken they laid hand upon their huge and uncommon swords. What shall I say? Such blows they smote therewith, that scarcely now could they meet with one to strike, they had stricken such fear into all. And then they went on clearing the field, and the damsels on the tower cried, "Knights, fly not, for these are men and not devils." But their own party cried out aloud, "King Lisuarte is conquered." When the king heard this, he began to encourage his people, saying, "I will die here or conquer, that the sovereignty of Great Britain may not be lost." The best knights then gathered about him, for there was great need. Now Amadis had taken a fresh horse and was waiting for his father to mount. When he heard that cry, "King Lisuarte is conquered," he said to Florestan, who was on horseback, "What is this? Or why do these misbegotten people shout?" He answered, "Do you not see those 2 the strongest and bravest knights that ever were seen, who slay and destroy all whom they find before them, and though they have not appeared in the battle before, now by their prowess make their party recover the field?" Amadis turned his head and beheld Brontaxar Danfania coming towards him, smiting and overthrowing knights with his huge sword, which sometimes he would let hang from his wrist by the chain, and seize the knights with hand and arm, so that none remained in the saddle before him, and all fled as they could. "Saint Mary help me," quoth Amadis, "what is here?" Then took he a strong lance from the squire who had given him the horse, and remembering Oriana in that hour, and the loss which she would endure if her father perished, he placed himself right in the saddle, saying to Florestan, "Guard you our father." By this Brontaxar drew near, and seeing Amadis make ready against him, and how he wore the gilded helmet, and remembering what great things had been said of him before he himself entered the battle, he came on with a raging fury to encounter him, and took a strong lance, and cried aloud, "Now shall you see a good stroke, if he of the golden helmet will dare abide me." And he struck spurs into his horse, the lance being under his arm at rest, and went against him. The like did Amadis. They counted lance against shield, the shields failed, the lances brake, and their horses dashed against each other so furiously that each felt the shock as if he had struck against a rock. Brontaxar's head became so giddy therewith that he could not keep his seat. He fell upon the ground like one dead, and falling upon one foot by the reason of his great weight, he broke the leg just above it, and a piece of the lance remained sticking in his shield. The horse of Amadis staggered back 2 arms' length, and was ready to fall, but Amadis was so stunned that he could neither give him spur nor take his sword to defend himself from those who struck at him. King Perión, who had seen that huge Brontaxar and the encounter which Amadis had given him, was much amazed thereat, and he cried, Lord God preserve that knight! Now son Florestan, to his succour! They pushed on so bravely that it was a wonder to behold them, hewing and slicing, till they came up to Amadis, and King Perión said to him, How now, knight? Courage, courage, for I am here. Amadis, though he had not wholly recovered his recollection, knew the voice of his father, and he took his sword, seeing how many were upon King Perión and Florestan, and began to strike at one and at another, though with little force. And here must they have endured great danger, because their enemies were in great strength, and King Lisuarte's men had lost much ground, and many were upon them to slay them, and few in their defence. But at this season Agrayes and Don Galvanes and Brian of Monjaste succoured them, who came up with design to encounter Brontaxar Danfania, who had made the havoc you have heard. They, seeing the Knights of the Serpents in such peril, came up like men whose hearts never failed in danger. At their coming many of the enemy were smitten down and slain, and they of the Serpents had room to strike with more effect. Now had Amadis recovered, and looking to the right he saw King Lisuarte with a company of knights awaiting King Aravigo, who came against him with a great power of men, and Argomades before them with 2 nephews of King Aravigo, both valiant knights. King Aravigo himself was crying out to encourage his men, for he had heard it said from the tower how he of the golden helmet had slain the great devil. Then said Amadis, Knights, let us go help the king who is in need. They moved on with one accord, and entered through the press till they came up to King Lisuarte. He, when he saw near him the 3 Knights of the Serpents, was much encouraged, for he had seen how he of the golden helmet had slain with one blow that so valiant Brontaxar Danfania, and forthwith he advanced against Aravigo. Argomades came on sword in hand, wielding it to strike at King Lisuarte, but he of the golden helmet stepped between, and their battle was but of one blow. He of the golden helmet raised his shield and met the other's sword. The sword went through the rim a full palm deep, and entered 3 fingers' depth into the helmet, so that a little more and he had been slain. But Amadis smote him upon the left shoulder such a blow that it cut through the hauberk, though of such thick mail, and through the flesh and bone down to the ribs, so that the arm and half the shoulder hung dangling from the body. This was the mightiest sword blow that was given in all that battle. Argomades fled like a man beside himself, who knew not what he did, and his horse carried him whither he would, and they on the tower cried out, He of the golden helmet has put the doves to flight. One of Aravigo's nephews, who was named Ancidel, then made at Amadis and struck at his horse's head, which he cut clean across, and the beast fell dead. Don Florestan, seeing this, attacked him as he was boasting, and smote him on the helmet that he bowed down upon his horse's neck, then caught him by the helmet and plucked it from his head with such force that he laid him at the feet of Amadis, but Florestan himself was hurt in the side by the point of Ancidel's sword. At this time the 2 kings and their people encountered, and there was a fierce and terrible battle. Every one had then enough to defend himself and to succour those who were smitten down. Durin, who had come hither to carry the first tidings of the battle to his mistress Oriana, was upon one of those horses which King Lisuarte had ordered to be led about the field for knights when they might stand in need of them. When he saw him of the golden helmet afoot, he said to the other pages who were on horseback, I will go help that good knight to this horse, for I cannot do better service to the king. And making way where the press was least, though to his own great danger, he came up to him and said, I know not who you are, but for what I have seen you do, I bring you this horse. He lightly mounted, and said to him in a low voice, Ah, friend Durin, this is not the first service that thou hast done me. Durin took him by the arm. I will not let you go till you tell me who you are. He stooped down as low as he could, and answered lowly, Amadis, let no one know it except you know who. Then rode he forward into the hottest of the fray, doing such feats as if his mistress were then present to behold, because one was there who would know well how to recount them. King Lisuarte had now encountered Aravigo, knowing that he was the head and leader of his enemies, and had given him 3 such blows with his own sword that he withdrew behind his men, cursing Arcalaus the enchanter, who had brought him there with hope to win the kingdom. Don Galaor engaged Sarmadan, a valiant knight, and because his arm was weary now, and his sword blunted by the blows that he had dealt, he seized him in his strong grasp, plucked him from the saddle, and threw him on his neck to the ground, so that he died. But as for Amadis, I tell you, that, remembering in that hour the time which he had lost in Gaul, and how his renown had been diminished and reviled, and that only by great prowess it could be recovered, he did such deeds that none durst stand before him. And with him went his father and Don Florestan, and Agrayes and Don Galvanes, and Brian of Monjaste, and Norandel, and Guillain the Pensive, and King Lisuarte, who showed himself right valiant in that hour. So that they smote down so many of the enemies, and pressed them so closely, and struck such fear into them, that they could no longer endure it. But seeing King Aravigo had fled away wounded, they also took to flight, some toward their ships, some to hide themselves among the mountains. But King Lisuarte and his companions in arms still pressed upon them. The most who escaped got into a ship with King Aravigo, but many perished in the water or were taken. By this the night closed in. King Lisuarte turned back to the tents of his enemies, and lodged there that night, being right joyful for the victory which God had given him. But the Knights of the Serpents, when they saw that the field was won, and that there was no longer any opposition, turned aside from the way which the king took, and rode till they came to a fountain under some trees, and there they alighted and drank, and let their horses drink, who had much need after the toil of that day. As they were about to mount, they saw a squire come up on horseback. They put on their helmets that he might not know them, and then gently called him. He at first hesitated, thinking they were his enemies, but seeing the serpent arms, approached. Good squire, said Amadis, deliver, if it please you, our message to the king. Say to him that the Knights of the Serpents beseech him not to blame them that they have not spoken with him, because we are constrained to go far from hence to a strange land, and put ourselves at the mercy of one who we believe will have none for us. For our part of the spoils, let them be given to the damsels of the tower, for the losses which they have endured, and take back to him this horse, which I took from one of his pages in the battle, for we desire no other guerdon. The squire took the horse and departed, and they went their way to their tents in the forest, and there washed the blood and dust from their hands and faces, and did the best they could for their wounds, and ate their supper which was well provided for them, and soundly did they sleep that night. When King Lisuarte was in the tent of his conquered enemies, he asked for the 3 Knights of the Serpents, but all he could learn of them was that they had been seen riding full speed toward the forest. Perchance, said he to Galaor, he of the golden helmet might be your brother Amadis, for what he did can be ascribed to no other but him. Trust me, sir, replied Galaor, it was not he, for not 4 days ago I received tidings that he was in Gaul with my father and our brother Florestan. Holy Mary, quoth Lisuarte, who then can he be? Galaor answered, I know not, but whoever he be, God prosper him, for with great toil and peril hath he won the honour and praise of prowess above all. As they thus communed, the squire came up and delivered his message. Much was the king troubled to hear that those knights went to encounter such danger. But if Amadis spake this in jest, full truly did it turn out as shall be related. The horse which the squire brought back dropped down dead at the king's feet with his wounds. That night Galaor and Agrayes and their friends lodged in the rich tent of Arcalaus, in the which they found embroidered in silk the battle that he fought against Amadis, and how he enchanted him, and many other things that he had done. The next day the king divided the spoils, giving a great portion to the damsels of the tower. Then gave he license to all his followers to depart whither they would, and he himself went to a town called Gandapa, where were the queen and Oriana. The joy which they had at meeting need not be told, for every one, considering what had passed, may guess what it would be. End of Chapter 5 of Book 3.
Section 36. Book 3, Chapter 6 of Amadís of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amy Graymore. Amadís of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 3, Chapter 6. How the Knights of the Serpents embarked for Gaul, and fortune led them, where they were placed in great peril of their lives by treachery, and the power of Archelaus the enchanter. And how being delivered they embarked and continued their voyage, and also how Don Galaor and Norandel came by chance that way seeking adventures, and of what befell them. Some days King Perión abode in the forest to rest. Then seeing that the wind was fair, they put to sea, thinking soon to be in Gaul. But the wind soon changed and made the sea rage, so that after 5 days the storm obliged them to return back to Great Britain, to a distant part of the coast. There, while the weather continued, and while their men took in fresh water, they rode into the country to learn where they were, taking 3 squires with them, but leaving Gandalin to wait for them in the galley, because he was well known. They rode up a glen, and reached a plain, and proceeded not far before they came to a fountain, whereat a damsel was letting her palfrey drink. Richly clad was she, and over her garments she wore a scarlet cloak with gold buttons, and the buttonholes worked with gold. 2 squires and 2 damsels were in her company, with falcons and dogs for sport. She, seeing their arms, knew that they were the Knights of the Serpents, and went towards them with a show of much joy, and saluted them courteously, making signs that she was dumb, whereat they were grieved, seeing how fair she was, and of what courteous demeanour. She went up to him of the golden helmet, and embraced him, and would have kissed his hand, and then by signs she invited them to be her guests that night. But they were not understanding her signs. She tokened to her squire to explain them. They, seeing her good will, and that it was now too late, rode with her in full confidence, and came to a goodly castle, so that they held the damsel as very rich, seeing she was mistress thereof. When they entered they found enough servants to welcome them, and sundry dames and damsels, who all regarded the dumb damsel as their lady. Their horses were taken from them, and they were led up to a rich chamber about 20 cubits from the ground, and then they were disarmed, and rich garments brought them, and after they had talked to the dumb damsel and with the others, supper was brought, and they were well served. The damsels then retired, but presently they returned with many candles, and with stringed instruments to delight them. And when it was time to sleep, they again retired. The dumb damsel had ordered 3 rich and goodly beds to be prepared in that chamber, and their arms were laid by the bedside. So they lay down and fell asleep, like men who were fatigued. Now you must know that this chamber was made with great cunning, for the floor did not fasten into the walls, but was supported upon an iron screw like a wine-press, and fitted into a frame of wood, so that it could be lowered or raised from below by turning an iron lever. So when they awoke in the morning, they had been let down 20 cubits low, and perceiving no light, but yet hearing the stir of people above them, they marvelled greatly, and rose from bed, and felt for the door and windows, but when they found them, and put their hands through, they felt the wall of the castle, and knew that they were betrayed. Being in this great trouble, a knight appeared at a window above, who was huge of stature and limb, and of a sullen countenance, and in his beard and hair more white hairs than black. He wore a mourning dress, and upon his right hand a glove of white cloth that reached to his elbow. "You are well lodged there," cried he, "and according to the mischief ye have done me, shall be the mercy you shall find, which shall be a cruel and bitter death, and even with that shall I not be revenged for what you did in battle with the false King Lisuarte. Know that I am Archelaus the enchanter. If you have never seen me before, learn to know me now. None ever injured me without my taking vengeance, except only one, whom I yet hope to have where I have you, and to cut off his hands for the hand which he lopped from me." The damsel was by him, and she pointing to Amadis said, "Good uncle, that young one is he of the golden helmet." But they, hearing they were in the power of Archelaus, were in great fear of death, and much were they surprised to hear that dumb damsel speak. This damsel was Dinarda, the daughter of ardent Canileo, who was expert in all wickedness, and had come to that land to contrive the death of Amadis, and for that cause had feigned herself dumb. Knights, said Arcalaus, I will cut your heads off and send them to King Aravigo, as some atonement for the disservice ye have wrought him. Then he drew back from the window and closed it, and the chamber remained so dark that they could not see one another. Good sons, then said King Perion, these are the changes of fortune, but we, whose office it is to seek adventures, must take the evil as well as the good, exerting ourselves to remedy it where we can, and when our strength avails, not trusting in him who will do what is best. Therefore let us repress the grief which you feel for me, and I yet more for you, and commit ourselves patiently to God. The sons, who endured more for him than for their own danger, then knelt before him and kissed his hand, and he gave them his blessing. They remained there all that day without food or drink. When Arcalaus had supped and part of the night was gone, he came again to the window with 2 lighted torches, and with him Dinarda and 2 old men. You knights there, cried he, I suppose you could eat if you had wherewith. Willingly, if you will give it to us, answered Florestan. He replied, If I have any such will, God prevent it, but that you may not be quite disconsolate, instead of food I will give you some news to make amends. 2 squires and a dwarf have come to the castle gate since it was dark, to ask for the Knights of the Serpents. I have had them seized and thrown into a prison under you. In the morning I will make them tell me who ye are, or else cut them limb from limb. Now this which he said was true, for they in the galley, seeing that the wind was fair, sent Gandalin and the dwarf, and Orfeo, the king's wardrobe keeper, to seek for the knights, and Arcalaus had taken them thus. Much were Perion and his sons troubled at these perilous tidings, but Amadis answered, saying, Sure am I, that when you know who we are, you will not use us so wrongfully as now. For as you are a knight yourself, you will not hold that for wrong which we did fairly in battle to assist our friends, as we should have done had we been on your side. If there be any worth in you, you ought to esteem us for this, and do us the more honour, being now in your power. You show no courtesy in treating us thus. Who disputes with you? Quoth Arcalaus. The honour I will do you shall be as I would do to Amadis of Gaul, who is the man in the world I love worst, and on whom I most desire to take my vengeance. Uncle, said Dinarda, as you mean to send their heads to King Aravigo, do not let them die of hunger, but just support life for them, that they may endure more pain. I will, niece, replied Arcalaus. Tell me, knights, on your faith, are you most troubled with hunger or thirst? In truth, said they, though meat is of consequence, we are more desirous of drink. Take them a bacon pasty, said he to another damsel, that they may not say I would not relieve them, and then they all withdrew. The damsel, seeing Amadis, how comely he was, and knowing the great feats of chivalry which he had done in the battle, was moved to pity for him and his comrades, and she put a vessel of water and another of wine into a basket with the bacon pasty, and lowered it by a cord, saying, Take this and be secret. You shall not fare ill if I can help ye. Amadis thanked her much, and she went away. Then they supped and went to bed, bidding their squires, who were with them, keep their arms in readiness where they could find them. For said they, if we do not die of hunger, we will sell our lives dearly. Now Gandalin and Orfeo and the dwarf were cast into a prison underneath the platform, whereon their masters lay. They found there a dame and her husband, and a young knight, their son, who had been confined a year. Gandalin, talking with them, told them how coming in search of the Knights of the Serpents he had been seized. Holy Mary, replied the old knight, these of whom you speak were well received in this castle, and while they were asleep 4 men entered this prison, and turning that iron lever which you see, lowered down the platform above us, so that they have suffered a great treason. Gandalin, then understanding that his master was in danger of death, said, Let us try and raise it then, else neither they nor we shall ever escape, but if they save themselves we shall be delivered. Then the knight and his son on one side, and Gandalin and Orfeo on the other, began to turn the lever, and the platform began to rise. King Perion, who could not sleep for grief because of his sons, presently felt it, and waking them said, The floor is rising. I know not for what intent. Amadis answered, Let it be for what it will. It is very different to die like knights or like thieves. And they leaped out of bed, and bade their squires arm them. They below turned the lever with great labour and difficulty, till the floor had risen to its place. Then Perion and his sons saw light through the crevices of the door whereby they had entered, and they burst it open, and rushed out upon the wall where the guards were, and slew and threw down all they met, crying aloud, Gaul, Gaul, the castle is ours. Archelaus, hearing this, was greatly dismayed, thinking that it was the treason of some of his people who had led in the enemy, and he fled naked into a tower, and drew up the stairs after him, which were made like a drawbridge. He feared nothing from his prisoners, thinking they were safe enough, but looking from a window, he saw the Knights of the Serpents traversing the castle. Then, not daring to descend himself, he called to his men not to fear, for there were but 3 against them. Some of those who lodged below then began to arm, but the knights who had now cleared the walls went down, and soon so handled them that not a man appeared before them. They in the dungeon, who heard what was doing, cried aloud for help. Amadis knew the dwarf's voice, for he and the dame were in the most fear, and went forthwith to release them, and with great force breaking the iron staples, they burst open the door and set them at liberty. Then searching the buildings round the court, they found their horses, and gave 2 of Archelaus's to the knight and his son, and Thenardius' palfrey to the dame. And having mounted, the king ordered them to set fire to the dwellings. It began to blaze till all was in one flame, and the fire caught the door of the tower, and the dwarf cried out, Sir Archelaus, take this smoke patiently, as I did when you hung me up by the leg, when you committed the great treason against Amadis. Much was the king pleased to hear how the dwarf scoffed him, and they all laughed to see what plight he was now in for all his force and cunning. Then they rode toward their ship, and looking back from a hill beheld the castle burning to their great joy. When they were got aboard and were disarmed, the dame knew the king and fell on her knees before him, and he seeing her took her up and embraced her, as one he much loved. Sir, said she, which is Amadis? And when she knew, she would have kissed his feet, but he raised her up, being greatly abashed, and she then told him how she was Darioleta, who had thrown him into the sea, and besought his pardon. Dame, quoth he, now know I what before I never knew, for though my foster father told me I was found in the sea, I knew not how it had chanced. That do I indeed pardon, for you did no wrong, for all was for the service of her whom I am bound to serve while I have life. The king took pleasure to talk of those times, and thus cheerfully they sailed till they arrived in Gaul. You have heard how Archelaus was naked in the tower, and because the fire caught the door he could not get out, and the smoke and the heat were so great that he could not help himself, and though he got into a stone vaulted chamber, still the smoke was so thick that he was in great agony. There he remained 2 days, for the fire continued so fierce that none of his people who survived could enter, but on the 3rd day they could go in, and they went up to him and found him in such plight that his soul was ready to depart from his body, but pouring water into his mouth they made him recover, though in great tortures, and took him in their arms to remove him to the town. But when he saw his castle so burnt and ruined, he said in the bitterness of his heart, Ah, Amadis of Gaul, what evil hast thou brought upon me? If I catch thee I will do such cruelty upon thee, that my heart shall be revenged for all, and for thy sake I swear never more to spare the life of any knight whom I take, that if thou shouldest fall again into my hands, thou mayest not escape. 4 days he remained in the town. Then he set out in a litter for his castle of Mount Alton with Dinarda, who was so fair, and another damsel, and 7 knights to guard them. The 2nd day of their journey was far spent, and on that night they were to reach his castle, when at the skirts of a forest they saw 2 knights by a fountain, richly armed and well mounted. Good uncle, said Dinarda, here are 2 strange knights, for they were waiting to see what came in the litter. He raised his head and said to his knights, Take your arms and bring me hither those knights without saying who I am. If they resist, bring me their heads. Now you are to know that these knights were Don Galaor and his comrade Nordenel. The knights of Archelaus came up to them and bade them leave their arms and go to him in the litter. In God's name, quoth Galaor, who is he? Or what is it to him whether we go armed or not? We know not, replied the other, but you had better obey him, or we must take your heads. We are not come to that point yet, quoth Nordenel, that you can do it. Now shall ye see, said they. In the first encounter 2 of the knights fell wounded to death, the other 5 broke their spears and could not move them from their saddles. Then drew they their swords and began a fierce battle, but 3 of them being overthrown and badly wounded, the other twain durst no longer abide those mortal blows, and rode full speed into the forest. The 2 companions did not pursue them, but rode up to the litter, which was now deserted by all except 2 men on horseback, and they raised the curtain and said, Sir Knight, whom God curse, is it thus you treat errant knights? If you were armed, we would make you confess that you are a wretch and false to God and the world, but as you are sick, we will send you to Don Grumedan, who shall sentence you as you deserve. When Arcalaus heard this, he was sore dismayed, knowing that if Grumedan should seize him, his death was come. But being crafty in all things, he put on a good countenance and said, Certes, sir, much pleasure would you do me in sending me to my cousin and lord Don Grumedan, but I hold myself unfortunate that you should complain against me, whose only thought and wish is how to serve errant knights. I beseech you, sirs, for courtesy hear my misfortune, and then do with me as ye please. They hearing that he was cousin to Don Grumedan, who they loved so well, repented them of their harsh words they had used towards him. Speak on, said they, we will willingly hear you. Know then, sirs, that one day, being armed, I was riding in the forest of the Black Lake, and there I found a dame, who complained to me of wrong which had been done her. I went with her, and recovered for her right before Count Guncestra. But as I was returning to my castle, I met that knight whom you have slain, who, God curse him, was a perverse man, and he with 2 other knights attacked me to win from me my castle. I defended myself the best I could, but was at last taken. He kept me prisoner for a whole year, and all the honour he showed me was to have these wounds healed. Then showed he the scars to them, for being a brave knight, many were the wounds which he had given and received. At length, sirs, being in despair of otherwise obtaining my liberty, I agreed to give him up my castle, thinking to go afterwards to my cousin Don Grumedan and to my lord King Lisuarte, and demand justice against the robber, which now, sirs, without my asking it, you have taken for me more fully than I expected. And if I found no help there, I resolved to go seek Amadis of Gaul or his brother Don Galaor, and seek from them that succour which they grant to all who are oppressed. Now because I was so weak as not to ride, he carried me in his litter to have my castle yielded, and the reason why he and those other traitors attacked you was that you might not come up to see who was in the litter, and so learn their villainy. Hearing this, they besought pardon of him for the threats they had used, and asked his name. Gronfiles, I know not if you have heard it heretofore. Yes, quoth Galaor, and I know, as your cousin hath told me, that he shows great honour towards all errant knights. God be praised that you know me, he replied. Now, I beseech you, take off your helmets and tell me your names also. This knight is Nordenel, son to King Lisuarte, and I am Galaor, the brother of Amadis. God be praised, quoth Arcalaus, that I have been succoured by such knights, and he looked well at Galaor, when they had unhelmed, that he might know him again and do him a mischief if ever he had him in his power. I trust in God, sirs, that you may one day be where my will towards you may be satisfied. Tell me now what I shall do. Even whatever is your will, I will proceed then to my castle. God guard you, said they, and they parted. It was night, but the moon shone, and he presently struck into a by-path. The 2 knights resolved to rest by the fountain because their horses were weary. As you will, said Don Galaor's squire, but there is better lodging ready for you than you are aware of. How so? 2 damsels who came with the knight in the litter have hid themselves in that old building among the briars. Then they alighted and washed their hands and faces at the fountain, and went towards the place, through the thicket and over rubbish. Who is hidden here? cried Galaor aloud. Bring fire that I may make them come out. When Dinarda heard this, she cried, Mercy, knight, and I will come out. Come out then, that I may see who you are. Help me, or I cannot. Galaor drew nearer. She held out her arms. The moon shone bright, so that he saw her distinctly, and he helped her out. She had on a scarlet petticoat and a white satin cloak, and so fair was she, that Galaor had never seen one whom he liked so well. Norandel took the other damsel out. Then all went back to the fountain, and there regaled upon what the squires brought, and on what they found upon a sumpter horse of Arcalaus. Dinarda was in great fear of Galaor, lest he should know how she had betrayed his father and his brothers, and take vengeance, and therefore she looked at him with amorous eyes, and made signs to her damsels how she admired his beauty, and this she did in hope to make him love her, thinking that she might be safe. Galaor was not slow at comprehending these signs, for he thought of nothing but how he might have her for his mistress. So much was her ill fortune that she, loath as she was, yet seeming nothing coy, yielded that to her enemy which no lover could ever yet attain. Meanwhile Norandel wooed the damsel with whom he had been beside the fountain, but she replied, You shall never have my love unless my lady Dinarda bids me yield it. Dinarda, quoth Norandel, what is this, daughter of Ardan Canileo, who is come to this land to consult with Arcalaus the enchanter how they may revenge her father's death? I know not the cause of her coming, but this is Dinarda, and happy may he think himself who wins her love. By this Galaor and Dinarda came up, and Norandel, taking him apart, asked him if he knew who the damsel was. Dinarda, Ardan Canileo's daughter, whom your cousin Mabilia told us was come to this country to devise the death of Amadis. Galaor mused a while, and answered, I know nothing of her heart, but she seems to love me dearly, and she is the woman who of all that I have seen has pleased me best, and I will not part from her yet. But as we are going to Gaul, I will contrive that Amadis may make her some satisfaction, and so be forgiven. Meantime Dinarda learned from her damsel what had passed with Norandel, and how she was discovered. Friend, said she, our wisdom now is not to regard our own wills, but to yield to the necessity. We must feign love for these knights, and yield to them till we can find occasion to escape. That night Galaor asked his mistress what was the name of the wicked knight who wanted to slay them. She thought he meant him in the litter, and answered, How is it that when you went up to him in the litter you did not know he was Arcalaus? Arcalaus, yea truly, Holy Mary, and have I let him escape death with his tricks? When Dinarda heard that he was not slain, she greatly rejoiced, but dissembling that, she answered, A little while ago, and I would have given my life to save his, but now that you have won my love, and I am in your favour, I wish him dead, for I know he hates you and your lineage. May the ill which he designs you fall upon his own head. And she clipped him in her arms, as if with exceeding love. So they passed that night there in the forest, and on the morrow the knights took each his leman and proceeded towards Gaul. Arcalaus, greatly dismayed at what had befallen him, reached his castle at midnight, and ordered the gates to be closed and no person admitted. There had he his sores healed, designing to be worse than ever, and commit greater wrongs, as is the way of the wicked, who, though God is patient with them, strive not to loose the chains in which the wicked enemy hath bound them, till they are cast with them into the pit of hell, as we ought to believe this Arcalaus was. 2 days Don Galaor and Norandel rode with their mistresses towards the port from whence they designed to cross over into Gaul. On the 3rd day they reached a castle, where they resolved to lodge that night, and finding the gate open rode in. The lord of the castle, when he saw them enter, chid his people for leaving the gates open. Howbeit he made good semblance to the knights, and did them much honour, though against his will, for his name was Amadis, and he was cousin to Arcalaus, and he knew Dinarda his niece, who told him that she was forced by Galaor. The mother of this Amadis wept in secret with Dinarda, and said she would have the knight slain. Let not such folly possess you and my uncle, quoth Dinarda. And she then related how they had discomfited the 7 knights. To-morrow I and the damsel will lag behind, and let them go through the gate. Then the bridge may be drawn up, and we shall be safe. Thus they resolved to do. Amadis feasted the knights well and lodged them well, but he could not sleep all that night, so much was he dismayed at having 2 such men in his castle. In the morning he rose and armed himself, and said he would accompany his guests some way, for this, said he, is my office to seek adventures. We thank you, host, said Galaor. So they armed and placed their mistresses on their palfreys and rode forth, but their host and the mistresses remained behind, and as soon as they and their squires were out, drew up the bridge, so that the scheme succeeded. Amadis immediately dismounted and went upon the wall, and saw how the knights were looking, to see any one of whom they might demand their damsels. Get ye gone, ye ill and false guests, quoth he. God confound ye, and give ye as bad a night as ye gave me. Your mistresses, with whom you thought to make merry, shall tarry with me. How now, host, said Galaor, have you so well entertained us, and do you now commit this great disloyalty to detain our damsels by force? More joy if it were so, replied Amadis, but it was you their enemies who held them by force, and they stay here freely. Let them show themselves, and we shall see if it be so. They shall, not to satisfy you, but to show how they hate you. Dinarda then appeared upon the wall. Dinarda, my lady, said Galaor, This knight says you remain there willingly, and I cannot believe it because of the great love that is between us. If I manifested love towards you, Dinarda replied, it was only in fear, for I being the daughter of Ardan Caneleo, and you brother to Amadis, how was it possible that I could love you, and especially when you would have carried me into Gaul, into the power of my foes? Go away, Galaor. If I have pleased you, do not thank me, nor ever think of me except as your enemy. Stay where you are, quoth Galaor, with the bad fortune which God grant thee. From such a root as Arcalaus there can only come such shoots. And you, said Norandel in great vexation to his mistress, what will you do? The will of my lady. Confound her will, quoth he, and that of the fellow who has deceived us. Such as I am, cried Ambades, I should think it no praise to conquer two such as ye. If you are such a knight, quoth Norandel, come out and fight me, you on horseback and I afoot. If you kill me, you will rid Arcalaus of a mortal enemy. If I conquer, you shall give us the damsels. What a fool thou art, Ambades replied. I think nothing of both, and what should I do of thee singly on foot, and I being mounted? For what you say of my lord Arcalaus, he would not give one straw for 20 such as thee, and thy comrade. And then he took a Turkish bow, and began to let fly at them. They drew back and went their way, saying that the wickedness of Arcalaus extended to all his race, and laughing at what had passed. On the 4th day they reached a seaport called Alfied, and taking ship arrived in Gaul at a place where Amadis and Florestan were with King Perion. Amadis and Florestan were walking together when they saw the vessel put to land, and they went towards it to learn news. Presently they saw Galaor and Norandel in the boat. Holy Mary, quoth Amadis, here is our brother Galaor. Know you who is with him? Norandel and his companion, King Lisuarte's son, a right good knight. And so he proved himself from the island of Monganza, but he was not acknowledged for his son till after the battle with the 7 kings, and then Lisuarte made it known because of his great worth. Glad was Amadis of his coming, because he was Oriana's brother, and Durin had said how she loved him. By this the knights landed, and they 4 joyfully embraced, and went forthwith to King Perion, who embraced Norandel, and led them to the queen. Now Amadis had before resolved to go in quest of adventures, that he might redeem his lost name, and had fixed the 4th day for his departure. Accordingly he spake to the king and his brethren, saying, that it behooved him to leave them, and that he would set forth on the morrow. Son, replied Perion, God knows the want of you which I shall feel, but not for that will I prevent you from gaining honour and the praise of prowess, as you have ever done. Sir brother, quoth Galaor, if it were not for a quest which I and Norandel have undertaken, we would bear you company, but we must needs accomplish it, or pass a year and a day in the pursuit, according to the custom of Great Britain. Son, said Perion, what is your quest, if it may be known? Sir, replied Galaor, we publicly undertook it, and this it is. Know, sir, that in the battle which we had with the 7 kings of the islands, there were on the side of King Lisuarte 3 knights, all bearing serpents for their arms all alike, but their helmets were different, the one being white, one purple, and one golden, and these 3 did such wonders in arms that we were all astonished, especially he of the golden helmet, whose goodness in arms I think cannot be peered. Certes, it is that but for these King Lisuarte would not have had the victory. When the battle was over they left the field so secretly that they could not be known, and it is to find them out that we have undertaken. We have heard here of these knights, answered Perion. God give you good tidings of them. But Amadis took his father and Florestan apart, and said, Sir, I shall depart early, and I think after I am gone you should discover the truth to Galaor, that he may not go on a vain search. Show him the arms which he will know, for if he learns not the secret from us, none else can tell him. That night was there great feastings made, but all were heavy for the loss of Amadis, who was going they knew not whither. On the morrow after mass they rode out with Amadis, who would take in company with him none but Gandalin and the dwarf, to whom the queen gave money enough to suffice his master for a year. Don Florestan requested to go with him, but that he would not grant for 2 reasons, that he might have more leisure to think of his lady, and that in attempting great adventures he alone might perish or acquire the glory. They rode a league together, then Amadis took leave of his father and brethren and went his way. When they returned, King Perion took Galaor and Norandel aside, and said to them, You have undertaken to find out that of which you can learn no tidings in the world, except it be only here. I bless God that he has guided you thus to save you from the labour of a fruitless search. Then led he them to a chamber where the arms hung. There, said he, is the white helmet which I wore, and Florestan's purple one, and the golden helmet of Amadis. Well did they remember them, for they bore the dints of that battle, and often they had looked at them on that day, sometimes rejoicing that King Lisuarte had such aid, at other times envying the prowess of their masters. God and you, sir, said Galaor, have shown us great favour in saving us from this search. It was our intent to seek those knights everywhere, and if they would not discover themselves, we should have fought with them till death to prove, that though in the general battle they did the best, it would be otherwise in single fight. Norandel then begged those arms of the king, which he courteously granted. Then told he them in what peril they had been at the castle of Arcalaus, and by what adventure they had escaped. The tears came into Galaor's eyes for grief at that recital, and he in his turn told what had chanced to him and Norandel with Arcalaus, and how the enchanter had escaped, and of their host Amadis. So Galaor and Norandel abode 14 days with King Perion. Then taking the arms of the serpents, they embarked for Great Britain, and took those arms to the palace to show how they had achieved their quest. Well were they welcomed by the king and all the court. Sir, if it please you, said Galaor, let me be heard in presence of the queen. Forthwith they all went to the queen's apartment, and Galaor and his companion kissed her hand, and then he said, Ye know, sirs, that I and Norandel went in quest of the Knights of the Serpents. Blessed be God, we have accomplished it without difficulty, as Norandel shall show you. Then Norandel took in his hand the white helmet, and said, Sir, know you this helmet well? Yea, answered Lisuarte, many times did I see it when I wished it to be seen. King Perion, who loves you well, bore it on his head that day. The purple one was on Florestan's. Here is the golden helmet. He who wore it, and who did such service as none other could have done, is Amadis. If I say truth or not, you are the best witness, for you were often among them in the battle, they enjoying now the fame and you the victory. Then they related all that had happened, and concerning Arcalaus, and how he had escaped by calling himself Grumedan's cousin. At that they all laughed, and old Grumedan also, saying he was happy that they had found such a kinsman for him. Lisuarte then inquired much concerning King Perion. Trust me, sir, said Norandel, there is no king in the world of equal territories who is his peer. He will lose nothing by his sons, quoth Grumedan. Theretofore the king answered nothing, because he would not praise Galaor to his face, and was at that time little pleased with his brethren. Howbeit he ordered the arms to be hung upon the crystal arch of his palace, where the arms of the other famous men were placed. End of chapter 6.
Book 3, Chapter 7 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 3, Chapter 7. Showing how Esplandian was brought up by Ascanio the hermit, and how his father Amadis went to seek adventures, having changed his name to the Knight of the Green Sword, and of the great adventures which he found. When Esplandian was 4 years old, Ascanio the hermit sent for him, and when he saw how well grown he was for his age, and how fair, he marvelled greatly, and blessed him, and the child embraced him as if he had known him. Then the hermit sent his sister home, keeping with him her son and Esplandian, who had been fed with the same milk. These children remained playing together before the hermitage, till Esplandian grew tired, and lay down under a tree and fell asleep. Now the lioness, coming as was her wont to the hermit for food, saw the child and went up to him, and after smelling him all round, lay down by his side. The other boy ran crying to the good man, and told him that a great dog was going to eat Esplandian. The good man went out to see the lioness, who came and fawned upon him, and the child waking and seeing the lioness said, Father, is this fine dog ours? No, said the good man, he is God's, to whom all things belong. I wish, father, he were ours. Do you wish to feed him, son? Yes, replied the child. The old man then fetched him the leg of a stag, which some hunters had given him, and the child gave it to the lioness, and played with her ears, and put his hands in her mouth. And you must know that from this time the lioness came every day, and guarded him whenever he walked out from the hermitage. And when he was grown bigger, Nasciano gave him a bow fit for him, and another to his nephew, and they learned to shoot. The lioness always went out with them, and if they wounded a stag, she would fetch him for them. Now the hermit had certain friends who were hunters, and they would sometimes go out with Esplandian, for the sake of the lioness, that she might bring in their game, and thus Esplandian learned to hunt, and in this manner he passed his time being taught by that holy man. Amadis, having left Gaul with design to do away by new achievements the ill report of his long sloth, entered Germany, and great feats did he there perform, redressing wrongs, passing through great hazards, doing battle sometimes with one knight, sometimes with 2 or 3. What shall I say? He was soon famed as the best knight that had ever entered that country, though they knew him by no other name than the Knight of the Green Sword, or of the Dwarf, because of Ardian who was with him. And thus he passed 4 years without returning to Gaul, or to the Firm Island, or hearing tidings of Oriana, and no other consolation had he than the certainty that his lady being as faithful as himself, endured the same loneliness. Now having passed the whole summer in Germany, when the winter drew nigh he feared the cold, and resolved to go to Bohemia to pass it with the good King Tafinor, of whom he heard a fair report, and who was then at war with Elpatin, who was now Emperor of Rome, and whom Amadis hated, as you have heard, for pretending to Oriana. Accordingly he departed for that kingdom. Now it so happened that having reached the bank of a river, he saw a great company on the other side, who had let fly a gerfalcon at a heron, and the quarry was slain near where he stood. He alighted, and calling out loudly to those on the other side, asked if he should lure the falcon. They answered yes. He then gave him to eat what was proper, as one who had often done so. Now the river was so deep that it could not be crossed in that part, and you are to know that King Tafinor of Bohemia was with that company, and he, seeing the knight, asked if anyone knew him, but none present could say who he was. Belike, said the king, it may be a knight who has traversed all Germany, and done such wonderful things in arms, that all speak of him as of a miracle. They call him the Knight of the Green Sword, or of the Dwarf, and because of the dwarf I think this may be he. A knight named Sadian, who was chief of the king's guard, answered, Certes, this is he, for he hath a green sword. The king then rode more than a pace towards the ford, for the knight was now riding thither to cross, having the gerfalcon on his fist. Good friend, said Tafinor, ye are right welcome to my land. Are you the king? I am, while it pleases God. Then the knight approached respectfully to kiss his hand. Sir, pardon me, though not knowing you, I have not offended. I come to see and serve you, for they say you are at war with so mighty a man that you need the service of all your subjects and of strangers also. But though I am a stranger, yet while I am with you, you may account me as your natural vassal. Knight of the Green Sword and friend, how much I am beholden to you for this coming and these words, my heart knows, which hath its courage doubled thereby. So they rode together to the town, and much was that knight admired by all for his goodly person, and because he was better armed than ever they had seen knight. When they reached the palace, the king ordered that he should be lodged, and being disarmed in a rich chamber, he clothed himself in costly apparel, which his dwarf had brought, and went before the king with such a presence as testified to the truth of what had been spoken of his prowess. There did he eat with the king, and was served as became the table of such a man. When the cloths were removed, the king said, Knight of the Green Sword and my good friend, know that against my will I am at war with the mightiest of all the Christians, Elpatin, Emperor of Rome, who in his great power and great pride would have this kingdom, which God gave free into my hands, tributary to him. Hitherto, by the good faith and strength of my vassals and friends, I have well defended myself, and will continue so to do while life shall last. But difficult and perilous it is for the few to defend themselves against the many, and therefore my heart is ever troubled in seeking for some remedy. But none other is there, except in the worth and courage which God has given to some above others, and as he hath so excellently in this wise gifted you, much hope have I in your aid, if you will help to defend this kingdom, which shall be ever at your will. Sir, answered the knight, I will serve you. As you shall see my deeds, so judge you my worth. Thus the Knight of the Green Sword remained in the house of King Tafinor of Bohemia, and to do him more honour, the king ordered his own son Grasandor to be in his company, and Count Galtines his cousin. It chanced one day, as they were riding out with the king and talking of the war, for the truce was to expire in 5 days, they saw 12 knights approaching, their arms lying upon the horses, and their squires carrying the helmets, shields, and lances. The king knew among them the shield of Don Garadau, cousin to the Emperor Patin, who was the best knight of all the lordship of Rome, and he said to him of the green sword, Ah, what evils he hath done me, whose is yonder shield? And he pointed to the shield, which bore 2 large eagles, or, in a field murrey. Sir, replied he, the more insults you receive from your enemies, the more confidence should you have that God will give you vengeance. Now seeing they are come into your land, relying upon your courtesy, honour them and accost them well, but make no terms that are not to your own honour and profit. The king embraced him and said, Would to God you had been always with me. Direct me as you please. So they met Garadan and his company, and the king welcomed them with better words than heart, and invited them to enter the town. Don Garadan answered, I come for 2 things, which you must know first, and whereon no other counsel is needed than that of your own heart. Answer us speedily, for we must not tarry, seeing the truce will soon be expired. He then produced a letter of credence, wherein the emperor promised on his faith to confirm whatever Don Garadan should conclude with him. Methinks, quoth Tafinor, when he had read it, the emperor places no little confidence in you. Now say your bidding. King, then said Don Garadan, notwithstanding the emperor is of higher lineage and lordship than you, yet because he hath other things to attend to, he wishes to put an end to this war, in either of these ways which you may choose. Either that you shall do battle with Salustanquidio, his cousin, Prince of Calabria, 100 to 100 up to 1,000, or 12 to 12, your knights against me and these my companions, on condition that if you conquer, you shall be forever free from this demand. But if you are conquered, you shall remain his vassal, as this kingdom was in times past to his empire, according to our Roman histories. Now choose which you will, for should you refuse either, the emperor bids you know that, leaving aside all other things, he will come against you in person, and never depart till he hath destroyed you. Don Garadan, cried he of the green sword, you have spoken arrogantly enough, as well for yourself as for the emperor. But God oftentimes with a little of his mercy hath broken down such pride. The king will answer you as it may please him. I would only ask, if he should accept one of these battles, how shall he be secure that what you promised will be performed? Don Garadan looked at him and wondered that he should have answered without waiting for the king's reply. I know not who you are, sir knight, quoth he, but by your speech it seems you are of a foreign land. This I shall say, I hold you for one of little discretion to reply without the king's command, but if he hold it good, and will accede to what I demand, I will tell you what you ask. The king replied, Don Garadan, I confirm and warrant whatever the Knight of the Green Sword shall say. When Garadan heard mentioned a man of such high prowess, his heart leaped for 2 causes, the one sorrow, that such a knight should be on the king's side, the other pleasure, for he hoped to combat him, and had confidence that he should subdue or slay him, and so acquire all that glory which he had won throughout Germany, and other countries wherein no other knight was spoken of. Since the king leaves it to you, said he, choose the one. The knight answered, Let the king do that. All I shall say is, that in either I will serve him, if he permit me, and so will I do in war while I remain with him. The king put his arm round the knight's neck, saying, Good friend, such courage your words give me, that I fear not to accept either. I beseech you, say which is best. Certes, sir, that may I not do. Summon you the good men of your council, and take their judgment, and command me wherein I may serve you, else might they with reason complain that I took upon myself more than I had wisdom to discharge. Howbeit, sir, at all events see what security Don Garadan will give. Garadan then bade his squire bring him a casket, and he took from it a writing sealed with 30 seals, all suspended by silken strings, and all were of silver, except the middle one, which was gold, for that was the emperor's, and the others were of the great lords of the empire. This he gave the king. Then King Tafinor withdrew with his good men, and finding that he might depend upon the conditions, asked counsel whether he should choose. Some said the 100 to 100, others the combat of 12, because for so small a number he could choose tried knights. Others that it were better to continue the war, and not put his kingdom upon adventure of a battle, so that the opinions were very different. Then said Count Galtines, Sir, let us refer to this Knight of the Green Sword, who peradventure has seen many things, and hath great desire to serve you. Thereto all assented, and the king sent to call him, for he and Grasandor were talking with Don Garadan, and the Knight of the Green Sword, seeing of what brave stature he was, and that needs there must be great strength in him, somewhat doubted the battle. Yet the vain and arrogant words which he had spoken made him hope that God would enable him to confound his pride. He at the king's bidding went before him, and the king said, Knight of the Dwarf, my great friend, I beseech you now do not refuse to give us your advice. And he told him at what difference they were. Sir, he replied, this is a weighty thing to determine, for the issue is in the hand of God, not in the judgment of men. Howbeit, speaking as the adventure were my own, I will say, sir, that if I had but 1 castle and 100 men, and an enemy with 10 castles and 1,000 knights warring to take it from me, if it pleased God to make him propose to me an equal battle, I should think it a great mercy. But for all which I have said, do not you knights cease to counsel the king that which will be most for his service. With that he would have departed, but the king took him by the cloak and made him sit by him, and said, Good friend, we all agree in your opinion. I choose the combat of 12, and God, who sees the violence done me, will be my helper, even as he helped King Perión of Gaul when that mighty King Abies came against him, and was slain by a stripling knight. In the name of God, exclaimed he of the green sword, and this is the best choice, but if you can prevail with Garadan, let it be decided by single combat. Let he and I do battle, for I trust in God, and in your good cause, and his pride, that I could decide the war. With that they went to Don Garadan, who was impatient of their delay, and the king said to him, I choose the combat of 12, Don Garadan, and let it be tomorrow. So help me God, quoth Garadan, as you have answered to my heart's desire, and I am right glad. He of the green sword answered, Oftentimes men are glad at the beginning, but when the end comes it is otherwise. Garadan beheld him with an evil look. Don Cavalier, you choose to speak on every occasion. It is plain enough that you are a stranger, since your discretion is so scanty and strange. If I knew that you were to be one of the 12, I would give you these gloves. He of the green sword took them. I shall be there, and as I now take your gloves, so will I then take that head, which your pride and discourtesy have offered me. When Garadan heard this, he was beside himself with rage. Ah, wretch that I am, quoth he, if this were tomorrow, and we were in the battle, Don Cavalier of the Dwarf, all these should see how I would chastise your folly. If till tomorrow seems so long a time, replied he of the green sword, the day is yet long enough for one to slay the other. Let us arm, if you will, and begin the battle, on this covenant, that he who survives may aid his comrades tomorrow. Certes, Don Cavalier, replied Garadan, if you dare do as you have now said, I forgive you all you have said against me. And he called hastily for his arms, and the knight of the dwarf demanded his from Gandalin. His companions armed Don Garadan, the king and his son did the same to their champion. All then withdrew, and left the twain in the field where they were to combat. Garadan mounted upon a goodly steed, whom he made prance fiercely over the field. Then turning to his friends, he said, Trust ye that ye shall see this king made subject to our emperor, and ye without striking a blow remain with much honour. All the hope of our enemies is in this knight, whom, if he dares abide the encounter, I shall presently conquer, and when he is slain, they will not dare enter the lists with us tomorrow." "What are you doing, Garadan?" cried he of the green sword. "You waste the day in boasting, and boasting will not do now we are about to be proved." They then spurred against each other. Their shields, strong as they were, failed. Their lances, thick as they were, splintered, and they dashed helmet and shield against each other. The horse of the green sword staggered back and reeled, but did not fall. Garadan was driven from the saddle, and so rudely that he was well nigh stunned. He of the green sword, when he saw him trying to rise and stumbling, would have made at him, but his horse could not move, the encounter had so shaken him, and he himself had been wounded in the left arm. But he alighted in great wrath, and went against Garadan with his burning sword. Now had Garadan recovered, and stood sword in hand, covered with his shield ready, but not so fierce as before. Many a notable blow was then given, and so fiercely they foined, that all marvelled to behold them. But Garadan yet felt his fall, and his enemy in anger pressed on him, and laid on such heavy loads so fast that he drew back and said, "Certes, knight of the green sword, I now know you better than before, and like you less. Howbeit, though much of your worth is now proved to me, mine is not in such a state that it can be known who shall conquer. If you like to rest a while, be it so. If not, again to battle." "Truly, Don Garadan," replied he, "it would please me far better to rest than to fight, but to one of your high prowess and courage it must be far otherwise, as I judge by your own words, and therefore, that so good a man as you may not be shamed, I will not leave the battle till it be ended." Right sad was Don Garadan for that, for he felt himself weak with his fall and wounds, and remembered the proud threats which he had uttered against that enemy, howbeit he took courage to do his best and endure the end. Then again they engaged with equal fury, but it was not long before Garadan fell down with a blow on the helmet. The sword had entered so deep that the knight could scarce pluck it out. Then he hastened and took off his enemy's helmet, and saw that the brains were cleft. Whereat greatly rejoicing because of the displeasure it would be to El Patin the emperor, and the service he had done the king, he wiped his sword and put it in the scabbard, and knelt down and gave God thanks. King Tafinor immediately dismounted from his palfrey and went up to the conqueror, and seeing his hands red with blood, his own as well as his enemy's, he said to him, "Good friend, how feel you?" "Right well," replied he of the green sword, "by God's mercy. I shall bear my part tomorrow in the battle." So he was honourably accompanied to the town, and his wounds were dressed. The Roman knights, meantime, carried the dead Garadan to their tents, and great dole did they make, for they loved him much, and were sore dismayed at his loss, seeing that his conqueror would be against them on the morrow. So they were greatly troubled, being afraid to do battle, yet knowing that if they did not, the emperor would be dishonoured, and they themselves therefore in peril of death. Howbeit they resolved not to fight, and to excuse themselves before the emperor by saying that Garadan had undertaken the combat, wherein he died against the will of all for his own haughtiness. The most of them were of this mind, and the others were silent. But there was among them a young knight called Arquisil, of the imperial blood, and so near akin to El Patin that he was his heir if he died without a son, and for this reason was he hated by that emperor. He being so young, for he was yet but 20, had not before ventured to speak, but now he said, "Certes, sirs, I marvel greatly that good men like you should fall into so great an error. If any man had advised this, you ought to have held him as an enemy. For Don Garadan's death, it is better that so insolent a one should be out of our company, that we may not partake the reward of his insolence. And for that knight whom you fear, I will take him to my account, and not leave him till death. What then will be the mighty odds, 11 to 10, that you should prefer perpetual dishonour to the chance of death?" Such weight had these words of Arquisil, that his companions gave him many thanks, and praised his counsel, and bravely determined to undertake the combat. When the knight of the green sword had taken food, he said to the king, "It is time, sir, to appoint the knights who are to do battle tomorrow, that they may prepare and meet at mass in your chapel by daybreak, that we go forth together to the field." "So let it be," replied Tafinor, My son Grasandor shall be one, and the others such that with God's help and yours we shall gain the victory." "God forbid," then answered the knight, "that while I can bear arms, you or your son should wear them, and when the others are such that he and even I might be excused." "Sir Knight of the Green Sword," exclaimed Grasandor, "I will not be excused where your person is exposed, neither in this nor in any other battle. If I were worthy to have a boon granted by such a knight as you, I would request you to have me always in your company. In no wise will I forbear to be in the combat tomorrow, though it were only to learn something of your wonders in arms." He of the green sword bowed humbly to acknowledge that honour. "Since you will so have it, sir, in God's name let it be so." The king then said, "My good friend, your arms have been rudely handled. I will give you others which never have been worn, and which will please you, and a horse better than which you never have seen." And forthwith he bade the horse be brought bridled and saddled with most rich trappings. When the knight saw the horse, how handsome he was, and how well apparisoned, he sighed, thinking that if he was where it could be done, he should well bestow him by sending him to his true friend Angriote of Estravaus. The arms were very rich, bearing lion's murre in a field or, and the coat armour was the same, but the sword was the best that ever he had seen, except King Lisuarte's and his own, and after having looked at it, he gave it to Grasandor for the battle. On the morrow betimes they heard mass with the king, and armed and kissed his hand, then took horse and rode to the field. The Romans were coming forth, their men sounding trumpets to encourage them, Arquisil among them in green arms and on a white horse, and he said to his comrades, "Remember what we have said, I will perform my promise." They then encountered, and Arquisil met the knight of the green sword. Their lances brake, and Arquisil was driven from the saddle, but he laid hold of the crupper, and being active and of good heart, lightly recovered his seat. The green sword knight passed on, and with the truncheon of his lance smote off the helmet of the first he met, and he would have felled him if he had not himself been attacked by two knights at once, the one of which struck his shield, the other his leg, passing through the lappet of his mail. The spear end gave him a wound which he felt sorely, and which made him rage with more wrath. He laid hand to sword, and smote at one a thwart blow which fell upon the horse's neck, and cut it clean through, so that the beast fell and broke the rider's leg. By this Arquisil came up and smote him of the green sword on the helmet so fiercely that sparks flew from helm and sword, and he made him bend his head. But he soon received his guerdon, for the green sword struck him on the shoulder, and wounded him so sorely that Arquisil thought surely his arm was lost. Then the knight went on among his other enemies, who were now hardly put to by Grasandor and the Bohemians. But Arquisil still followed him, though with less ardour than at first, and fointed him on all parts. He turned and struck him, with no will to wound, esteeming him above all of his party for the courage with which he had singled him out. Arquisil still pressed on him. By this the Romans were slain, or disabled, or had yielded, and the green sword knight, seeing how Arquisil still pursued him, cried out, "Will no one deliver me from this knight?" Thereat Grasandor and two others turned upon him and plucked him from the saddle, for he was weary and weak, and threw him down and would have slain him, but then the green sword knight said, "Sirs, I have received most hurt from him, leave me to take amends." And he went up to Arquisil and said, "Knight, yield yourself, and do not perish by the hand of one who esteems you." Then he who only expected death right joyfully yielded himself prisoner, and thanked him for his life, and pledged himself upon the green sword to obey his bidding. Then went they all to the king, who joyfully received them, and the knight of the green sword was laid in the king's chamber, and Taffner would have lodged Arquisil with him to honour him because of his high lineage and great worth, but he said, "I beseech you, sir, let me go help my companions who are yet living, and bear away the dead. I am your prisoner, and will come to your command whenever you summon me." The green sword knight embraced him and dismissed him, and he went to his comrades, whom he found in such plight as you may guess, and taking with them the bodies of Garadan and the others who were slain, they went their way. So you will hear nothing more of this knight, till his time comes, and then it shall be told to what his great courage brought him. the green sword knight remained with King Tafinor till his wounds were healed, and then seeing that the war was ended, and thinking that he could better bear the misery of absence from Ariana when he was wandering and enduring difficulty than in repose and enjoyment, he spake to the king, saying, Sir, since your war is ended, and the time when my fortune will not let me rest is come, I must obey the will of that fortune, not my own. I will depart tomorrow, and God grant that may come a time wherein I may make some return for the great honours and favours which you have vouchsafed me. King Tafinor thereat was sorely troubled. Ah, Knight of the Green Sword, my true friend, take what you will of my kingdom, power as well as possessions, and do not leave me. Sir, replied he, this I always believed, that knowing my good will to serve you, you would honour me accordingly. But I cannot rest till my heart be in that place where its thoughts are always. The king, seeing how he spake, and knowing him to be fixed in all his purposes, answered then with a sad countenance, My loyal friend, since it must be so, I beg of you 2 things. The one, that if ever need betide you, you will remember me and this my country. The other, that you will hear mass with me tomorrow, for I would speak with you. He of the green sword then ordered Gandalin to prepare for their departure. That night he did not sleep, even as though he had been overwearied with bodily toil, for trouble and grief of mind so mastered him for his lady's sake. Many tears did he shed that night. At dawn he rose and armed and went to horse, and Gandalin and the dwarf mounted their palfreys, taking the things necessary for their journey. Forthwith he went to the king's chapel, where they heard mass. King Tafinor then bidding all others go forth, said to him, My great friend, I beg of you one boon, which shall neither be to the hindrance of your journey, nor to your dishonour. So, sir, I well believe, do you therefore ask according to your virtue, and I grant it. Tell me then, good friend, your name, and whose son you are, and trust me the secret shall be kept by me till you divulge it. The knight remained silent a while, repenting what he had promised. Sir, if it please you, do not ask this, for it will not profit you. My good friend, doubt not to tell me, I will conceal it like you yourself. He then replied, Since it pleases you, sir, to know, I am that Amadis of Gaul, son to King Perión, of whom you spake before the battle. Ah, happy knight, quoth then King Tafinor, blessed was the hour wherein thou wert begotten, by whom thy parents and kin, and we also, have derived such honour and advantage. You have made me right joyful by telling me this, and I trust in God that it will be for your own good, and the means that I may somewhat discharge the great debts I owe you. Now, though the king spake thus from his own good will, and not because of anything which he could know of that knight's needs, yet was it fulfilled in 2 ways. The one because he made be written all the feats of arms which Amadis had done in those countries, and the other when he was a right good ally to him with his son and his people, when he had great need of help, as you shall hear hereafter. Then he took leave of the king, and being accompanied out of town by Grasandor and Count Galtines, and other good knights for half a league, they then commended him to God, and he set forth to go through the islands of Romania, and prove himself in such adventures as he might there find. End of Book 3, Chapter 7. Book 3, Chapters 8 and 9 of Amadís of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Amadís of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 3, Chapter 8. How King Lisuarte, going to the chase with the queen and his daughters, came to the mountain where the hermit Nasciano dwelt, and by what strange adventure he met a fair child, who was the son of Amadis and Oriana, and how he took the child, not knowing him. King Lisuarte, to solace himself and his knights, resolved to go hunt in the forest, and take with him the queen and her daughters, and all her damsels, And he bade the tents be pitched by the fountain of the 7 beech trees, which was a pleasant place. Now you are to know that this was the forest where the hermit Nasciano dwelt, and where he was breeding up Esplandian. There, leaving the queen in her fair tent, the king and his huntsmen went into the thickest part of the mountain, where, because that ground was kept, they had plenty of sport. It so fell out that the king started a stag and followed him down into the valley, and there a strange thing chanced, for he saw a child coming down the opposite hill, a boy of 5 years old, the prettiest that ever he had seen, leading a lioness in a leash, and when he saw the stag, he loosed her and hallooed her to the game. Presently the lioness overtook him and slew him and began to suck his blood, and the child came running up, and with him another somewhat older than himself, and they took out their knives and gave the lioness her share. The king stood in the thicket wondering at what he saw, and his horse was frightened at the lioness and would not go towards her. Presently the boy took a horn which hung from his neck and blew it, and 2 spaniels came up, the one tawny and the other black, and they had their fees of the game. This done, they leashed the lioness again and went up the hill. By this the king had fastened his horse to a tree and called out to the boy to stop, and when he came up and saw how beautiful he was, he marvelled more than before, and he said to him, "God bless thee, my fine boy, and keep thee for his service. Tell me where you are brought up, and whose son you are." "Sir," replied the child, "the holy man Nasciano the hermit breeds me up, and he is my father." The king mused awhile how a man so holy and so old should have so young and so fair a child, and did not believe that it could be so. He then asked him where the hermit's house was. The child showed him a path but little trodden on. "You may go up there, but I must follow that boy who's taking the lioness to the fountain where we have our game." So he went his way, and the king went to horse and followed the path till he came to the hermitage, which was among beech trees and brambles, and he saw no one there. Then he alighted and went in, and he found an old man kneeling and reading prayers in a book. He was in his habit, and his hair was quite grey. When he had finished his prayers, he looked round and saw the king, and the king knelt before him and besought his blessing, which the good man gave, and asked him then what he would have. "Good friend," replied Lisuarte, "I have met a fair boy in the mountain, hunting with a lioness, who told me that you bred him up, and because he is so beautiful, and this thing so strange, I come to ask you who he is, promising you on the word of a king that no harm shall come from the discovery either to him or you." When the good man heard this, he recollected the king's person, and knelt down and kissed his hand. But the king raised him up, and embraced him, saying, "Friend Nasciano, I am very desirous to know this, do not fear to tell me." The good man led him out of the chapel, and they sat down on a bench in the porch, by where his horse was fastened, and he said, "Sir, I believe you, that you will protect the child as it has pleased God to protect him." He then told him how he had found the child, and of the letters on his breast. "You tell me such wonders," replied Lisuarte, "as I never heard till now. It must needs be that the lioness found him near this place." "I cannot say," said Nasciano, "nor let us seek to know more of this than pleases God." Then said the king, "I beseech you come and eat with me to-morrow at the fountain of the 7 beech trees, where you will find the queen in our company, and bring with you Esplandian and the lioness, and your nephew, to whom I ought to show favour for the sake of Sargil his father, who was a good knight, and served the king my brother well." The king then returned to his pavilion. He reached it 2 hours after noon, and there he found Don Galaor and Norandel and Guilan the Pensive, who had just arrived with 2 deer, with whom he talked and made merry, but of his own adventure he said nothing. Then bade he the cloths be spread, but Don Grumedan came up and said, "Sir, the queen hath not yet eat, and she requests to speak with you first, for so it behoveth." Immediately he rose and went to her, and she showed him a letter sealed with an emerald, through which threads of gold were passed, and there were letters round about it saying, This is the seal of Urganda the Unknown. Sir, quoth she, as I came along the road a damsel met us, richly attired upon a palfrey, and a dwarf with her upon a good horse. She rode by all my company, and close by my daughter, without vouchsafing a word to them, but when I came up she said, Queen, take this letter, and read it with the king before you dine. And then she and the dwarf spurred away so fast that there was no time to ask her anything. The king then opened the letter and read thus. To the most high and honoured King Lisuarte, I, Urganda the Unknown, who love you, advise you to your benefit, that at the time when the fair boy who has been nursed by 3 nurses shall appear, you love him and cherish him well, for great joy shall he bring to you, and shall deliver you from the greatest danger wherein ever you were placed. He is of high lineage, and know, O king, that from the milk of his first nurse you shall be so strong and fierce of heart that his great feats in arms shall obscure all the worthies of his own time. And from his second nurse you shall be gentle and courteous, and humble, and of all good qualities. And from his third nurse, prudent and of good understanding, and right catholic, and of fair speech. Therefore he will be beloved by all, and no knight shall equal him. And his great deeds in arms shall all be employed in the service of the Most High God, despising that which other knights of these days follow more for the honour and vain glory of this world than for the sake of conscience, so that he shall have God on his right hand and his lady on his left. And I tell thee moreover, good king, that this child shall make peace between thee and Amadis and his lineage, which shall last all thy days, and which none other could do. When he had read this, the king blessed himself and said, The wisdom of this woman can neither be imagined nor expressed. I have this day found the child of whom she speaks. And with that he told the queen what had happened, and how Nasciano and the boy would be with them on the morrow. Right joyful was Brisena to think she should see that child, and talk with that holy man about her conscience. The king then bade her say nothing of all this, and he returned to his tent to take food. There he told his knights not to go hunt the next day, for he had a letter to read to them from Urganda the Unknown. And he ordered the huntsmen to drive all the beasts into a sheltered valley and keep them there all the day. This did he that they might not be frightened by the lioness. So thus, as you hear, they passed the day regaling themselves in that meadow which was full of flowers and of fresh green grass. On the morrow they all assembled in the king's tent and there heard mass. Lisuarte then took them to the queen's pavilion, which was pitched beside a fountain in a fresh meadow, for it was the month of May. The curtains of the pavilion were open, so that the princesses and dames and damsels of high parentage were all seen seated on the estrados, and there the high-born knights went and conversed with them. The king then had the letter of Urganda read, whereat they were all greatly amazed, marvelling what fortunate child it might be, but most of all Oriana mused thereon, and sighed for her son, thinking that perhaps this might be he whom she had lost. What think ye of this letter? Said the king. Certes, sir, replied Don Galaor, I doubt not that what she saith will come to pass, as it ever hath done, and how much soever others may rejoice when the child shall appear, with reason shall I above all others be glad, seeing that through him shall be accomplished the thing I most desire, which is to see my brother Amadis and his kinsmen in your love and service once more, as they were heretofore wont to be. Lisuarte answered, All this is in the hand of God, he will do his service, and we must be contented. While they were thus communing, they beheld the hermit coming, and his boys with him. Esplandian came first, leading the lioness in a slender leash, and the 2 spaniels coupled, and behind him was the holy man Nasciano. Then came Esplandian's foster brother Sargil, and 2 bowmen who had taught Esplandian in the mountain, and they brought upon one beast the stags whom Lisuarte had seen the lioness slay, and on another 2 roebucks, and hares and rabbits whom the boys and they had killed with their arrows. When they in the tents beheld such a company, and that great and terrible lioness, they rose hastily and went to place themselves before the king, but he held out a wand and bade them remain in their places, saying that he who led this lioness would defend them. It may be so, replied Don Galaor, but methinks we should have a weak defender in the huntsman who leads her if she should grow angry. This is a marvellous thing to see. The boys and the archers now stopped to let the good man go forward. Friends, said Lisuarte, this is the holy man Nasciano, who dwells in the mountain. Let us go to him, that he may give us his blessing. They then went and knelt before him, and the king said, Servant of God and happy man, give us your blessing. He raised his hand and replied, Receive it in his name as from a sinner. The king then led him to Brisena, but when the women beheld that fierce lioness looking at them and rolling her eyes round, her red tongue lolling out, and her teeth showing so sharp and strong, they were greatly affrighted. The queen and her daughter and all well welcomed Nasciano, and they were all amazed at the great beauty of the child, who went to the queen, saying, Lady, we have brought you this game. My good boy, said the king, divide it as you like. And this he said to see what he would do. The boy answered, The game is yours, do you dispose of it. Nay, quoth the king, you shall divide it. The boy was abashed, and there came a colour like a rose into his cheek. Sir, said he, take you the stag for yourselves and your companions. He then went to the queen, who was talking with Nasciano, and kneeling down, kissed her hands and gave her the roebucks. Then, looking on his right, he thought that none whom he saw appeared more worthy to be honoured than Oriana, his own mother, whom he did not know, and he gave her the partridges and rabbits, saying, Lady, we have slain no other game than this with our arrows. Fair child, replied Oriana, God speed you in your sport and in all else. The king then called him, and Galaor and Norandel took him in their arms and embraced him as if the force of kin were working in them. Lisuarte commanded silence and said to the good man, Father and friend of God, say now before all these what you related to me concerning this child. The good man then related how he had met the lioness with this child in her mouth, carrying him home to her whelps, and how by God's mercy she laid the babe at his feet, and how richly he was clothed, and the lioness had suckled him first, and then a ewe sheep, till he had given him to a nurse, all as the history hath related it. But when Oriana and Mabilia and the damsel of Denmark heard this, they looked at each other, and their flesh trembled with exceeding joy, for they knew of a truth that this child was the son of Amadis, whom the damsel had lost. But when the hermit told of the letters on his breast, and uncovered his breast that all might see, then were they certain that this was he, and the delight of their hearts was so great that it cannot be expressed, and above all that of Oriana, to behold the child whom she had lost. Then Lisuarte asked the boys of Nasciano that he might have them brought up, to the which the good man assented, seeing that God had made them more for such a life than for the one he could give them. Yet was it with great grief of heart that he consented, and knowing the loneliness he should feel in losing them, for he loved Esplandian dearly. When the king had them thus at his disposal, he gave Esplandian to the queen to serve her, and she soon gave him to her daughter Oriana, greatly rejoiced thereat, as she who had brought him forth. Thus was that child placed under his mother's care, he who had been in the lioness's mouth. These are the wonders of the Most High God, the preserver of us all. Other sons of princes are lapped in silks, and nursed with all blandishments and delicacies, and so carefully that they who tend them must neither sleep nor rest, and yet with little hurt and slight ailing they are taken out of the world. For so God wills, and fathers and mothers must receive his allotments as what is just, and thank him for doing his own will, which cannot err like ours. The queen then confessed to that holy man. Oriana did the same, and told him the secret of her love, and how that child was hers, and by what adventure she had lost him, a thing which till then she had never communicated, and she besought him to remember it in his prayers. Much did the good man marvel to hear of such love in one of so high degree, who was above all others bound to give a good example, and he reproved her sharply, bidding her give over so great an error, else he would not absolve her, and her soul would be in great peril. But she, weeping, told him how when Amadis released her from Archelaus, she had received his pledged word as husband, as it ought to be. Then was the hermit full glad, and he was the means whereby many were delivered from cruel death that awaited them, as shall be seen hereafter. Then he absolved her, and appointed such penance as was convenient. He then took Esplandian to the king, and embraced the boy, and wept, saying, Child of God, whom he gave me to bring up, may he guard and protect thee, and make thee a good man for his holy service. Then he kissed him, and gave him his blessing, and delivered him to the king, and taking his leave, he returned with the archers and the lioness to his hermitage. Chapter 9. How the Knight of the Green Sword, after he had left King Tafinor of Bohemia to go to the islands of Romania, met a great company with the lady Grasinda, and how one of her knights called Brandasidel would have made him come before her by force. You have heard how the Green Sword Knight resolved to go through the islands of Romania. There he went, redressing the oppressed and quelling the proud, and passing through great perils, combating knights and giants, and suffering wounds and sickness at times, gaining great renown, yet neither danger nor toil abating the mortal grief which he endured for Oriana's sake. Thus as he wandered, having no rest either of body or mind, he came to a seaport called Sadiana, opposite Greece. The city was fairly situate at the extremity of the land, with gardens and high towers. Now, because the day was yet before him, he did not enter the city, but went about beholding it, for it was a goodly place, and he delighted to look at the sea, which he had not seen since he left Gaul, now more than 2 years agone. Presently he saw a great company of knights and dames and damsels going along shore towards the town. Among them was a lady most richly garmented, over whom they carried a rich cloth upon 4 rods, to defend her from the sun. The Knight of the Green Sword, who took little pleasure in beholding company, but rather in going alone, and thinking upon his lady, turned aside that he might not meet them. Presently there came a knight towards him upon a strong horse, well armed, and shaking a lance as if he would have broken it. He was strong of body and large-limbed, and a good horseman, and with him came a damsel of that company in rich attire. When he of the green sword saw that they made towards him, he stopped. The damsel came up and said, Sir, the lady my mistress commands you to come before her at her pleasure, and this she tells you for your profit. He, though the damsel spake German, understood her well, for it was always his custom to learn the language of the countries which he passed through. Damsel, he replied, may God grant honour to your lady and you, but tell me what yonder knight would have. That matters not, she answered, do what I tell you. That shall I not till you reply. I must then answer against my will. When my lady saw you and the dwarf with you, she thought you might be the strange knight who has gone through this country, doing such wonders in arms as had never till now been witnessed. She therefore wished to honour you, and to disclose to you a secret which hath hitherto been known to none. When yonder knight understood her pleasure, he said he would make you come to her command whether you would or no, which he can well do, being the mightiest man in arms of all this land. I therefore counsel you to leave him alone and come with me. Damsel, quoth he, I am ashamed not to obey the command of your lady, but I choose that you should see whether he can do as he hath said. She replied, I am sorry at this, for your courtesy hath much pleased me. Then she departed, and he of the green sword rode on as before. With that the other knight cried out in a loud voice, You, sir, good for nothing, who will not go with the damsel, alight directly, and with your shield reversed, get up the wrong way upon your horse, and take the tail for a bridle, and present yourself in that manner before yonder lady, unless you choose to lose your head. Take your choice. Certes, knight, replied he, it is not my intention to choose either of these things. I rather choose you should have the one. Quoth he, I shall make thee. And with that he spurred his horse, thinking at the first encounter to bear him from the saddle, as he had done many others, for he was the best jouster far or near. The knight of the dwarf had taken his arms, and now went towards him, being well covered with his shield. That joust was decided at the first meeting, for the lances brake, and the threatening knight was borne to the ground. He of the green sword had his shield and mail pierced, and the lance iron wounded his throat, so that he felt he should suffer much therefrom. He turned upon Brandasidel, for so was that knight called, and seeing that he lay like one dead, bade Gandalin take off his helmet and see if he was slain. He did accordingly, and then the knight breathed and attempted to recover, but he could not. But then that other placed the point of the green sword at his face. You, Sir Knight, who threaten and despise those whom you do not know, shall now either lose your head or pass through your own law. He recovered his senses better with the fear of death, and hung down his head. Will you not speak? I shall off with thy head. Then he cried, Ah, knight, mercy! I will rather obey you than die in such a state as to lose my soul. Be it done then forthwith. Brandasidel then called his squires, and they placed him backward upon his horse, and reversed his shield round his neck, and put the tail in his hand for a bridle, and in this plight they led him before that fair lady, and through the town that all might see him, and that he might be an example to those who insult and despise those whom they do not know. Greatly did that lady and her company and all the townsmen marvel at his overthrow, and the more therefore they praised his conqueror, believing now the wonders which they had heard spoken of him. This being done, the green sword knight went to the damsel who had witnessed all, and said, Now, lady damsel, if it pleases you, I will obey your mistress. It does please me, quoth she, and so will it please my lady Grasinda. So they went together, and when he beheld that lady, he thought that since he had left his sister Melicia, he had seen none so fair, and she thought him the comeliest knight that ever she had beheld. Sir, quoth she, I have heard of your great prowess, for by your dwarf and your green sword I perceive that you are he who served King Taffenar of Bohemia so well, and who have since achieved such wonders in arms. Now I see you are wounded, and beseech you to be my guest here in this very town that you may be healed. You will not in all this province be so well lodged elsewhere. Lady, quoth he, seeing your goodwill, I would obey you in a thing of toil and danger, how much more in this which is to me so necessary. They then went toward the town. An old knight who led her bridle gave it to him of the green sword to lead, and he rode forward to prepare the stranger's lodging, for he was that lady's steward. When they entered the gates, the doors and windows were all filled with people, all crowding to see this lady, who was greatly beloved, and this knight of whom they had heard so much. They thought him the handsomest and best made whom they had ever seen, and deemed that he had performed never greater exploit than in discomfiting Brandasidel, so much had he been feared. Thus they arrived at the palace, and there was he lodged in a rich chamber, such as became the dwelling of such a lady, and was disarmed, and his hands and face washed from the dust, and they gave him a rose-coloured mantle. When Grasinda saw him thus attired, she thought him more beautiful than she had believed mortal man could be, and she sent for a master to heal his wounds, the best and skilfullest in all those parts. He looked at the wound in his throat, and said, Knight, you are hurt in a dangerous part, and you must rest, otherwise you will be in great pain and danger. The knight answered, Master, I beseech you by the faith you owe to God and to this your lady, that, as soon as I am in a state to ride, you let me know it, for it doth not befit me to rest or be at ease till it shall please God to bring me there where my heart desires to be. And when he said this, he could not restrain his tears, whereat he was ashamed, and wiped them hastily away, and made semblance of mirth. The master then dressed his wound, and gave him food such as was fitting. Then said Grasinda, Rest now, sir, and sleep, and we will go to our meal. We will see you when it is time, and do you bid your squire ask freely for whatever is wanted. With that they left him, and he remained, thinking of Oriana, for in that thought was all his pleasure and delight, though mingled with such pain. But when Grasinda had eaten and retired to her chamber, and was in her bed, she thought upon the beauty of the green sword knight, and of the great feats which he had performed in arms, and though she was of such high degree, being niece to King Taffenar of Bohemia, and widow of a great knight, with whom she had lived only 1 year, having no issue, and though she believed him to be only an errant knight, she resolved to have him for her husband. But while she was devising how this might be brought about, she recollected how she had seen him weep, and thought that that could only have been because of some woman whom he loved and could not obtain. This made her pause, and resolve to learn more concerning him. So, hearing he was awake, she went with the ladies to visit him, as well to show him honour as for the great pleasure she took in beholding him, and talking with him, nor had he less, though for a very different cause. Thus she continued to be in his company, devising for him every pleasure that could be, till one day, being unable to endure this longer, she took Gandalin aside, and said, "Good squire, whom God bless and make happy, tell me one thing if you know it, and I promise you it shall never be by me discovered. Do you know any woman whom your master dearly and affectionately loves?" "Lady," replied Gandalin, "I and this dwarf have lived with him but a short time, serving him for the great renown which we had heard of his great feats, and he told us never to inquire his name, nor anything concerning him, unless we chose directly to be dismissed. But since we have been with him, we have seen enough to be assured that he is the best knight in the world. I know nothing more." The dame then hung down her head and mused greatly. Gandalin beheld her, and suspecting that she loved his master, wished to relieve her from a wish which never could be gratified, and he said to her, "Lady, I often see him weep, and that so bitterly that it can only be for extreme love, for that is an evil which neither strength nor courage can overcome." "As God shall save me," she replied, "I believe you, and thank you for what you have told me. Go to him now, and God help him in his wishes." She then went to her woman, resolving no longer to encourage those thoughts, for seeing how steadfast he was in his words and actions, she believed he was not one who would be changed. Thus, as you hear, was he of the green sword attended in the house of that great lady, the fair and rich Grasinda, as though she had known him, instead of a poor errant knight, as he seemed to be, son of a great king, as in truth he was. Now, when he felt himself able to bear arms, he ordered Gandalin to prepare for their departure, and he answered that all was ready. But while they were speaking, Grasinda with 4 damsels entered the apartment. He rose and led her to an estrado, which was covered with a cloth of silk and gold, and said to her, "My lady, I am now in a state to travel. If any service of mine can afford you pleasure, willingly will I put it in action, for the great honour which I have received at your hands." "Certes, Sir Knight of the Green Sword, I believe what you say, and when I ask a return for the pleasure and service you have received here, if any it have been, then will I without hesitation or shame disclose to you that which hath hitherto been known to none. Meantime tell me, I pray you, whither would you design to go?" "Toward Greece, if it please God, to see the manner of life among the Greeks and their emperor, of whom I have heard good things." "Then I must help you in your voyage. I will give you a ship manned with good mariners to be at your command, and victualled for a year, and I will give you Master Helisabad, who cured your wounds, for such another in his art cannot be found far or near, on condition that if you be at your own disposal you will be in this town with me within a year." The knight was right glad of this good offer. "My lady," quoth he, "if I cannot serve you for all these favours, I shall hold myself the unhappiest knight in the world. And so in like manner, if I should know that you hesitate or shame to ask what you desire." "Sir," she replied, "when God shall bring you back from this voyage, I will demand that which my heart hath long desired, and which will be to the advancement of your honour, albeit with some peril." "Be it so, and I trust in your wisdom that you will ask nothing which you may not rightfully perform." "Do you then rest 5 days," said she, "while everything is prepared." At the end of that time the ship was ready, and the knight embarked with Master Helisabad, in whom next to God he trusted for his safety. So they set sail, not straight to Constantinople, but to those islands of Romania which he had not visited, and to the islands of Greece, and there for a long time did that knight prove himself in abating the insolence of the haughty, and against many knights who came to try themselves against him, but he still won the victory and the praise from all, and Master Helisabad always healed his wounds. But at length the mariners were weary of sailing thus from one island to another, and complained to Master Helisabad of their great fatigue, and he repeated it to the knight, who bade them then steer directly for Constantinople, for by the time he had been to that city and could sail from it, the year would be expired. We told you in the second book how El Patin went to prove himself against the knights of Great Britain, and how, reckless of his former love to Queen Sardamira of Sardinia, he asked Oriana of her father in marriage, and how, falling in with Amadis, he was by him sorely wounded in the head. That wound brought him oftentimes to the point of death, so that he returned forthwith to Rome, where he was soon chosen emperor by reason of his brother's death. But then, thinking that he might more easily obtain Oriana, of whose love he nothing doubted, he determined again to ask her of King Lisuarte, and for this purpose to dispatch his cousin Salustanquidio, Prince of Calabria, a famous knight in arms, and with him Broncadel of the Rock, his high steward, and the Archbishop of Talancia, and a company of 300 men, and the fair Queen Sardamira, with dames and damsels in her train, to bring home Oriana. So they prepared to fulfill the Emperor's pleasure, as you shall hear hereafter. End of Book 3, Chapter 9.
Book 3, Chapter 10 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 3, Chapter 10. How the noble knight of the green sword, going to Constantinople, was driven upon the island of the devil, where he found a fierce monster called Andriago. The green sword knight sailed with his company toward Constantinople, as you have heard, but suddenly the wind changed, and the sea became so high that neither the strength of the ship nor the skill of the mariners could withstand it, and they were all in great peril of death. 8 days they drove about, not knowing whither they went, the rain falling so heavy and the wind so violent, and the heavens so dark, that they, drenched in water and unable to rest, despaired of their lives. At length the vessel was driven ashore. It was night, and they were all greatly comforted as men who had escaped from death to life. But when morning brake, the mariners saw that they were upon the Devil's Island, and began to beat their faces and lament that they were fallen into a worse danger than they had escaped. And they came to the Knight of the Green Sword in this guise, without telling him more. He inquired wherefore they were so terrified. O knight, said they, we have not power to tell you, the cause is so great. Let Master Helisabad speak. He knows why this is called the Devil's Island. The knight then encouraged the master, who was in no less fear than they, and he at length, shaking all over and faltering in his speech, in great seriousness and fear, said, You must know, sir knight, that a giant called Bandaguido was lord of this island, and he was so mighty that he made all the neighbouring giants tributary. Now he had to wife a giantess who was gentle and well disposed, who when her husband was slaying and destroying the Christians, always as far as she could took pity and relieved them. By this dame Bandaguido had one daughter, so adorned by nature that in all the world there could not be found one of her rank and blood to equal her in beauty. But as great beauty is soon joined with vanity, and vanity with sin, this damsel seeing herself so worthy to be loved, and that none for fear of her father durst pretend to her, at last as a remedy took to loving her own father with a most foul and shameful love, so that often when the wife had risen from her husband's side, the daughter would lay down by him, sporting with him, and clipping and kissing him, which he at first received as caresses of a daughter, but at length by long continuance of this, and her great beauty, and the want of all conscience and virtue in him, she accomplished her wicked will. From this great and abominable sin a worse arose, as often happens when men seek to remedy one sin by committing another. not knowing that the physic for sin is repentance, which obtains pardon from the Most High Lord, who for such sins placed himself upon the cross, whereon he died as very man, and afterwards rose again as very God. For this unhappy giant and his daughter, being thus mutually enamoured, he was told by the false idols whom he worshipped, that if he married her, the fiercest and strongest thing in the world should be by them begotten. Wherefore that unhappy daughter determined to bring this to pass, and one day when her mother, who loved her better than herself, was walking in the garden, this daughter called to her, saying that she saw something odd in the well, and bade her look, and as she was looking, violently pushed her in so that she was drowned. Then she cried out that her mother had fallen into the well, whereupon the giant himself, who knew how it had been done, and all the men of the place gathered round, and they, seeing their lady dead, whom they loved so well, began to make great sorrow. But the giant said, Make no lamentation, for so the gods have willed, and I will take one to wife from whom such a one shall be born as will give us the mastery over all our enemies. So they were all silent for fear, and he that day publicly took his daughter, Bandaguida, to wife, upon whom in that unhappy night a creature was begotten by the devil's ordinance, whom she and her husband father brought up, as you shall hear. This creature's face was all hairy, and its body covered with scales, one lying over the other so hard that no weapon can pierce them, its legs and feet thick and strong, and from its shoulders there grew 2 wings, so large that they cover it down to the feet, not of feathers but of a shaggy leather, black as pitch and shining, and so hard that they resist all arms, and with these wings the monster covers itself as with a shield, and from under them come its arms which are as strong as lions' paws, all covered with smaller scales, and its hands are like eagles' claws, and their 5 talons so sharp and strong that there is nothing in the world so hard that they cannot pierce and tear it piecemeal. In each jaw it has 2 long teeth that grow out a cubit long. Its eyes are round and huge and red like fire, so that at night they can be seen far away, and all fly before it. It bounds and runs so fast that no game, how fleet soever, can escape. It seldom eats or drinks, and sometimes goes without food, feeling no pain of hunger. All its delight is to kill men and living animals. When it finds any lion or bear who resists it, then it grows furious and sends a smoke like flames of fire from its nostrils, and roars so horribly that all living things fly from it as from death, and its stench is rank poison. And when it ruffles its scales and gnashes its teeth, and shakes its wings, it is as if the earth shook. They call it Endriago, said Master Helisabad, and it is such as I have described. Moreover, because of the sin of the giant and his daughter, the wicked enemy entered it, and hath greatly increased its force and cruelty. Much was the green sword knight astonished at this tale. Master, quoth he, how could a thing so monstrous be born of body of woman? I will tell you, he replied, as I found it written in a book which the Emperor of Constantinople hath, for this island was his till he lost it, not being able to destroy this devil. You are to know that Bandaguida, finding herself pregnant, told the giant, who greatly rejoiced thereat, believing that what his gods had told him would assuredly come to pass, and he said that 3 or 4 nurses would be necessary for the child, as it was to be the strongest creature in the world. But as this unborn creature was the work of the devil, it oftentimes made the mother fall sick, and her face and eyes became yellow like poison, but she bore it all as good signs, believing also that the boy was to be the mightiest in the world, and if he should prove so, she would then devise how to murder the father and marry him in his stead. When her time came she brought forth with little travail, for evil things always go on pleasantly till the end. The nurses took the babe, and seeing a thing so monstrous, were fearfully dismayed. However, fearing the giant's anger, they took and swathed it in the rich clothes which had been prepared, and one of them having more hardiness than the other offered it the teat, which it caught and sucked so furiously that the woman screamed out, and when they took the child away, fell down dead with the force of the poison. This was presently told to the giant, who then looking at his child marvelled to behold so monstrous a creature, and went to the temple to ask his gods why they had given him such issue. These idols were 3 in number, the one like a man, the other as a lion, the third after the manner of a griffin. So when he had made his sacrifices, he asked why they had sent him such a child, and the man idol answered, so it behooved the child to be, that as its actions were to be strange and marvellous, so should itself be, especially for destroying the Christians who seek to destroy us, and for this I gave it my likeness, in giving it a free will like man, which the beasts possess not. The other idol answered, I gifted it with a strength and courage, such as we lions possess. And the third said, I gave it wings and talons, such as no other creature in the world hath, and fleetness beyond all others. How shall I feed it? Said the giant, seeing that the nurse who suckled it fell down dead. They answered, Make the other 2 nurses give it the teat, and they will die also, but the 4th shall suckle it with milk of your flocks for a year, and in that time it shall wax as great and as fair as we ourselves are, who have made it be begotten. But take heed that neither thou nor thy wife, nor any other except the nurse, see it during that year. The giant accordingly did as these idols commanded, and in this wise was the monstrous beast brought up. When the year was past, the giant, who understood from the nurse that it was grown monstrous great, and who heard its strong and terrible voice, resolved with his daughter, who was his wife, to go see it. So they entered the chamber where it was bounding about, but the monster, as soon as it beheld its mother, leaped at her, and with its claws cut her nostrils open, and tore out her eyes, so that she dropped down dead. The giant drew his sword to slay it, but it gave him such a wound on the leg as tore it off, and he fell and died speedily. Then it leapt over him, and having poisoned all the people in the castle with its breath, took to wing and fled among the mountains. It was not long before the island was dispeopled, they who could flying by sea, and the rest being by it slain, and thus hath it remained for 40 years. Great things hast thou told me, master, quoth the knight of the green sword, and the Lord our God is of long suffering with those who offend him. But if they do not amend at last, the judgment waxeth heavier than the sin. Now I beseech you, say mass betimes, for I will go see this island, and if it please God to assist me, restore it to his service. The remaining part of the night the mariners passed in great fear, as well of the sea which was still raging as of the Endriago, thinking that it would come upon them from a castle hard at hand, where it sometimes lodged. At morning the master sung mass, and the knight, having humbly heard it, besought God to help him in this great danger which he undertook for his sake, or if it was his pleasure that he should then meet his death, to have mercy upon his soul. Then he armed himself and made his horse be landed, and took Gandalin with him, saying to the sailors, Friends, I will go into yonder castle, and if I find the Endriago there I will fight it, and if not, we'll see if the castle be in such state that you can lodge in it till the weather be abated, and I will then seek this beast among the mountains. If I escape from it I will return to you, if I do not come back, do ye as ye shall think best. At this were they all sorely dismayed, for they, even where they were, could not endure the fear of the Endriago, and Master Helisibad, who was a man of learning and a priest of the mass, dissuaded him all he could, saying that such things were against the nature of man, and that he ought to give up the thought, lest he should fall into the guilt of self-murder. But the Knight of the Green Sword replied, that if he entertained any thought like that, he must have given up the quest of adventures altogether. It became him to kill this monster, or die in the enterprise. Then he saw that Gandalin, while he was thus talking, had armed himself to assist him, and was on horseback lamenting greatly. And he said to him, Who has told thee to do this thing? Disarm thyself, for if thou dost thus to serve and help me, that is not to be done by losing thy own life, but by preserving it, that thou mayest relate the manner of my death in that place from whence chiefly I receive it. So making him disarm, he went with him to the castle. He found the castle desolate, none but birds having their home therein, but there were good dwellings there, albeit somewhat ruinous, and the doors had chains and bars, wherewith the men might secure themselves. At this being full glad, he bade Gandalin call them, and they, though in great fear of the Endriago, went into the castle, for the storm still continued. Good friends, then said the knight, I shall go seek the Endriago. If it falls out well, Gandalin shall wind his horn, and then be ye assured that the beast is dead, and I living. If the chance be against me, there will be no need to make any sign. Do ye therefore bring food from the galley to last ye till the storm abates, and secure yourselves here. Then the Knight of the Green Sword departed, leaving them all lamenting. But the lamentations and bitter grief of Ardian the dwarf cannot be expressed. He tore his hair and beat his face, and dashed his head against the wall, calling himself wretched, that his fortune had made him serve such a master, for he had been 1,000 times brought to the point of death in beholding his feats, and now he was about to attempt what the Emperor of Constantinople with all his power could not effect. So he went up upon the walls like one out of his senses, and looked after his master. Master Helisabad made an altar be erected, and placed the relics there which he had brought to enable him to say mass, and made all the men take each a wax taper in his hand, and kneel round the altar, and pray to God to preserve that knight, who for his service and their sakes knowingly exposed himself to death. But the Green Sword Knight rode on, and Gandalin followed him weeping, for sure he thought that his master's days would this day have their end. The knight turned to him, My good brother, hast thou so little faith in God, and in the sight of my Lady Oriana, that thou despairest thus? Not only is her recollection present to me now, but her very person, and I see her beholding me and telling me to defend her from this foul monster. What then, my true friend, ought I to do? For her life and death are mine, and the bare memory of her has made me go through all that I have yet performed. How then will this actual vision enable me? And with these thoughts his courage was so kindled that he thought he was long in finding the Endriago. By this he came to a valley in the mountain, a wild and craggy and deep place. Shout, Gandalin, said he, that the Endriago may hear thee, and if I should die here, I pray thee endeavour to carry to my Lady Oriana that which is entirely her own, my heart, and tell her I sent it to her, that I might not have to give account to God for retaining that which was another's. When Gandalin heard this, he not only called out aloud, but began to shriek and tear his hair, hoping to die himself before he saw the death of his master, whom he loved so dearly. And it was not long before they saw the Endriago come bounding over the rocks, but fiercer and more terrible than ever, and the reason was, that the devils, seeing how this knight put more trust in his mistress Oriana than in God, had power thereby to enter it, and make it more terrible than before, thinking that if that knight perished there would be none other so bold as to attack this monster. The Endriago came on, breathing smoke and flames of fire, in its fury, and gnashing its teeth and foaming, and ruffling its scales, and clapping its wings, that it was horrible to see. And when the knight saw it, and heard its dreadful voice, he thought all that had been told him was nothing to what the truth was, and the monster bounded towards them more eagerly, because it was long since it had seen living man. But the horses took fright at seeing it, and ran away, in spite of all the knight and Gandalin could do. So the knight dismounted and said, Brother, keep you aloof, that we may not both perish, and see what success God will give me against this dreadful devil, and pray to him to help me that I may restore this island to his service, or if I am to die here, to have mercy upon my soul. For the rest, do as I have said before. But Gandalin could not answer for exceeding agony, for assuredly he thought his master's death was certain, unless it pleased God miraculously to deliver him. The green sword knight then took his lance, and covered himself with his shield, and went against the Endriago, as a man already dead, but without fear. The devil, seeing him come on, snorted out fire and smoke, so black and thick that they could scarcely see one another, and he of the green sword went on through the smoke and drove at the monster with his lance, and by great good fortune pierced it in the eye. It caught the lance with its talons and bit it into pieces, and the iron and a fragment of the stave remained driven on through its tongue and the skin of the throat, for it had sprung on upon it, thinking to seize the knight, but he defended himself with good heart, seeing his exceeding peril, and the shock of this wound repelled the monster, and the blood ran fast, and with the shrieks it gave it ran down its throat, and almost choked it, so that it could neither close its mouth nor bite with it. The knight then drew his green sword and struck at it, but the blow fell upon its scales, and felt as though it had fallen upon a rock, and it made no impression. The Endriago thought then to grasp him, but only caught his shield, which it plucked so fiercely that he fell upon his hands, but he recovered while with its talons the monster rent the shield to pieces. He then, seeing that his shield was gone, and that his good sword availed him nothing, knew that he had no hope unless he could strike the other eye. Now the Endriago was faint and weak with its wound, and our Lord, having wrath that the wicked one had so long had the dominion over those who, sinners as they were, believed his holy Catholic faith, was pleased to give the knight strength and especial grace to perform what else could not by course of nature have been done. He aimed the sword at the other eye, but God guided it to one of the nostrils, for they were large and spreading, and so hard he thrust that it reached the brain, the Endriago itself forcing it on, for seeing him so near it grappled with him and plucked him towards itself, and with its dreadful talon rent away the arms from his back, and crushed the flesh and bones to the very entrails, but then, being suffocated with its own blood, and the sword being in its brain, and above all the sentence of God being passed upon it, its grasp relaxed, and it fell like one dead, and the knight plucked out his sword, and thrust it down its throat, till he killed the monster. But before its soul departed, the devil flew from its mouth, and went through the air with a great thunderclap, and they of the castle heard it, as if close to them, and though barred and bolted in as they were, they feared greatly for their lives, and if the sea had not been so stormy, they would have run to their ships, howbeit they prayed earnestly to God for the good knight who was engaged in so terrible a battle. Now he, when the Endriago was dead, drew back and went toward Gandalin, but he could not bear his wound longer, and reeled and fell beside a little brook. When Gandalin came up and saw how he was wounded, he verily believed him slain, and fell from his horse and began to tear his hair and shriek. The knight at this somewhat recovered, and said, Good brother, and my true friend, you see I am slain, I beseech you, by the fostering I received from your parents, and by the true love which I have ever borne you, that as soon as I be dead, you take my heart to my Lady Oriana, and tell her to preserve it for his sake whose it was, for in so doing my soul will receive comfort. This was all he could say. Gandalin did not stay to answer, but went to horse and galloped as fast as he could, and coming on the hilltop, he wound his horn as loud as he could wind it, in token that the Endriago was dead. That sound Ardian the dwarf, who was on the tower, heard, and he cried out to Master Helisabad to go help his master, for the monster was slain. He took what was needful and mounted and galloped that way, where presently he met Gandalin, who cried, For God's sake help my master, the Endriago is dead. Right joyfully did he spur onward, not knowing in what plight the knight was, whom he found senseless and giving pitiful groans. How now, sir knight, quoth he, where is your great courage gone now when you so need it? Fear not, for here am I your good friend and true servant Master Helisabad to help you. The knight heard him, and opened his eyes and raised his arm as if to embrace him. Then the master took off his cloak and spread it on the ground, and he and Gandalin laid the knight upon it and disarmed him. But when the master saw the wound, though he was the best in the world for such needs, and had seen so many cruel wounds before, he was dismayed and feared for his life. However, he resolved to do his best as one who loved him as the best knight in the world. And looking more closely he found that the flesh and bones had suffered only, but that the entrails were unhurt. At this he had greater hope, and he set the bones and ribs and sewed up the flesh, and placed such salves, and bandaged the whole body so well that the blood was stanched, and the breath did not come through the wound, so that the knight recovered strength to speak, and opening his eyes said, O Lord God Almighty, who for thy great mercy didst come into the world and take flesh of the Virgin Mary, and to open the gates of paradise which were shut, didst suffer so many injuries and death at last from that cursed and unhappy race, I beseech thee, Lord, as one of the vilest of sinners, to have mercy upon my soul, for my body is condemned to the earth. Sir knight, quoth the master, it pleases me to hear you, for remedy must come from him of whom you ask it in the first place, and in the second from me who am his servant. Fear not, for on my life I will answer for yours. Then he took a sponge that was steeped in a confection good against the poison, and placed it at his nostrils, whereby he greatly recovered, and Gandalin knelt down and kissed the master's hand, beseeching him to save his lord. He then bade Gandalin ride in speed to the castle, and bring men and a litter to convey the knight there before the nightfall. Away rode Gandalin, and they made a litter the best they could with boughs, and carried the green sword knight thereon, upon their shoulders to the castle, and made for him a bed as well as they could, with the rich linen which Grasinda had sent abroad, but he was senseless and knew not what they did, and groaned all night with the torment of his wounds, and had no power to speak. The master had his own bed placed by him, to comfort him, and from time to time applied such excellent and fitting medicines, to draw out the poison of the Endriago, that by daybreak he brought him to a sweet sleep. Such good things did he administer, and he ordered all the men to withdraw, that no noise might be made to awaken him. After a long sleep the knight started and cried out aloud, Gandalin, Gandalin, take care of thyself, or that foul devil will slay thee. The master went immediately to him smiling, and with a better face than heart, for he still feared for his life. If you took care of yourself as he does, sir, quoth he, your renown would not have spread so over the world. But then he knew the master, and said, Where are we? For he was yet beside himself. That day the master displayed his skill so well, as being naturally the best leech in the world, that by vespers the knight was in his full senses, and knew all around him, and the master then saw by the appearance of the wounds, that through his great cunning, and above all by the great mercy of God, his life was safe. When the men heard this they gave thanks to God with exceeding joy, but above all was the joy of Gandalin and the dwarf, who loved him from their inmost hearts. They then all came round Gandalin, beseeching him to tell of the battle, how it had passed, that they might be able to relate the manner of so rare a feat of chivalry. This Gandalin said he would willingly do, on condition that the master would first administer an oath to him upon the holy Gospels, that they might believe the truth of what he should say, and faithfully commit it to writing, that the remembrance of so signal an achievement might not be lost. Master Helisabad then administered the oath that the thing might be certainly believed, and Gandalin recounted all the circumstances of the battle. When he had finished, they said they would all go and see the Endriago, for when they removed the knight, they had not thought of looking for it in the thicket where it had fallen. So the master gave them all certain confections good against the poison, but when they saw the monster, they were more than ever astonished, and could scarcely believe that heart of mortal man could have courage to attack such a devil's work. 20 days the knight remained in that castle, not being able to leave his bed. At length Master Helisabad, thinking him enough recovered to be removed on board, asked him whither he would go, for some things were necessary for his full recovery which could not there be procured. "O my true friend," said the knight, "what guerdon can I make you for the great service you have done me, being only a poor knight with nothing but a horse and these broken arms?" "Sir," replied the master, "I expect greater guerdon from you than king or great lord could give me, the succour that so many distressed ones will receive from you, whereof I under God shall have been the cause." The knight was abashed to hear himself thus praised. "Since the weather is changed," said he, "let us proceed to Constantinople. Great desire have I to see that great emperor, that if it please God that I should ever return there where my heart desires, I may have strange things to relate, such as can only be seen in such places." End of chapter 10. Book 3, Chapter 11 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 3, Chapter 11. How the Knight of the Green Sword wrote to the Emperor of Constantinople, to whom the island belonged, telling him that he had slain the monster, and also of what things he was in need, the which the emperor diligently procured for him, and repaid him with much honour and love for the service he had done him in recovering that island which had been so long time lost. Then said Master Helisabad, "Sir, you should write to the emperor, and tell him what hath befallen, and we must send to Constantinople for some things needful for you on the way." "Master," replied the knight, "I have never seen him, and know him not. Do you now what seemeth good." So Master Helisabad wrote to the emperor, relating all what had happened, and requesting on the part of the knight who had recovered the island for him from the power of that devil, that he would be pleased to call it henceforth the island of St. Mary. This letter he gave to a squire who was his kinsman, and he forthwith embarked, taking with him as many mariners as were needful. And the time being fair, in 3 days they took port at Constantinople. The squire went straightways to the palace of the emperor, whom he found attended by many good men, as befitted one so great, and falling on his knees before him, he said, "Your servant Master Helisabad sends to kiss your feet, and to deliver to you this letter, whereby you will receive great pleasure." When the emperor had read the letter he was greatly astonished, and cried out aloud, "Knights, such strange tidings are come to me as till now I never heard spoken of." Then drew near to him his nephew Gastiles, son to the Duchess of Gahaste his sister, who was a good knight and young, and Count Saluder, brother to the fair Grasinda, and the other knights. "Sirs," quoth the emperor, "the Knight of the Green Sword hath slain the Endriago, and if all the world does not marvel at this, what shall surprise us?" Then he showed them the letter, and made the squire relate everything more fully as one who had been present. "Certes, sir," said Gastiles, "this is a great miracle, for I never yet heard tell of mortal man who fought the devil, except the saints with their spiritual arms, who with their sanctity might well do it. Since such a man is come into your country, it would be against reason not to do him great honour." "Nephew, you say well," replied the emperor. "Do you and Count Saluder prepare vessels, and go bring him here, and take with you masters who may paint the Endriago to the life, for I will have it cast in metal, and the knight who fought it, both of their natural size, and I will have these images set up upon the spot where the battle was fought, and the whole manner of it written upon a table of copper, and the name of the knight. And I will build a monastery there for religious friars, who shall bring that island again to the service of God, for the people round about have been greatly hurt by the cursed sight of that wicked one. Right glad were all they to hear the emperor speak so honourably, and above all Gastiles and the Marquis, because they should see the Endriago. So they took shipping and passed over to the island of St. Mary, as it was now to be called. The Green Sword Knight, hearing who were come, adorned his apartment the best he could to receive them, and, for he was now able to walk a little in his chamber, went as far as he could to bid them welcome, and made them be seated on the estrados which he had prepared for them. And when he learnt how Gastiles was brother to Grasinda, he thanked him for all the favours he had received from his sister, and above all for the help of Master Helisabad, without whom he must needs have perished. So when they had delivered their bidding, they said they would go to see the Endriago. "Sirs," said the master, "ye must take with ye some defence against its poison." "Good friend," they replied, "in that you must help us." "That shall I do," quoth he, and he gave them certain small boxes to smell to while they looked at it. Gandalin went with them to show the place, but when they saw the Endriago, they were more than ever amazed, not thinking that there had been such a monster either on earth or in hell. And Gastiles said, "We ought not to praise the courage that dared attack such a monster, for it is so great that it is not to be attributed to man, but to God alone." The masters then painted the Endriago to the life, for they were singular in their art. 3 days they remained, seeing that island, which was a fair land. On the 4th day they all embarked, and in short time havened at Constantinople under the emperor's palace. The windows were soon filled, all being eager to see the Knight of the Green Sword, and the emperor sent horses to the shore for them. At this time had the knight greatly recovered his beauty as well as strength. He was right richly apparelled in garments which the King of Bohemia had given him, and round his neck was hanging that strange and beautiful green sword, which he had won by his true and perfect love, which, when he beheld it, made him remember the time when he had gained it, and the happiness in which he then was at Miraflores, and made him oftentimes shed tears that were painful as well as delightful. The emperor and his train went out to meet them. Then would the knight have alighted to kiss his hand, but the emperor prevented that, and went to him and embraced him, and said, "By my faith, Knight of the Green Sword, and my good friend, although God hath made me so great, and though I am of the lineage of those who have held such dominion, more do you deserve glory than me, for you have gained it by such perils as never other went through, and I possess that which came to me sleeping and without desert. The knight replied, Things that are bounded, sir, may be requited, but so cannot this praise which it hath pleased you in your great goodness to bestow. Thus communing, they turned to the palace, he of the green sword beholding that great city as he went, and the strange and marvellous things therein, and the crowds who came to see him, and humbly in his heart he gave thanks to God for guiding him to such a place where he received so great honour from the greatest of all the Christians. All that he had seen elsewhere appeared nothing in comparison to what he beheld here, but much more did he marvel when he entered the great palace, for it seemed as if all the riches of the world were collected there. There was an apartment there, wherein the emperor was accustomed to lodge such great lords as came to visit him, the fairest and most delightful in the world, not only for the rich things therein, but also for fountains of water, and strange trees, and there he bade the knight remain, and Master Helisabad with him, and Gandales and the Marquis Saluder to bear him company. But if he marvelled at seeing the greatness of that city, and the number of its dwellers, much more did they wonder to behold how comely he was, knowing what he had achieved, and never was king or knight of foreign lands so commended. The emperor went to the empress and said, The knight of the green sword is arrived, of whom we have heard such wonders, and for the service which he hath done us, reason it is that we should do him great honour. Now then, order that your house may be so set in order, that wheresoever he go he may truly speak in my praise, and let him see your dames and damsels, all so adorned as becomes those who serve so high a lady. In God's name, she replied, all shall be done as you command. On the morrow the knight and Master Helisabad and the Marquis and Gandales heard mass in the emperor's chapel, and then all went to visit the empress. But before they came to her they found the dames and damsels all in their best attire, who made way for them to pass. That house was so rich and sumptuously filled, that except the forbidden chamber in the Firm Island, the knight had never seen other such. His eyes were even wearied with beholding so many women and so fair, and the marvellous things around. So going to the empress, who was on her estrado, he knelt before her and said, Lady, I bless God for bringing me where I may see you and your great state, and how far you are above all other ladies in the world, and I thank you much for desiring to see me. May it please God that I may one day do you some service in requital for the favour. If I err, lady, in expressing what my will and my tongue would say, pardon me, for this language is strange to me, and I have not long learnt it from Master Helisabad. The empress then took him by the hand, and made him rise and sit by her, and she conversed with him upon such subjects as so great a lady ought to converse upon with a strange knight whom she did not know. And he so demeaned himself in his speech, that the empress, who was a right prudent woman, said within herself, His courage and strength cannot be so great but that his discretion is greater. Meanwhile the emperor was upon his seat talking and laughing with the dames and damsels, as one who was greatly beloved by them, for showing them great favours and bestowing them well in marriage. Then he said in a loud voice, Honoured dames and damsels, ye see here the knight of the green sword, your loyal servant. Honour him and love him, as he hath you, and all like you, in whose service he hath many times been brought to the point of death. God honour and love and requite him, sir, quoth the Duchess, the mother of Gandales. The emperor then sent 2 infantas, children of Barandel, king of Hungary, to bring his daughter Leonorina. Presently they led her in, and though she was most richly dressed, yet was all that as nothing to her exceeding beauty, for there was not a man in the world who could behold her without wonder and delight. She, being a little girl of not more than 9 years old, went and kissed the hand of her mother, and then sat down below her. But when the knight of the green sword saw her, how beautiful she was. He remembered his own lady, and how she was at that age when he first saw her, and they first began to love, and then recollecting all, he lost all sense of what was present, and the tears came into his eyes. Howbeit presently recovering, and in great shame, he wiped away the tears, and made good semblance, but all had seen him, and the emperor became very desirous to know why he had wept, seeing that such a thing in such a place would have been thought wrong even in a woman, and that in such a night it could not be without great cause and mystery. What can this mean? said Gastiles. The emperor replied, I think it must be the force of love. If you would know, none can tell you but Master Helisabad, in whom he puts his confidence. The emperor then sent for Master Helisabad, and bidding all others withdraw to a distance, asked him if he knew wherefore the green sword knight had wept, and if he stood in any need wherein he could help him. Sir, replied the master, he is the man in this world who best conceals that which he wishes to be secret. I have often seen him weep and sigh as though his heart were bursting, and verily believe it is with great love, for if it were for other causes, sure I am that he would have revealed it to me. Certes, quoth the emperor, I believe it is as you say, and if it be for love of woman, would to God she were one in my dominions, for such possessions could I give him, that there should be neither king nor prince who would not joyfully give me his daughter for his wife. This would I willingly do to have him for my vassal, for whatever good I could bestow upon him, he could more than requite with his services. I beseech you, persuade him to remain with me, and I will grant him whatever he may ask. Then having mused a while, he said, Go to the empress and whisper to her to persuade the knight to remain here, and do you advise him so to do for my sake, while I do what hath just occurred to my thoughts. The emperor then called his daughter Leonorina and the two infantas, and spake to them a while, but no one heard what he said, and when he had ceased speaking, Leonorina kissed his hand and went to her chamber. But neither the empress nor Master Helisabad could prevail upon the knight to abide in that court, for though that would be the most honourable course he could pursue during the life of King Perion his father, he could have no rest or peace except in the thought of returning toward that land where his dear lady Oriana dwelt. The empress made a sign that she could not succeed. The emperor then went toward him and said, Knight of the Green Sword, if by any means you could be persuaded to remain with me, there is nothing in my power which you could ask, and I refuse. Sir, replied the knight, such is your goodness, that I should not dare to ask what you would grant, but this is not in my power. If I should consent, death would not long leave me in your service. The emperor then verily believed that only love could be the cause of this. At this time the fair Leonorina entered the hall, having a rich crown upon her head, and another far richer in her hands, and she came up to the knight and said, Sir Knight of the Green Sword, I have never yet asked boon of other than my father, and now I ask one of you, tell me that you grant it. He knelt before her and said, Good lady, who is he of so little understanding, that he would fail to obey your command, having power to obey it? Now then, demand what you will, which even to death shall be performed. Thank you, replied the princess. I shall ask of you 3 boons, and with that, taking the crown from her head, this is one. You shall give this crown to the fairest damsel whom you know, and tell her I sent it her, though I know her not, for such presents as this we use to bestow in our country. Then she took the other crown, which was right richly set with pearls and precious stones, 3 of which in particular shone so that they would give light in any chamber how dark soever, and giving it to the knight said, This you shall give to the fairest dame who you know, and say I sent it to her that I might know her. This is the second boon. Now, before I ask the third, tell me how you will obey these. He took the first crown and placed it upon Leonorina's own head. I give this, said he, to the fairest damsel whom I know, the which if any one gainsay, I will prove her so to be in arms. At this were all well pleased, and so was Leonorina herself, although shamefaced at hearing her own praise. And they all said that he had fairly acquitted the first demand. But the empress said, Certes, Knight of the Green Sword, I would rather have those whom you have overcome by arms than those whom my daughter can overcome by beauty. Then was he also abashed at his own praise from so high a lady, and answered nothing. But turning to Leonorina said, Lady mine, will you ask the third boon? She replied, Yes. Tell me wherefore you wept, and who is she who hath so great power over you and your heart? But then the knight's colour changed, and his cheerful countenance, so that all could see he was distressed by that demand. Lady, said he, if it please you forego this question, and ask something which shall be more to your service. She answered, This and nothing else is what I require. But he hung down his head and mused a while, so that all knew how unwilling he was to reply. At length he looked up cheerfully at Leonorina and said, Lady, since I cannot otherwise acquit myself of my promise, I must needs say, that seeing you when you first entered, what you were and at what age, a recollection came upon me of other times that were full happy, but have now passed away, and this was what made me weep. But tell me, quoth she, who is she that hath such command over your heart? It is my great ill fortune, replied the knight, that your gentle courtesy, which hath never failed towards another, is against me now. I must obey, greatly against my will. Know then that she whom I love is the same person to whom you send this crown, to my thoughts the fairest dame of all whom I have ever yet seen, and I verily believe of all in the world. And now, for God's sake, lady, seek to know no farther from me, for I am acquitted of my promise. You are acquitted, replied the emperor, but in such wise that we are nothing the wiser. I have said more than ever passed my lips before, quoth the knight, for the desire I have to obey so fair a lady. As God shall help me, cried the emperor, you must be right secret in your loves if you think you have disclosed anything now, and since my daughter was the cause, she must exact pardon for her error. Nay, quoth the knight, I must rather hold it as a favour of her, that being so high a lady, she should so earnestly seek to know the secret of an errant knight as I am. But you, sir, I do not so lightly excuse, for by the long secret talk you had with her, it is manifest that she did so more by your will than her own. The emperor smiled at this. God has made you perfect in all things, for it is as you say, and therefore I will make amends both for my fault and hers. The knight knelt and would have kissed his hands had he permitted. I receive this promise, sir, said he, to claim it when you perhaps will not think of it. Quoth the emperor, that cannot be. I shall never fail to remember you, or to make this atonement when you require it. These words were sportively spoken between the emperor and the green sword knight, but the time came when they were of great effect. Then said the fair Leonorina, Sir Knight of the Green Sword, though you excuse, yet am I not free from fault in having urged you so against your will. In amends you must take this ring. Lady, quoth he, I will kiss the hand that wears it, for nowhere else can it be placed where it will not have reason to complain of me. Nay, you shall take it to remind you of the snare I laid, from which you so subtly escaped. She then threw the ring upon the estrado by him. I have another such stone, said she, in this crown, which you gave me. I know not with what reason. Good witnesses of that reason, he replied, are those eyes and those locks. and all those other beauties with which God has gifted you. And taking the ring, he saw it was the finest stone that ever he had seen, nor was there in the world another such, save that which was in the crown. You must know the history of that stone, said the emperor. Half of it, as you see, is the finest burning ruby that you can ever have seen, and the other half is white ruby, which belike you never saw till now, far more beautiful and precious than the red. The ring itself is of emerald, such that another like it could not easily be found. The famous Apollodon was my grandfather. I know not if you have heard this. I well know it, replied the knight, for I have seen his statue in the Firm Island, and you truly appear to be of his lineage. I beseech you, quoth the emperor, tell me the name of the knight who, being greater than Apollodon in arms, hath won that island. Amadis of Gaul, son to King Perión. What? cried the emperor. Is it he who was exposed in an ark upon the sea, and being called the Child of the Sea, slew King Abies of Ireland, fighting him man to man? Now am I right glad, and think it no shame that he, exceeding all men that have ever been born, should have exceeded Apollodon. If I could believe that he, being the son of a king, would wander so far from his own country, of a truth I should think that you were he, but this makes me think otherwise, and if it were so, you would not do me the discourtesy not to tell me. At this was Amadis abashed, and with good reason. If it please you, sir, said he, tell me how the stone was divided. Pelipanos, who in that time was king of Judea, sent 12 rich crowns to my grandfather Apollodon. All were set with pearls and gems, but in that which you have given my daughter came this stone which was all one. Apollodon, therefore, seeing that this was the most precious crown, by reason of the gem, gave it to my grandmother Grimanesa, and she, in order that Apollodon might have his part, made a master divide the stone, and with the half thereof make this ring, so that for love was this stone divided, and for love given to Apollodon, and I believe that in good love my daughter gave it to you, and you in still greater love may give it to another. And as the emperor had said, even so it came to pass, till at length it returned to the hand that first gave it, as is recorded in a branch of this history called the Sergas, which signifieth the feats of Esplandian. Thus was the green sword knight entertained for 6 days in the house of the emperor, and then he said that he must needs depart, being in honour bound to appear elsewhere, as Master Helisabad knew. I beseech you, replied the emperor, since it is so, that you tarry with me yet 3 days longer. To this the knight assented, but then the fair Leonorina took him by the cloak. Good friend, you have given 3 days to my father. Now then, give yet 2 more to me, that you may be my guest where I and my damsels dwell. For we would enjoy your company without any others to disturb us, except any 2 knights whom you may choose to be your companions at bed and board. This boon you must freely grant, or else I will bid my damsels take you prisoner, and that you will little like. With that more than 25 damsels rose and surrounded him, and Leonorina laughed and said, Wait till we see what answer he makes. But he, right joyful at what that fair lady had said, and holding it as the greatest honour which had been shown him in that court, replied, Fair and fortunate lady, who would be bold enough to disobey you, especially if threatened with so terrible a captivity? I willingly grant this, as I would every service to you and your parents. God grant that there may come a time when you may be recompensed for these favours by me or my lineage. And what he wished fully came to pass afterwards, even according to Urganda's prophecy, when Esplandian succoured this emperor in his great need. Wisely have you chosen, said the damsels to the green sword knight, else you could not have escaped from a worse danger than the Andriago. So I believe, quoth he, for worse it is to offend against angels than against a devil like that. Much were the emperor and empress and their court pleased with his gracious answers, and thereby judged that sure he was of high degree, for low-born men often excel in strength, but in gentle and debonair manners not, for they pertain to those of pure and generous blood. I do not affirm that all such possess them, but I say they ought to possess them, as did this Knight of the Green Sword, who, placing a border of gentleness and courteous dealing round his brave heart, by that means shielded off all pride and anger, that they should not harm his virtues. So he was the guest of Leonorina for the 2 days, and when the time of his departure arrived, she and her damsels would have given him many rich jewels, but he would only accept 6 swords which Menoresa, queen of the island of Gadabasta, gave him, the fairest woman, except Leonorina, in all Greece. And these swords she told him to give to his friends, and when he gave them, to remember her and those others who loved him so well. Sir Knight, then said the Infanta, I beseech you that in courtesy you return hither to us so soon as you can. If that may not be, that you send here one of your lineage to serve us, and talk with us of you, for sure I am that there must be those of your lineage well equal to such employ. Yea, lady, he replied, that may I truly say, and there is one among them who, if I cannot come hither, shall by his services well requite the honours which I have received here, great as I feel them. Thus said he, thinking of his brother Galaor, but it was accomplished by another knight still nearer to him in blood. Then took he leave, and they crowded to the windows of the palace, and ceased not to gaze after him till his galley was out of sight. You have heard heretofore how El Patin sent his good cousin Salustanquidio and Queen Sardamira with a goodly company of knights and dames to demand Oriana in marriage of King Lisuarte. Now you are to know that by these messengers he sent letters to all the princes and great men, through whose lands they should pass, requiring them to show honour to the Empress Oriana as his wife, the which, though they promised with fair words to do, yet secretly they prayed that so good a lady, daughter of such a king, might never fall to the lot of one so hated and despised for his overbearing insolence as El Patin. So the ambassadors came to a port called Zamando, opposite to Great Britain, and there they waited till they could find shipping, and meanwhile sent forward to inform King Lisuarte of the emperor's demand, whereat he was well pleased. End of chapter 11. Book 3, Chapter 12 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira, translated by Robert Southey. Book 3, Chapter 12. How the Knight of the Green Sword departed from Constantinople to perform his promise made to the fair Grasinda, and how being about to go with her to Great Britain to fulfill her will, he chanced to find Don Bruneo of Bonamar badly wounded, and also of the adventure whereby Angriote of Estravaus found them, and they went together to the house of the fair Grasinda. 3 years had the Knight of the Green Sword passed in Germany, and 2 in Romania and Greece, and in all that time had received no tidings of his lady Oriana. But now was he resolved to go towards the country where she dwelt, and that thought made him full joyful as he sailed with a fair wind from the port of Constantinople. In 20 days he arrived at the city of the fair Grasinda, and she, having heard of the wonders he had wrought in arms, went out honourably to welcome him, and they gave the greeting each to other, as those who loved each other well with good love. Sir Knight of the Green Sword, quoth she, God hath made you perfect in all things, for after such perilous adventures you are returned within the year of your promise, whereof 5 days only have yet to run. This makes me think that you will as truly perform the other boon. To this he made courteous and fitting reply. Then were he and Master Helisabad conducted to that apartment in the court of Grasinda, wherein he had been healed of his wounds, and there were they worshipfully served. That night before he slept, the Green Sword Knight talked much with Gandalin, saying how rejoiced at heart he was now that he was returning to Oriana, if indeed this boon which he had to perform did not prevent him. Sir, answered Gandalin, take joy as it comes, and commit the rest to God. Belike this boon may be to your help and pleasure. So he passed that night with somewhat more than his wonted comfort. On the morrow after mass Grasinda took him apart and said, Knight of the Green Sword, a year before you came into these parts, all the fairest dames were assembled at a marriage feast given by the Duke of Basilia, and thither did I also go under the protection of my brother Marquis Saladar, whom you know. Then all the lords of the country being present, my brother, whether for pride or affection I know not, affirmed with a loud voice that my beauty exceeded that of any dame present, the which he would prove in combat upon any one who dared gainsay. I know not whether it were because of his prowess, or if indeed it appeared the same to others as to him, but so it was that no one answered, and thus was I adjudged to be the fairest of all the fair dames in Romania, whereof my heart is always right joyful and proud. But more joyful and proud should I be if you would obtain for me what I greatly desire, and for which I would spare neither fatigue of my person, nor cost of my possessions. Lady, he replied, let it be a thing which I can do, and without doubt it shall immediately be taken in hand. Sir, quoth she, the boon I require is this, that because the fairest women in the world are at the court of King Lisuarte of Great Britain, you carry me there, and by arms, if otherwise it cannot be, obtain for me the praise of beauty above all the damsels of his court, as I have already won it over all the dames of these parts. You shall proclaim that there is no damsel there so fair as a dame who is in your company, and defy all knights to the proof, and I will take a rich crown which you shall stake on my part, and whatever knight will combat with you upon this quarrel shall stake another, and the conqueror shall have both. If in this enterprise we come off with the glory, you shall carry me to a place which they call the Firm Island, where they say there is an enchanted chamber, into which neither dame nor damsel can set foot, except she exceed in beauty the fair Grimanesa, who in her own days had no peer. When the Knight of the Green Sword heard what she said, his countenance and his whole feelings changed, and he exclaimed, Ah, lady, you have undone me, and he stood like one bereft of his senses. This trouble came upon him because he thought that if he went on such an enterprise to King Lisuarte's court, he should lose his Lady Oriana, and moreover he knew that many good knights would undertake the quarrel in her behalf, and that as their cause was so just, he could not escape without loss of honour or of life. But on the other part his honour was greatly injured if he refused to perform his promise to the lady to whom he was so beholden, so that he thought himself in the worst danger he had ever endured since he left Gaul, and cursed himself and his fortune, and the hour wherein he was born, and that ever he came into these lands of Romania. But presently a remedy came into his mind, for he recollected that Oriana was no damsel, and that whoever should undertake the combat for her as such would maintain a wrong cause, and how when he saw Oriana he could explain this to her, and the reason wherefore he undertook such a quarrel. Then his good cheer returned, and he said, Pardon me, good lady, for what I said, and I will fulfill all you require. The doubt I felt was not from want of will, but from my heart, which I cannot resist, and which would have directed me towards another part. The cause which made me utter those words is the same as that which overrules all my actions. So she laid her fair arms upon his shoulders and said, You greatly surprised me. When shall I see the day that I shall return with the crown won by you from all the damsels of Great Britain, with the same glory that I have here won over all the dames? Lady, quoth he, if the boon were not promised, and my advice were heard, I should counsel you to be content with that great fame which you deservedly have gained, for whoso undertakes such a journey should not lose the thought that it is a way of great toil and danger, through many people of diverse tongues. She answered, I am better pleased with your courage to protect than your counsel to direct me. These strange lands we need not traverse, for this way is better by sea, and we will go with a company befitting such a chief. In God's name then, so be it, quoth he, and thus their talk was at an end. Now when the knight had sojourned here 2 days, he would go hunt, because he could have no exercise in arms. There went certain knights in his company, and huntsmen, and 2 dogs well trained to that sport, and he took his station in a little valley, between the wild part of the mountains and the forest, where the game most frequently was to be found. There he slew 2 fine harts, and the huntsman slew another, and it being near nightfall they blew their bugle horns. But as the knight went towards them, another goodly hart sprang from the thicket, and he set the dogs on. The hart being hardly run, took to the water in a great lake thereby, but the dogs came up, and the knight slew him. Then Gandalin came up, who was right glad to see his master take pleasure in the sport, for they had been talking of their journey to Great Britain, and he alighted and fleshed the dogs. By this the night closed. They laid their venison in the thicket and covered it with green boughs. Then having remounted, they missed their way, and were soon bewildered in the mountains. At length they came to a fountain where their horses drank, and having no hope of better lodging, there they resolved to fare that night. When Gandalin took the saddles and bridles from the beasts that they might feed, the knight walked on towards some fine trees that were near, that he might muse upon his mistress. When he came up to them he saw a white horse lying dead, having many great wounds, and he heard a groan from among the trees, but could not see from whence it came, the night was so dark. He stopped and listened, and presently he heard these words: Ah, wretched Bruneo of Bonamar, now shall thy mortal desires perish with thee. Thou shalt never see thy friend Amadis, whom thou hast sought with such toil through strange lands, and who was beloved by thee above all others in the world. Here without him or kinsman, or friend to console thee, thou must pass from life to cruel death. O my lady Melicia, the flower and mirror of all women, thy servant will never see the more. He who never sinned against thee in word or deed. Lady, thou wilt lose what thou canst never recover, for never will you find another who will love so loyally as I have done. I would never have appeared before thee till I had found thy dear brother, and now death has overtaken me. Then having paused a while he cried again, Angriote, where have you tarried this while? In an evil hour of night were we separated, and I have no help in my last hour. True friend, God reward thee, and receive my soul. But the Knight of the Green Sword, weeping bitterly to hear him, went up to him and said, My true friend Don Bruneo of Bonamar, take heart, for God has suffered me to find you, and if man can be saved by mortal skill, be sure that so shall you now, if it pleases God. Don Bruneo thought it was his squire, whom he had sent to seek some hermit or religious man. Lasindo, said he, you have tarried long, for my death is come. When you have disposed of me, go straightways and kiss the Infanta's hand, and give her this sleeve of my shirt, whereon I have written 7 letters with my blood, for I had no strength to write more. I trust that pity which she would not show me living, she will feel for my death, considering that it befell me in her service, seeking through such perils the brother whom she loves so dearly. Dear friend Don Bruneo, quoth the knight, I am Amadis, for whom you have undergone such peril. Fear not, I will help you with such a master as shall save you, if the soul have not left the body. Don Bruneo, weak as he was, then knew him, and raised his arms and embraced him, weeping much. The green sword knight embraced him too, and called to Gandalin, and with his help disarmed him, and laid him upon Gandalin's cloak, and covered him with his own, and bade Gandalin go upon some hill and look out for the town as soon as it was light, and then hasten for Master Helisabad, and he remained holding Bruneo's head upon his knees and comforting him. So soon as it was dawn, Gandalin saw the town, and he galloped into it with such speed that all who saw him knew surely that something had befallen his master, and he went to Master Helisabad, and besought him to heal one of his master's dearest friends, and then went and begged of Grasinda that she would send such things as were fitting for one as high in lineage and as good in arms as his master. Master Helisabad took all things that were needful, and mounted his palfrey, and followed Gandalin, and when he arrived and saw how the green sword knight held Don Bruneo's head upon his knees, and was weeping over him, he knew that of a truth he loved him. He looked at the wounds and found them swollen and festering with the cold of the night, but such remedies did he apply that the pain presently abated, so that he fell asleep. When the knight of the green sword saw that the master thought little of the danger, he embraced him, saying, Ah, Master Helisabad, my good sir and friend, in a happy hour was I in your company. I pray God that there may come a time wherein I may repay you, for though you see me now but a poor knight, perhaps ere long you may judge of me otherwise. I am more pleased, Sir Knight, he answered, in serving you than you can be in requiting me, though well I know your gratitude would never fail. But no more of this, let us eat, for it is time. They then took food with which Grasinda had provided them, and after their meal, as they were saying how these beech trees were the goodliest and largest that ever they had beheld, they saw a man come riding towards them, having 2 heads hanging from the poitrel of his horse, and an axe in his hand all blood. He, seeing this company under the trees, drew aside, but the knight and Gandalin knew that it was Lasindo, and feared lest he should innocently betray them. The knight therefore said, Stay ye here, and I will go see who this is that seems to fear us, and wherefore he carries those heads. And he mounted, and took a lance, and went with Gandalin towards him. The squire at that rode into the forest, being afraid, and he of the green sword after him. But when they were out of sight, and hearing of the others, the knight called out, Lasindo, stop! Do not fear me. When he heard himself named, he looked round and knew Amadis, and came and kissed his hands. Ah, sir, you know not the unhappy news of my master, who has undergone such toil in your search. And he began to lament greatly. These 2 knights told Angriote that they had left him dead in the forest, wherefore he cut off their heads, and bade me lay them beside him if he were dead, but if living present them to him on his part. I have found Don Bruneo, replied the knight, but in such plight that he could tell me nothing. Tarry you now here a while with Gandalin, as if he had overtaken you, and then come up and tell us this. But remember that you call me nothing but the Knight of the Green Sword. Then he returned to his companions and told them that Gandalin was in pursuit of the squire. Presently the two squires came up, and when Lasindo saw the Knight of the Green Sword he alighted and knelt to him and said, Blessed be God who has sent you here to help my master who loves you so well. Friend Lasindo, he replied, welcome, and he raised him up. Your master is doing well, but tell us wherefore you carry those heads. Sir, he said, take me to Don Bruneo, for to him must I relate it. Then went they to the tent which Grasinda had sent for Bruneo, and the squire knelt and said, Sir, you see here the heads of those knights who did you such great wrong. Your true friend Angriote of Estravaius sends them, for he knew their treason, and fought with them both and slew them, and he will be with you presently, for he hath stopped at a nunnery on the forest edge to have a wound in his leg dressed, and so soon as the blood be stanched he will proceed here. God reward him, quoth Bruneo, but how could he direct you here? Footnote: This is an oversight. It is said before that Bruneo had sent his squire for a hermit to confess him. End of footnote. He bade me go to the highest trees in the forest, for there he thought I should find you dead, by what one of the villains told him before he was slain, but the grief which he made for you cannot be expressed. Ah, God preserve him from harm, quoth the green-sword knight. Can you guide me to the monastery? Then bidding Master Helisabad convey Don Bruneo upon a litter to the town, he armed himself in Bruneo's arms, and went with Lasindo, who carried his shield and helmet and lance. When they arrived at the place where he had laid his venison, they saw Angriote coming hanging his head like a man who was in grief. Presently 4 knights, all well armed, came riding after him, and they cried out, Stop, Don False One, you must lose your head for cutting off theirs, who were worth more than thee. Angriote turned and took his shield and prepared to defend himself, for he had not seen the green sword knight, but he who had taken Bruneo's arms rode on as fast as horses could carry him, and came up to Angriote before the encounter, and said, Good friend, fear not, for God will be with you. Angriote weened by the arms that it was Don Bruneo, and his joy was exceeding great. The green sword knight met the foremost of the 4, who was that Brandacidel whom he had made ride with his horse's tail for a bridle. He struck him above the shield on the helmet mail that hung on the breast, and he drove him to the earth so rudely that he could neither move hand nor foot. The others attacked Angriote, and he them, like a full hardy knight. But that other laid hand on his green sword, and thrust himself among them, and with one blow sliced off the arm of one at the shoulder. Much was Angriote amazed at that so mighty a stroke, for he did not think there had been such strength in Don Bruneo. By this he had made an end of one enemy, and the remaining one fled before him of the green sword. In his fear attempting to pass a river he missed the ford and fell into deep water. The horse escaped, but he, by reason of the weight of his armour, was drowned. The green sword knight then gave his shield and helmet to Lasindo, and turned to Angriote, who stood astonished at his valour, thinking he was Don Bruneo, but coming near him he knew Amadis, and ran to him with open arms, thanking God that he was found. They then with tears embraced as men who loved each other well. Now indeed, said the knight, doth your true love towards me appear in this long and dangerous search?" Angriote replied, "You have bound me to more services than I can ever perform, for you have given me her without whom life could not have been endured. But tell me, have you heard the unhappy tidings of your good friend Don Bruneo of Bonamar?" Then the green sword knight told him all that had chanced. So as they went on they perceived that one of the conquered knights was still living. He of the green sword stopped and said to him, "Foul knight, whom God confound, tell me why without reason you attempted to destroy errant knights, or I will off with thy head, and if you were at the hurt of that knight whose arms I wear." "That can he not deny," quoth Angriote, "for I left him and 2 others in the company of Don Bruneo, and afterward found the other twain boasting how they had killed Bruneo, whom they led away to help them, as they said, in the rescue of their sister, who would else be burnt. He went upon this adventure, and I went with an old knight who had lodged us to deliver his son, who was held prisoner in some tents near, the which I accomplished. Thus we separated. Now let this one tell wherefore they committed so great a treason. Descend and cut off his head, for he is a traitor," said he of the green sword to Lasindo. "Mercy, for God's sake," quoth the knight, "and I will tell you all. We knew that these 2 knights were seeking the knight of the green sword, whom we mortally hate, and because they were his friends we wished to kill them. And because we could not think to succeed if they were together, we devised this falsehood. So that knight went with us to release the damsel, having his head and hands unharmed. We came to the fountain of the beech trees, and while he was giving his horse drink, we took our lances, and I, who was nearest him, snatched his sword from the scabbard, and before he could help himself we threw him down and gave him so many wounds that we left him for dead, as in truth I suppose he be. What reason had ye to hate me so much that ye would commit such villainy? Are you then the knight of the green sword? Here is that sword. See now if I be not he. I will tell you. It is now a year since you did battle with one of these knights who here lies dead," and he pointed to Brandasidel. "The combat was before the fair Grasinda, and he who was the strongest knight in all these parts appointed a shameful law for the vanquished, the which you made him undergo, and for this cause he and all his kinsmen mortally hated you, and we fell into this treason. Now then, kill me or spare me, for I have told you all." "I shall not kill thee," quoth the green sword knight, "for the wicked die many times while they live, and pay what their wicked works deserve." Then he bade Lasindo lay the venison upon one of those knights' horses, and unbridle the rest, and turn them loose into the forest. So they proceeded toward the town. The knight then earnestly asked news of Great Britain, and Angriote told him all he knew, for it was 1.5 years since he and Don Bruneo had left it in quest of him. Among other things he told him that there was the fairest child in the world at the court of King Lisuarte, of whom Urganda had prophesied strange things, and he related how the hermit had found him, and what letters there were upon his breast. "God preserve him," quoth he of the green sword, "you tell me of a wonder. What age hath he?" "About 12 years. He and my son Ambor of Gandal serve Oriana, who favours them greatly. But they are very different, for Ambor seems slow and slothful." "Ah, Angriote," quoth the knight, "judge not of your son yet, for he can yet know neither good nor evil. If he were older, and Oriana would give him to me, I would take him with me, and make Gandalin, who has so long served me, a knight." Angriote replied, he well deserves it, and knighthood would be full well bestowed upon him as one of the best squires in the world. If this were done, and my son were in your service, then should I lose all fear, and be sure that he would do honour to his lineage. In such talk they proceeded to the city, and there was Angriote laid in bed by Don Brunio's bedside, and his leg which was greatly swoln was healed, and the Knight of the Green Sword had his bed also placed in the same chamber, that they might talk of all that had chanced. And when these knights had heard of the boon which he had promised Grasinda, they were well pleased, because having found him whom they sought, they were desirous to return to Great Britain. So when they were well healed of their wounds, and the fleet was ready and victualled for a whole year, they and the Green Sword Knight, and the fair Grasinda, on a Sunday morning in the month of May, went on board and sailed with a fair wind toward Great Britain. End of chapter 12.
Book 3, Chapter 13 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 3, Chapter 13. How Queen Sardamira arrived in Great Britain with the other ambassadors whom the Emperor of Rome had sent to bring Oriana, and of what happened to them in a forest with a knight-errant whom they treated with rude words, and the payment which he gave them for their discourtesy. The ambassadors of the Emperor Patin, having arrived in Lombardy, took ship and passed over to Great Britain, and landed at Fenusa, where King Lisuarte honorably welcomed them, and gave order that they should be well lodged and served with all things fitting. There were many good men with the king at this season, and he waited for others with whom to take counsel upon this matter of his daughter's marriage. And he told the ambassadors that they should be answered in a month's time, giving them good hope that the reply would be such as they wished. He resolved also that Queen Sardamira should go to Miraflores, that she might relate to Oriana the greatness of Rome, and the great state whereto this marriage would exalt her, and this he did, knowing how averse his daughter was to the proposal, and in the hope that Queen Sardamira, who was a discreet woman, might bring her to consent. For Oriana at this time was in exceeding distress, thinking that her father would give her up to El Patin, and thus destroy both her and Amadis. Queen Sardamira therefore set forth for Miraflores, and Don Grumedan went with her by the king's command, and many knights of Rome and Sardinia, whereof she was queen, for her guard. Now it so happened that, arriving in a green and flowery meadow by the riverside, they resolved to wait there till the heat of the noon was past, and therefore pitched their tents. And the knights of Sardamira, who were 5 in number, placed their shields without, whereon Don Grumedan said to them, Sirs, ye should place your shields within the tents, unless ye wish to maintain the custom of the country, which is, that every knight who places shield or lance without side of the tent or house or hut wherein he himself is, must joust with whatsoever knight requires the combat. We know the custom, they replied, and for that very reason have so placed our shields. God send that some knight may claim it before we depart. In God's name, quoth Grumedan, many knights pass this way, and we may perhaps see your prowess. Long they had not tarried before the good knight Don Florestan came by, full of heaviness, for he had been traversing many lands in quest of his brother Amadis, and now having heard that these knights of Rome were at the court of Lisuarte, was going thither to see if they knew aught concerning him. He, when he saw the tents, went towards them, and coming up to that where the queen was, he beheld her sitting on the estrado, and that she was one of the fair women of the world. The wings of the tent were open, and he rode nearer, even within the courts, that he might look at her. Presently there came a damsel to him and said, You are not over courteous, Sir Knight, to sit on horseback and look at so good a queen and ladies of so high birth as are there. It would become you better to look at those shields that are inviting you, and their owners. Certes, my good lady, replied Florestan, you say truth, but my eyes, desirous to regard so fair a queen, led me into this fault. I beseech pardon of her and those other ladies, and will make the atonement you require. The damsel answered, you say well, but the atonement must come before the pardon. That, quoth Florestan, will I, if I can, perform, but on this condition, that I shall not be required to desist from doing what I ought against those shields, or that they be placed within the tents. Sir Knight, said she, before those shields be removed, the shields of all who pass this way will be won, their owners' names written on the rim, that they may be carried to Rome, and there preserved in proof that the Roman knights exceed all others. If you wish not to fall into shame, turn back, or else your own shield and name will be carried away also. Damsel, quoth he, I do not trust your love enough to follow your counsel, but for those shields, I design to carry them to the Firm Island. Then he addressed Sardamira. God preserve you, lady, and give you as much happiness as beauty. And with that he went towards the shields. Don Grumedan, hearing this, was well pleased, and because the knight spake of the Firm Island, he weened that he was from the good lineage of Amadis, and able to perform what he had said. And though he did not know that he was Florestan, he saw that he was well armed, and sat well upon his horse, and he wished him good success. Florestan, who knew Grumedan, and that no knight was a better judge of chivalry, took the more courage, and with the blunt end of his lance struck the 5 shields one after the other, that the knights might meet him in succession. Then he withdrew about a bow shot off, hung his shield round his neck, took a strong lance, and sate in readiness. Now it was his custom always to take with him 2 or 3 squires, that he might be the better served, and have a store of lances and battle-axes which he knew well how to wield. Presently the Roman knights armed themselves, and mounted, and went towards him. How now, knights? cried Florestan. Would ye come all at once, and break the custom of the country? Gradamor, whom the others obeyed, then asked Don Grumedan what they ought to do, as he knew best. And he answered, The knights must go one by one in order as their shields were struck, and I advise them not to go too rashly, for methinks that knight is not one who will choose shame for himself. Don Grumedan, answered Gradamor, the Romans are not of your condition. Ye praise yourselves before the thing be done, and we, when it is done, suffer it to be forgotten, and for this reason there are none equal to us. Would to God our battle were upon this quarrel, though my comrades were not to lend a hand. Try your fortune with him now, replied Grumedan, and if he remain whole and unhurt after the joust, I will engage that he shall combat you upon that quarrel, and if by reason of any harm that cannot be, I will undertake it myself in God's name. Go to your joust now. Gradamor laughed at him in disdain. I would this battle were so near at hand as the encounter with yonder fool who dares resist us. Then he said to the knight, whose shield had first been touched, Go on, and let us get rid of the little fame we can get from such a victory. The knight replied, Make yourself easy, I will bring him to be at your disposal. His shield and name shall be done with as the emperor commanded. His horse is a good one, and that I will keep myself. With that he crossed the brook. Florestan was ready, and they ran their encounter. Both failed in their attaint, but they met shields and bodies, and the Roman, who was the worst horseman, fell and broke his right arm, and lay like a dead man. Florestan bade one of his squires alight, and hang the shield to a tree, and take the horse of the conquered knight. Then he, with a sign of anger that he had missed his blow, took his place again, and sate, lance in hand, the blunt end resting upon the ground, ready for the second foe. The second came on. In that encounter Florestan did not miss, but drove the lance so well that the knight was driven to the ground, and the saddle with him, and Florestan passed on. But presently turning, he said, Sir Roman, the saddle which you have carried with you shall be yours, and the horse mine. And if you choose to relate your prowess in Rome, I freely permit you." This he said so loud that the queen and her company could hear it. Now I tell you, Don Grumedan was right glad to see how the Knight of Great Britain spake and acted against the Roman, and he said to Gradamor, "If you, sir, and your comrades do not speed better, there will be no need to throw down the walls of Rome for your triumphal return." Gradamor answered, "You think much of this, but if my comrades finish the joust, I shall settle what you appointed differently from what you suppose." "We shall see," quoth old Grumedan. "That knight of the Firm Island takes good care of his armor, and I trust he will set aside my battle." At that, Gradamor began to laugh without being pleased. "When it comes to my turn," said he, "I shall allow all you say." But Queen Sardamira was grieved to see the haughtiness of Gradamor and the Roman knights. Florestan had now made his squire take the shield from this second knight, who lay like one dead, for the spear had gone through him, but when it was drawn out he spake with a dolorous voice, and demanded confession. The third knight now took his place, and rode full force against Florestan, but their lances slanted and crossed each other, and Florestan struck his helmet and burst the laces, and sent it rolling on the ground, and made him bow to the horse's neck, but he did not fall. Florestan then took the lance, and with an overhand blow made at him. The Roman lifted his shield, but the blow drove the shield against his face and stunned him, so that he lost the reins. And then Florestan let his lance fall, and plucked the shield from his neck, and dashed it twice on his neck, so that he fell, and lay sprawling, while his shield and the horse went to keep the others company. The fourth knight then encountered him, but that joust was soon decided. He and his horse were borne down, and the horse's leg was broke. Florestan took another lance, and made ready to meet Gradamor. Gradamor was in new and goodly arms, and mounted on a bright bay horse, large and strong. He shook his lance threateningly, and cried, "Don Grumedan, arm yourself, for before you take horse, this knight will stand in need of your help." "I shall not take that trouble yet," quoth old Grumedan. By this Gradamor had crossed the brook, and Florestan came at him angrily, for he had heard his boasts. They met in full career. Gradamor pierced his shield. The lance went through about a palm, and then broke. Florestan's spear drove through the shield, and broke the armor on the left side, and sent him out of the saddle into a hollow which was full of water and mire. He then passed on, and bade his squire take the fifth shield and horse. "Lady," quoth Don Grumedan to the queen, "I think I may rest till Gradamor has cleaned his arms, and procured another horse for our combat." "Cursed be his arrogance," replied Sardamira, "and the folly of those who have made all the world hate them." Now had Gradamor, after rolling about in the puddle, got out, and taken off his helm, and having cleaned the dirt from his eyes and face as well as he could, he laced on his helmet again. Florestan, seeing this, came up to him. "Sir Threatener, unless you can help yourself better with the sword than the lance, you will neither take my shield nor my name to Rome." Gradamor answered, "I only wear my sword to avenge myself, and that shall I do presently if you dare maintain the custom of this country." "And what is that?" quoth Florestan, who knew it better than he. "That you give me my horse or a light from your own, that the fight may be equal, and he who plays worst to receive neither courtesy nor mercy." Florestan answered, "I believe you would not have maintained this custom had you been the conqueror. However, I will alight, for it would not become so fair a Roman knight as you are, to mount a horse which another had won." With that he alighted, and they began a most perilous battle. But it did not last long, for Florestan, seeing himself in the presence of Queen Sardamira and her ladies, and of Don Grumedan, who was a better judge of such feats, put forth all his strength, so that Gradamor could not endure it, but gave ground, and made back toward the tent, thinking that for courtesy Florestan would not follow him there. But Florestan got between him and the tent, and made him turn, and pressed him till the sword dropped from his hand, and he fell down, having no strength left. Then Florestan took his shield and gave it to his squires, and caught him by the helmet, which he plucked off so forcibly that he dragged him some way along the ground, and threw the helmet into that standing pool, and took the knight by the leg, and was about to cast him in also. But Gradamor began to cry mercy for God's sake, and the queen exclaimed, "A bad bargain did that unhappy one make, when he proposed that the conquered should show neither courtesy nor mercy." At this Florestan said, "A covenant which so honorable a knight as you have made must not be broken, and you shall have it fully accomplished, as you shall see." "Ah, wretch, I am dead," quoth the Roman. "You are, unless you do 2 things at my bidding." "Tell me what, and I will do them." "The one is that with your own hand you write your name in your own blood upon the rim of your shield, and the names of your comrades in their blood, each upon his shield. That done, I will tell you what the other thing is." And as he said this, he held his sword over him who lay quaking for great fear. But Gradamor, because he could not write himself, nor lift up his hand, called for his secretary, and bid him empty out the ink from his inkstand, and fill it with his blood, and write his name and the names of his companions. This was forthwith done. Don Florestan then wiped his sword and placed it in the scabbard, and mounted his horse as lightly as if he had done nothing, and gave his shield to his squire, but his helmet he took not off, that Grumedan might not know him. His horse was strong and well-limbed, and of a strange color, and the horsemen of unanswerable make and stature, so that few were like him in their appearance. Then taking a lance, whereto there hung a rich pennon, he stopped by Gradamor, who had now risen, and said to him shaking the lance, "Your life is no more, unless Don Grumedan will beg it." But he cried out loud to Grumedan to save him for God's sake. The old knight came up. "Certes, Gradamor," quoth he, "it would be but right that you should find neither courtesy nor mercy, as in your pride you covenanted with this knight. However, I beg him to spare you, for which I will greatly thank and serve him." "That will I do with a good will for you," replied Florestan, "as I would aught else to your honor and pleasure. You, Sir Roman, may relate in Rome, when you return there, how you threatened the knights of Great Britain, and how you maintained your threats, and the great honor which you won from them in the short space of 1 day. So tell this to your great emperor and his potentates, because it will please them. And I will make it known in the Firm Island that the Roman knights are so frank and liberal that they readily give their shields and horses to those they do not know. But for these gifts which you have made me, I do not thank you, but thank God who gave it me against your will." These words were worse to Gradamor than his wounds. "Sir Knight," quoth Florestan, "you shall carry back to Rome all the arrogance you brought from it, because they esteem it there, and we in this land like it not, but like instead of it what you abhor, courtesy and gentleness. And if, my lord, you are as good in love as in arms, you should go prove yourself in the Firm Island by the arch of true lovers, that you might take home that praise also, and then belike our mistresses may forsake us for you." Now I tell you Don Grumedan heard all this with great glee, and laughed to see the pride of the Romans so broken, but it was not so with Gradamor, for his heart was almost breaking to hear these things, and he said to Grumedan, "Good sir, for God's sake, let me be carried to the tents, for I have been sorely handled." "So it seems," replied the old man, "by your appearance, and it is all your own fault." Then he made his squires remove him. Sir, said he then to Florestan, if it please you, tell us your name, for so good a man as you ought not to conceal it. My good sir, he replied, Don Grumedan, I pray you, be not displeased that I do not tell it you, for I would not that this fair queen should in any ways know it, because of the discourtesy which I have committed. For though her beauty was the occasion, I feel myself greatly to blame. I beseech you, procure my pardon, that she may take from me what amends she will, and send me the tidings to the round chapel hard by, where I shall rest today. I will send my squires with her answer, replied Grumedan, and if it be after my will, it will be such as so good a man as you deserve. The Knight of the Firm Island then said, I beseech you, Don Grumedan, if you know any news of Amadis, tell me. At that question the tears came into the old man's eyes. So help me God, as I should rejoice to know any news of him, and communicate it to you and all his friends. That I believe, replied Florestan, for such is your nature, and if all were like you, discourtesy and falsehood will not find harbor where they are harbored now. God be with you, I shall expect your bidding at the hermitage. Florestan then bade his squires take the 5 horses of the knights, and give the bay one, which was the best, to Don Grumedan, and the others to the damsel with whom he had spoken, and to say that Don Florestan sent them. Right glad was Don Grumedan to have that horse, because it had been won from the Romans, and still more to know that that knight was Don Florestan whom he loved so well. The squires led the other horses to the damsel, and said, Lady, the knight whom you disparaged to praise your Romans, sends you these to dispose of as you please, and as a sign that his words were true. Much do I thank him, quoth that damsel, and of a truth he hath bravely won them. Yet had I rather he had left his own horse, than that he should give me these 4. You must procure better knights than these, replied the squire, if you would gain that. But, said the damsel, marvel not if I wish well to my friends, rather than to a stranger. Howbeit, because of the goodly gift which he has sent me, I repent that I said aught to offend so good a man, and will amend it as he may require. With this answer the squire returned to Don Florestan, who went then to the round chapel to wait there for Grumedan's answer, for this chapel was in the way to the Firm Island, and he being resolved not to enter Lisuarte's court, was going thither to hang the Roman shields there, and to hear if Gandales knew anything of his brother. Now when Don Grumedan had delivered his bidding to the queen, she listened willingly and said, This Don Florestan, is he son of King Perión and the Countess of Selandia? The same, and one of the best knights in the world. I tell you then, Don Grumedan, that the sons of the Marquis of Ancona speak wonders of his deeds in arms, and of his prudence and courtesy, and they may well be believed, for they were his companions in the wars which he had at Rome, where he abode 3 years when he was a young knight, but they dare not speak his praise before the emperor who loves him not. Do you know, said Grumedan, why the emperor does not love him? Because of his brother Amadis, replied Sadamira, of whom the emperor complains. Because he won the Firm Island by arriving there before him, and so deprived him of the honor which he should else have won. Certes, lady, quoth Grumedan, he complains without reason, for in that Amadis saved him from great shame. Trust me, it is for another adventure that the emperor hates him. By the faith you owe to God, Don Grumedan, tell me the reason. Do not you be displeased then, lady. And then he told her how Amadis and he had met in the forest, and of their battle. Thereat was Queen Sardamira well pleased, and she made him relate it 3 times. Truly, said she, the emperor hath reason enough to dislike him. End of chapter 13. Recording by Maricel Cui.
Book the Third, Chapter 14 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira, translated by Robert Southey, Book 3, Chapter 14. How Queen Sardamira sent to Don Florestan, requesting that, since he had left her knights in such plight, he would be her guard to Miraflores, whither she was going, to speak with Oriana, and of what passed there. Well pleased was Queen Sardamira to hear how the emperor had been vanquished by Amadis, because that journey which El Patin made to Great Britain was for her love, as he at that time loved her much, and she laughed to think how he had concealed this adventure. Lady, said Grumedan, tell me what message you will send to Don Florestan. She, after pondering a while, replied, You see in what plight my knights are left. They can neither protect me nor themselves, and must stay here to recover. I would wish Don Florestan, therefore, to guard me with you. Grumedan answered, I tell you, lady, that so courteous is he, that whatever dame or damsel should ask of him, that would he do. How much more for one like you, to whom he hath to make atonement for a fault. Give me then a guard to guide my damsel. He gave her 4 squires, and she, giving a letter of credence to her damsel, told her secretly what she should say. The damsel mounted her palfrey, and rode more than a pace till she reached the round chapel, where she found Florestan talking with the hermit. Her face was uncovered, so that the knight knew her, and welcomed her courteously. She gave him the letter, and said, The queen hath bade me say that you have left her knights in such plight that they are unable to guard her, and therefore, as this hindrance comes from you, she requests you to guard her to Miraflores, whither she goes to see Oriana. I thank you, lady, replied Florestan, for thus commanding me. We will go from hence, so as to reach her tent by daybreak. Well was the damsel pleased with the gentle demeanour of Florestan, for he was comely and debonair, and in all things such as beseemed one of such high degree. So there they took their supper together, and the damsel was lodged that night in the hermitage, and Florestan slept under the trees with his squires, and soundly did he rest after the fatigue of the day. When it was time, his squires awakened him, and they and the damsel accompanied him to the tent, where they arrived full early. She went straight to the queen, and Florestan to Grumedan's tent, who was preparing to hear mass, and he, seeing Florestan, embraced him joyfully. The queen, said he, desires you for her guard, and methinks she has made no bad bargain in losing her own knights and gaining you in their stead. In truth, replied Florestan, I am right glad to serve her, and the more so since it will be in your company, whom I had not seen so long. God knows, replied the old knight, how I rejoice to see you. What have you done with the shields which you won? I have sent them to the Firm Island, that your friend Don Gandales may hang them where they may be seen by all comers, and where the Romans may seek them, if they are disposed to recover them. In that case, said Grumedan, the island will soon be well stored with their shields and arms. They now came to the queen's tent. Florestan would have kissed her hand, but she laid it on the sleeve of his mail to show how gladly she welcomed him. Don Grumedan then sent the wounded knights to the nearest town that they might be healed of their wounds. This done, Queen Sardamira mounted her palfrey, which was as white as snow. The saddle and trappings were all wrought with gold. She herself was most richly habited, and about her neck wore pearls and jewels of great value, which were the more set off by her own exceeding beauty. Florestan took her bridle, and then she and her company went their way toward Miraflores. Now I say unto you that Oriana greatly grieved at her coming, knowing for what purpose she was coming. Yet did she rejoice that Florestan was coming also, that she might inquire of Amadis from him, and complain to him of the king her father. But disturbed as she was, she ordered the house to be made ready, and rich estrados prepared for the guests, and she apparelled herself in her best attire, and so also did Mabilia and her other damsels. When the queen entered, she came in between Florestan and Don Grumedan, and Oriana liked her well, and thought that she should have been full glad to welcome her, had she come thither on other errand. Sardamira would have kissed her hand, Nay, said Oriana, you are a queen, and I but a poor damsel, who am suffering for my sins. Mabilia and the damsels then saluted her with great pleasure as being a queen, but that did not Oriana, who could show no sign of pleasure since the Romans had arrived, but she did welcome Florestan and Grumedan from her heart. They then all seated themselves upon one estrado, and Oriana, having placed the two knights before her, after she had spoken a while with the queen, turned to Florestan and said, Good friend, long is it since I have seen you, and that grieved me, for I loved you much, as do all who know you. Great is the loss which we in Great Britain feel by the absence of you and Amadis and your friends, who used to redress all wrongs, and cursed be they who were the cause of driving you from my father. If ye were here now as formerly, a poor wretch who expects to be disherited and brought to the point of death might have some hope of help, for ye would defend her as ye have done, for ye never forsook the helpless in their need. But such is her fortune, that all have failed her except death. And then she wept bitterly, having two thoughts in her mind. The one, that if her father gave her up to the Romans, she could cast herself into the sea. The other was the want of Amadis, which she remembered more lively because of the likeness which Florestan bore to him. Florestan well understood that she spake of herself. My good lady, said he, God in his mercy will relieve great sorrows, and do you trust in him? As for my brother Amadis, if his aid be wanted here, there are others who experience it elsewhere, for trust me he is well and at his own free call, and is going about redressing wrongs as the one whom God hath gifted above all others in the world. Queen Sardamira, hearing this, exclaimed, God keep Amadis from falling into the hands of the emperor, who hates him mortally. There is no other knight in the world whom he regards with such deadly hatred, except it be one, who abode sometime at the court of King Tafinor of Bohemia, and slew in battle Don Garadan, the best knight, except Salustan Quidio of all his lineage. She then related how that battle had passed, and in what manner the kingdom of Bohemia was by him delivered from El Patin's claim. Florestan said, Know you the name of the knight who achieved all this so greatly to his honour? They call him the Knight of the Green Sword, or of the Dwarf. Not that these were believed to be his true names, but because of the green scabbard and belt of his sword, and of a dwarf, who though he had another squire in his company, never leaves him. When Florestan heard this he mused a while, resolving to go seek him, so soon as this business was over, for he doubted not that this knight was his brother Amadis. Oriana knew this also, and was dying to speak with Mabilia. She said therefore to Sardamira, You come from far, lady, and must need rest. And then she led her to her apartments, which were full pleasant with trees and fountains. So having left her there, she retired with Mabilia and the damsel of Denmark, and told them she had verily believed that the knight of whom Queen Sardamira had spoken was Amadis. They answered that they believed so also. And now, said Mabilia, the dream is out which I dreamt this night, for methought we were all fastened in a chamber, and there arose a great uproar without, which put us in fear, and your knight burst the doors and called aloud for you, and I showed him where you were lying upon an estrado, and he took us by the hand and carried us away, and placed us in a tower marvellously strong, and said, Remain here and fear nothing. With that I awoke, and this hath encouraged my heart, and he will succour you. At this Oriana was rejoiced, and she threw her arms round her friend, the tears running down her fair cheeks. Ah, Mabilia, my good lady and true friend, how do you comfort me! God grant that your dream may come to pass, or if this be not his will, that Amadis may come and we may die together, neither surviving the other. Think not thus, replied Mabilia, for God, who hath so prospered him in the affairs of others, will not forsake him in his own. But do you speak with Florestan, and beg him and his friends to endeavour that you may not be carried away from this country, and let this request him of Don Galaor in his own name and in yours. But I must tell you that Don Galaor, though no one had so counselled him, was resolved so to advise the king, and you shall hear how it fell out. Lisuarte had been hunting, and when their sport was done, as he was leading the king's palfrey along a valley, he let the rest pass and called to Galaor and said to him, My good friend and loyal servant, I never yet asked your counsel that good did not come of it. You know the great power of the Emperor of Rome, who has sent to ask my daughter for his empress, wherein I see two things greatly to my advantage. The one, that I shall wed my daughter so honourably, and have that emperor to assist me whenever need shall be. The other, that my daughter, Leonoreta, will remain heiress of Great Britain, and upon this matter I wish to consult with my good men whom I have called together for that end. Meantime, now we are thus alone, do deliver to me your opinion, for I well know you will advise me to my good. Galaor remained thoughtful for a while, and then replied,
Sir, I am not so used to these things that I should advise you. I pray you hold me excused. Nay, tell me your opinion, Galaor, or you will offend me, and I shall be greatly grieved thereat, never having received aught from you but pleasure and good service.
Since you will put my weakness to the proof, I must say that if you think by this marriage to place your daughter honourably and in greater power, it will be quite otherwise than you think. For she being the heiress of this land, you cannot do her greater wrong than to deprive her of that inheritance, and deliver her to the subjection of a stranger. For she will have no rule in that strange land, and allowing that she could attain that which is the utmost in such cases, that she should have sons and see them married, then will her state be worse than before, seeing another made empress. But as to what you say, that he will help you in your need, considering your high rank and power, it would be shame to think that you could ever need his help. More likely is it, by what all say of his arrogance, you should for his sake incur great danger and waste of treasure without profit. But the worst is, that doing service to him you must become subject, and as such be recorded for ever in his books and chronicles, and this, sir, I hold to be the worst dishonour that could befall you, that you would make your daughter, Leonoreta, heiress of Great Britain, is a still worse error, and so it is that many errors proceed from one. That you would dispossess such a daughter to endow another, who has no right to her inheritance. God forbid that I should counsel such a thing, not only when your daughter is concerned, but were it the poorest woman in the world. I say this for the faith I owe to God, to you, to my own soul, and to your daughter, for being your vassal, I hold her as my liege lady. Tomorrow I must set out for Gaul, because the king my father has sent for me. I know not for what cause. If it please, I will give you this, my opinion in my own handwriting, that you may show all your good men what I have said, and if there is any knight who gainsays me, I will do battle with him upon that point, and make him confess it to be true. The king was little pleased at this. Don Galaor said,
Since you must go, leave me this writing.
This he asked, with no design to produce it, unless there should be great need. So the next day Galaor left this writing with the king, and took his leave, and departed for Gaul. Now it was his wish to prevent the marriage, because it was not for the king's honour, and because he suspected the love of Amadis and Oriana. And when he found the king was determined upon it, he wished to be absent. But Oriana knew nothing of this, and therefore besought Florestan to request Don Galaor's aid. Thus, as you have heard, that day passed at Miraflores. Greatly was Queen Sardamira pleased with Oriana, and much did she marvel at her exceeding beauty, albeit it was impaired by long sorrow and the dread of this marriage. Nor would the queen speak at first concerning the emperor, but rather of such news as pleased her. But when on another day she did speak on that subject, she received such answers from Oriana that she never dared renew it. When Oriana knew Florestan was about to depart, she led him under some trees, where there was an estrado placed, and making him sit before her, she covertly explained to him her will. Her father, she said, wished to disinherit her, and send her into a strange land, and she besought him to pity her, for she expected nothing but death. She therefore besought not only him whom she loved so well, and in whom she had confidence, but she complained to all the nobles of the realm, and to all errant knights, and she called upon them to pity her, and change her father's purpose. And do you, my good friend Don Florestan, said she, counsel him thus, and make him sensible of the great cruelty and wrong which he would do me? Florestan answered, Good lady, believe you that I will serve you with the same earnest desire as I would serve the king my father. But I cannot say this to King Lisuarte, because I am not his vassal, nor would he have me in his council, knowing that I hate him for the wrong which he hath done to me and to my lineage. What services I and my father have since done him was for the love we bore to Amadis, and because if this land had then been lost, the lost would have been yours, whom my father esteems as one of the best princesses in the world, and if he knew your wrongs, believe me, lady, that he and all his friends would make ready to redress them, which he would do for the poorest woman living. Do you therefore, good lady, take good hope, for yet, if it please God, I trust to bring you help. I will not rest till I arrive at the Firm Island. There I shall find Agrayes, who greatly desires to serve you, because you were brought up by his parents, and we will consider together what may be done. Are you certain that Agrayes is there? cried Oriana.
Don Grumedan told me so, to whom he had sent a squire.
God be praised! Salute him dearly from me, and tell him I have in him that true hope which reasonably I ought to have. And if meantime he know any tidings of your brother Amadis, let him send me the news, that I may tell them to his cousin Mabilia, who is dying for want of him. And God direct you, and grant that you and Agrayes may come to some good result for my succor. Florestan then kissed her hand and departed. End of chapter 14. Recording by Amy Graymore of Maine. amysmindtoyourmind.com.
Book 3, Chapter 15 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira, translated by Robert Southey. Book 3, Chapter 15. How the Knight of the Green Sword, who was now called the Greek Knight, and Don Bruneo of Bonamar, and Angriote of Estravaus, came with the fair Grasinda to the court of King Lisuarte, who had resolved to send his daughter Oriana to the Emperor of Rome to be his wife, and of what happened when they made their demand. The Knight of the Green Sword and Don Bruneo of Bonamar and Angriote went sailing on with Grasinda, sometimes with fair wind, sometimes with foul, as it pleased God to send it, till they came into the ocean sea, which is by the coast of Spain. And when he of the green sword saw himself so near Great Britain, he gave thanks to God that, after escaping so many perils, he was at last in sight of the land wherein his lady dwelt. Then called he the vassals, and desired that no one would call him by any other name than the Greek Knight, and bade them strive to reach Great Britain. He then bade Gandalin bring him the 6 swords, which Queen Menoresa had given him in Constantinople. 2 of them he gave to Bruneo and Angriote, who marveled at the richness of their accoutrements, and 1 he took himself, bidding Gandalin place his own green sword where none might see it, lest he should be known in King Lisuarte's court. This was between nones and vespers, and Grasinda, being aweary of the sea, was led on deck, that she might be refreshed by the sight of land, and so sate talking with the 3 knights. When it was about sunset they saw a ship, and the Greek Knight bade the sailors steer towards her, and when they were within hearing, Angriote hailed them courteously, and asked whence the ship was going, and who were in her? Answer was made, the vessel belongs to the Firm Islands, and 2 knights of the island are on board, who will tell you what you please to ask. When the Greek Knight and his comrades heard this, their hearts rejoiced that they should now hear what they so much wished to hear. Friend, said Angriote, I pray you for courtesy request your knights to come up, that we may ask news of them, and if it please you tell us their names. That, they answered, "We will not do, but we will say what you desire." Presently the two knights came on deck, and Angriote asked them if by chance they knew where King Lisuarte then was. "We know all concerning him," they replied, "but first we would inquire a thing for which we have undergone great toil, and will yet go through more. Know you any tidings of a knight called Amadis of Gaul, in quest of whom his friends are perishing, and wandering all over the world?" When the Greek knight heard this, the tears ran down his cheek for pure joy, to think how true his friends and kinsmen were to him, but he continued silent. "Tell me who you are," said Angriote, "and I will then relate to you what we know concerning him." The one answered, "Know that my name is Dragonis, and this my companion is Enil, and we are going over the Mediterranean Sea to seek him in all its ports of either shore." "God give you good tidings," cried Angriote. "In these vessels we have mariners from sundry parts, and I will inquire among them if any one have heard of him." This said he by the Greek knight's bidding. "Now tell me where King Lisuarte is at present, and what you know of Queen Elisena and of his court." Dragonis answered, "He is in the town of Tagades, which is a seaport opposite to Normandy, and there he holds a court to consult with the chief men of the land, if he shall give his daughter Oriana to the Emperor of Rome, who hath demanded her in marriage. Many Romans are come to escort her, among whom are Salustanquidio, Prince of Calabria, and with them Queen Sardamira is arrived to accompany Oriana, whom El Patin already calls Empress." The heart of the Green Knight failed him, and he stood like a man dismayed. But when Dragonis came to relate the bitter lamentations which Oriana made, and how she had appealed to all the high-born men of Great Britain, then was his heart comforted, and he took courage, thinking that as the thing displeased her, the Romans could neither be so many nor so mighty, but that he would rescue her from them by sea or land. This would he do for the poorest damsel in the world, how much more for her, of whom if he had lost all hope, he could not endure to live. And then he gave God thanks for directing him at such a point of time to the place where he might serve his mistress, and somewhat requite her for the love she bore him, and win her, and have her his own, even as his heart desired, without fault. These thoughts made him full joyful, and he bade Angriote ask Dragonis how he had learnt this news. "It is 4 days," replied the knight, "since Don Quadragante arrived at the Firm Island, which we have so lately left, and with him his nephew Landin, and Gavarte of the Perilous Valley, and Mandasil of the Silver Bridge, and Helian the Haughty. These 5 came to consult with Florestan and Agaraes, how they should proceed in search of Amadis, whom we are seeking. Don Quadragante would have sent to the court of King Lisuarte, to know if any among the strangers there knew aught of that excellent knight, but Don Florestan told him that they knew no tidings of Amadis there, for he had been at Miraflores with the Princess Oriana, as the guard of Queen Sardamira, all whose knights he had overthrown, and then he related the manner of his combat." Glad was the Greek knight and his companions to hear of Florestan's good fortune, but when he heard Miraflores mentioned, his heart leaped, and immediately he took Gandalin apart and said to him, "My true friend, you hear how it is, that if Oriana be thus given to another, both she and I must pass through death. Now I beseech you, very carefully perform what I shall bid thee. Do you and Ardian the dwarf take leave of me, and of Grasinda, saying you will go in that vessel in quest of Amadis, and there tell my cousin Dragonis and Enil all the news of me, and bid them return to the Firm Island. And when you arrive there, beseech Quadragante and Agaraes not to leave the island, for in 15 days I will be with them, and tell them to collect all the knights, and bid Florestan and your father Gandales prepare all the shipping they can find, and store them with food and arms, for I must go with them to a place appointed, which they shall know when I come. Be careful in all this, for you know how it concerns me." Then he called the dwarf and said, "Ardian, go you with Gandalin, and do as he shall direct you." They obeyed their bidding, and took leave of Grasinda, and Angriote said to the knights in the other vessel, "Sirs, here are a squire and a dwarf, who would go in your company in quest of Amadis. But when Dragonis and Enil saw Gandalin and Ardian, they were full joyful, and the more when they heard the truth from them. So they made sail for the Firm Island, and Grasinda with her company sailed on towards Tagades. King Lisuarte was at this time in his city of Tagades, taking counsel with the good men of his land concerning the marriage of his daughter, but they all advised him against the resolution he had taken, saying he would sin against God if he dispossessed his daughter of her lawful inheritance and gave her to a stranger, a man of so evil a disposition and so fickle that inasmuch as he desired her, so much would he soon dislike her, as is the manner of such men. But the king remained firm in his intentions, God permitting that his greatness and honor should be abased by that very Amadis, who had so greatly exalted it, and so often secured his kingdom and his life. This king not to change his purpose, but that his obstinacy and rigor might be more manifest to all, thought proper to summon to that council his uncle, Count Argamon, who was very old and gouty. Yet he, knowing the design of the king, did not wish to leave his house and advise him in vain. But when the summons came for him, he obeyed. Lisuarte met him at the palace door, and led him to his seat, saying, "Good uncle, I have convoked you and these good men to counsel me upon my daughter's marriage with the emperor. Tell me now your opinion." "Sir," replied Count Argamon, "it is a grievous thing to answer you. In whatever manner I shall do it, to contradict you will be to displease you, as all kings are offended, when their inclinations are opposed, and to agree with you would make us guilty of falsehood and disloyalty in the sight of God and of the world. The same right which you had to this kingdom on your brother's death, the same and even stronger right hath your daughter Oriana after you. But you think by making Oriana Empress and inheriting Leonoreta in Great Britain to increase the rank of both. If you will look well to this, you will perceive that the contrary must happen. For you cannot set aside the right order of succession to these kingdoms, and the emperor having your daughter Oriana to wife, her right will become his, and with his power after you are gone, he will easily win the land. And thus will both your daughters be disherited, and this land, which is so honored and famous in the world, will become subject to the emperors of Rome, and Oriana will have no other power therein than it shall please her husband to permit, so that instead of sovereign, she will herself be a subject." "Uncle," replied Lisuarte, "I well understand what you say, but I had rather you had approved of the promise which I have made to the Romans, for I cannot recall it." The Count answered, "It is on the terms and confirmation that depends, and then you may preserve your honor and your word, and confirm or set aside as shall be best." "You say well," replied the king, and with that he broke up the assembly. Grasinda and her company sailed on so long that the sailors one morning saw the mountain of Tagades, from whence the city at its foot took its name. They immediately went to Grasinda, who was talking with the knights, and said, "Sirs, give us our albricias, the reward of good tidings. For if the wind hold but 1 hour longer, you will be in your port." Full joyful was Grasinda, and they all went on deck to see the land which they had so desired to see. And Grasinda gave thanks to God who had safely guided her, and with great humility besought him to prosper her enterprise, and give her the honor which she desired. But I tell you that when the Greek knight beheld that land wherein his lady dwelt, and which he had so long longed to behold, he could not suppress his tears. He turned his face away that Grasinda might not see him weep, and having recovered, said to her with a cheerful countenance, "Take good hope, my lady, that you shall depart from this land with the honor which you desire, for seeing your beauty sure I am that our cause is right, and since God is the judge, that the honor will be ours also." But she, who, seeing herself so near the trial, was somewhat fearful, replied, "I have more confidence in your prowess than in my own beauty. Do you remember that, and do as heretofore you have done, and you will make me the most joyful woman alive." Then they called Grinfesa, one of her damsels, who understood a little French, which King Lisuarte understood also, and they gave her a writing in Latin to give to Lisuarte and Queen Brisena, and then return on board with their answer. The damsel forthwith arrayed herself in rich attire, and her father, who was Grasinda's steward, prepared horses and palfreys, which were lowered into a boat, and the damsel with her 2 brothers, who were good knights, and their squires, left the vessel and put to land. The Greek knight then bade Lasindo go ashore in another boat, and to the city by another road, and ask if there was any news of his master Don Bruneo, feigning that he had been left behind sick when that knight went in quest of Amadis. Under this pretext he bade him learn what answer the damsel received, and return on the morrow. Now I tell you that when the damsel entered the town, all were delighted to see her, how richly she was arrayed, and how well accompanied by those knights. It so befell that Esplandian and Ambor de Gandel, Angriote's son, were going hawking, and met the damsel, who was inquiring the way to the palace. Hearing this, Esplandian gave his merlin to Sargel, and went up to her, saying in French, "My good lady, I will guide you, and shew you the king, if you do not know him." The damsel marveled at his beauty and gentle demeanor, thinking that she had never beheld man nor woman so fair. "Fair child," said she, "whom God make as happy as he hath made handsome, I thank God for such a guide." Her brother then gave Esplandian her bridle, and he led her to the palace. The king was at this time out in the court under the porch, talking with the Roman knights, and had just given them his final promise to deliver to them his daughter, and they had bound themselves to receive her as their lady. The damsel alighted, and was led towards him by Esplandian. She knelt down, and would have kissed his hand, but that the king never permitted, save only when he conferred a favor upon a damsel. She gave him then the letter, and said, "Sir, the queen and all her damsels must hear my bidding, that if peradventure the damsels should be displeased thereat, they may procure a knight to defend their cause." King Arban of North Wales then went to Brisena and brought her and her ladies, so fair a company, that hardly could the like be found, and she seated herself by Lisuarte, and the damsels ranged themselves round her. The damsel ambassadress kissed Brisena's hand and said, "Lady, if my errand shall appear strange, do not you marvel at us, for your court is remarkable above all others for such things, because of your worth and the king's. Hear this letter, and grant what is requested therein." The king then ordered the letter to be read, which was thus: To the Most High and Honorable Lisuarte, King of Great Britain, I, Grasinda, the Lady of Beauty above all the dames of Romania, kiss your hand, and make known to you that I am come into your dominions with the Greek knight, and the reason of my coming is this. Having been judged the fairest dame of all the dames of Romania, so would I, in pursuit of that glory which hath made my heart glad, be judged fair above all the damsels in your court, that having won this victory also, I may rest in the happiness which I so much desire. If there is any knight who will undertake the quarrel for any of your damsels, he must prepare himself for two things, to do battle with the Greek knight, and to place in the field a rich crown such as I bring, that the conqueror may present both in token of victory to her for whom he hath conquered. If this demand please you, most noble king, do you give me security for myself and my whole company and for the Greek knight, save only from him with whom he shall combat. And if the knight who fights for the damsel shall be conquered, let a second, and then a third come on, for he in his worth shall keep the lists against all. As God shall help me, quoth Lisuarte, the lady must be a full fair one, and the knight must think not a little of himself. A great fancy have they taken up, which they might safely have avoided. Howbeit, damsel, tell you your mistress that she may come safely, and if there be none to gainsay her, her will be satisfied. Sir, replied the damsel, you answer even as we expect, for from your court none can depart with just complaint. But because the Greek knight brings with him two companions who require to joust, they must have the same safe conduct. So be it. answered Lisuarte. In God's name then, quoth she, tomorrow you shall see them in your court. And do you, my lady, said she to the queen, command your damsels to be present, that they may see how their honor is increased or lessened by their champion. Then took she leave and went her way to the ship, where her tidings were joyfully heard. Forthwith the arms and horses were landed, and one large tent and two lesser ones were pitched on shore. Howbeit only the steward and certain men as a guard left the ship to sleep in them that night. Now you must know that so soon as the damsel had departed, Salustanquidio, the cousin of the Emperor of Rome, rose up, and with him 100 Roman knights, and he spake aloud, that all might hear him. Sir, I and these good Romans ask of you a boon, which will be to your profit and our honor. Lisuarte replied, I shall willingly grant whatever boon ye ask. Let us then, said Salustanquidio, answer this defiance for the damsels. We shall render them a better account than the knights of their own country can, for we and the Greeks know one another, and the Greeks will fear the name of the Romans more than the deeds of those of this land. Don Grumedan, hearing this, immediately rose and said, Sir, although it be a great honor to princes that strangers come to seek adventures at their court, it soon becomes a shame and a reproach, if they be not discreetly received and restrained. This I say because of the Greek knight's challenge. If his pride should be satisfied, and he should conquer those who are to oppose him, the danger would be theirs indeed, but the shame and loss of honor yours. Therefore methinks, sir, you should wait till Don Galaor and your son Norandel arrive, who will be here within 5 days, and by that time Don Guilan the Pensive will be recovered enough to bear arms, and these 3 will undertake the quarrel, and thus maintain your honor and their own. Lisuarte replied, This cannot be. I have granted the boon to the Romans, and they are such that they could bring greater adventure to a good end. That may be, quoth Grumedan, but I will prevent the damsels from granting it, and to them this matter appertains. No more, cried the king. What I do, I have done. Salustanquidio then kissed the king's hand, and said to Grumedan, I shall end this battle to my own honor and to the damsels. And since you, Don Grumedan, think so much of these knights, and of yourself, that you say they would perform the battle better than we shall, if after the combat I am able to bear arms, I and 2 companions will do combat with them and with you. Or if I am unable, I will bring another in my stead, who shall well supply my place. In God's name, replied old Grumedan, I accept the challenge for myself, and for those who will bear a part with me. And taking a ring from his finger, he held it toward the king, saying, Sir, here is my gage for myself and those whom I shall produce with me. Nor can the battle be refused, since they demanded it, unless they confess themselves vanquished. Salustanquidio replied, Sooner shall the seas be dry than a single word of Rome be unsaid, unless it be to her honor. If old age had bereft thee of thy senses, thy body shall pay for it, if thou darest risk it in the battle. Certes, answered Don Grumedan, I am not such a boy but that I have years enough, but this which ye think against me is to my help, for I have seen many things, and one of them is that pride never comes to a good end. So will it happen to you, who are the captain and head of all pride. King Arban of North Wales then rose to answer the Romans, and with him full 30 knights to take up the quarrel, and 100 others rose also. But the king held a wand, and bade them be silent, and Don Grumedan also. And Count Argamon then said, Order them to their dwellings, sir, all of both sides, for such disputes are not to your honor. The king accordingly dismissed them, but the count then said, What think you, sir, of the arrogance of this people? And yet, you will give your daughter to them? How is it that one so wise as you will thus venture to tempt God? Remember how you made Amadis of Gaul and all his lineage forsake you for your pride, and now you would commit yet another worse error. Therefore, sir, I discharge myself of my fealty and homage due to you, and will go to my own lands, that I may not witness the tears and wretchedness of your daughter Oriana, when she is delivered up, for I am told that you have sent to Miraflores for her." "Uncle," replied the king, "say no more upon this subject, for what is done cannot be undone, and I pray you tarry yet 3 days longer to see the issue of these combats, of which you shall be judge, with such other knights as you shall appoint, because you understand the Greek tongue better than any other man of my realm, by reason of your long abode in Greece." Argamon answered, "I will do this to please you, but longer will I not tarry, for I cannot endure these things." Lecindo, the squire of Don Bruneo, as the Greek knight had enjoined him, learnt all that passed after the departure of the damsel, and returned to the ship to acquaint him. And he told him also how the king had sent for Oriana from Miraflores, to deliver her to the Romans so soon as this combat was over. When the Greek knight heard that the Romans were to fight for the damsels, he was full joyful, for what he most feared was, that his brother Galaor might be in the court and take up their cause against him, in the which case either he must have died or have slain his brother, for Galaor was the knight who had put him in greater danger than any with whom he had done battle, even though a giant. Therefore his heart was now at rest, and the more so knowing that he was not to fight against any of his friends. "Lady," said he to Grasinda, "let us hear mass betimes tomorrow in the tent, and do you prepare yourself, for by God's help we shall bring this adventure to such issue as you desire." End of chapter 15. Recording by Maricel Cui. Book 3, Chapter 16 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 3, Chapter 16. How the Green Knight and his companions led Grasinda and her company to the place of battle, where her knight was to fulfill her command. On the morrow Grasinda with 4 damsels heard mass in the tent, the 3 knights being armed mounted, and Grasinda mounted her palfrey, she and her palfrey being arrayed in cloth of silk and gold, with pearls and jewels, that the greatest empress in the world could not have been more richly adorned. This day had she long looked for, and therefore had prepared the ornaments, the costliest that could be procured, for having great possessions, and neither husband nor children, nor people, she thought of expanding her wealth no other way than this. Her damsels were also in rich array, and she herself appeared so well, that all who beheld her thought her beauty marvellous. Great confidence did her champion feel in beholding her appearance that day. She wore nothing upon her head, except the crown which she had won as the fairest among all the dames in Romania. The Greek knight led her bridle. The armor which he wore Grasinda had provided for him. The breastplate was white as snow, the surcoat was of her colors and laced with threads of gold, and his helmet and shield were of the same color as the surcoat. Don Bruneo wore green armor, and he bore a damsel on his shield, and before her a knight whose arms were waved with gold and murrey, as if he had been supplicating her. Angriote of Estravaus rode a mettlesome horse. His arms were ore and argent. He led the damsel ambassadress, and Bruneo took her sister's bridle. The 3 knights had their helmets closed. The steward and his sons went with them, and in this array they reached the place where combats were performed. In the middle of this place was a marble pillar of the height of a man, whereon they who came to the mad battle were to place shield or helmet or garland of flowers or glove as their gage. When the Greek knight and his company arrived, they saw the king at one end of the field, and the Roman knights at the other, and among them Salustanquidio in black arms, bearing serpents, ore and argent. So huge of stature was he, that he seemed like a giant, and the horse he rode was of growth marvellously great. The queen was at her window, and the princess near her, and among them was the fair Olinda, wearing a rich crown. But when the Greek knight beheld the queen and her damsels, and saw not Oriana whom he was wont to see among them, his heart trembled with the want he felt of her. Howbeit beholding Salustanquidio, how stern and strong he seemed, he turned to Grasinda, whom he perceived to be dismayed, and said to her, Be not affrighted, lady, to behold a man of such disproportionate body, for God will be for you, and I will make you win that which will gladden your heart. May it so please him in his mercy, she replied. Then he took the rich crown from her head, and riding gently to the marble pillar, placed it thereon, and returning to his squires who held 3 lances, each with a pendant of different color, he took the strongest, and threw his shield round his neck, and rode to the king, to whom he said in Greek, having forgotten himself, O king, God be with you. I am a foreign knight who come hither from Greece to prove your knights, who are so good, not at my own will, but at the will of her who has power in this instance to command me. But my good fortune, it should seem, so ordering it, the trial will be between me and the Romans. Bid them therefore place the crown of the damsels upon the pillar, as was covenanted. He then brandished his lance and rode to one end of the lists. The king did not understand what he said, because he had spoken in the Greek tongue, but he said to Argamon, It seems, uncle, that knight will not choose dishonor for himself. Certes, sir, replied the count, although you would partake some, because these Romans are in your court, I should be right glad to see their pride humbled. I know not how that will be, said Lisuarte, but methinks we shall see a fair encounter. Now the knights and all they of the king's household, seeing how the Greek knight rode and appeared in arms, marveled at him, and said they had never seen so promising a knight, except it were Amadis. But Salustanquidio, who heard these praises, and saw how all eyes were fixed upon the Greek knight, exclaimed angrily, What is this, ye men of Great Britain? Why do ye marvel to behold a Greek knight, who can do nothing but manage his horse in the field? This is a sign that you can never have performed any worthy feats of arms, when this surprises you. You shall see him who is so fair on horseback, heartless and dishonored upon the ground. The Roman then went where the queen was, and said to Olinda, Lady, give me your crown, for you are she whom I prize above all others. Do not fear to give it me, for I will return it presently with the other, and you shall enter into Rome with it, for the king and queen will consent that I shall take you hence with Oriana, and make you the lady of me and my land. Olinda, hearing this, despised his presumption, but her heart and limbs trembled, and a lively color flushed over her cheeks, and she did not give him the crown. Salustanquidio repeated, Do not fear, the honor shall be yours, and that foolish woman shall go hence without her crown, which she hath trusted to yonder cowardly Greek. Yet would not Olinda give it, till the queen herself took it from her head and gave it him, and he placed it by the other on the marble pillar, and hastily demanded his arms. 3 Roman knights brought them to him. He hung on his shield and helmed himself, and took a strong lance with a long and sharp iron head. Then seated himself on his horse. He now seeing that all were looking with admiration at his great size, grew more confident, and said to the king, I will let your knights see what difference there is between them and the Romans. I shall conquer that Greek, and has he said that if he conquered me, he would combat other 2, I will combat the 2 best whom he can bring, and if their courage fail, let a 3rd come on. Don Grumedan, who was swelling with anger to see the arrogance of the Roman, and the patience of the king, exclaimed, Salustanquidio, have you forgot the battle which you are to wage with me if you escape from this, that you demand another? This is an easy business, replied Salustanquidio. With that the Greek knight cried aloud, Misshapen beast, what are you talking about and letting the day run on? Remember what you have to do. The Roman at this turned and ran at him. They ran at each other full speed, their lances laid in rest, and being covered with their shields. The horses were both fleet, the knights both strong and mutually enraged. They met in the middle of the lists, and neither failed in his blow. The Greek knight struck him on the edge of his shield and pierced it, and struck the strong plates of iron beneath, with so rude a blow that though it did not pierce them, it bore him from his saddle. The Greek knight passed on, carrying the lance of Salustanquidio hanging in his shield and in the sleeve of his mail, so that all thought he was wounded, but it was not so. He drew out the lance and raised it with an overhand grasp, and turned to Salustanquidio, and saw that he did not move, but lay as if he were dead. This was no wonder, for he was a large man and bulky, and had fallen from a high horse, and his armor was heavy, and the ground was hard, and moreover the left arm upon which he had fallen was broken near the wrist, and the greater part of his ribs put out. The Greek knight, who thought him stronger than indeed he was, stopped his horse, and held the lance point at his face, for his helmet had fallen off with a shock, and said to him, "Knight, you will not be so discourteous as not to award the crown to that fair dame, because she merits it." But the Roman made no reply. The Greek knight left him and went up to the king. "Sir," quoth he, "though yonder knight is free from pride now, he will not award the crowns to the dame who is waiting for them, nor defend them, nor yet answer me. Do you therefore decree that they are hers, as by right they are? Otherwise I will strike off his head, and so decide it." This he said in Greek, and then rode back to Salustanquidio. The king asked Argamon what he had said, who having interpreted it, added, "It will be your fault if you suffer the knight to be slain before you, for you may lawfully award the crowns to the conqueror." "Sir," quoth Grumedan, "let the Greek knight do what he will, for these Romans have more tricks than a fox, and if this one lives, he will say that he was able to maintain the battle, if you had not hastily given judgment against him." All laughed at this except the Romans, whose hearts were bursting. But the king, seeing that the Greek knight had alighted, and was going to cut off Salustanquidio's head, said to Count Argamon, "Haste, uncle, and bid him spare him, for I judge the crowns to be his." Count Argamon cried aloud to him to hold his hand and hear the king's request. He drew back, and resting his sword upon his shoulder, waited to hear the count's bidding, which having heard, he replied, "I am content, and know, sir, that if I had fought with any of the king's vassals, I would not have slain him, if by any other means the combat could have been decided. But for the Romans I would kill them, or dishonor them as wretches that they are, following the bad example of their arrogant emperor, to be boasters first, and cowards when put to the proof." He then mounted again and took the 2 crowns from the pillar, and placed the crown of the damsels upon Grasinda's head, giving the other to one of her damsels to keep, and he said, "Lady, your wish is accomplished, and I, by the grace of God, am discharged of my promise. Go now, if it please you, and rest in your tent. I will remain to see if any of the Romans will take the field to revenge this shame that they have received." "Sir," she replied, "I will not leave you yet, for I can receive no greater pleasure than in beholding your rare chivalry." He then examined his horse, and found him fresh, for he had had little labor that day. So he threw the shield round his neck, and took another lance with a fair pendant, and said to the damsel ambassadress, "Go, my friend, to the king, and tell him that as I promised, if I was able after this first battle to combat with 2 knights at once, I must now make good that vaunt, but say that I beseech him not to send any of his knights against me, for they are of such renown, that they would gain no honor in conquering me. Leave that to the Romans, and let them see if I fear them because I am a Greek." The damsel delivered her bidding in French, and Lisuarte answered, "It would not please me that any of my household should go against him. He has done enough today for his honor, and if it might please him to remain with me, I would recompense him well. I forbid all my subjects to challenge him, for I have other things to attend to. The Romans may do as they like." This he said, for he had much to arrange about his daughter's departure, and likewise because at that time none of his good knights were present, they having all departed, that they might not see the cruelty and injustice which he was about to commit against Oriana. Only Guilan the Pensive remained, being sick, and Sendil of Ganota, who had been shot through the leg with an arrow by the Roman Bronjadel of the Rock, when hunting with the king. The damsel answered, Many thanks, sir, for your gracious offer, but the Greek knight's choice is to go about the world redressing wrongs. If he would have remained with the Emperor of Constantinople, he might have been rewarded with whatever he would have asked. I pray you, quoth the king, tell me by whom he is commanded? Certes, sir, I know not, but if any one, it must be by one whom he greatly loves. I must bear him back your answer. Whoever will seek may find him in the lists till noon. When the Greek knight heard this reply, he gave his lance to one of the steward's sons, and his shield to the other, and bade him place the shield upon the pillar, to see if any of the Romans would challenge him. His helmet he did not take off, lest he should be known, and thus he stood talking with Grasinda, and holding her bridle. There was among the Romans a knight called Maganil, who was the best next to Salustanquidio, and his countrymen surely thought that no two knights in Great Britain could stand against him. And he had two brethren, both of great worth in arms. To him the Romans all looked for vengeance, but he, seeing this, said to them, I cannot take up this challenge, for I promised Salustanquidio that if he was not able, I and my brothers would do battle for him against Don Grumedan. If he and his companions should refuse it, then may I undertake this. While they were thus speaking, two brethren well armed and mounted rode up, by name Gradamor and Lasanor. They were nephews of Brondagel of the Rock, the sons of his sister, who was a fierce and haughty woman, by the emperor's high steward. They, without speaking or making obeisance to the king, went into the lists. And the one, taking the Greek knight's shield, dashed it against the pillar so violently that he brake it to pieces, and exclaimed foul before him who would permit the shield of a Greek to be placed there against the Romans. At this the Greek knight was so enraged that his heart burnt for anger. He left Grasinda and caught his lance, and heedless of a shield, though Angriote called to him to take his, he rode full against the two Romans, and they at him. The one who had broken his shield he smote so rudely that he bore him from his seat, and his helmet came off in the fall. He himself lost his spear. He drew his sword and turned upon Lasanor, who was assailing him fiercely. Him he smote upon the shoulder and cut him to the bone, and made him drop his lance, and with another blow upon the head, he made him lose his stirrups and bow down upon the horse's neck. Then lightly passing the sword to his left hand, he caught Lasanor's shield, and tore it from his neck, and with the force brought him to the ground. The Roman presently rose, being in fear of death, and went up to his brother, who had now recovered himself. The Greek knight, fearing lest they should kill his horse, alighted, grasping the shield he had won, and went towards them sword in hand. But then all were amazed to see his great prowess, and how little he cared for these enemies. He had so pressed them that Lasanor cried out for mercy, and while he was crying, the Greek knight lifted up his foot, and kicking him in the breast, felled him. Then he turned to the other who had broken his shield, but he could not endure his might, and ran towards the king, that he might save him. The Greek knight turned him, and drove him towards the pillar, and then he ran round the pillar, avoiding the blows which his enemy aimed at him in exceeding wrath, and which fell sometimes on the stones and struck fire there, till at last, being sorely wearied, the Greek knight caught him in his arms, and squeezed him till all his strength was gone, then let him fall, and took his shield, and dashed it upon his helmet, so that he broke the helmet, and he made him mount upon the pillar, and then thrust him down, and placed the fragments of the shield upon his breast. Next he took Lasanor by the leg, and dragged him beside his brother, and all who were present thought he meant to behead them. And Don Grumedan cried out, Methinks the Greek hath well revenged his shield. But Esplandian, seeing this, was moved to pity for the knights, and calling out to Ambor, clapped spurs to his palfrey. The Greek knight, seeing them approach, and that he was the fairest child that ever he had seen, waited to know what he would say, and Esplandian said, Sir, I beseech you, grant me their lives, for they are conquered, and the honor is already yours." The knight made semblance as though he understood him not. Count Argamon then came up and interpreted, and he replied, "I should have had a pleasure in killing them, but I spare them for his sake. Who is this fair child, sir, and whose son?" "No one in this land," replied the count, "can tell." And with that he related the manner how the child was found. "I have heard mention of him in Romania," cried the knight. "Is he not called Esplandian, and hath he not certain letters on his breast?" "Would you see them?" said Count Argamon. "Willingly, and should thank you and him to show them to me, for it is a marvelous thing to hear, and more to see." Esplandian then drew nearer. He had on a coat of mail, and a French hood, wrought with lions of gold, and was girt with a golden girdle. The hood and coat were fastened together with gold brooches. A few of them he opened and showed the letters. Much was that knight amazed, for it was the strangest thing that ever he had seen. The white letters made the word Esplandian, but the colored letters could he not read, though they were sharp and well made. "God prosper you, fair child," said he, and taking leave of the count, he mounted and rode to Grasinda. "Lady," quoth he, "you must have been displeased at witnessing my follies, but impute you the fault to the pride of these Romans, who provoked them." "Nay, sir," she replied, "it rejoices me to see your good fortune." Then went they to their ships, both full joyful, she for the crown which she had won, and he that he had shown himself to the Romans. They took their tents aboard and went towards the firm island. But Angriote and Don Bruneo remained on board one of the galleys, by his desire, to help Don Grumedan secretly in his combat, the which being past, they were to hasten to the firm island with tidings of Oriana. End of chapter 16. Recording by Maricel Cui.
Book 3, Chapter 17 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 3, Chapter 17. How King Lisuarte sent for his daughter Oriana to deliver her up to the Romans, and of what happened with the Knight of the Firm Island, and of the battle which Don Grumedan and the companions of the Greek Knight fought against the 3 Roman challengers, and how after the Romans were conquered, the companions of the Greek Knight went to the Firm Island, and of what they did there. You have heard how King Lisuarte sent Queen Sardamira to Miraflores to talk to his daughter of the greatness of the Roman Emperor, and of the high rank whereto she would be exalted by this marriage. Now you must know that he sent for her that she might depart, bidding Giontes his nephew take an escort for her, and suffer no knight to speak with her on the way. Giontes took with him Cangel of Sadoca and Lasanor and other guards, and went to Miraflores, and having placed Oriana in her litter, for she could not go in any other manner, by reason of her exceeding affliction and continual tears, they and Queen Sardamira and her company took the road to Tajades. On the 2nd day of their journey, what you shall now hear befell them. Under some trees near the roadside there sat an armed knight upon a grey horse beside a fountain. He wore a green surcoat over his breastplate, fastened with green strings and eye-loops of gold, which appeared marvellously well. As soon as he saw them, he hung the shield round his neck, and took a lance, having a green pendant, and brandishing it awhile, said to his squire, "Go and say to the guards of Oriana that I request their leave to speak with her. It will be neither to their hurt nor to hers. If they will permit me, I shall thank them. If not, sorry as I shall be, they must try my strength." They laughed at his message, and replied, "Tell your master he shall not see the princess, and that when he has done all he can do, he will have done nothing." But Oriana, hearing this, said to them, "How does it concern you if this knight wishes to speak with me? Perchance he may bring tidings which I should rejoice to hear. Lady, replied Giontes, the king your father has ordered us to suffer none to speak with you. With this answer the squire returned, and Giontes prepared for battle. He of the green arms immediately rode towards him. They met with a brave encounter, both brake their lances, but the horse of Giontes dislocated his foot in the shock and fell, and Giontes, having one foot in the stirrup, could not rise. The knight passed fairly by him, and then turning, said, I beseech you, let me speak with Oriana. You will not fail for my guarding her, replied Giontes, but the fault was in my horse. Gangel of Sandoka then cried out to him not to touch that knight, or he should die for him. I shall have you anon in the same condition, replied the knight of the green arms, and taking another lance, ran at him, but he missed his blow. Gangel smote him full on the shield, and brake his own lance, without moving him. He turned upon Gangel, who was now sword in hand, and drove at him with his spear, and sent him from the saddle. Lasanor then came on. The Green Knight dexterously avoided his lance, and made him lose that advantage. They dashed against each other, shield to shield, and Lasanor's shield arm was broken with the shock. He of the green arms had drawn his sword, but seeing how Lasanor was disabled, would not wound him, but he cut the bridle of his horse, and smiting him with the side of his sword, sent him galloping away with his rider, at which he could not forbear laughing. Then he took out a ladder, and went up to Oriana's litter. She, seeing how he had discomfited 3 such good knights, thought he was Amadis, and her heart panted, but he humbly saluting her, said, Lady, Agrayes and Don Florestan sent you this, wherein you will receive news that will give you great pleasure. God be with you, I must return to them, for certes they will need me, little worth as I am. Nay, quoth Oriana, you are not so, that have I now seen. I beseech you tell me who you are, who have gone through such danger for my sake. Gavarte of the Perilous Valley, who grieves to see what your father purposes against you. But I trust in God he will find it difficult to accomplish, so many of this land and of other lands shall perish first, that all the world shall hear of it. Ah, Don Gavarte, my good friend, God grant there may come a time when I can reward your loyalty. You are my natural lady, and it was always my desire to serve you, and now is it more so in this injustice. I will be in your succour with those who serve you. I beseech you, my friend, think then as you do now. That shall I do as loyally I ought, replied Gavarte, and with that he took his leave. Oriana then went up to Mabilia, who was with Queen Sardamira. Methinks, said the queen, we are equal in our defenders. I know not if it be their fault or the ill luck of the road, that your knights should be defeated where mine were. At this they all laughed, but the knights had such shame that they durst not appear before them. Then they waited a while till the knights had holpen themselves, and till Lasanor's horse came back. Meantime Oriana went aside with Mabilia and read the letter, in which Agrayes and Don Florestan and Don Gandales informed her that Gandalin and Ardian the dwarf had arrived in the Firm Island, and that Amadis would be with them in 8 days, and had sent to bid them prepare a great fleet. This tidings they knew would comfort her, and give her hope that God would be on her side. At this were they greatly comforted as with hopes of life, for before they had only looked for death, and Mabilia comforted Oriana, and besought her to eat, but she who had not eaten food before for great affliction could scarcely eat now for very joy. As they drew near the town, King Lisuarte with the Romans and many others went out to meet them, but then Oriana began to wail aloud, and she alighted from her litter, and all her damsels alighted also, and when they saw her make that dolorous lamentation, they also lamented, and tore their hair, and kissed her hands and her garments, as if death was come upon them, so that all present were moved to great compassion. The king beholding this was greatly displeased, and he said to King Arban of North Wales, Go to Oriana, and tell her I feel the greatest pain in the world to see her thus, and command her from me to return into her litter, and bid her damsels remount their palfreys, and let her make better cheer, and go to her mother, for I will tell her news that shall rejoice her. King Arban did accordingly as he was commanded, but Oriana answered, O King of North Wales, my good cousin, since such is my ill fortune that you and they who go through many perils to assist unhappy damsels cannot assist me with your arms, now help me with your words, and beseech my father not to do me this wrong, and not to tempt God, who hath favoured him so long. Persuade him to come to me, my cousin, and with him Count Argamon and Don Grumedan, for I will not stir from hence till they come. King Arban, hearing her speak thus, could not reply for weeping. He went back to the king and repeated what Oriana had said. But King Lisuarte was full loath to expose himself to public view with his daughter, for the more notorious her repugnance and grief should be, the greater would be his fault. Howbeit Count Argamon entreated him to grant her request, and Don Grumedan coming up, they went together towards her. When Oriana saw him approaching, she went on her knees towards him, and her damsels with her, but he alighted and took her up and embraced her. My father and lord, said she, have pity on your own child, and hear me before these good men. Daughter, said he, say what you please, I will hear you as I ought, with fatherly love. Then she fell upon the ground to kiss his feet, but he drew back and raised her again, and she said, My lord, it is your pleasure to send me to the Emperor of Rome, and to separate me from you, and from the Queen my mother, and from this land of which God has made me a native. From this departure I expect nothing but death, either that it will come to me, or that I shall give it to myself, so that in neither way can your will be performed, and you will incur great sin. I shall be disobedient, and that upon your account, or I shall die and by your fault. But to prevent all this, and to serve God, I will enter into religion, and so pass my life, leaving you to dispose of your kingdom as it may please you. And the right which God hath given me I will renounce to my sister Leonoreta, or whomsoever else you may choose. And better, sir, could you give her to the Emperor of the Romans than me, for should he obtain me, he will become your mortal enemy, all that he covets being the possession of this kingdom. Daughter, replied the king, I understand what you say, and will answer you before your mother. Go into your litter and proceed to her. They then placed her in her litter and conducted her to the queen, who received her with great love, but weeping, for that marriage was against her will. But neither she, nor the nobles, nor the people of the realm could make Lisuarte change his resolution, and for this reason Fortune, who was weary of favouring him, now showed herself contrary to him, more to the advantage of his soul than of his honour. Count Argamon, perceiving that his advice was of no avail, requested leave to go to his own land, and he departed. The king then, after he had taken food, and the cloths were removed, called for Brondachel of the Rock, and said to him, You see, my friend, how much this marriage is against the will of my daughter and of my vassals, who dearly love her, but I will not for that depart from my promise. Make ready your vessels, and on the 3rd day I will deliver her into your charge. But when you have her on board, see that you do not permit her to quit her cabin, lest some evil should happen. Brondachel answered, All shall be done, sir, as you command. And though it be now grievous to my lady the Empress to depart from this land where her friends are, yet when she beholds the greatness of Rome, and how knights and princes will then humble themselves before her, she will soon be well satisfied, and ere long, sir, we shall write to you such tidings. The king smiled and embraced him, saying, I believe that you are such as will soon make her regain her cheerfulness. Salustanquidio, who was now recovered, besought him to send Olinda with his daughter, and he being a king, promised to take her to wife when she arrived. At this the king was well pleased, and praised Olinda, saying, that for her virtues and great beauty she well deserved to become a queen. The next day they stored their ships, and Magalin and his brethren presented themselves before the king, and said to Don Grumedan, The day of your shame is come, for tomorrow is the term which you in your folly appointed for the combat. Hope not to avoid it, for that can only be done by your confessing yourself conquered. You shall now pay for your insolence as one who have more years than wisdom. Don Grumedan, who was almost beside himself at this menace, rose up to answer, but the king, who knew his temper, when his honour was concerned, said to him, I beseech you, Don Grumedan, For my sake, say nothing in reply, but make ready for the battle. You know better than anyone else that these matters are not to be decided by words, but by deeds." "Sir," said he, "I will obey you. Tomorrow I will be in the field with my companions, and then shall the worth or the no worth of each be known." The Romans then retired, and the king, calling Don Grumedan apart, asked of him, "Who have you to help you against these knights? For they appear to me strong and courageous." "Sir," quoth the old man, "I have God to help me, and this body, and this heart, and these hands, which he hath given me. If Don Galaor should arrive before Tyr's tomorrow, I shall have him, for I know he will maintain my cause, and then I care not for a third. If he does not come, I will fight them all three, one after another, if that may be allowed." The king replied, "Do you not see that the challenge was 3 against 3, and they will not alter it? As God shall help me, I grieve to see that you have no comrades such as you need in this great danger." "Sir," cried the old knight, "fear not for me. God will help whom he pleases. I go against pride with courtesy and fair dealing, and that which is pleasing to God will bear me out. If Don Galaor should not come, and none other of your knights should offer themselves, I will take the 2 best of my own." "Nay," replied Lisuarte, "such assistance could not avail you. I will advise you better, my friend. I will secretly adventure my body with you in the battle, for you have often thrust yourself into extreme perils for me, and ungrateful should I be if I did not risk my life and honour for you in return." And while he said this, he embraced the old knight and wept. Don Grumedan kissed his hand and answered, "This is indeed the greatest favour I ever received from you, and more than any services can ever have deserved. But this must not be, and God forbid that a king like you should commit such a fault, for you are king and lord and judge, and must deal by strangers in this case, even as by your own subjects." "Since it is so then," said Lisuarte, "I can only pray to God to help you." Don Grumedan then went to his lodging, and ordered 2 of his knights to prepare to assist him in this battle. But I tell you that courageous and practised as he was, his heart was bursting, for these men were not such as were needed in such a combat. Yet so good a heart had he, that rather would he have died than have done or said anything that might shame him, and he showed no fear. That night he passed in St. Mary's chapel, and on the morrow heard mass there with great devotion, beseeching God that he might perform this battle to his honour, or if it was his pleasure, that his days should then come to an end, to have mercy on his soul. Then with a good courage he called for his armour. He put on his breastplate, which was strong and white, and over it a coat armour of his own colours, which were murrey with white swans. Before he had finished arming himself, there came in the fair damsel who had been ambassadress to Grasinda and the Greek knight, and with her 2 other damsels and 2 squires. She bore in her hand a goodly sword with rich accoutrements, and inquired for Grumedan, to whom she said, "Sir, the Greek knight, who loves you for what he has heard of you since he came into this land, and because he knows you have to do battle with the Romans, has left 2 right good knights, those whom you have seen in his company, and requests you to take no others as your comrades in this combat, but accept them on his faith without fear. And he sends you also this good sword, which has been tried as you beheld, when he struck the stone pillar with it, chasing that Roman." A joyful man was Don Grumedan at hearing this, knowing his own danger, and that they who were in the company of the Greek knight must be good men. "Damsel," said he, "God prosper the Greek knight, who is thus courteous to me, whom he knows not, and God grant that I may one day requite him." She replied, "Sir, you would truly esteem him if you knew him, and so will you these his comrades when you have tried them. Go now forth, for you will find them waiting for you at the lists." Don Grumedan drew the sword which had been sent him, and he saw how bright it was, and that it bore no mark of the mighty blow it had given, and he blessed it, and girded it on instead of his own. And he mounted the horse which Florestan had given him when he won it from the Romans, and rode out, appearing like a comely and brave old man. He and the 2 other knights courteously greeted each other, but he could not discover who they were, and then they entered the lists, to the great joy of all who loved Don Grumedan, to see him in such company. The king marvelled much that these knights, having no cause, and not knowing Don Grumedan, should place themselves in such danger, and seeing the damsel ambassadress, he sent for her, and said, Damsel, why have these knights of your company taken up the quarrel of one whom they know not? Sir, she replied, the good as well as the worthless are known by their feats, and the Greek knight, having heard of the worth of Don Grumedan, and how this battle was appointed, and that few of your good knights were at this time present, left here his companions to be his helpmates. Such men are they, that before noon be past, the arrogance of the Romans shall yet be humbled lower, and the honour of your knights well maintained. Glad was the king at this, for he feared greatly for Don Grumedan, and in his heart he thanked the Greek knight more than he in words expressed. The 3 knights entered the lists, and placed themselves at one end, Don Grumedan being between the other twain. Presently King Arban of North Wales and the Count of Clara came in as judges on their part, and Salustanquidio and Brondachel of the Rock on the part of the Romans. Ere long the Roman knights appeared on goodly horses, and armed in new and rich armour, and being of great stature and large limbed, they had the semblance of valiant men. They came with bagpipes and trumpets, and other loud instruments. All their countrymen accompanied them, and in this array they went before the king, and said, Sir, we will carry the heads of those Greek knights to Rome, and let it not displease you if we do the same with Don Grumedan, for your displeasure would grieve us. Bid him therefore unsay what he has said, and confess that the Roman knights are the best in the world. The king, instead of replying to this speech, said, Go do your battle, and let them who shall win their enemies' heads do with them as they please. They then entered the lists, and the 2 Roman judges placed them in their places, while King Arban and the Count of Clara did the same by Grumedan and his companions. The queen now came with her dames and damsels to the window to behold this combat, and she sent for Don Guilan the Pensive, who was still weak with his sickness, and for Cendel of Ganota, whose wound was not yet healed, and she said to Don Guilan, My good friend, what think you of this point wherein my father Don Grumedan is placed? For she called him father, because he had fostered her. Those devils terrify me, they are so huge and fierce. Lady, replied Guilan, the event of arms depends upon God and a good cause. Were I yonder with those 2 knights in the stead of Grumedan, I should not fear the Romans, though a 4th were added to them. Much was the queen consoled at that saying, and she prayed to God in her heart to help her foster father. The knights now moved on to their encounter. They were all practised in arms and in horsemanship, and neither missed his encounter. Their lances all brake, and then happened what never before had been seen in a combat of so many before the king, that the 3 Romans were borne from their saddles, and Don Grumedan and his comrades kept their seats unmoved. Presently they turned their horses, and saw that the Romans had risen and stood together. Don Bruneo, who had received a slight wound on his left side, said to Grumedan, Since we have shown them that we know how to joust, it would not be reasonable now they are on foot to attack them on horseback. The 3 then alighted, and went up to their antagonists. Sir Knights of Rome, said Bruneo, you must have left your horses to show how little you regard them. But though we are not so renowned as you are, we will not permit you to make this boast, and therefore have also forsaken ours. The Romans, whose pride was somewhat quelled by their fall, made no reply, but fell to with their swords. Then was there a fierce battle, and its marks were seen in broken shields and helmets and streaming wounds. But Don Grumedan, whose enmity against the Romans was very great, chafed himself with great choler, and pressing on before his comrades, was sorely hurt. But at that the other twain, who had hitherto kept back their strength while they bore the heat of their enemy's fury, now showed themselves, and pressed on the Romans with such might that the most they could do was to defend themselves, and that hardly. Maganil, who was the bravest of the Romans, being no longer able to endure Angriote's blows, gave way before him, and drew as near to the queen's window as he could, and cried out, Mercy, lady, for God's sake, and I confess all that Don Grumedan has said. Shame on thee, cried the conqueror, that is already manifest. and he plucked off his helmet and lifted his arm as if to behead him, but at that the queen withdrew, and Don Guilan then cried out, Sir Knight of Greece, do not carry so proud a head as this to your country, but let him carry his sweet odours where they will be liked. So be it then, replied Angriote, for the queen's sake and for yours whom I know not. I leave him to you, see you that his wounds be cured, for I have cured him of his arrogance. Then he turned back and saw that Don Grumedan had smote his enemy, and was kneeling on his breast, and pummelling his face with the hilt of his sword, but the Roman cried out aloud, Ah, Don Grumedan, spare me! I confess what you have said is truth, and what I said is a lie. Angriote, full glad at this, called the judges to hear what the Roman said, and showed them how the other one had fled out of the lists from Don Bruneo. But Salustanquidio and Brondachel were so cast down that they retired to their lodging and could not appear before the king. Don Grumedan then rode before the king and kissed his hand, and Bruneo said, God be with you, sir, we must return to our friend the Greek knight. God be with you, replied Lisuarte, you have truly shown yourselves to be good men in arms. The damsel ambassadress then said to Lisuarte, Be pleased, sir, to hear me a while in private before I depart. The king then bade all present withdraw, and then she said to him, Sir, hitherto you have been the best of all Christian kings, and he to whom all damsels looked with the most assured hope to have their wrongs redressed. How is your noble condition altered that you use this cruelty and this sin against God and your own daughter and your natural subjects? You who as king are bound to observe right to all, and as father to protect her, though she were by all the world forsaken. Not only to all the world is this an ill example, but her tears and lamentations rise up to God against you. Look to it, and let the end of your days be like the beginning. Now God prosper you. God be with you, damsel, replied Lisuarte. Of a truth I believe you are good and of great discretion. She went to the two knights, and they embarked on board their galley, and made such speed that in 2 days and nights they rejoined their fleet. Joyfully were they welcomed, and right glad was the Greek knight to hear how they had succoured Don Grumedan in his need. Know you what the king will do with his daughter? Said Grasinda. In 4 days she will be delivered to the Romans. But to see, lady, the grief which she and her damsels and all the people make, no tongue can tell it. Tears came into Grasinda's eyes, and she prayed God to send that poor princess some help in this so great and undeserved a calamity. But the Greek knight was a happy man hearing this, for he had resolved to rescue her. He neither regarded the power of King Lisuarte nor of the Emperor of Rome, for he could give them enough to do, and as by no other way could he hope to gain possession of his beloved, so also in thus winning her she would be his without any fault or breach of duty. These thoughts possessed him, when at the hour of tears they reached the port in the Firm Island. The islanders, who daily expected him, had seen the fleet afar off, and knew his signals. Then was there great joy, for they all loved him well, and they crowded down to the shore, and with them his kinsmen and friends. When Grasinda beheld such a multitude awaiting them, she was greatly amazed, and the more so hearing them shout welcome, welcome our lord, who has so long been absent from us. Sir, quoth she, how is this that they greet you thus? He replied, Pardon me, lady, that I have so long concealed myself, for otherwise I could not have done without danger. I am master of this island, and that Amadis of Gaul, of whom you have sometimes heard. These knights are all my kinsmen and friends, and that multitude my vassals. Hardly will you find knights in the world to equal their valour. I did not know you, replied Grasinda, and I treated you as a poor errant knight. Howbeit some consolation is it to think that what honours you received from me were paid to your own valour only, not to your rank or power. Lady, said Amadis, the honours I received from you are more than either I or those who are better than me can ever repay. Now had they reached the shore. Don Gandales was ready with 20 palfreys for the damsels, but for Grasinda her own palfrey was landed, whose trappings were worked with gold and silver. She clad herself in rich attire, planks were laid from the boat for the landing, and on the shore Agrayes stood to welcome them, and Don Quadragante, and Don Florestan, and Gavarte of the Perilous Valley, and the good Don Dragonis, and Orlandin, and Ganges of Sadoca, and Argamon the brave, and Sardonan the brother of Angriote, and his nephews Pinores and Sarquiles, and Madansil of the Silver Bridge, and above 30 other good knights, and the good knight Enil was already in the boat talking with Amadis, and Ardian the dwarf, and Gandalin with the damsels of Grasinda. Then Amadis took Grasinda by the arm and led her on shore, and Agrayes and Florestan placed her on her palfrey, and she and her damsels were conducted to the rich palace whereof ye have formerly heard. Then was there great feastings made by Gandalin, and Ardian the dwarf, who was steward of the hall, saw that all was well ordered, and many things did he say of merriment whereat they all laughed. Amadis took Master Helisabad by the hand, and told all the knights that to him next to God he was indebted for his life, and he placed him at table between himself and Gavarte of the Perilous Valley. Yet could not all this festival, nor the joy at seeing again so many and so dear friends, so cheer Amadis that he was not sorely troubled, fearing lest the Romans might escape him on the sea. So after the cloths were removed, he besought all the knights to remain and hear him. They were all silent, and he began. Sirs, since I left you last, I have traversed many strange lands, and achieved many adventures, whereof it would be long to tell. But what most occupied me was to redress the injuries of dames and damsels, for as they are born to obey, and as their strongest arms are tears and sighs, so are we bound to protect them against all who would do them wrong, and fight their battles, even as the Greeks and Romans did in old times, whereby they have obtained such glory as shall last while the world endures. But now since my return to these countries I have heard how King Lisuarte will deprive his daughter Oriana of the kingdom which is her lawful inheritance, and give her in marriage to the Emperor of Rome, against the consent of all his people, and against her own will, for she cries aloud to God and to the whole world, complaining of this great cruelty. If this indeed be true that Lisuarte will commit this wickedness, fearing neither God nor man, in an ill hour were we born if we do not remedy it. Now tell me each of ye your judgment, for ye know mine. The knights looked at Agrayes to speak for them. Your coming, my good cousin, quoth he, hath doubled our strength and courage, yet when we had little hope of that, we had determined to prevent this wrong, and die ourselves, or destroy these Romans. This did they all affirm, and cried out that there should be no delay. Then Amadis left Grasinda in the care of Ysanjo, the governor, and he would have left Master Helisabad also, but the master said, Sir, if ever I can serve you, it must be in adventures like these, wherein you may perchance stand in need of my skill. Ah, good master and my good friend, cried Amadis, God grant that I may live to give you a fit guerdon. Then bade he all the roads be guarded, that no tidings might be carried from the island, and that night they all embarked and made sail towards that part of the sea whereby the Romans must needs pass. End of Book 3, Chapter 17.
Section 47 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amy Graymore. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira. Translated by Robert Southey. Book the 3rd, Chapter 18. How King Lisuarte gave up his daughter greatly against her own will, and of the succor which Amadis, with all the other knights of the Firm Island, brought to the fair Oriana. The day was now come whereon King Lisuarte had promised to deliver his daughter to the Romans. He, having in vain again attempted to win her consent, left her in great anger, and went to the queen, whom he bade go and soothe her daughter's distress. Brisena had often attempted in vain to change the king's resolution. She now made no reply, but obeyed him. But when Oriana saw her mother and sister approach her, she went to her sobbing aloud, and kissed her hand, and said, This parting will be for ever, for my death is at hand. And with that she swooned away. The king then had her, senseless as she was, carried on board, and he made Olinda go with her, though that princess on her knees besought him to send her home to her father. He in his rage would not listen, but had her forced on board, and Mabilia and the damsel of Denmark he made embark also. All having thus embarked, he mounted and rode to the port, and then he consoled his child with a father's pity, yet he gave her no hope that his invention was changed, but he himself was moved nevertheless, and wept after he had left her, and besought Salustanquidio and Brongagel and the Archbishop of Talancia to protect her and serve her well. Then he returned to his palace, leaving in the ship the greatest grief and lamentation that heart can think. Salustanquidio, thus having the princess in his power, put Oriana and Mabilia into a cabin which had been richly fitted up for her, and fastened them in with strong bars and bolts, and he left Queen Sardamira and her company, and many of Oriana's damsels in the ship. But Olinda, of whom he was so passionately enamoured, he resolved to carry to his own ship, though she struggled and besought him not to separate her from Oriana, and clung to the door of Oriana's cabin, making such piteous moan that Oriana at hearing it swooned away in Mabilia's arms. Thus having disposed of the damsels, they spread their sails and departed, being full joyful that they had accomplished their master's desire, and they hoisted the great flag of the emperor upon the mast of the vessel wherein Oriana was, and all the other ships kept round about that to protect it. Thus merrily were they sailing on, when looking to the right they beheld the fleet of Amadis coming on full speed to cut them off from the land toward which they went. Agrayes and Don Quadragante and Dragonis and Listoran of the White Tower had agreed to attack the Romans and attempt the rescue of Oriana before Amadis could come up, and for this purpose they and their ship got between the Romans and the shore. But Florestan and Gavarate of the Perilous Valley, and Orlandin and Ymosil of Burgundy had the same wish, and they sailed up between Agrayes and the enemy, and Amadis came on full sail straight after them, that he might be the first in Oriana's succour. Now I tell you that when first the Romans beheld this fleet, they thought they were crossing the sea in peace, but seeing how they divided into 3 squadrons, that 2 cut off their landing, and that the 3rd made right toward them in pursuit, they cried out, To arms, for strangers are coming against us. Presently they ran to arms. The crossbowmen were placed in their station. The others were Brondel of the Rock, wherein the vessel with Oriana, which carried the emperor's flag. At this season the fleets encountered. Agrayes and Don Quadragante hailed the ship of Salustranquidio, who had with him the fair Olinda, and then began a brave battle. And Florestan and Gavarte, sailing through the middle of the fleet, attacked the ships of the Duke of Ancona and of the Archbishop of Talancia, who had a great force on board, so that the battle between them was obstinate. But Amadis steered right for the ship that bore the imperial standard, and he laid his hand on Angriote's shoulder, and said, Sir Angriote, my good friend, remember now the loyalty you have over manifested towards your friends, and help me manfully in this enterprise. If it please God that I succeed, well now shall I here fulfil my honour and my good fortune. Angriote replied, Sir, I am ready to die for you. Your honour shall be maintained, and God will be with you. The ships were now near each other, and such a discharge was there of arrows and stones and lances, that they fell as fast as though they were rained down. Amadis aimed at nothing but to grapple with the other vessel, but they who were therein, though far more in number, durst not adventure that, seeing how fiercely they were attacked, and defended themselves with iron hooks and sundry other weapons. Now when Tantiles of Sobradisa, who was the queen of Sobradisa's high steward, and was now in the castle, saw that Amadis could not bring this to effect, he ordered a great anchor to be brought fastened to a long chain, and from the castle they threw it into the enemy's ship, and then pulling at the chain with all their might, they brought the ships together, and held them so that they could by no means separate, unless the chain should break. Then Amadis made way through his own people, who were somewhat dismayed, and setting foot on the edge of his own ship, leaped into the other. It was a great leap, so that he fell upon his knee, and they laid on him many blows before he could rise. Howbeit meagre their efforts, he rose and laid hand to his good sword. Angriote and Don Bruneo had followed him, and they all laid on manfully and shouted, Gaul, Gaul, for Amadis is here. Mabilia heard that cry, and exclaimed to Oriana, Comfort, comfort! You are succoured by the blessed knight, your true servant and constant friend. But Oriana, more dead than alive, recovered only enough to ask what she said, for she had heard nothing, and her sight was almost gone. When Amadis beheld the wonders which his two comrades were performing, and how his men were now fighting beside him, he made on Brondahel, whom by his rich arms he knew to be the chief, and with one blow felled him. Then seeing that the rest, terrified at that, had ceased to resist, he tore off Brondahel's helmet, and striking at his face with the pummel of his sword, demanded where Oriana was. The Roman pointed to the chamber that was fastened. Amadis called upon Angriote and Don Bruneo. They joined all their strength and burst the door, and saw Oriana and Mabilia within. He fell on his knees before his lady to kiss her hand, but she embraced him, and then caught him by the sleeve of his mail, which was all bloody. Ah, Amadis, light of the oppressed, you have saved me. Mabilia was on her knees before him, holding by his skirts, for he had not seen her, but then he raised her and embraced her, and called her his dear cousin. Then would he have left the cabin, but Oriana took his hand. For God's sake, do not leave me. Fear not, he replied, for Angriote and Don Bruneo and Gandales are in the ship, with 30 of our knights, and I must go elsewhere, for we are engaged in a great battle. Then Amadis went out of the cabin, and seeing that Ladadin of Farak had made them in the castle cry for mercy, he commanded them to cease from farther slaughter. He then got into the galley, where Enil and Gandalin were, with 40 knights, and bade them steer towards where they had heard the cry of Agrayes. When they came up, they found that he and Quadragante had boarded Salanstanquidio's ship, and when Amadis got on board, the Romans began to leap over, some perishing in the water, others escaping to the other vessels. He went on seeking his cousin, whom he found, with Salanstanquidio wounded at his feet and begging for mercy. Agrayes knew his love for Olinda, and would show him none. Do not slay him, said Quadragante, he is a good prize. Sir Quadragante, said Amadis with a smile, let Agrayes do his will, for else this Roman will not leave one of us alive. And while they thus spake, the head of Salanstanquidio was smitten off. Now the ship was their own, and the banner of Agrayes and Don Quadragante hoisted on her castle. Agrayes forthwith went into the chamber where Olinda was confined, but Amadis and Don Quadragante and Ladadin and Listeran of the White Tower went in Enil's galley to see how Florestan fared. On the way they met Isanes, a kinsman of Florestan by the mother's side, who told them how he had won all the ships, and taken the Duke of Ancona and the Archbishop. They then looked round, and saw that the Romans were everywhere put to the worst, so that not one ship or boat escaped to carry tidings of their defeat. With that they went on board the vessel of Oriana, and there disarmed their heads and hands, and washed off the blood. Amadis asked where Florestan was, and was told that Sardamira had cried out to him to save her, and that she lay fallen at the feet of Oriana, beseeching her to save her from death or dishonour. Amadis went into the cabin, and saw that the queen was embracing Oriana, and that Florestan held her by the hand. He went before her courteously, and would have kissed her hand, but she withdrew it. Fear nothing, lady, he said. Don Florestan is at your service, and we shall all obey him, even though it were not our will to honour all womankind. Good sir, said Sardamira to Florestan, who is this knight so courteous and so much your friend? Lady, said he, it is my lord and brother Amadis, with whom we are all come to succour Oriana. She then rose and said, Good Sir Amadis, blame me not, if I have not received you as I ought, for I knew you not. God be praised that in such a calamity I am placed under your courtesy and the protection of Don Florestan. So Amadis seated her beside Oriana, and now all this while Queen Sardamira knew not the death of Stalastoncillo, whom she greatly loved. Queen, said Oriana, if I have hitherto heard your words with pain and dislike, now shall I ever honour and love you as you deserve. For what you did to my injury was not your own will, but in whatever was your own will you were ever courteous and gentle. While they were just communing, Agrayes and Olinda came in, and affectionately did Oriana embrace them, and thank the other knights as she knew them. Ah, friend Gavarte, said she, to him of the perilous valley, well have you fulfilled your promise. God knows how truly I thank you, and how I wish to reward you. Lady, he replied, I have done my duty, for you are my natural lady. Whenever time shall be, remember me as one who will ever be at your service. At this time were all the chief knights assembled on board this vessel to take counsel how they should proceed. Then Oriana took Amadis aside and said, Dear friend, I beseech and command you now more than ever to conceal our love. Order it so now that they may resolve to carry me to the Firm Island, that being safe there, God may dispose of me as he knows best and as ought to be. Amadis replied, Do you then send Mabilia to propose this, that it may appear to proceed from your will and not from mine? Accordingly he went among the knights, and they were of diverse opinions, for some proposed to take Oriana to the Firm Island, others said that she should go to Gaul, others that she should go to Scotland, the country of Agrayes. But presently Mabilia came to them with 4 other damsels, and said, Sirs, Oriana beseeches ye to carry her to the Firm Island, till she be reconciled to her parents, and she implores ye, as ye have begun so well, that ye would bring this enterprise, with the same good courage to good end, what ye have ever done for other damsels. Quadragante answered, Good lady, the good and brave Amadis, and we who are with them in her rescue are of one will to serve her till death, and we will protect her against her father and against the Emperor of Rome, if they will not be brought to reason and justice. That answer all the knights approved, and declared that they should not hold themselves acquitted of that promise till Oriana was restored to her own free will, and made sure of her inheritance. With this accord they departed each to his ship, to give orders respecting the prisoners. Don Bruneo and Ladadin, and the brother of Angriote, and Sarquiles, and Orladin, were left in the vessel, with Oriana and Queen Sardamira, and Enil the good knight, who had received 3 wounds, but had concealed them like a brave man, and one who could endure all difficulty. These knights were left to guard Oriana till they should arrive at the Firm Island. Here endeth the 3rd book of the noble and virtuous knight Amadis of Gaul.
Book 4, Chapters 1 through 5 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Margaret Espaillat. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira, translated by Robert Southey. Book 4. Here beginneth the 4th book of the noble and virtuous knight Amadis of Gaul, son of King Perión and Queen Elisena, which treats of his prowess, and of the great feats of arms which he and the knights of his lineage performed. Chapter 1. Of the great lamentation which Queen Sardamira made for the death of Prince Salustanquidio. You have heard in the 3rd book of this great history how King Lisuarte, against the will of all his subjects, great as well as little, delivered up his daughter Oriana to the Romans, and how by Amadis and his companions of the Firm Island she was from them rescued. Now we will tell you what ensued. When Amadis had left the vessel where the princess was, he went through the fleet to give orders concerning the prisoners and the spoils. Coming near the ship where Salustanquidio lay dead, he heard a great lamentation, for the people and the knights of that prince were making moan over him, and relating all his praises and greatness, so that Agrayes and they who had won the ship could neither quiet them nor remove them from the body. Amadis therefore ordered that they should all leave the vessel, and he gave command that the body should be placed in a coffin, and that such burial should be given him as befitted such a lord, for albeit he was his enemy, he had died like a good man in his master's service. The noise of this lamentation was so great that it reached the ship wherein was Oriana, but so soon as Queen Sardamira heard that it was for Salustanquidio's death, forgetting all her former grief, she wrung her hands and threw herself upon the ground, and began to exclaim, "O generous prince, and of high lineage, the light and the mirror of the whole Roman Empire! What a grief and a calamity will it be to all who love thee, when they shall hear the tidings of thy unhappy and disastrous end! And what grief wilt thou feel, O Emperor, when thou shalt learn the death of this thy cousin, who was the strong shield of thine empire, and the destruction of thy fleet, and the disgraceful loss of thy knights! Either thou must tamely submit to this loss, and remain the most dishonored prince in the world, or else prepare to avenge it, putting thy state and person to great peril and doubtful issue, for by all that I have seen, since my entering Great Britain in an unhappy hour, sure am I that there is no prince or power, however great, against whom these knights would fear to wage war. Alas, my afflicted heart grieveth more for the living who will suffer in this quarrel, than for these dead whose share of the evil is past." But then Oriana and Mabilia raised her up, and comforted her the best they could. Chapter 2. How by the choice and command of the Princess Oriana these knights carried her to the Firm Island. Amadis and his knights now assembled on board Florestan's vessel, and there resolved that they should forthwith make sail for the Firm Island, according to their own opinion and the pleasure of Oriana. They then placed all the prisoners in one ship, and appointed Gavarte of the Perilous Valley, and Landin, the nephew of Don Quadragante, with a body of knights to guard them. And the spoils they placed in another ship, under the care of Don Gandales, the foster father of Amadis, and Sadamon, who were two prudent and trusty knights. Their own force they divided among the other vessels in the manner that they had first embarked, and then they deputed Don Bruneo of Bonamar and Angriote of Estravaus to inform Oriana that they were ready to obey her and to request her commands. These two knights went on board her ship, and kneeling before her said, "Good lady, all these knights who are here assembled at your rescue inform you that the fleet is now ready for your service, and desire to know your will, that they may fulfill it." "My true friends," replied Oriana, "I should not desire to live if I thought that it would never be in my power to requite the love ye have all shown me. But I trust in God that as I have the will, so will he one day give me the power to show my gratefulness. Say to the knights that what has been before determined should now be put in practice, that is, to go to the Firm Island. There we can take farther counsel, and there I hope that these difficult and painful beginnings will come to a good end." When the two knights had carried back this answer to their companions, they bade all their trumpets sound, and joyfully and with loud clamours the fleet began to move on. Joyfully and courageously did these knights go their way, being of one accord, and resolved not to give over the enterprise which they had begun, till they should have well and happily concluded it, for they were all of high lineage and of great prowess, and the knowledge that their cause was just now greatly heartened them, and they even rejoiced to see themselves thus engaged against two such powerful princes, for be the issue what it would, they were sure by the contest to acquire a fair fame, and leave behind them a remembrance which should endure for ever. Certes, whoso had seen them in that gallant fleet, how proudly they sailed on, so armed and with such a company, would have weened that they were the train of some great emperor, and of a truth scarcely could there be found in the household of any prince, how great soever, so goodly a company of knights, high born, and so approved in arms. 7 days they sailed along, and then took port in the haven of the Firm Island, and there discharged the cannon for joy. The islanders in alarm, seeing so great a fleet, took arms and ran to the beach, but then they knew the banners and device of Amadis their lord. Forthwith the boats were put out, and Don Gandales landed to prepare the apartments, and order that a bridge of boats should be made from the shore, that Oriana and her ladies might by that means land. Chapter 3. How Grasinda, knowing the victory which Amadis had gained, adorned to go forth, accompanied by many knights and dames, to receive Oriana. Now, when the fair Grasinda heard of the coming of the fleet and of all that had befallen, she made ready to receive Oriana, whom of all persons in the world she most desired to see, because of her great renown that was everywhere spread abroad. She therefore wished to appear before her like a lady of such rank and such wealth as indeed she was. The robe which she put on was adorned with roses of gold, wrought with marvellous skill, and bordered with pearls and precious stones of exceeding value. This robe till now she had never worn, having reserved it to wear when she should make trial of the forbidden chamber. On her goodly hair she would wear no other adornment than the crown which the Greek knight her champion had challenged for her, and won for her from all the damsels in King Lisuarte's court. She rode a white palfrey, whose trappings were all curiously wrought with gold. In this guise had she resolved, if her good fortune was such that she should accomplish the proof of the forbidden chamber, to return to King Lisuarte's court, and there make herself known to Queen Brisena, and to her daughter Oriana, and to the other princesses and damsels, and from thence to return with great glory to her own country. But the issue was far otherwise than she hoped and imagined. For fair as of a truth she was, yet was not her beauty equal to the beauty of Queen Briolania, who had attempted that adventure and failed therein. In this rich attire did that lady go forth from her apartment, and with all her dames and damsels, all richly apparelled, 10 of her knights on foot led her reins, and with this array she proceeded to the shore. The bridge of boats had now been joined, it reached to the ship on board of which was Oriana, and Grasinda waited by the end of the bridge to salute her as she landed. Oriana now came out of her cabin, apparelled in a manner more beseeming decency and her present fortune, than for the advancement and display of her beauty. She, seeing Grasinda thus ornamented, awaiting her at the bridge end, enquired of Don Bruneo if that was not the dame who had come to her father's court, and won the crown from the damsels. Bruneo replied that it was the same, and bade Oriana accost and salute her honourably, according to her deserts, for she was one of the worthy dames of the world, and then he related what honours and good offices Amadis and himself and Angriote had from her received. To this Oriana answered, "Reasonable it is then that you and your friends should love and honour her, and thus will I do." Then Don Quadragante and Agrayes each took the princess by the hand, and Don Florestan and Angriote led Queen Sardamira. Amadis alone led Mabilia. Olinda went between Don Bruneo and Dragonis, and in like manner the other damsels and knights proceeded from the vessel. When Oriana came near the end of the bridge, Grasinda alighted and knelt down and took her hand to kiss it, but Oriana drew it back and embraced her with much love, as one whose nature it was to be affable and nothing proud, where pride beseemed her not. But Grasinda, seeing her exceeding beauty, how far it was beyond all the praises that she had heard thereof, wondered and was greatly astonished, for she had not believed that such beauty was possible in any mortal creature, and in this wonder she remained still on her knees, though Oriana would have raised her. "Good lady," quoth she, "now may I well give thanks to God that you were not in your father's court at the season of my arrival there, for had you been there, though my champion was assuredly the best in the world, a knight of little prowess would have discomfited him in your behalf, if God, as it be said, defends the right." With that she looked at Amadis. "Pardon me, sir, if I wrong you in saying this, but my eyes never before beheld the like of what they now see." Amadis was full joyful to hear his lady's praise. "Unreasonable would it be," he replied, "if I should think ill of what you have said, or complain of so manifest a truth." But Oriana was abashed at hearing herself thus praised, and her thoughts were more upon her present fortune than her own beauty. She therefore answered, "I cannot, my lady, reply to you, for should I contradict your words, that would be discourtesy to one like you, and to assent to them would be in me shame and folly. Only I would have you know, that, such as I am, I should rejoice to do aught for your honour, that is in the power of a poor disinherited princess like me." Then she begged Agrayes to lead Grasinda to Olinda and accompany her, leaving her with only Quadragante. Thus having landed, they placed Oriana upon a palfrey, the most richly caparisoned that ever eyes had seen, which Queen Brisena had given her, for her entrance into Rome. Queen Sardamira also, and Grasinda, and all the other dames and damsels were mounted, nor could Oriana prevail upon the knights but that they would proceed on foot and lead the reins, for they knew that whatever honour and service they could manifest to these ladies would be to their own praise. In this order they entered the island by way of the castle, and these ladies and Oriana were conducted to the tower in the garden where Don Gandales had ordered their apartments to be made ready, that being the best dwelling in the whole island, for albeit there were many rich dwellings of rare workmanship, yet that tower wherein Apolidon had wrought the enchantments, which were spoken of at length in the second part, had been his favourite place of sojourn, and for that reason he had fabricated it with such skill and such costliness that the great emperor in the world would not have ventured to attempt to make the like. In that tower were 9 apartments, 3 on a floor, and though some part was the work of skilful artists, the rest was wrought by the skill and science of Apolidon himself so wondrously that no man in the world could rightly value nor even understand its exceeding rarity. And because it would be long to describe it all at length, I shall only say that the tower stood in the middle of a garden surrounded with a wall of goodly stone and mortar, and the garden was the goodliest that might be seen by reason of its trees and herbs and fountains of sweet water. Of those trees many were hung with fruit the whole year through, and others bore flowers, and round about the garden by the wall were covered walks, with golden trellis work through which might all that pleasant greenness be seen. The ground was covered with stones, some clear as the crystal, others coloured like rubies and other precious stones, the which Apolidon had procured from certain islands in the east, where jewels and gold and other rare things are produced by reason of the great heat of the sun continually acting. These islands are uninhabited save only by wild beasts, and for fear of those beasts no man durst ever set foot thereon, till Apollydon by his cunning wrought such spells that it became safe to enter there, and then the neighboring people being assured of this, took advantage thereof, and ventured there also, and thus the world became stocked with sundry things which it had never before known. To the four sides of the tower water was brought from the neighboring mountains by metal pipes, and collected into 4 fountains, and the water spouted so high from the golden pillars and through the mouths of animals that it was easy to reach it from the windows of the first story, for it was caught in golden basins wrought in the pillar, and by these 4 fountains was the whole garden watered. In this tower then were the Princess Oriana and all those ladies lodged, each in her apartment, and there were they well served by dames and damsels, with all things convenient. But no knight entered the tower, nor even the garden, for so Oriana had desired that it should be, and requested the knights to let it be so, till some terms might be made with the king her father. They all esteemed her the more, and held her the more praiseworthy, saying, that in that, and all things else, their desire was to obey her will. Amadis himself, although he had neither pleasure nor comfort except in her presence, was yet well pleased that she had so ordered, for far more than his own death did he fear the least stain upon her honour, and he now consoled himself with the thought that she was now under his protection, and that he would rather die than lose her. The other knights and lords and all their people were lodged in the island, each according to their quality, and abundantly supplied with all things needful for their subsistence and enjoyment. For though Amadis never appeared abroad but as a poor errant knight, he had store of treasure in that island, not only from the rents and from what he had found there, but of jewels and other precious gifts which his mother and many other ladies of high rank had given him, all the which he had sent here, and moreover the islanders themselves, who were all rich and honourable men, held themselves fortunate to supply him with bread and meat and wines according to his need. Chapter 4. How Amadis assembled together all the knights, and the speech which he made to them, and what they determined. But Amadis, albeit he manifested the great courage which in truth he possessed, yet could he not but thoughtfully reflect upon the end of this great business, of which the charge and weight lay upon him. The princes and lords and knights of high degree were many whose lives were adventured with his upon the issue, but when others slept, he waked, thinking upon what measures he should best pursue. Therefore, with the advice of Don Quadragante and his cousin Agrayes, he summoned all the knights to council in the apartment of Quadragante, in a large hall which was one of the richest in the whole island. There being all assembled, Amadis rose, having Master Helisabad, whom he ever greatly honoured, by the hand, and thus addressed them. Noble princes and knights, it is known throughout the world how ye, abandoning those delights which ye might have possessed in your own lands, have chosen rather to follow the honourable profession of arms, and encounter all dangers to gain the praise of prowess and redress wrongs, in guerdon of which worthy resolution, good fortune hath now given into your hands this great victory which ye have at present gained. I call it not great as to the conquest of the Romans, for considering what they were, and what ye are, this conquest would be little praise, but because by that victory ye have rescued so great and excellent a princess, and saved her from the worst wrong that any one of her worth hath for many an age endured. This indeed is to your fair renown, and to the service of Almighty God, for in this have ye done that for which ye were born, succouring the oppressed, and beating down the evildoers. But in this, what should most elate us is the defiance which we have thus given to two so high and powerful princes as are the Emperor of Rome and King Lisuarte, with whom, if they will not be brought to reason and justice, we must perforce have great debate and warfare. Noble sirs, what then have we to expect? Certes, nothing but that defending the right and reasonable cause against those who would support injustice, we shall gain yet more victories, such that the whole world shall ring therewith. For if they are so mighty that their power is to be feared, neither are we so destitute of great and powerful lords, our friends and kinsmen, but that we could lightly so fill these plains with knights and soldiers, so that no enemies, how many soever they be, could approach within sight of the firm island. Now then, sirs, speak your counsel, not of what behoves us to do, for ye better than I know and feel what is now our duty, but in what manner we can prosecute and carry on what we have so well begun. With a right good will did they listen to that brave and courteous speech of Amadis, and because in that assembly there were so many who could well reply, all for a while remained silent, each urging the other to make answer. At length Don Quadragante said, Since ye are all silent, sirs, if it please you, I will deliver my advice. Agrayes answered, Sir Quadragante, we all beseech you to do so, for considering who you are, and what great achievements you have honourably brought to end, it best becomes you of all others to make reply. Don Quadragante thanked him for this honourable praise, and then said to Amadis, Noble knight, you have spoken right well and to our full contentment. On my part I shall only say what befits our present situation. In what is past, our object has been not to gratify our own passion and enmity, but to do what we are bound to do as good knights, succouring dames and damsels who have no strength and no helpers, save only God and such as ye. My counsel is that ye represent this to King Lisuarte by fitting messengers, and require him to acknowledge his error, and do justice to his daughter Oriana, the which if he engage to do, and make us secure thereof, we then honourably may and ought to restore her. For ourselves we should make no terms, for if this matter can be ended, I ween he will ask peace of us, and hold himself a happy man if it be granted. Meantime, for we know not what may be the issue of this embassy, let us call upon our kinsmen and friends to assist us, that if King Lisuarte should come to seek us, he may find us not as poor errant knights, but as lords and princes, ready to give him his welcome. Chapter 5. How all the knights were well contented with what Don Quadragante proposed. At this reply of Quadragante all were well pleased, for they thought he had left nothing to be said. It was therefore determined that Amadis should send to advise King Perión his father of what had passed, and request help, not only from him but from all his other friends, who would be disposed to give him succour now, in acknowledgment of the great services he had with so much peril wrought them. Agrayes also, it was agreed, should send, or go to his father, the King of Scotland, for the like purpose, and Don Bruneo to the Marquis his father, and to his brother Brancil, and with speed raise all the force he could. Don Quadragante also said that he would send his nephew Landin to the Queen of Ireland, for he was believed that although King Cildadan, her husband, was bound with a certain number of knights to serve King Lisuarte, yet she would grant permission to her subjects to serve under him, and many good men of his friends and vassals might be expected. In like manner all the other knights prepared to exert themselves. This being determined, they appointed Agrayes and Don Florestan to inform the Princess Oriana that she might command whatever she thought most expedient for her service. They then broke up the assembly, all in good hope and greatly encouraged, more especially they who were of low condition, and who in some degree before had feared the issue of this adventure, for they, beholding what resources were to be brought forward, lost all apprehension of the event. Now as they were at the gate of the castle from whence they could command the sight of the whole island, they saw a knight come riding along the coast, having with him 5 squires who carried his arms and other accoutrements. They all stood looking whom he might be, till as he came nearer they knew that he was Don Brian of Monjaste. Then they were all full joyful, for well was he beloved by them all, being in truth a good knight, and one who would have been everywhere greatly esteemed for his own worth, even though he had not been son to the King Ladassin of Spain. Of all knights living, he was the one who most loved his friends, and was perpetually sporting with them, and doing them the most pleasure that might be, wherefore he on his own part was in return by them beloved. They knowing him, all went out to meet him, but he when he saw them was greatly surprised, wondering by what chance they were all thus collected, and he alighted and went towards them with open arms, saying, I could embrace you all at once, for I regard you all as one. But when they came up to him and he saw Amadis among them, I need not say whether or no he rejoiced to meet him, for besides their nearness of blood, Don Brian's mother being the sister of King Perión, Amadis was the knight in the world whom he loved best. Are you here? Quoth he smiling, for I come in your quest. Though all other adventures should fail us, we should have enough to do in seeking you when you conceal yourself so well. Say what you please, replied Amadis, embracing him, for I have you now where I shall take my amends. The knights command you to mount again, and come into the island where there is a prison ready for such as you. With that they all crowded to embrace him, and, however loath he was, made him remount, and attended him on foot to the apartment of Amadis, where he alighted. His cousins Agrayes and Florestan disarmed him and brought him a scarlet mantle, but he, being thus disarmed, and seeing around him so many knights and of such prowess, said, There must be some great mystery and cause why so many good knights are thus assembled. I beseech ye, sirs, tell me the reason, for something thereof I have heard since my landing. Upon this they bade Agrayes relate what had passed, and he, whose heart was in the enterprise, recounted what had been done, to the shame of King Lisuarte, greatly commending what the knights had undertaken. When Brian of Monjaste heard this, he thought it a serious thing, being himself a prudent man, and one who looked to the issue of such things as well as the beginning. And had this thing been to do, belike he not knowing the love of Amadis and Oriana, might have dissuaded the enterprise, or at least proposed measures more moderate before so desperate a course were taken, for he knew King Lisuarte how jealous he was of his honour, and as the injury thereto was so great, great in proportion would be his efforts for vengeance. Howbeit as the thing was, his assistance rather than advice was now required, and more especially as Amadis, whom he so loved, was the chief of the enterprise. He praised them for what they had done, and promised the aid of his own person, and of all that he could raise in his father's dominions, but he requested that he might see the Princess Oriana, and learn from her what was her pleasure. Sir cousin, replied Amadis, you are just come from a long journey. and these knights have not yet taken food. If it please you, rest now and eat. Meantime, your arrival shall be made known to the princess." This counsel Don Brian thought good, so the knights took their leave of him and retired each to his home. When it was evening, Agrayes and Florestan went to wait upon Oriana as they had appointed, and they took Don Brian with them. They found her with all the other princesses and ladies of her company, expecting them in the apartment of Queen Sardamira. Don Brian knelt before her, and would have kissed her hand, but she withdrew it and embraced him, and welcomed him with her accustomed courtesy. "Sir," quoth she, "Don Brian, you are right welcome. Welcome indeed you would at any time be, for your nobleness and great virtue, but at this time more especially. I need not tell you what doubtless you have already learnt from your friends, nor need I request you what to do, for you are more worthy to give than to receive advice." Don Brian answered, "The cause of my coming, lady, hath been this. After the battle which King Lisuarte had with the 7 kings of the islands, I returned to Spain to the king my father, and there was busied in his disputes with the Africans, till I heard that my cousin Amadis was gone into some foreign land, no man knew whither. But then, because he was the flower and mirror of all my lineage, and the one whom I the most esteemed and loved, his loss so greatly grieved me that I determined to go in his quest, and therefore came hither to this island, thinking that here I might likeliest hear some tidings of him. So hither my good fortune guided me, not only to find him, but to arrive in a time when I may manifest some part of the great desire which I have ever felt to serve you. For, as you imagine, lady, I have heard what has happened, and knowing the inflexible condition of the king your father, something also I can guess of what is to ensue. But come what will, my person is at your disposal to serve you." Many thanks did Oriana return to him for this his courteous speech. End of chapter 5.
Book 4, Chapters 6 to 12 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 4, Chapter 6. How all the knights were greatly anxious for the service and honour of the Princess Oriana. Great reason is there that the cause wherefore all these knights were so ready and desirous to expose themselves to such danger for this lady's sake should be known and not remain in oblivion. Was it peradventure for the bountiful favours which they had from her received, or was it because they knew the secret of her love with Amadis, and for this reason were so zealous to serve both him and her? Certes, I tell you that neither the one nor the other of these reasons was that which so disposed them to her service. For though she was of such high rank, yet had it never been in her power to show her bounty, for she possessed nothing more than a poor damsel. And as for what regarded her love for Amadis, you have already read in this great history with what secrecy that was concealed. But a cause there must have been, and would you know what it was? Why, this princess was the gentlest, and of the best breeding, and of the most courtesy, and the most affable and humble that lived in those times, and ever was disposed to honour and demean herself to every one according to his merits. And this is a net and a bond whereby the great who act thus can bind many to their service that would else be little bound to serve them. Now after Don Brian of Monjaste had thus spoken, and had accosted Queen Sardamira, and the other princesses and the Lady Grasinda, Agrayes and Florestan addressed Oriana, and respectfully told her what the knights had deputed them to say, the which she well approved, leaving them to follow their own judgment in these affairs, of which knights could better judge than women. But she besought them ever to bear in mind an inclination and desire to be at peace with her father, if so be that could be brought about to their honour, for her sake, and for her reputation. This done, Oriana, leaving Florestan and Don Brian in talk with Queen Sartamira, took Agrayes by the hand, and leading him apart, said, Good sir, and my true brother Agrayes, albeit the confidence and trust which I have in Amadis and in all these noble knights is very great, yet have I greater confidence in you, being brought up in the house of the king your father, and having been so cherished by the queen your mother, who gave me Mabilia to be my companion. And such a friend had she been that I may well say that as to God I owe the gift of life, so to her do I owe the preservation of it, which but for her prudence and consolations would ere this have been lost, more especially since for my ill hap the Romans came to my father's house. For her sake and for the remembrance of all these things will I reveal to you what I keep secret from all else, but for the present I only beseech you that, laying aside all wrath and resentment against my father, you would labour to bring about peace and concord between him and your cousin Amadis, for you know that by reason of their great spirits and the enmity which hath so long endured between them, they will not lightly yield to persuasion. But if by your endeavour this could be brought about, not only would the death of so many good men as else must perish be prevented, but my fair name and honour, which may else be called in question, will be thus manifestly justified. To this Agrayes courteously and humbly made answer, With great reason may and ought I to assent to all, lady, that you have said. The wish of my father and of my mother is by all their means to increase your honour and dignity, as by their deeds shall soon appear. For my sister Mabilia and myself, I need only say that all our actions show how entirely we desire your service. True it is, lady, that I above all others am most displeased with the king your father, for I have witnessed all the great and signal services which have been wrought for him by Amadis and by all us of his lineage, as is to all the world notorious, and I also was witness to the thanklessness and ingratitude wherewith he requited us. For never did we ask of him other guerdon than the island of Mongaza for my uncle Don Galvanes, which island was won to the great honour of his court and to the more imminent danger of his life, who was the winner than man can think or express, as you, my good lady, beheld with your own eyes. Yet neither did that avail, nor all our service, nor the great deserts of my uncle, that we could procure so small a meed, which should then have remained in the king's vassalage. Instead thereof, he rejected our supplication, as though instead of his servant he had been his enemy. I cannot therefore deny but that in my heart I should rejoice to serve against him, till he should be reduced to such a state that all the world might see how greatly to his loss he had wronged and insulted us. But as man obtains favour in the sight of God in proportion as he curbs and conquers his own will for his service, so, lady, will I for your sake practise this self-denial, and repress my own anger, that by this difficult service you may see how truly I desire to obey you. But I must do this warily, lest it should intimidate others to see me acting the mediator, whom they know to be so earnest in the quarrel. So I beseech you let it be, replied Oriana, and good friend, act to this intent in what manner you think best. Having ended this talk, they returned to the company. But Agrayes could hardly refrain his eye from fixing upon Olinda, whom he loved so well, that by that love he had been enabled to pass under the arch of true lovers, howbeit, remembering his high birth and duties, he now repressed his inclinations, till it should be seen how all these things would end. So, having conversed together a while, the knights cheering the ladies, who women-like were afraid by all these preparations, they returned to their companions with the answer of Oriana. Then, without delay, they began to put in execution what they had resolved, and sent ambassadors to King Lisuarte, and the office was unanimously assigned to Don Quadragante and Don Brian of Monjaste, as two knights well befitting such an embassy. Chapter 7. How Amadis spake with Grasinda, and what she replied. Meantime Amadis went to the apartment of Grasinda, whom he greatly loved, and esteemed not only for her own merits, but for the honours and good offices which he had received at her hands. So having seated himself on the estrado beside her, he said, If, lady, you are not now served as I earnestly desire and wish to serve you, let your goodness pardon, for the time, as you see, is in fault. And of this, as your judgment will perceive it to be so, I shall say nothing more, but instead I am come to learn what may be your pleasure and farther will. It is now long since you have been absent from your own country, and I know not if peradventure that may trouble you. But whatsoever you may will, that shall I labour to perform. Guersinda answered, Sir, if I did not feel that from your company and friendship I have acquired greater honour than could by any other fortune have befallen me, and that whatever service I may have been able to render you in my own country has been well satisfied and repaid, I might well be held the most thankless person in the world. But this is known and evident to all, and therefore, sir, I will explain to you my whole desire. I see how many knights and princes are assembled in aid of this princess, and I perceive that you, my good sir, are he to whom they all look up, so that all their hope and confidence of success is in your courage and wisdom. And you cannot, considering your good heart and high renown, but feel yourself the chief and leader in this danger. Perforce, therefore, must you call upon your friends and all who are beholden to you for their succour, and as one of them do I account myself. This, therefore, is my will, that Master Helisabad should forthwith return to my country, and summon all my friends and vassals to make ready, and come with a great fleet to serve you, sir, when and where it may please you to appoint. Meantime, I will remain in the company and service of this lady, and not leave her or you till the end of this business shall show me what course I then ought to pursue. When Amadis heard her speak thus, he embraced her with a cheerful countenance, and said, Truly I believe that if all other virtue and nobleness should perish from out of the world, it might from you, my good lady, be reproduced. Since it pleases you, let it be so, and as Master Helisabad is thus going on your bidding, albeit it will be to him much toil, yet shall he bear my bidding to the Emperor of Constantinople. For considering the gracious proffers which he made me, and the little reason which, as I then learned, he has to be satisfied with the Emperor of Rome, with whom my quarrel principally lies, I hold myself assured that he will willingly send to succour me as though I had done him good service. Guersinda approved of this design, observing that Master Helisabad would think little of any toil undertaken in his behalf. Then Amadis said, Since it is your pleasure, lady, to abide here with this princess, it is reasonable that as the other ladies and princesses are lodged with her, so also should you, that you may receive from her those courtesies and honours which you so well deserve. Upon this he called his fosterer Don Gandales, and bade him tell Oriana of the great desire which Guersinda had to serve her, and request her to receive her on his part. But Oriana gladly received her with all due thankfulness, not so much for her present services, as for the good offices she had formerly rendered Amadis, and for the preservation of her own life, when she preserved his by giving him Master Helisabad for a companion. This being done, and Master Helisabad being ready with a good will to depart, Amadis wrote thus to the Emperor of Constantinople. Most High Emperor, the Knight of the Green Sword, who by his own proper name is called Amadis of Gaul, sends to kiss your hands, and to remind you of what, more by reason of your own nobleness and goodness than of his deserts, you were pleased to offer him. For a time is now come wherein I need the help of your Highness and of all my friends and well-wishers who desire to follow reason and justice. Upon this Master Helisabad is instructed fully. I beseech you give ear to his embassy, and let it have that effect on which I rely. Having finished this and delivered his formal letters of credence to Master Helisabad, the master took his leave of Amadis and of his lady Guersinda, and set sail. Chapter 8. How Amadis sent a messenger to Queen Briolania. After Amadis had dispatched the master, he called for Tantiles, who was high steward to the fair Queen Briolania, and said to him, My good friend, I would now that you should take that trouble and concern for me which I would take in whatever concerned you. You see in what manner my honour is now staked, and how greatly it may now be increased or otherwise tarnished. Go then to your lady, and tell her all that you have witnessed, and that it behoves her to summon all her friends and vassals, that they may be ready when need shall be. Say to her that what so nearly concerns me concerns her also, for she knows that in losing me she would lose her servant. Tantiles answered, This will I do without delay, and make you no doubt but that there could nothing happen so to rejoice the queen my mistress, as to learn that she can now make manifest the great love and good will with which she will perform whatever you can require from her kingdom. Be you sure that when the time comes I shall be ready to return with such array as such a lady ought to send to him from whom, under God, she has received her kingdom." He then received his letters of credence, and incontinently put to sea. Then Amadis took Gandalin apart, and said, "Friend Gandalin, whether or no I need the aid of my friends and kinsmen in this necessity, wherein perforce I have placed myself, you well can judge. Sorely therefore as I shall feel your absence, yet it is now expedient that you should depart from me. You know we have resolved to call upon all our friends for succour, and though I have good hope in many to whom I have rendered good service, as you know, and trust that they will now repay the debt of gratitude which they owe me, yet have I most confidence in King Perión my father, that he, whether reason or not were on my side, will hasten to my help. You are the man who can best and most fully explain the whole to him, and shame and sorrow would it be to him if I, who am his son and his eldest son, could not give these two princes their fit answer when they come up against me. But before you go, speak with my cousin Mabilia, and learn whether she hath any bidding to her aunt or to my sister Melicia, and speak also with my lady Oriana, for mine she is, and though she be secret toward all other, to only you will she discover what may be her will. Meantime I will make ready your letter of credence, and therein I will request that Melicia may come hither to be in Oriana's company. So shall her virtues and great beauty be seen by many, as they have already been heard of. All this Gandalin promised to perform. Meantime Agrayes spake with Don Gandales, the fosterer of Amadis, and sent him to Scotland for aid, nor was there need to write by him, for so many years had he been trusted and found trustworthy, that he was rather regarded like a counsellor and kinsman than as a vassal. And he with all diligence and earnestness prepared to perform this embassy, because it nearly concerned Amadis, whom above all others in the world he most loved. Chapter 9. How Don Quadragante spake with his nephew Landin, and told him to go to Ireland, and speak with the queen his niece, that she might allow his vassals to come and serve him. Don Quadragante also, on his part, spake with his nephew Landin, the good knight, saying, "Beloved nephew, it is necessary that you depart for Ireland with all speed, and speak there with the queen my niece in private, so that King Cildadan know not your errand, for he being sworn vassal to King Lisuarte, there is no reason that he should know the thing. Tell her how we are circumstanced, and that though so many good knights are here, yet they make great account, and place great trust in me, as you, nephew, behold, considering what I am and of what lineage, and say to her that I beseech her in her kindness to permit as many of her people as shall be so disposed to come serve me. For tell her that in contests like these, such changes oftentimes take place that states and kingdoms are overthrown, and vassals become lords, and they who were the lords are reduced to vassalage. She therefore should not fear to grant my request. Do you then with what aid you may thus obtain, and with my friends and vassals, fit out a fleet, and be ready to obey my call." Landin replied that by God's help he would procure a good answer to his demand. So he embarked on board one of the Roman ships and went his way. And Don Bruneo bade his squire depart with letters to the Marquis his father, and to his brother Branfil, and beseech him to collect forces for their help. "Lasindo, my good friend," said he, "you must perceive that though so many good knights are here in this quarrel, yet Amadis is the most nearly concerned, and much as the love which we bear each other would influence me to serve him, yet am I the more bound to this duty, seeing that he is brother to my lady Melicia. Though he had been mine enemy, I should now have been bound to serve him for her sake. How much more when he is the man in the world whom I love best? I therefore, above all others, am most concerned to support his honour. Of this you will say nothing, but do you persuade my father to this succour which so concerns my honour now. Of Branfil my brother I am already assured, and well I know that he would rather have had his part in what has already passed than have won an empire, for all his delight is in honourable feats of chivalry. You need say no more, sir, replied Lasindo. By God's help I shall procure you such succour that your lady shall be well served, and your own renown greatly increased. So he embarked, and put to sea. Now this Lasindo was a right good squire, and of good lineage, and with true love and true goodwill did he now go upon his master's service. Chapter 10. How Amadis sent to the King of Bohemia. But Amadis never ceased to think how he might best provide for his defence, because his lady was now to be by him protected. He called Isancho, whom he had found governor of the Firm Island, when he made the conquest thereof. Good sir, said he, and my good friend, I know your virtue and your prudence, and the desire which you have ever shown to promote my honour, and therefore will I now impose some labour upon you, for considering the quality of him to whom I am about to send, it behoves to employ so worthy a messenger. You shall go to King Tafinor of Bohemia, and take him my letters, and tell him the confidence I have in his friendship. He is a right noble king, and offered me his assistance with a free good will when I left his court. Sir, quoth Isancho, this employment is an honour, not a trouble. Be assured that even to death I should rejoice to serve you. Then Amadis wrote thus. Noble King Tafinor of Bohemia, if when I abode in your house as an errant knight, it was my good fortune to render you any service, I hold myself well repaid by the honours and good offices which I there received from you, and from all of your court. And if I now send to request your help in my necessity, it is because I know how nobly and virtuously you have desired with your utmost power to uphold the right cause. The knight who bears this letter will inform you of all that has passed. Give him full confidence, and I trust this embassy will have the like success that your bidding would have found with me. Isancho then gave order that a ship should be prepared for his departure. Chapter 11. How Gandalin spake with Mabilia and Oriana, and what they bade him say to Amadis. All these messengers had now departed save only Gandalin. He went to the garden wherein the tower stood, and where, as you have heard, no man was permitted to enter without the especial leave of the princess, the entrance being kept only by women. He, coming to the garden gate, bade those within say to Mabilia that Gandalin was preparing to sail for Gaul, and would speak with her before his departure. When Mabilia repeated this to Oriana, she was right glad of Gandalin's coming, and gave orders that he should be admitted. So he, having entered, fell on his knees before her, and kissed her hand, and then said to Mabilia, according as his master had commanded him. Upon that, Mabilia said aloud to Oriana, that all might hear, Gandalin is going to Gaul. What now will you say to the queen and to my cousin Melicia? Oriana replied that she should rejoice to have the opportunity of sending to them, and then she went and joined Mabilia and Gandalin as they were talking apart. Ah, friend Gandalin, said she, what think you of my froward fortune? The thing in the world which I have most desired is to be where thy master should never be out of my sight, and now that fate hath thrown me into his power, and we are so circumstanced that, both for his honour and for my own, I dare not see him. If you could know what my heart suffers because of this, sure am I that you would pity me. Now tell him this to comfort him and to excuse me, and tell him to devise some means that he and the other knights may visit me, and that we may talk in presence of all without suspicion. Ah, lady, Gandalin replied, great reason have you to give comfort to that knight. Much greater sorrow would you feel than you now suffer if I could tell you what he has endured in the fortunes that we have passed through. The feats in arms which he achieved are such that no other could have performed, or even in his heart imagined them. In such straits hath his absence from you placed him. But it is useless now to talk thus. Do you only show kindness to him, for verily I believe that your life depends on his. My true friend, quoth Oriana, that you may truly say. Without him life would be to me far more grievous than death. But go tell him what I've said. Howbeit, before he went, Oriana said to him in a loud voice that she would write to Queen Elisena and to the Princess Melicia, and Gandalin requested that she would speedily send the letters, for the other messengers were already departed, and he alone remained. Then Gandalin went to Amadis, and told him all that Oriana had said. Amadis, after he had mused a while, replied, I will tell you how this may be brought about. go to Agrayes, and tell him you have spoken with his sister Mabilia on account of your journey to Gaul, and that she hath said it would be well if he could bring the knights to see and encourage Oriana, for her situation is so serious and so strange that she needs all encouragement. But tell me, concerning her, did she seem sorrowful?" Gandalin replied, "You, sir, well know her fortitude, and that she will discover nothing but the virtue of her noble heart, yet certes doth her appearance savour more of sadness than of joy." Then Amadis, raising his hands to heaven, exclaimed, "O Lord Almighty, let it please thee that I may be able to serve this my lady to her full honour, and for my death or life let that betide as it will." "Take you no fear for that, sir," quoth Gandalin, "for as God hath in all other adventures favoured you above any other knight, so will he now in this which you with so great justice have undertaken." With that Gandalin repaired to Agrayes, and said to him as he had been directed. Agrayes replied, "This which my sister says is reasonable and shall be done. And if it has not been done before, it was only because these knights knew it was the pleasure of Oriana to live in retirement for her honour's sake. We will go speak of it to my cousin Amadis." So he went to Amadis, who answered him as one that had known nothing of the business before. Agrayes then went to the knights and represented to them that it would be well if they visited Oriana to encourage her, for in perils like these even the brave sometimes needed encouragement. How much more then would feeble woman stand in need of such comfort? So they agreed that on the following evening they would clad themselves in goodly arms and mount their palfreys, having their swords girded on all adorned with gold, and in this array proceed to the apartment of Oriana. Of this Agrayes sent intimation to Oriana, and she sent to Queen Sardamira and to Grasinda, and for the other dames and damsels of her company, that they should make ready to receive them. Chapter 12. How Amadis and Agrayes and all the knights of high degree went to see and console Oriana and the ladies who were with her. Now when these knights entered the apartment of Oriana, they all respectfully made obeisance to her, and afterwards to the other ladies, and she courteously welcomed them as beseemed her noble nature. Then Amadis bade Don Quadragante and Brian of Monjaste go talk with Oriana, he himself went to Mabilia. Agrayes conversed with Olinda, Don Florestan with Queen Sardamira, and Don Bruneo and Angriote with Grasinda, whom they with reason greatly esteemed. The other knights talked each with whom he liked best. Presently Mabilia said to her cousin Amadis with a loud voice, "Sir, send for Gandalin hither, that he may take my bidding to the queen my aunt and to my cousin Melicia. You shall give it to him in charge, since it is with your embassy that he is going to Gaul." When Oriana heard this, she said, "He shall also take my message to the queen and her daughter." Then Amadis called for Gandalin, who was with the other squires in the garden, expecting to be summoned. He came in and went to Amadis and Mabilia, where they stood apart from the company, and after they had talked a while, Mabilia said to the princess, "Lady, I have dispatched Gandalin, see now what you have to say to him." Oriana then turned to Queen Sardamira and said, "Take you Don Quadragante, while I go speak with the squire." And with that, leading Don Brian of Monjaste with her, she went towards Mabilia. But as they came, Don Brian said with playful courtesy, as one who well knew what demeanour beseemed a knight, "Since I am chosen ambassador to your father, I will not be present at a lady's embassy, for I fear your deceitfulness, lest you should impose upon me a more courteous manner than would be suitable to what the knights have given me in charge." At that Oriana smiled sweetly, and answered, "For this very purpose, Sir Don Brian, have I led you here, that we may somewhat abate your choler against my father. Yet I fear that your heart is not so well inclined towards womankind that your purpose can any way by us be changed." She said this sportively, for though Don Brian was young and very comely, he was more disposed to follow arms and to the converse of knights than to hold talk with women. He indeed was ready to expose himself to any danger in defence of their rights, and he loved all and was by all beloved, but not by any one with particular affection. So he made reply, "I shall fly from you, lady, and from your enticements, lest I lose in little time what I have been long gaining." So laughing left he Oriana and turned towards Grasinda, whom he greatly desired to know, having heard so much in her praise. When Amadis saw his lady before him, whom he so dearly loved, and whom for so long time he had not seen, for that sight of her on the sea in that great uproar he accounted as nothing, his flesh trembled and his heart panted for exceeding delight, and he stood like a man beside himself, having no power to speak. Oriana saw his trouble, and drew nearer, and took his hand under her mantle, and pressed it in token of love, as though she would have embraced him. "My true friend," quoth she, "and dear above all others in the world, though fortune has placed me where I most desire to be, in your power, yet such is my ill hap, that now more than ever it behoves me to shun your company, that this adventure which is so known abroad through the world may appear no ways injurious to my honour, and that you may be believed to have undertaken it, pursuing your duty and virtuous inclination in redressing wrongs and relieving the oppressed, rather than from any other motive. For if the true cause were made known, a different judgment would be formed by our friends as well as enemies. What therefore we have so long carefully concealed, we must with yet more care continue to conceal, till it shall please God to bring these troubles to the end which we desire." Amadis answered, "For God's sake, lady, offer not to me any reason or excuse for what you think fitting, for I was born only to be yours, and to do you service while the life continues in the body. Nor have I any other desire or will than to obey your pleasure. All I beseech you is, that you would always remember this truth, and command me as you think best, for that will be the best comfort and recompense that I can receive." While he said this, Oriana looked at him, and saw that the tears were flowing down his face. "Dear friend," quoth she, "it is no new thing for me to believe what you say, and how my heart returns this affection, he knows from whom nothing is hid. But now it behoves to be patient, and I beseech you, even with that love which you have ever desired me to express, to put away these thoughts of grief and trouble from your heart, for one way or other, by peace or by war, our secret must soon be known, and then shall we be united even according to our desire. We have now talked long together, I will rejoin these knights, do you dry up these tears, and speak with Mabilia. She will tell you what we have never before found means to let you know, and shall rejoice your heart." Oriana then sent to call Don Quadragante and Don Brian, and returned between them to her place. Amadis remained communing with Mabilia, who told him everything relating to Esplandian, of his birth, and how he was carried away by the lioness, and how he had been bred up by the hermit. When Amadis heard this, he was as joyful as he could be. "Lady and good cousin," he replied as soon as the joy which disturbed his heart would permit him to speak, "when Angriote and Don Bruneo came to me at the house of the noble Lady Grasinda, Angriote then told me this history of Esplandian, but whose son he was, that could he not tell. Yet it came into my mind then what you had said to me in that letter which my foster father Gandales brought to this island, that my lineage had been increased, and I thought it possible, considering the time when your letter was written, that this child might be my son. But this was only a thought." Now, after they communed together thus, they returned to Oriana, and then Gandalin took leave and set forth on his voyage, and then the knights broke up the company and returned each to his lodgings. End of Book 4, Chapter 12.